It's been a couple of days, but Blast Slam 5 finally returning, and of course in a spectacular arena in Chengdu, China. It's going to be a lot of fun. We had our 12 teams. We've narrowed it down to our top 6, and of course today we're going to say goodbye to 2 more. But before we get into any of that, my panel rejoining me here. Quinny, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm excited to watch some good Dota. It's been a few days. I'm getting the shakes, and now we get
withdrawal of Dota.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. Of course,
yeah,
of course.
So now we're back, and so I can stop shaking.
Okay, and Misery.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm also super excited to watch some good Dota today and the next few days.
And T, of course. Lucky last.
I saw some pandas, so I'm happy. Everything else, it doesn't really matter at the moment. I saw my pandas, I'm happy. Of course, we're going to have some pretty good Dota, but for now, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we're trying to be like satisfying ourselves of like anything that isn't Dota related, and it's been like so predominantly Chengdu, just getting to see the sides because it's been so long since teams and talent, English broadcast-wise, have been in China.
And you say that, all the teams have been in Chengdu at least right now. Also seeing the pandas. I'm just going to talk about pandas, right? That's all I care about.
Until we get to the actual Dota, it's pandas.
No, because of course, like you mentioned, we've had multiple years since they've been to China, so having to acclimatize to like in the region, like playing the pubs, it's like there's so many different things compared to just playing just another European tournament. So it is going to have to be a little bit of a mental hurdle, kind of overcoming that. But they have been here for, what, 3-4 days now? So it's not as if they flew in yesterday and now on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've overcome the jet lag to some degree. You have some days to like chill a little bit. I think they're also probably scrimming, and you want to stay somewhat hot. There's like a weird bounce when you show up at a LAN of like, you want to, I don't know, you want to get used to jet lag, but also like you want to play enough pubs, but also you're kind of tired. And how much do we scrim? And you kind of juggle all these things like at the start.
The scrimming is usually a kind of a, it's a kind of a struggle to figure out, like how many scrims do we want to do? Because over scrimming is a problem, under scrimming is also a dilemma. So do the scrims go good? Then great. If they go bad, then do we lose our confidence? Like what's going on?
True. And you know, that's all the nitty gritty, all the details that we're going to talk about eventually. But right now we're going to have a look back and recap what happened during our group stage and play-ins of week 1.
12 teams. A roller coaster of 66 best of ones.
Vacuum on to 3. Oh, Babaka!
Play-in Sunday to forge the playoffs. This was week 1 of Blast Slam 5.
Can't be used, but the damage, it might be too much. And the double catch with the spear. Oh, they got him both. Spear back, got him caught. Snowball save. Oh, man. Ravage out onto 2. Burrow strike from Chengdu. They're all dying. Everybody's gone. Spotted by the sneaky little ward. It's like, I wonder where they are. Blink Crush. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, he's gone. No. Gets success to try and help him out, but I don't know if it's going to end up mattering. Vacuum on to 3. Nico, he's a player as he catches them all out.
It's up in BKBs. Has they panic as well. The Huskar, he just cannot be stopped. He's untouchable. He's invincible. Amal will pick up a double kill.
He's trying to keep Bobica off the shrine. And oh, Bobica! You got owning the spear now. As they jump in, it's on the ground. Go pick it up. He got it. Oh, 33. Another great call onto the sniper and the roar, the follow-up pure, trying to chase him down.
Medusa's the one on the high ground now, and Shiro raining Hellfire and Scardy slows onto the TB and his buddies, but they've lassoed her up and sundered her down. The Medusa
in the cart.
In the cart though, New has saved the day.
The ward, here he goes. Oh my God, the ulti's down. They're all just sitting in the macro pyre. You can't get away. Bobica pulls him in. Lasso comes too late. Where's the save? They get it. Blink in from the bane. Oh, you cold bros. And Tormentor is up. Oh my God, he sniped it. Oh my God.
Pure 33. Oh, the crack of the whip out of FY, but the chain.
Red Bull.
The 3. Remnant into the 4-man call. They're all stuck in the danger zone as BZM will come out with a triple kill. Call it, boys. Tap out of this one. Tons have had your number.
It feels like it's so hard to condense 6 days of action into such a short video, but of course there we also have our standings of what it looked like after the group stage with Falcons and Tundra just getting to bypass it yet again. T feels like the same old story, tried and true, of them making it to the semifinals, but the others had to fight hard during that plans.
I mean, it's just a tough reminder. You know, I'm looking at that bracket in the arena, and the Chinese fans are just seeing all their teams just at the bottom, not here. It's kind of rough, of course. Sure, we get the repeat of Tundra Falcons, but, you know, I'm just looking at that going, oh, that's there. Go under the collar.
Sometimes it happens, right? And everyone had a great chance at that. We had 66 best of ones, 6 best of threes, 6 days of Dota. It feels like, 6 is the magic number here. But we're going to have a bit of fun here. We're going to be ranking all of the best moments in a tier list of that week 1 group stage and what played out. Do you guys have any inklings as to what could potentially stand out?
For the true fans, I better see Peppers here. But again, that's for the true fans who watched every single moment of the group stage.
The hardcore viewer.
The hardcore viewer.
Well, look, instead of maybe guessing, we could just play the first clip, our first moment that we highlighted from the groups.
I
Agree
mean,
to that?
we could do it like that and then give them the benefit of the doubt, where it's not like a hard D. It's more like
You want to soft
need
the
to
D,
see them
Misery.
play,
Okay.
right? We need to see
No
them
worries,
play.
we
Do
understand.
you want me to get the rest of them out?
you went there. Your mind went there.
No, what? I said nothing.
Yeah. So where exactly would you guys rank the moment of Misery's hard D?
We can't go in A, that's for sure.
I mean, I think it's a hard D. You got to put it in the hard D, right?
It's got to go in the,
You're
yeah.
gonna put it in the D.
Just put it, double D.
D ranking.
Or I mean, the thing is, are we rating thematically or off of the quality of the, Because
I think
thematically,
that's
it's
up
got
to
to.
you make the criteria right now before, and you got to continue it on for all the moments.
The hard D just goes.
I mean,
to
it's
the
your
hard
D. What do you think? What do you
Yeah, where are you going to place
I
your D,
think-
Misery?
I mean, I'm fond of my hard D, so I think we should put it on S tier.
Okay.
Oh, you
wow.
want to put it straight next? You want moment
Straight
one
promotion.
straight?
I'm a big fan of my hard D.
Okay,
so
all right.
I mean, it's a great moment. We all love seeing it.
So I just decide.
Yeah.
Just like that. All right.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean, no one's gonna argue. The thing is, it was really funny.
It was good. I
Yeah.
think that's a fair placement. I don't have an issue with
I
that.
could put it there because it's just as funny. It's on it's either or.
Again.
I'm down for it.
Double D.
We can move them around.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
let's
see what
Let's
moment
see.
we
Let's
get.
see.
because there's
What
two
else we
moments,
got?
and that's only moment number 1. Let's have a look at moment number 2. Game 1. So this is the hook.
Oh, it wasn't this like Yuma just absolutely just popping off on the pod, right? He was hitting like, hooks left and right. Then there was a song to clutch up, and then they had to throw in the Mystic Flare. Like the song nearly saved. I don't know. There were some pretty good moments to that.
I mean, I think backstory there is also that the green room was kind of like. Yeah, we were hyping up this moment.
I forgot about that. We were saying that.
We were.
The
We didn't
issue
know
is-
if he was gonna live, if he's gonna die.
we started so strong
We did.
with the first one.
Now we've been brought back to reality of
Yeah.
Dota.
I'm thinking like
Top B, low A.
C range.
BC.
Oh, BC. Okay.
Yeah, that's for me at least.
Aggro
Alright, sure.
Dominee.
We'll go. Okay, you decide. But
It was a good moment, but now that it's like the moment has passed, looking back at it, it wasn't that epic. That's
Sure.
It was
Where I'm
because everything around it, where we didn't know who was going to win the early game, if he was going to
Yeah.
win. Okay. So that's
Context
why.
let's just go B for now.
B for
Okay.
now.
Stabilize.
Okay.
Get some more on the board.
Yeah.
Then we'll have to throw some things around.
Okay. All right. We got B right there. So we got one S moment, S tier moment, and one B tier moment. Let's look at third moment of group stage. Moment number 3.
Uh-oh. Schofield?
No, he lives this.
Easy. And he gets it! That was sick. Dude, that is the most Schofield play ever.
I just love how it ended. That is the most Schofield play ever.
He's so right. I feel like I've had this happen to me specifically before. Like
I think we should put in S for Schofield.
Personally, right now, from what we've seen, that is the best moment. Because Scarf Mage, self-deny, you're getting chased. Schofield, it's
get
in his like
Tormentor.
playbook. Yeah, it was beautiful.
I'm
That's
gonna
for
put it.
Schofield.
So you want me to move it up here? Actually, you want it above?
We don't need to.
I think put it right of the hard
Yeah.
D for now. And
Yeah,
we'll-
we don't have to touch that one yet.
Okay. All right. We won't touch
No.
that one. We won't touch that
No,
one.
no,
All right.
no.
Our fourth moment then. Let's have a look at it. I feel like we're making good progress. No one's arguing.
We can argue a little
Do we
bit.
have it? All right. Does anyone remember this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
Lotus
Oh,
Orb.
this was the clutch last second Lotus.
yeah. Little Lotus Orb, then you get the spear back. The perfect chain combination from OG. It's a reason why we are going to be seeing them on the stage today. The little moments like that. If they don't get that perfect chain stun of Alk, you
Yeah.
don't know what could have happened in that game. Everything could have changed. Lotus is just a broken item, so I don't know if we can put it in that high of a placement because of how good the item is.
You could also argue the the play in itself was not that great, right? It took a little bit of time. They jumped in, and then he had time to put the Lotus Orb on.
It's not like he blinked point blank.
Exactly.
It was like, kind of like...
Wow,
there was
now
some
we're getting
distance.
critical.
Yeah.
Now we're getting really judgy.
But the layering of
real.
stuns after, that took good communication, right? That took OG understanding the situation, not panicking in the moment.
I'm thinking here, personally.
BC?
I'm thinking...
I would say that was better than the hook into Song into Mystic Flare shenanigans.
So does that make you want to put B at the
That can go to
Song
C.
into
Personally, that would go to C, and that would stay in B, the little Lotus Orb.
Yeah?
Let's give it a C for now.
Would this one just C?
Yeah. Yeah, just put it
Okay.
Okay.
All right. While I'm putting this one on, we can watch our next moment number 5, I believe we're up to.
It's true.
Viper. Ooh, that's a not.
STA against Viper in the mid lane.
Dude, it's a good Viper game, but Tyboun's draft is weird.
Yeah, true, but it is a naughty Viper pick, right? You got attack slows and Vipers. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
No, it is.
I look at it, I'm like, oh, look at that thing. Like, it's gonna do great.
I like it. I like how the draft kind of took its turn here. This game is kind of exciting.
I think that has to go into A purely for the, oh, look at that thing.
I don't remember saying that, I'll be honest.
I don't remember.
I was like,
that was really
Did we
good.
all just like black out that
Like
title or
66
something?
best of ones, it's like, I don't know what I said half the time, to be fair.
I like A for
I'm
that.
taking host authority on this one. It's going straight into A.
Fair
I
enough.
think everyone had
Look
a
at that
little
thing. All right.
Oh,
A
that one was
Viper.
good. All right. That means that no argument. There's no arguing on this one. It's going straight to A. So we're going to have a look at moment number 6 as well. We're going to kind of just keep going through this one. Another actual Dota highlight here. Oh, the neutral
Yes, it's the
free.
neutral deny game.
This is where the neutrals had more kills than their offlaner.
than Heroic did.
Oh,
I won't say which offlaner.
No, it was the Vi.
I've
Anyway,
never seen that before.
I mean,
in 2 different spots on the map. That's
Yeah.
kind of wild.
that's kind of rough.
But
But
it wasn't really a play. The neutrals kind of just like did what they were coded to do,
Yeah.
See?
which is right click.
But you're juking and jiving into the neutral camp to get those denies. It's not like they're going to come out of that camp to attack you to deny you.
I still think C or D.
Okay. See?
Sure, let's go to Z.
C's fine.
Low C, low C.
in the words of Quinn, they were just doing what they were coded to do.
Okay, low C, low skill. What are we up to number 7 now, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
yeah, we get
progress.
to see moment number 7. Another Dota moment.
This was the look at me, I'm Husker, I got cauterized in an armlet. Look how fucking talented I am. Ooh, look, I can right click.
See the Viper countering Husker.
Yeah, it is Malrine. It's Malrine doing his little 1v3 moment. It was really proof of how silly Huskar
I
is.
can't believe he died at these spears. Must have been last tick.
It was pretty close.
Okay, I'll be honest. He didn't even toggle. It's like he
He
hit
didn't
them.
even
Yeah, he
need to.
hit them.
He
Yeah.
actually didn't even toggle. Like if he Fairy Fire Armor toggled, I could
Yeah.
say okay, then it's kind of hype. But he actually didn't.
He just kind of went in, killed 3 heroes.
It's very
That's
middling.
not high.
It's very middling.
Okay, so then we'll just put a B. But do
Solid
you think,
B.
I think it's above this one, though.
Yeah.
Oh, you think solid A?
No,
Sorry.
no. Still, I would
I think this is a good spot.
anywhere
Oh,
in B.
here,
Yeah,
right
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Okay, anywhere in B. All right, B.
I think it works.
Okay, I think this might be the last moment we get to look back on. There were too many moments, but we've got one more special moment we get to look back on from our group stage.
Circus, because he is the ringmaster, but now the epicenter on the backlines. Spear as well. Crital's dead. Huge kill with the kisses going over the top. Glup, glup, glup. Now Watson is in the middle of it. I think he gets doomed. Can't get off the Omni Slash. It's absolutely enormous from Falcons. Shocker, they're winning a game against Yandex. Who would have ever expected? Now BKB in the middle. Big arena, spear to the wall. Stuck like that. Oh my goodness, it's crazy damage going out everywhere. They're just trying to evacuate the premises. House is on fire. Call the cops, call the firefighters because it's an emergency. Yandex, they need some emergency medical services now.
Nice. I think it should be maybe S tier?
I don't want to put a vote in this one because I had to mute myself. I was laughing
I don't
so
get to
hard the
vote
whole
because it's
time.
me, and I can
Yeah.
hear myself talk. That's not nice.
The play-by-play cabal has demanded that I try my best to try and put it into the lowest tier to
Oh,
save
right.
job security across the English commentary team. So up to you, but again, the cabal is listening based on this placement.
Then you have to pick T.
I have to pick.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I mean, if the Cabal is listening, then I think put it in D.
Yeah, the cabal is listening. We got to put it in D.
All right, Quinn, you
we
really
love our
you
jobs.
really got to work on that
We need
casting,
to
bro. It
appease
wasn't
the
actually
powers
that
that
funny at
be.
all.
Exactly. Yeah. We can't let Quinn just disrupt the balance of powers this early on. You know, it's got to be slow and steady.
Okay, well, look, guys, it's been a lot of fun getting to walk down that memory lane of week number 1. We had a couple of S-tier moments, but there's been so many more, and we're going to get another S-tier moment here in Chengdu as we get to open Blast Slam 5.
Let them all fall still beneath my shadow.
Ni hao, Chengdu, and welcome to Blast Slam 5!
现场以及正在观看直播的观众朋友们，大家下午好，欢迎来到 Blast Slam 第5赛季成都站的比赛现场。
So good to be back again. Good to see you again, Dove. It's been quite some time.
It's been a long time. You have no idea how much we've missed you, Slacks.
Yeah, I see you didn't translate that with your lies. Absolutely. But we're back. I've not been in China since TI 2019. And we have brought with us the greatest teams in Dota 2, baby. They're going to go head to head, but only one of them is walking away with that trophy.
没错，自从 TI 9之后，我跟 Slacks 再也没有合作过了。但是这一次，我们汇集了顶尖战队6支战队，在我们的淘汰赛，而只有1支队伍即将捧起那座代表荣誉的奖杯。
Absolutely, the Blast games are absolutely crazy. Every single series matters. It's all elimination, one chance to take it away. And personally, though, I love that format, huh? What do you think?
Of course, who doesn't love it? 这是一个单败的赛制，每一场比赛都是生死局。如果输了，那就要遗憾离场。但是每一个胜利都将前进一步。
All right, and with that, I have to ask everybody in the stadium and everybody at home, are you guys ready to see some Dota?
成都，让我听到你们的声音。
All right, fantastic. Well, let's get this party started then.
让我们一起来揭晓揭幕战。
Oh, it's so nice to have Slacks and Dove. It feels like so long since we've gotten to see Dove at Dota. It feels like she's home.
She is so good. She's honestly so good. Like just being not only seeing her on stage, but being with her backstage. Like she's so on the ball. Dove is great. Big fan.
It's very reminiscent of Dota of like past days, what's to come as well. But they mentioned single elimination. You've only got one chance. Yes, it's a best of 3, so friendlier for some teams, but it's still a hard-fought battle to just get to the grand finals.
Again, luckily, the Blast format, you have all this Dota to play to get here. So if you are making mistakes in best of 3, then you haven't utilized that group stage. You haven't utilized the 11 best of 1s that you've played. So there is no room to make mistakes. And we've kind of crafted every team to try to be at their best point. And again, we don't make them play too much Dota. It's what, you play 1 series per day? Like, you should be at your absolute best in this format.
I do want to quickly ask you guys, before we get into any series, any matchups, anything like that, we have 6 teams. Do you have a favorite for who's going to win Blast Slam 5? Do you need a reminder? We got OG, Yandex, Na'Vi, MOUZ, Tundra, Falcons. All right, they're your 6 you get to pick from.
Are you asking us to answer with our head or our heart?
You can give me both.
Okay, well,
my head, I'm thinking the Birds. The Birds.
Okay.
I think they are hungry and they're pissed off that they lost last time. That Tundra swiped it away. They had this double draft crap. They're not going to give Timber this time, and I think the Birds have got it. My heart is with Yandex because they have the majority of. So MOUZ has got 2 former teammates. Or sorry, Yandex has 2 former teammates. So I've got to go with Yandex.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, I agree with the Falcons part. I think.
Wow.
Though, I want to say that Tundra always wins Blast, so that's hard to argue against as well. I think we're gonna have another crazy final between those 2.
Analysis: Tundra Falcons final. What I
But
really,
who's winning?
what I want,
who's winning, not who's in the grand final,
sure,
bro.
yeah, probably Falcons. Anyway, what I want to see, what I really want to see is I want to see OG or Na'Vi make it there, right? Both regions, both nationalities and players that haven't really had constant showing at the top of their game, legacy organizations as well. They get a quick little tier 1 win before the end of the year. Who knows what happens next year, right? So for the sake of next year, I want one of those rosters to be able to make it to the final, maybe win, but it's a big battle, big battle.
Sure. I'm just asking, guys, this is clip farming, so then when you're wrong, I get to play it back to you and show you guys just how wrong you were before we started. But it does mean that we finally do get to start. We have our very first matchup for today, Yandex up against OG.
OG arrive at this match with a rebuilt roster. A new lineup carrying a famous name, looking to define what this version of the team can become. They enter with hunger, with uncertainty, and with a drive to prove they belong in the final stages of this tournament. Team Yandex enters with momentum. Their path so far has shown discipline, confidence, and the ability to perform when the moment demands it. They know their identity, and they play with purpose. This is a meeting of two teams trying to rise. One rebuilding, one emerging. One looking to reclaim presence, the other looking to establish it. OG wants to show they are more than a name from the past. Yandex wants to show they are a name for the future. It is ambition against ambition. OG against Team Yandex.
Early today, our teams were arriving at the arena, trying to get all warmed up in the cold climate that is Chengdu right now. And both of these teams, at the end of group stage, they had 6 and 5, the exact same scoreline against each other, had to play a best of 3 to get here today. So it feels like, on paper, Misery, we should be expecting a game 3. It should be a very close, fairly even matchup between the two.
Yeah, I think it will be. It's very hard one to call for me. I think... yeah, I think it's just going to be really good games. I think we have styles that are clashing. We have regions that are clashing. There's great storylines across the board.
Yeah, because at the end of that group's even into that play-ins, we felt that Yandex may be losing a little bit of steam, OG growing that momentum. But now that you've had those days break, 4 days break, does it feel like it resets? Are these two teams and players that do that?
I think, yeah, they are going to both be very reset ready for this. I think we've seen maturity from OG, even though they're kind of a fresher roster. And with Yandex, again, you can't really argue with having Saxo on the roster, right? Even Malady, Watson having the kind of stint on gaming, right? So I feel like both teams are going to be reset. I think for Yandex, their kind of best of 3 to get here was more like a drafting thing, and that's the thing you easily can fix. It wasn't really a play issue, so I am expecting them to have none of those problems in this best of 3.
Yeah, so some new ideas. And you got ex-teammates on Yandex as well there, Quinn, so you probably know a little bit more, at least knowing having Watson and Malady on your team in the past.
Yeah, I think it, like T mentioned, I think it probably feels really good having Sox on your team at LAN. He's such an incredible player, but he's also so clutch. He shows up in big moments. You never have thought like, wow, Soxa had a bad game in this, epic moment. No, it's never like that. This man clutches up. You disagree?
I don't disagree. I do think there are moments Soxa clutches up, but sometimes it feels like they're picking some niche heroes for him that might fall flat. And that's not on him. I do think it's the hero in that position.
That's the thing, though. Like, they did get 3rd place, right, in a previous event this year. So they have shown that they can get to the final day of a Dota event. Of course, that doesn't work for Slam. You need to be top 2 to be in the final day anyways. But I feel like for Yandex, I don't mind that they have these weird games because they fix it mid-series. Unlike other teams that we saw throughout the group stage, when you try to be creative, you don't understand why it's not working, and then you just get eliminated. Yandex very quickly identified some of those problems. They showed that maturity, fixed it, they eliminate XG, now they're here, right? So I feel like they are different to other teams where, Baboka, a good example, right? You cult Baboka, sure, that's a whole nother narrative, but with Saxo, like, we know exactly what he's going to be able to do, even if he is getting a little bit creative throughout his stint.
I think also when it really matters, I think Quinn is right. Saxa does show up. I mean, we do see some of Yandex hipster heroes here, but I don't know if they're necessarily going to go in with these type of heroes unless they have a clear plan following it. OG, however, I think they have much better success with their hipster heroes, so that's a bit more up in the air, right? I think those guys are perhaps going to be more creative if the time shows for it.
I don't want to see Dazzle at all, just to be clear. I'm jumping
no Dazzle.
Zero Dazzle.
That was going to be my follow-up question.
Completely gone.
Off limits.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right, though. I think Soxa on the sus heroes, he's been whatever this tournament. On the heroes that he's like it's very staple on, like the Bat Riders and things like that, he's looked amazing. Yeah. And so I think if you are Yandex, you want to go back to your bread and butter some. You want to step back from the hipster a little bit, whereas it feels like OG has been able to make it work. They found some niche weird picks. I think Skem especially, he's the one who played the Veno a couple times and it looked really strong. So I think for them, for whatever reason, they found a way to make that work a little better.
What is the theory behind doing these like hipster or unique picks? Because when we see the Void Spirit, it's not like it's a Void Spirit being picked up that could be debated to a mid laner. It is very clearly, okay, you're not going to pick your mid right there. That is going to be a position for.
Kind of like problem solving, no? Like the Murano pick that we saw Skem play, he was laning into like Tusk and big physical damage. So having a elusive 5 that then eventually brings invisibility and map play, like we don't see Murano, but in that specific game, it felt like it had purpose. But I would never want to see Murano in a different game, right? So I think just understanding what an opponent has and knowing, let's try and counter it with this. I think that shows a lot of confidence and understanding of what your team can actually do. So yeah, in certain situations, be creative, be the hipster.
Okay, all right. And then we're talking about Yandex, and we'll talk a little bit more on them. But first, we've got to catch up with both Soxa and Malady before this matchup.
different heroes because I don't know, it's boring to play only like a few heroes. So it's nice to be able to switch things up and play something else and kind of freshen up the game.
Laning and playing with Watson sometimes is a pleasure because when he tryhards, it's like really good to see that he's tryharding. But sometimes he plays not his type of heroes and he just completely ruins the games. So yeah, sometimes I just want to get out of the game as fast as I can.
The most enjoyable part about playing in the Yandex is the people. I think we get along great. We have similar views of Dota, and I think we get along on the same page a lot when it comes to the game. Outside of the game, we're like, there's no problems, no beef with anyone. So I think just the people, and it's nice to work with them.
I do love, and I just have to make a bit of a joke about it. It starts off, yeah, it's just boring. Sometimes I just want to play in here. This man's just not leaking at his strategy. But they get to then talk about, Malady for himself, what it's like playing with Watson, Sux, and now joining a new team and a new roster, and just how they're all meshing together. What's being able to be brought to the table for all 5, and then 6, including coach.
Yeah, it is, honestly quite still a new roster. And I think anytime Malady and Watson were playing with them just for a couple of months before Soxa joined. So honestly, the entire roster in its entirety is quite new. And so I think there's a lot of learning still to be done. Cheer Jr. and Natus have not really played with like sort of tier 1 players before this team really. And so I think they'll probably be learning a lot and, growing into the space. I think Watson also is, Malady talked about him not playing sort of his heroes sometimes in their games. And I think he's a player that you want to give him his comfort. You want to give him what he is good at because he's really excellent on some heroes, but the stuff he's not comfortable on, he's very not comfortable on it. So I think he's a player that you want to give him what he's good at.
I also appreciate how Malady and Watson kind of made their own team here instead of joining a different squad. I think, we know that these guys are pretty good friends and they like to play together. So I think it's a good decision for them to just build something from the beginning and see where it takes you.
He's so adorable. I love that he wore the panda hat on stage and everything.
I feel like every team has probably been to that, like, panda. It's not.
But only Watson is representing it.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing good.
His glasses are not doing so good. He's trying to fix that.
Does he need to get a second set of glasses for his panda hat as well, do you reckon? Does he need to get a second set? It's such
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I'm too absorbing the atmosphere.
It was so stupid. I'm just going to keep moving forward with the conversation and talking about OG this time around because for Yandex, exactly what their lineup has to offer, you obviously have the counterpart in OG for this matchup too.
Yeah, the main reason for this graphic to be shown, I think, is we just heard from Malady, but when you look at both the position 1 and position 5, just the KDA difference, Natsumi and Skem naturally drift into more fights around the map. The chaos that they can bring, I feel like they have this like killer mentality where, when you look at Yandex, Watson, he wants to play his Terrorblades, his Aberdons, he wants to chill, hit his creeps, wait for the game to take over. But when he gets into the game, he's then, getting the ultra kills, rampages, and stuff like this, right? But Natsumi, he'll kind of like grind his way into the game through his team. So yeah, just the disparity in that is something to look for. Maybe the off lanes want to identify, what if you shut down Natsumi and Skem in lane, they can't break the map. What if you shut down Watson? Then you have to wait even longer to scale, right? So the off laners actually are quite important to stop what was quite a kind of glaringly different safe lane.
I think that also speaks to the kind of different styles between the two teams, right? Like one is more aggressive, perhaps want to go for more kills, whereas the other team prefers farming, right? Here we have some of the kind of contested heroes between the two teams, and then the unique heroes respectively here. And I think, this is from the group stage and like the last month overall, but I think it highlights a little bit of what we might see in the first phase, perhaps bans, and also later on down the draft. I think the big thing here is also the Tusker, right, and the Shadow Demon, very successful heroes being both contested by both teams.
They kind of control the pace of the game, but when you mention like OG, the Chaos, right, and offlaners, a lot of the heroes that are unique to OG are the heroes that you want to play through, right? The MOUZ from mid to offlane, the Beastmaster also from mid to carry to offlane. Like they really pick strong heroes and go, this guy at 12 minutes, go play with him. This guy at 50 minutes, go play with him. There's never really a downtime where you feel like, they're just going to sit back and hit creeps. Like they always have a purpose in the game, which is very scary. Like sure, they're not consistent, but when they hit their stride, OG can pretty much beat any team if they're in on the top of their game.
Yeah, looking at that graphic as well, right? Because you talked about the archetype of the heroes that are successful for OG. I think the biggest one is this MOUZ. It's had a little bit of flex. Most people are playing in the off lane, but for the side of OG, it's in that mid lane, and it's done so well for Yopaj.
Yeah, it's honestly kind of shocking. I think this is a hero that every once in a while you'll see it mid, and it kind of falls flat and it loses generally. Like it's some mediocre flex late
The
in the draft.
reminder of actually it's not really a flex.
Yeah, exactly. But Yopaj just made it seem like, no, the hero's just better mid. Like he's been seriously owning on the hero. He's looked really comfortable, really in the zone. Like when you watch his gameplay, it just feels like this guy knows what he's doing right now. You know, he's on it, and I think that's a great thing to see, especially for a player. I think with, you know, he's had some inconsistency like Yopaj, to see that like, no, this is my hero. I'm cooking on this. I think that's really a positive thing for OG.
I think also just if you think about MOUZ with like multiple items, right? Third, fourth, fifth item, like the hero becomes really broken with Refresher, with Hex, with BKB. And I think OG has been the team that actually made this work the best in maybe of all Dota.
I mean, they respect MOUZ in a way where they always have damage from other heroes, right? And all of the clips that we've just seen, there's not a single game where you're looking, oh wow, MOUZ has to set up the kill and kill the hero and then do everything. Like they have this layering because they understand the hero. Other teams, maybe not so much, but I think that's a major focal point for this series. Are we going to see MOUZ get through the bans? Is it going to get into the game? There are counters to the hero. It's not broken. You know, we don't see Falcons and Amar picking it every single game, right? But yeah, I think that's going to be a really big kind of story point for the game.
I think there's a good chance it's going to get banned. And OG played it 6 out of 7 games, I believe. So I think they need to find something else when it gets banned, because this hero has been very key in their drafts and in their overall game plan. And it's not that easy to replace that hero. He does offer a lot of stun, a lot of team fight that other heroes fall short on. That also allows the flex, right? So I think that's a bit of a question mark for me.
Okay, big question marks around this. We've given you so much information, though, on both Yandex and OG. The only thing left is to take that one step closer to our series starting.
Iconic plays throughout Dota 2 history. You love them, we got them.
And now we're ranking them.
Oh no, God. It always feels bad because we want to highlight the greatness of plays.
Right, but this is the KYXY denies the Aegis. I was thinking A because it's not exactly a positive moment. No, so I kind of want to start an A. 3-2-2.
This is another negative play.
But with a positive, a happy ending.
Is okay. We'll put it at C. C for 3-2-2 there. Yeah, it's not necessarily a play, more of a meme, I would say.
I would say so as well. All right, what do we got next?
Oh, $6 million Echo Slam. Yeah.
We're going to the top on this one. Finally, some positive news here.
I mean, this right here is maybe one that like really catapulted Dota even further. I mean, there was the 3 million and then you get the 6 million.
That's bigger.
We'll put it in S for now, but we'll put it at the bottom of S.
That's top of S.
We'll put it at the top of S for the moment. Miracle Arc Warden Ancient Defense.
Oh, that's a legendary one.
I don't know if it was like iconic because it wasn't grand finals, and I kind of feel like that one maybe we put in like top of A.
Top of A.
Top of A for now.
Well, I was close to B.
You were going B?
I was going to go
I'm
B.
down for B. We can go B.
Because I think it's just cheesy. Oh, you pressed a bunch of buttons. Like, congrats.
What do we have here? This is Fountain Hook.
Oh,
This is also very iconic. I think above $6 million.
I agree. We got to move it.
Yeah, I think that the Fountain Hook is maybe like one of the plays that defines Dota as a whole, where it's like you have the send back, you have the hook going, it needs to be perfectly timed, and it probably shouldn't be in the game because it's so broken.
This one is Patience from Zoe.
I think it's above $6 million Echo Slam.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that. You know, this is a great play because it's, you know, as two casters.
Right.
This play is so elevated by the commentary.
Yes.
By LD. Like, it gets more credit than almost it deserves. Because like, the play itself is amazing and it's really, really good. But the commentary, it's just like, that's like his style of that legendary, like, it was like poetry. Like, what are doing it?
Speaking of, I think this goes lower though.
Yeah, I would agree.
You know, I'll put it in A tier because people bring it back so often because Liquid's still around and doing it.
Yep. All right, I agree. Let's throw him right there. I like it.
It's a disaster.
It's a disaster.
I'm trying to. That is $6 million Echo Slam, isn't it?
Is it the same one?
It's the same play. This is going bottom because it's not iconic. We're not remembering.
Oh, okay. Maybe it is a different one.
Yeah.
And then
the $1 Million Dream Coil.
This finals for a long time was the most iconic finals, and a lot of it was because of this moment.
I'm looking at our tier list, and I'm also having regret about where we put a lot of different things.
We can move everything.
But for now, at least, I kind of feel like I want to put that in A, and I want to put KYXY in B.
Okay, I like it.
There we
Makes
go.
sense.
That's better.
It was our opener.
One last clip. What is it?
I can see this one through the paper. with the call of his life.
It's so good. I think similar again to the patience from Zoe elevated by Owen as well.
Yeah.
But it also was like an amazing moment in an amazing series.
It was TI3 and then this happened and you're like, okay, well that was the best.
So I'm kind of thinking top of S.
It's so S, it represents S as a whole.
S plus.
Yeah.
S. Get it?
Yeah, that was great.
All right, everybody, it's been a lot of fun so far, but I think we're ready for some teams. You guys ready to see some Dota?
我想大家都已经准备好了，对吗？我们的揭幕战马上就要开始了。
All right, absolutely. There we go. Hell yeah. Wake up, my friends here. Now, we got 2 teams about to come in, but before we do, I would like to get a little vibe check here, Dove. Who here thinks this series will be taken by Team Yandex?
我们的第一场比赛由 Yandex 对阵 OG。那接下来我们来测试一下场内观众的组成成分，有谁认为 Yandex 将拿下这场比赛的胜利呢？
Oh, okay.
I heard you. 有一点点。
That was pretty good. Your review?
I think it's probably 3 out of 10.
3 out of 10? Are you kidding me? That guy right there was freaking out like crazy. All right. Who here thinks this series is going to be taken by OG?
有谁认为 OG 即将拿下这场比赛的胜利呢？
Okay, all right.
Definitely louder.
Biased crowd, what can you do? Well, all right, the time for us thinking about it is over. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to see some Dota?
我们在猜测谁将拿下胜利已经不重要了，两边战队都已经准备好了，而你们准备好了吗？
There we go. All right, well then let's get this party started. Let's bring them out.
让我们有请他们登场。 5号位 Scan versus Melody。 Soft Support 4号位 Teams versus Saxa。 Offlane 3号位 Nico versus Noticed。 Mid 2号位 Yopaj versus Shira Jr. Carry 1号位 Natsumi versus Watson。 Well, OG and Yandex both now taking the stage. And can we just talk about the player walkouts again? I feel like we hyped it up a lot in Singapore with how dramatic it was for each team. But this time around, doing it based on roles, having the 2 opponents walking side by side to each other out of that tunnel.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that before. It has really cool vibes. I think also like I've had it for grand finals where you walk out at the same time as you, but to do it for every series and you're sort of next to each other, and you feel like and you can kind of feel the energy of the other team. There's like almost this like silent gauging of like, are they stressed? Are they stressed? Who's stressed here? Like that's really.
Is there
fun.
like a little psychological warfare between the positions here? Maybe.
Before you walk
it's
out
pretty
there.
cool.
You troll them a little bit.
Yeah.
I think like at least the one-on-ones, the mid lane, right? You can talk about Quinn, right? You got mid lane. You got surely a little bit of that ego, right? The I'm gonna beat you. It's just me versus you, right? So I think that's the kind of the walkout that I'm always gonna look at in all of these teams.
Maybe you can even exchange a few words there. Like,
Would you say
something that
in the base? No, I don't know. I like.
Is
I don't know. I don't
mid
think.
laner that if you walked out at the same time as them, you would.
Maybe I'd say something to like Malrine or
I knew you were gonna say Malrine.
Someone I had like I've played against a bunch of times. We have like sort of a rapport, you know. Maybe, but I'm not gonna troll them right before we play. I feel like that's bad karma. Like you're gonna.
It's like touching a trophy before winning it or whatever.
Yeah, like you're gonna bite the dust if you trash talk them before.
Yeah.
Like it's
risky business.
Yes.
It is.
Many teams like tip, and then like they realize the tip actually wasn't a good tip, and then they lose.
Yeah.
You got to be very careful. And
It's sort of like
sportsmanship, you know.
Yeah, 100%. But outside of the uniqueness of our teams or our players walking out side by side, it's just fun getting to see OG walking out there again, having 5 Filipinos taking the stage here too. Getting Yopaj out on stage. I'm going to specifically say him because I remember the days back in DPC. This man was like popping off. You see him go to a different region, doesn't have that success, comes back to SEA. And they're a no-name team. To get picked up by OG and then I'll make it into a top 6, you're just like, wow, the journey and the roller coaster some individual players have been on.
Yeah, I think it's very cool to see 5 Filipinos back on the big stage here, and yeah, I mean, who knows how far they can go. I feel like this team has maybe the most potential out of any 5 Filipino stack we've seen. And yeah, here it is. I think the last time it was 2019 here as the last top 4. So they have the potential to redo that here today with this BO3.
But then also when you look at like Philippines, right? It feels like Tim's. We were looking at it together at Misery. It's like Tim's is in every single iteration of a Philippine stack that does well, right?
No way.
You've got what was it? What was the team? I can't even remember it now. Anyway, it's like TNC, you got Boom. That was it, right? It's like any iteration from the 2022 where they got like, they won the tournament 2019, second place, 2017. It's like every single time that Philippines has stepped up on the international stage, Tim is like, hey, I'm here, it's me, I'm on the roster. So I think it's just really cool that like one player has had such a long career, and then when the region does shine, when the country does shine, he's always going to be there helping kind of like wave the flag.
This man right here does not get enough praise, I think. He's always kind of, I mean, he does get some, but he's always underlooked, I think, in his teams.
Yeah, he's like, I think he's had periods in the past where he was hit or miss and like sort of a volatile player, maybe played hipster picks. But I think honestly he's been really stable this tournament. He's played like a lot of the standard heroes. He's played a great Shadow Demon. He's honestly just been a rock for this team. Like their lanes have been good. He's never had like bad games where I felt like he's fed in lane or been low impact or something. Like it just seemed like he's played well and had like really good spell casting. And that's exactly what we want from a top tier 4 player.
And the thing with OG is like, I think their drafts feel good. They have an identity. Their play feels good. And of course, when you compare them to a Falcons or a Tundra, you could argue there's still room for improvement. But the fact is like, they have such a strong foundation that as long as they never feel disheartened, the trajectory is they should inevitably be able to consistently compete with these top teams, right? And I think, yeah, just the path of OG and this SEA team, it's like, you can only see success if they can maintain their current form.
No, I'm just excited to see them start playing. I think.
Oh, he's practicing MOUZ, guys. He's
yeah, he's locked on that Mars, which is gonna get banned.
I was looking at that, I'm just like, I don't know which of his shots.
Yeah, I didn't catch which player it was though. That's the issue. You know, it could have been I think was it Tim's on screen? Was it? He's practicing a support Mars potentially, or we'll have to see. That'd be
maybe
sick though.
Could be honestly. Yeah. I mean, I think that all speaks. I think this team is. It feels like it has this energy and this like will to try something new and this creativity. I feel like it's a nice fresh breath air. How do you say? You know, it's like
a breath of fresh air.
A breath of fresh air. It's Dota, right? But we have the Falcons and the Tundras who draft with a structure. These guys have a much more hands-on approach, I would say.
Yeah, well, look, we're going to give the viewers everywhere around here a fresh of breath air, as we're not just going to be talking about these teams, we're also going to get to talk about their draft and their hero picks.
I'm looking forward to play against you guys, Yandex. You guys beat us, the past games, but yeah, we're going to have our revenge.
It has been a while since OG has been like a tier 1 team and playing at LAN tournaments. So while they are here, we are going to send them home from game 1. And yeah, hopefully Seb and Notail are going to be, well, I guess unhappy about that.
I'm looking forward to play against Team Yandex because we lose against them in the group stage, and I hope we can win this time against them.
I don't think you're gonna beat us today. I'm gonna make sure that we're gonna 2-0 you today, and soon you're gonna lose your every game and probably gonna disband and release a new roster again. So yeah, good luck today.
Game 1 draft of OG versus Yandex. Can we just start with the fact that, but like Malady, even Saxo, what's this like throwing down the gauntlet? Like, we just said how, you know, sportsmanship, love of the game, don't want to, you know, show your hand too early. One interview, they're like, we're going to 2-0 them, we're going to like make them want to disband. We got Notel probably co-streaming this, getting all sad. Like, what's happening?
I mean, Malady is a player who's not afraid to throw a little shade online. I don't think it bothers him. I think he thinks it's funny, and he doesn't get stressed out with it. I think some people, they're not okay to do like the trash talking because they feel like it impacts them. But Malady, I think he just gets a kick out of it. He just thinks it's funny, and he like likes to dig a little bit, you know.
I mean, you can kind of see on their faces that it's part fun. I mean, they want to win for sure. They want to 2-0 them and send them home, so they disband for sure in some aspect. But it's part fun.
He's saying what chat wants to hear, you know, like he doesn't want to hear the we respect every opponent. Exactly. You know, he's just saying, yeah, exactly. At least for OG though, a little bit of respect with the Tiny, right? Throughout the group stage, it wasn't really a hero that we saw too much, but Saxo on the 4 position, still one of the rare players that wants to pick up the hero. And of course, Timber saw a iconic final day hero in which multiple teams let it through, and then didn't get any plane tickets to Chengdu. Instead, it was to their own, you know, home airports.
Yeah, I mean, that hero was not balanced, and I'm glad it's gone. I do think the Tiny ban is very strange, though. It's possible they've done some calculations about the trades that will happen in the first phase, and maybe the Tiny ban was like, okay, we are going to leave these heroes, and so we'll just throw something away because we just want to ban, you know, leave these.
I think it's also a little bit looking at Saxo's hero pool is perhaps not that intimidating. I think maybe anticipating him bringing back the Tiny on this main stage, because I think it is a hero that maybe the most iconic type Tiny player that exists in Pro Dota right now. So I think it's an okay ban here.
But it wasn't banned against him at all throughout the group stage.
Yeah, it wasn't.
And then when we talk about other heroes, right, Tusk, for example, are we really saying that a Tiny ban has more value than a Tusk ban?
I mean, we won't really know for sure. Maybe if OG picks up the Tusk themselves on these 2 picks here, and you know, then they got rid of the Tiny early, then it has merit. I mean, we'll see. For now, I mean, we just look now at that standard Jakiro and into a Dragon Knight, so nothing has really changed that much since group stage.
I do think though that, like, Dragon Knight Jakiro is very good against Dragon Knight. Like, it's at the end of the day, Dragon Knight's a broken hero. But I think Watson plays like the carry heroes that are good against the hero. Right? He can play some TB on 18, and he'll have a really strong lane with Jakiro. Like, I think because Yandex is a team that's so sort of safe lane centric, like Watson is the star of the team, everyone else is supporting him. I think starting off the draft with Broken 5, Watson will guaranteed have a good lane. Like, I think that conceptually for Yandex specifically has a lot of value.
And through the group stage, I know that with Dragon Knight, there was a lot of hesitation towards mid Dragon Knight. Is that still the same with OG, where I feel like their playstyle, early Blink, kind of echoing kind of Maureen, Falcon's playstyle, I feel like they're at least one of the teams that can play the mid Dragon Knight?
I think they can even, might be a team that could even put it in the off lane. I think they are quite flexible with the DK. I do think that it has a lot less value putting it mid, like compared to like the MOUZ, right, which we see banned out here. Like, because DK is not the same hero at all, right? It does not have the same team fight, you know.
I mean, it's not going to be like a Yopaj Ember where he's going to pop off for the MOUZ, right? Like, it is a lesser hero for Yopaj to play, for sure.
Yeah, I think if I'm OG, I'm looking to put it safe lane, because I do agree, like, I think Yopaj, while he's had some really great performances, I think he's also had, you know, games where his lane doesn't go so well. And I think if you're DK and your early game you mess up a little bit from mid DK, like, the hero can never do anything. You can really fall behind against these nukes and this spell pressure from the enemy team. So putting it mid, especially in a game 1 of a best of 3, I think you like to rely, you want to have at least somewhat of a comeback mechanism. You know, you have some team fight because it's game 1, it's first stage game, there might be a little jitters, and playing full execution early game draft can be risky.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I definitely think the carry DK is the superior version of the DK. The Terrorblade ban comes out, which signals that it probably is going to be that DK carry.
Terrorblade just kind of complicates DK in general, right? Like, everything DK itemized towards is I'm doing the physical damage. Terrorblade and Watson Yeah, you don't want to do that. I feel like, especially for a game 1 against Yandex, giving them a Terrorblade, having Jakiro, it's like it kind of feels like free entry for Watson to feel very comfortable on the main stage.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think if I'm OG now, I'm thinking about, okay, now we need to have some stuff that maybe prevents this TA on 18 or other. Like, you don't want to walk into like the free carry pick. It's not, DK is already fine against TA, so it's not the end of the world. But if I'm OG, you want to pick something solid, and you don't want to like leave a big hole in your draft where Yandex gets the free, because the carry in 18 is coming, right? It's super obvious.
That's normally the Snapfire I was gonna say, but yeah, there's the Snapfire. I feel like OG, it's very kind of generic draft entering their kind of first game. Nothing too flashy, but yeah, stable heroes that have done well throughout the group stage.
It seems like that's the approach from both teams, right? Going into this game 1 here. But yeah, like you mentioned earlier, the Tusk is still available for Yandex, and then the Tiny Ban makes a lot less sense if you're just going to give away that Tusk, right? So it's definitely one of the heroes that I imagine.
That's other teams would. Okay, they go Slaughter. I'd say other teams, like even I think Tundra showed us in the group stage that throwing in like Tide plus strong support here is a way to threaten the draft. Again, they don't do it. They go for the Slaughter, which is kind of useful for Yandex and how he's
Yandex,
play. Yeah, it's a specialty.
Okay. So they're just going for lane stability. If they do put Slaughter or Bat offline, that's just a very strong lane. You have a ton of kill threat. The heroes they just have good stats. They're just good heroes. It's hard to feel bad picking these heroes. And Slaughter's also a flex. So now OG going into this pick here, they're probably picking offlane because they want to leave the DK flex open. So then you want to pick something that is robust enough that this 18 counter pick is not super owning you.
Does Yandex perhaps overextend a little bit into some of the same counters, right? You have the Dispels looks so strong here, like against even Lotus Orb as an item looks amazing this game.
Lotus Orb feels good, Ringmaster feels good. Just any save, any way to just threaten the fact that Yandex is pretty much executing one guy really well at the moment. And OG though for the Axe. Again, Axe nowadays, again, I think everyone's going to know, but you don't really play on Blink Blade Mail, you're playing on going for Aura very early. And I think, yeah, piping this game to mitigate both Batarad and Jakiro will help a lot. So yeah, it's good conceptually, but you are enabling Yandex to just counterpick it straight away. Like Watson is going to see, what is the lane combo? Is it Axe, Snapfire? What carry do I want? You are giving Watson a lot of information.
Yeah, I do think the Axe somewhat fits what Misery said though, in that like he is just a Lotus Orb guy. He's tanky Lotus Orb guy, he buys pipe, and that is good against what Yandex has. Like it's weird because Axe traditionally would be bad against Bat and Jakiro, like terrible against these heroes.
Yeah.
But because it's a new Axe, you just kind of play with the battle hunger. He's actually good against these heroes. Like it's a pick that makes sense.
I was just thinking about Ursa, for example. It's available here. It could be a hero that Watson could be looking at, but again, it's a counter to Axe in some ways, but the new Axe, does he really counter Axe that? Not as hard as the old Axe.
For sure.
So it's the Venomancer.
Bring it back.
So yeah.
Now, 5 position Venomancer most likely, with the Snap Axe going towards your offlane Joe, Snap being the 4 position. Yeah, I mean, it's just really annoying lanes to deal with, right? Because in the Veno lane, you're going to have the Gale and just Nuisance. In the Axe Snapfire lane, it's just a lot of damage. You step up, there's no real Dispel, but I think for Watson, taking a hero to kill the Axe Snapfire, it hurts OG so much. I don't really want to see just a farming hero on Watson here. I want to take a little bit of that fight to stop Axe just from entering the game confidently.
Yeah, I mean, there's something like Juggernaut, I think, is okay here. There's also the Ursa that we mentioned. I think even though there's a Venomancer, I could still see them going for TA with the Slaughter.
I think so too.
I think the idea that Venomancer counters these heroes from a position 5 is kind of... It's not really a thing anymore. So yeah, he just goes for TA.
Yeah. It's honestly, like, even DK, like, he doesn't have a purge for amp. So until you have that Lotus, you'll have TA with all this minus armor, and you'll have amp. Like, TA is not bad against Dragon Knight necessarily. Also, if you can easily blink dodge the Dragon Knight stun, you can kite him and space him. Like, it's not a bad matchup for TA by any means. And it's a hero that Watson he's just super comfortable on.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the best TA players out there, but when you think about how we initiate from Yandex, Vision, right? You put the traps down, now Slaughter, Batrider always get the jump. Yeah, I can see you get a little bit of that laning lead where OG heroes maybe don't convert on the kills that you expect them to get. They're going to take every objective for free on Yandex. This is why we've seen these partnership and heroes do well for them throughout the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, also, if you look at OG's heroes, you know, it can be a strength or weakness that they have a lot of poke, a lot of dots, a lot of heroes that if they play long fights and they're tanky and they skirmish you, they can be really strong. But if you fall behind, then suddenly you have one Dragon Knight who's going to blink stun people. And if DK is just blinking in alone and stunning a guy, he's getting insta-killed by Yandex's heroes. So there is some potential there that OG they need to get it off on a pretty decent foot, have this Venom be tanky, get to this point where they can actually stand there and spam you.
I agree. I think the laning phase is very important for OG here.
Yeah, but I would say right now, Yandex is banning out carriers, right? Because they're expecting DK to go mid. is there a world where they find like a different mid hero or something? You know, like, do you think these bans are kind of on point for Yandex, or are they just protecting Watson and going, you know what, let's just take the big counters and we don't care?
I think it might be too difficult to start banning mids. I think it's fine to protect your TA from the carry matchup. What do you think, Win?
I think you're just banning carries, to be honest. I think there's probably enough mid heroes they can pick that they can just pick blind, and they're just fine, chill dudes that OG's counter pick won't be super instrumental.
Is Nature's Prophet meant to get respected? I guess that maybe that's what I was alluding to.
Yeah.
Right? Both in the carry role and the mid role for OG.
I can definitely see that.
The speed of play, like Slaughter needs blink, Bat kind of wants a bit of time. After laning phase, TA needs time. Like, I can see a way that OG just fully accelerates the game with a Nature's Prophet, but...
I can definitely see that as well. I think it fits very well with their heroes right now, so...
Like, they need some glue on OG, right? They need that hero that goes, thank you very much for being hella toxic on the support duo. Let me actually help you get the kill now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that I don't know if you want to drop back down into something that's really slow now. Like, I think your draft is very suited to having someone that can participate in the game, right? And be active and join fights. We've seen Natsumi do that a lot. On the flip side, Yandex is, in some ways, is kind of just banning Manta heroes, it seems like, because, you know, Manta is just, it's great against Jakiro, it's good against Bat, Slaughter, Tia, like, it's good against all their heroes. And so if you're looking at a hero that's going to carry the game, whether it be mid or carry, you're looking at something that's slippery, that buys Manta, that can, you know, have some ways to shrug this stuff off because they have, you know, just so many dots and stuff that gets purged.
I mean, we already mentioned it before, right? But you said that, you know, Yandex is quite a traditional 4 Protect 1 type team. This lineup, it kind of fits that same bill, right? And and in regards to Slaughter, mid off lane, is there kind of a way that you're leaning in regards to where that's going to go? It does feel like Slaughter goes to off lane due to the ban as well. Like a Morphling Medusa, you don't want to play into that when you're playing off lane Slaughter.
It's also just, I think Yandex just makes sure that the TA feels good in the game, that he does not feel like he's on a timer, and against these two particular heroes, it would be problematic, right? Also, the Dedusa makes sense into the Slaughter as well. The minus armor doesn't affect that hero, so yeah, I think the Slaughter offlane here with the Bat looks okay to me. Like into Venomancer, right? You can always kind of run away with the legs facet, so it's not that necessarily that easy to pick offlaner into the DK Venomancer. Maybe like a Darkseer would be an option for Yandex if they were to pick. Okay, so Centaur.
Yeah.
Okay, so they do put the Slaughter mid.
And Centaur was a hero that we spoke about a lot throughout the group stage. Kind of completely forgot to even mention it at the start of this draft, but I think 33 showed a really good use case on Centaur, where when you get to like the post 5-minute mark, you play behind the tier 2, you keep skipping the wave. So sure, there is a world where Veno DK, Veno plus new carry potentially can hurt the Centaur, but you just go behind that tower. You really want to bring all your heroes to this like corner of the map, right? It's really annoying to play into.
Don't think the Venomancer likes the Centaur that much. It's not like you know, Centaur has so high HP regen, you don't really care about getting hit. And it's such a free frag if he walks in too close against the Bat Rider too. So in that sense, I like it. I also think that makes the Furion pick, it's good for tempo, but it's a rough Furion game if the game extends, right? Centaur, Slaughter, Bat Rider,
it's even individually bad against TA as a core-to-core matchup.
So it's not necessarily the easiest pick for OG here.
No, I agree. I'm looking and I don't see any, like, I think Centaur is also a hero that is generally good against the sort of carry the game type of carries, because you give him a super free lane. Like when we see Centaur, we see Dragonite, which is in the pool, so you can put Dragonite carry, but it's a weird Dragonite carry game in the game. They're going to do the Gyro, which is the other hero we've seen a lot against the Centaur, but it is horrible in the game, to be honest. So you need to have that tempo. We talked about OG's lineup. You need to get tanky, play off the dots, play off the tempo, and I think they've doubled down into that, because if Gyrocopter is not ahead in this game, then TA and Slaughter will eat his lunch.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the lanes, right? Because if you can get through the lanes on even footing, then OG can, of course, be really annoying with the Veno putting his wards down, stopping the smokes, and then your farm will come. But if Yandex get that early lead, everything on the map just falls into their hands, right? The 20-minute Tormentor, the Roshans, like, it is very scary for OG if they lose their lanes, because Yandex lineup is very, very traditional. It does everything it needs to once it gets a couple items.
It's also the Gyrocopter will rely here on the Manta, right? On Lotus off from Axe, perhaps. Like, I think they still have a way to play this game later on. They just need to rely on buying the right items, right? Even Venomancer getting a bunch of net worth can buy items to protect the Gyrocopter. We also can't forget the Dragonite out of mid can scale incredibly well as well. We've seen Malrine just go carry style from mid DK instead of the Blink Dagger, so not sure what approach he chooses to go on Yopach, but I think it's going to be a very interesting game. I kind of like OG sticking to, I mean, both teams realistically sticking to their guns and their style.
I mean, OG, like you mentioned, right? It's like they are staying true to themselves, right? I think that's really critical. My only hesitation is, can they kill inside the limited stuns they have, right? It's the Dragon Tail or the Call, right? Outside of that, they don't really have this big gotcha damage to it. They need Gyrocopter to have those items, as you were mentioning, right? So there's a lot of layering to OG feeling comfortable, but I don't know, I feel like support Joe, they can do a lot, right? You put Snap Venom in any lane, with a Gyro, you're going to get a kill. With an Axe, you can chase some hero down to get a kill, right? So I think the supports in OG also will be very critical to just threatening Yandex's game.
No, absolutely. I think both teams have really gone for what they want. Personally, when I see Watson TA, I think Yandex is going to win. I think he's the best TA, and I think he's set up for success here. So I'm looking at Yandex.
All right.
Whenever I see Skim Venomancer, I'm going with OG because Skim is the best Venomancer in the world.
That's right.
That's right. No, seriously though, I think Venomancer is sort of the X factor here. This hero can create a lot of problems for Yandex supports, I think, especially if he has a good game as well. I think the vision game and the items that he's able to provide this game is going to be key if OG has to succeed this game.
I mean, we also have moves in this direction of like the offlaners. What do they bring, right? Like we already mentioned that Axe wants to buy auras. Same thing for Centaur. Like, what happens if 20 minutes either of those has a stellar game? It's so easy to play around them and to mitigate a lot of what everyone else wants to do, right? So, you know, offlaner is such an important role, and kind of they're filling the same archetype in this game as well. Like,
yeah, it's true. I mean, we've definitely seen Centaurs have a pop off and be top networks, but we've also seen them struggle and be behind. And when these guys are behind, they don't provide that much, right? And we've also seen 33 play his Axe, run around the map and create chaos. I think maybe the combination of Venomancer Axe running around, throwing stuff at Yandex heroes can be really problematic for them to deal with in the early game.
Like, I want OG to do that. I want OG to have this mentality of like, don't allow Yandex to just stabilize, right?
Yeah.
If you force Slardar Center tier to farm, what are they gonna do on the map realistically, right? You need to be chaotic. You cannot just allow a farm game to happen.
Yeah, and I hope for OG's sake that they're able to play in the moment, that they're locked in, that they're not like stressed by the stage, by the fact, you know, they're playing in front of a crowd for the first time in a long time, that they're just like, hey, we're going to play free, we're going to play our Dota. And if they feel that way, you know, and they feel like they can actually play fast and play their style, then I think they can absolutely do it. Like they've shown to be great.
Yeah, I think just the idea that Yandex's heroes are kind of slow when you look at it. They all sort of need a bunch of items before they're ready to fight, whereas OG heroes can actually all get involved really early on, and that's kind of what I want to see. I want to see even Natsumi go through the gate, you know, start creating pressure around the map, connecting to mid, things like that.
I mean, Gyrocopter and Natsumi, it is such a player to hero combination, right? Like, he's happy to make these moves. He even contested like 6 and 8 minute runes throughout the group stage. Like, he doesn't care about, I have to hit my safe lane creep, because he's ready to make the moves. And you know the best thing about this series, this game? It's a rapier game. Both TA and Gyrocopter both can buy a rapier. Of course, we have seen Natsumi with it, you know, haha, whatever. But I'm just happy with the fact that if this game does go late, we do have, you know, itemization paths that will make it interesting. But do you, like, what's your expectation right now? If you were like, let's say you were, you know, playing in it, what minute mark do you think this game's going to go to? What's kind of your vibe? Should it be a long game?
I feel like it's some mid-length. I feel like either OG gets the snowball rolling and they trample Yandex, then I think you're looking at a 30-something minute game. I think Yandex can also hold off a little bit, and you end up in a 40-something, and then they get fat, and Yandex takes it.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And now on the stage, both Slacks and Dove are gonna do something.
That's right, my friend. We are going to do something here today. We're going to analyze this game. So many iconic heroes on so many iconic players, Dove. But between you and me, I don't know what our analysts know. I think the crowd probably knows who's going to win this draft more.
没错，这一场第一场比赛的 BP， 我们已经看到了很多版本的英雄，强势的英雄登场。但是呢，我们想问一问现场和正在观看直播的观众朋友们，你们认为谁的 BP 更强一点？
All right, crowd, is it going to be Yandex with the better draft? Okay. Is it going to be OG? They seem a little split too, Dove.
Yeah, I think OG is probably louder.
All right. So who do you think is going to take it?
I love Jakiro.
Oh, you love Jakiro. Well, it's a bit of good patch for you indeed. You know what I love? Rapiers. Yeah, that's right. I cannot wait. Gonna see some gyro, gonna see some TA. I cannot wait to see those things. I want at least 9 on the ground. But it's time for us to find out who will be taking this one. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into that game.
让我们游戏当中见分晓吧。
It wasn't an easy, straightforward path for either of these teams heading through the group stage, but eventually they found their identity and they are sticking to their guns here in this playoff match. A best of 3 starting with this single game. It's Gary and Larry back on LAN. Lacoste, what you feeling?
Oh, man, I like both of these drafts, I gotta say. OG, pretty much their bread and butter, how they've been playing so far ever since this team has been formed. Venomancer 5, there's a lot of pressure that they want to be pumping in relatively early in the game. And then you have Yandex on the underside, which they're playing their standard heroes, they're playing their comfort heroes. You see Templar Assassin, 3 games so far at the tournament. On Watson, didn't drop a single game. Then you also have Saksa on his Batrider, also 3 games, didn't drop a single game. A bit of a slower, I would say, lineup coming up from Yandex, where they're not going to be able to punch back as much. I think the key to this is going to be rotations from the supports, because you have 2 best supports pretty much in the game that can rotate 5-6 minutes in, because they're going to be needing to help out Chura Jr. in the mid lane.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's tempo against temperance here. Like the panel was saying, OG want to try and push the limit. While there is that opportunity for Yandex to drag things out past 40 minutes. We'll see how it goes, though, as the smoke maneuver from Yandex already putting them in a good position just above Natsumi. Not really a great opportunity to go on him just yet, but they'll secure themselves the rune under that Radiant Vision. Yopar's going to get crushed up here. Quite a bit of damage to start off his laning stage, because Saksa, from that high ground, pushes the flame break into him, and he's already down to less than half.
Now, good start. This is going to be now in favor of Slaughter in the mid lane, dropping him down to half HP. Pretty big deal. I also want to see how much Centaur is going to be able to get out of this bottom lane, whether he's going to be start the creep skipping relatively early on. You are playing against Venomancer plus Gyrocopter. This is not the lane that you're supposed to be winning. It's a very difficult lane up until you get to your auras, up until you get to your level 6s. We've seen some other players as well playing behind like tier 2 tower, close to tier 3 tower as a Centaur, just making sure that you're very annoying, and the support who doesn't have a TP can't really stop you from doing that. Like, you can just TP out.
Find the cure to the toxicity in that bottom lane.
Yeah, pretty much.
The Scamomancer returns, and the panel was saying, he's probably the best Venomancer as a POS 5, especially in the world. And he pulls it out, and he can do some nasty business with it.
Yeah, something that Venomancer is very good at, I would say the underlooked part of the hero, is you need to be able to use the smokes. Like, once you get to a certain area of the map, you don't allow enemy heroes to enter without using the smoke. Like, you're going to be breaking a lot of smokes, and as a position 5 Venomancer, if you're breaking the smoke, you have the team behind you, suddenly you do have your ulti. Like, if you get the ulti off, you're pretty fine. Like, you're fine with dying.
Just sacrifice yourself. You're a mobile bunker. Just go around, prepare an area of the map. If they break the bunker, it's okay. You're just a POS 5. You've got the rest of your team to fall back on. And up at top, Nico and Tim's, the Axe and Snapfire, a fair amount of damage coming through that Battle Hunger and the little Shredder, Scatterblast, and things like that. But Yandex have a Jakiro TA lane. They can push damage themselves.
Yeah, it is a super strong lane. Pretty much anything that you pair up with Jakiro is going to be strong lane. I think Quinn was praising Watson to be the best TA player in the world. This guy's like, high praise. This guy's very, very good when he plays this hero, like hitting the right timings. The reason why I said that Yandex is a bit of a slower one in this one, slower lineup, is they have TA. Like, this hero doesn't join. This is not Gyrocopter going through the Twin Gate, so we're not going to be seeing those rotations coming up from Watson. You want to be farming your Dragon Lance, your Deso, then you start to join, pick up a Blink Dagger. Compared to Gyrocopter, who's pretty much ready. He's building into all of these smaller items, and he's ready to join. Like, he's building into Dragon Lance, Falcon Blade for himself, so he's ready to join pretty much at any time. But want to see as well how much OG is going to be able to get out of this top lane.
Even minute 6, minute 8, going for these active runes, going through Twin Gate. It's not just Natsumi, it's Gyrocopter. You think back to old CDEC, aggressive, right?
Oh, we're going back in time.
Yeah, going back all the way. Hit level 6, you rotate. Back then we didn't have Twin Gates. You had the TP to do stuff. Way more opportunities now, and using this Gyro's early impetus really can get you off the ground.
Yeah, it really can. Also, there's a lot of synergy in this lane. Axe is all about physical damage. This is a bit of a newer tech build that started a couple of months ago with Battle Hunger, not putting points in your call at all. And also, minus armor from Snapfire. Once you get to level 2, level 3, the little Shredder plus the physical armor, physical damage coming up from Axe is going to be insane.
Oh, absolutely. And Axe in this kind of game, we're still looking for this pipe, Lotus Orb kind of thing. Because we did see a couple of games where we had the Blink Blade Mail, but that was against certain matches.
No, not against Templar Assassin, not against Centaur Slaughter. It definitely feels this is the Lotus, this is the pipe game, and then maybe later you can start thinking about getting the Blink Dagger. Same goes for Centaur. You don't need to get a Blink Dagger in this matchup because you have Slaughter from the mid lane who's going to be rushing into Blink Dagger. That's basically his first item. And then from the off lane, you can start thinking about pretty much getting both of these items as well. There is good amount of magic. Maybe Crimson Guard is going to be slightly better in this one since you're playing into Dragonite, you're playing into Gyrocopter. You might actually get all 3 items because they do feel good, and you still have Stampede to initiate. You will have Batrider with the Blink Dagger, so you'll have 2 forms of initiation, actually.
Yeah, tons of it. What kind of clock do you think is on OG here? Because Quinn was saying... Sorry?
Digital clock.
Digital clock.
Yeah.
What kind of timer are they on? Because Quinn was saying, like 30 minutes, they want to try and push the issue. After 40, maybe we've got Yandex here with Centaur cards, TA got rapiers. Is that a big issue for OG to really get things going early on? Or do
you think Yandex will purchase an earlier rapier than OG? You're wrong, Gary. Like, we've seen it at Wallachia that they were ready pre-BKB to get that rapier and then lost the game. But whatever, it is what it is.
Natsumi rapier. Yeah, we're excited to see it. Right, back underway. Laning stage can begin properly now. Keep an eye on this top lane where Tims and Nico pushing damage on Jakiro, so they're removing that ability to trade and securing the last hits on the range creep as well.
Yeah, Axe kind of sways this matchup. There aren't many heroes in the game that can trade against Jakiro. On the side, one of the most oppressive supports, probably the strongest support from the game right now. The way you also skill build with it, that makes it very difficult. You're putting 2 points in your passive, which by passive I mean Liquid Fire, Liquid Frost, which doesn't even cost mana, and then Battle Hunger makes it very difficult for him to trade.
It does, yeah. I mean, look at Malady having to tuck himself in behind that tier 1 tower. Heal back up with a salvo. Well,
not looking good for Maladich right now, who said that they're gonna 2-0 them and they're gonna disband them.
Yeah.
Some big words that did come out of Maladich, but he does like to, have some fun.
He was ruthless with the trash talk.
He really was.
Pre-game. But they have pretty much pushed him out of lane now. Salve expended, regen running low. OG looking good up in this top spot. TA 5 and 4, having an okay time. Malady, of course, taking all of that pressure off of Watson, which is the job of the pos 5 most of the time. And in this mid lane, Slardar versus DK. Chira Jr. has his bottle. Yopaj going to go grab the water in for himself, buying the bracers, the nulls, and all the stats on the DK.
Yeah, didn't put that one branch in the backpack, Gary. Professional e-gamer. What a mistake. He's going to be watching the replay. Just kidding. He doesn't care too much about it. And back to the bottom lane. So far, noticed, in terms of CS, he is doing good. Like, the problem with the Venomancer 5 is you kind of want to max out everything because you want to have your Gale, but then again, you're not getting the value out of your play carrier facet, so you need level 3 to be fully efficient.
Yeah, very, very level dependent.
He's like... Oh, all right. He's like Grimstroke, I would say, where you want to max out all of your abilities. They all feel good. You're going to be maxing out your wards, of course, but we'll see.
Yopaj getting whacked around by Chira Jr. Taking quite a lot of damage, but he's got tangos to fall back on. And of course, he's DK, just regening through that lane.
Keep him low. That's all that matters. And he also used a lot of mana on Dragonite. Yopaj, I want to see what kind of a build he's going to be going for.
Oh, Lotus and Wand used up by Natsumi just to stay alive while they'll push damage with the flat cannon back onto Saxa, ticking low. Fairy Fire's there, gonna keep him topped up while Nico up top. Watson's on the axe and the first blood is drawn. Malady soaked all that damage to allow the TA to get the first kill.
They're all so low. Like, look at it. 3 of them below 50% HP. Saxa is raging a little bit. He did have healing salve. He knows the matchup in the bottom lane, but good start in the top lane for Team Yandex. Timothy doesn't have much mana to work with.
No, he doesn't. Malady's pretty low on HP with Knife's Edge. Trying to get the pull across into the large camp and will succeed with the range creep. But now Nico has returned. Should be able to secure himself up the majority of that farm. Just thinking about that mid lane though, 26 and 6 against the 19 and 6. Slardar starting to take a decent lead over Yopaj's Dragon Knight.
It comes down to the start that he did have, losing half of his HP, which did allow Chira Jr., like once you get to level 2, you pop one more stun, maybe you get a bash, you're going to keep him low. And that's exactly what you need to do in this melee matchup. You are getting all the benefits from the river. Maladich, he's constantly low. Like, he just keeps shoving the region, healing salves, tangos. Timothy.
OG wishes they had a Bloodseeker in this game.
Oh yeah, they definitely would love to have that one, which is not a hero.
Great hero! And Saxa trying to control up this small camp. We haven't seen too much of the lane shenanigans, which we had a lot of during the group stage. No dragging of waves. No trying to reset things back. Saxa just looking to control small camp and then the runes and maybe even shift in towards mid. There is kill threat there if they bring the numbers around that 6-minute rune marker. You could very easily see the 3v3 mid lane, which has become very popular.
Yeah, kind of expecting this to happen. Dragon Knight is going to be level 6, but I also want to see supports from Yandex to rotate to the mid lane. Like, these are very strong. Might be like the strongest support duo when it comes down to rotating to the mid lane and threatening a kill on an enemy mid laner.
All that slow and magical damage yet.
He got broken as well by one of the trolls.
Unlucky.
I really hate when I play Axe when that happens.
Or when you salve against a Vul assassin.
You get no HP regen whatsoever.
It's a lot. Tim's attempting to steal on the rune, but pays with his life. Didn't expect the Batrider to shift all the way from bot through mid into top. Saxa migrating into a different lane.
And now they're making a move to the mid lane. Chira Jr., level 6, so your armor is not that high, and there's a bunch of magic damage that they have between two supports. Blood Grenade also available on Saxa.
This has been a great turn of events. Sequence from Yandex, keeping pressure up and making sure OG don't have options. And Scam is just going to get walked at here by the 3 members of Yandex, taking down the Venomancer. And this is a game where Panel and we have been saying OG needs that early momentum to build themselves up, get to this point where 20 minutes in, Gyro's ready to go, bully people, but it's Yandex with the first move. 3-0.
Yeah, OG, stun. This should be able to grab the kill potentially. Yopash.
I don't know.
Nope, not really. Lacking some damage.
He's all right. Rough one as Nico is forced out of lane by Watson. The TA can continue playing 1v1, but with Skem's arrival, it is no longer a fair fight. Tries to turn and battle back into Nico. Battle hunger and the damage from the Veno. It's going to tick Watson over here.
13-1 charges.
He's going to toggle the strength tread, but does he have backup coming? A blood grenade, another battle hunger is there, and Watson refracts up under tower, trying to protect himself.
He killed the snake.
The Scatterblast is coming in. Watson, he's still alive, but then we go. Oh, dodges it. Meld in, but they've got the cookie. They finished the job. It took a bloody long time, though.
What a play from Watson, immediately turning. I mean, if you think about it, you could have actually just TP'd out, because you know that Axe players nowadays, they don't put points in the call. Yeah, so you could TP out, but he wanted to really push the limits, and they did manage to get the most out of it. Like, sure, he died, but they also forced a couple of rotations. Timothy will pick up the XP rune for himself. Once he hits that level 6, Axe is the one who's struggling in terms of net worth, in terms of levels as well. About to crack level 5. At least he does have Helm available, which is going to give him good amount of farming and getting close to his Helm. And then you can start stacking. Timothy in triangle going to be stacking for Axe as well. But once you hit that level 6, you can pair up Dragon Knight with Snapfire, try to look for a kill on the map.
That's a lot of hats for Axe.
It really is.
Hats and rings. A little boutique. He can start his own shop. Start selling stuff on Etsy.
On Axie. And there it is.
Oh yeah,
here we go.
The gameplay of the Venomancer. We've seen some little signs of this, right? The Zeus from Southeast Asia jungling away. The Venomancer jungle is the classic. Just get that efficiency as the +5, as the laning stage now has pretty much broken down. We should see Yandex, invading and taking large portions of these maps, of this map. To allow Chira Jr. to maybe shift into an aggressive position. But this means that Watson gets completely free farm. Noticed and Axe are both kind of getting the same things on the outskirts of the map, taking the jungle camps. I think the big winner has been Chira Jr. so far. 4,000 net worth, 400 ahead of his counterpart.
He's going to be the playmaker. We said that the supports need a hero that they can play with, and that's going to be Chira Jr. He's off to a great start. Just needs another 800 gold to finish off his Blink Dagger. We also talked about itemization on Centaur. Seems like because everything is physical. You are playing against Green Dragon Knight, you are playing against Gyrocopter, Axe as well, some pure damage, but also good amount of physical damage coming out. So it will be a very good item to pick up on Centaur, and he's going to be rushing it.
It can be a really scary thing if we get to minute 15 or so. If Yandex win a team fight anywhere near the Roche pit, they could quickly dip in there and just take it. So there's been these important moves where we've seen very often through this tournament, one team takes the Tormentor, or one team takes Roshan, the other takes the Tormentor, you get this trade. But if Yandex can get that earlier Roshan, they could potentially just get both.
Yeah, OG's lineup not that great at taking Roshan. Sure, there is some minus armor from Snapfire. You have Dragonite as well, plus the damage from Gyrocopter, but not sure if they can make the trade in time.
Well, this is important. Chera Jr. bottles the Invis rune, turning to find Yopaj. They've got Malady and Saxa arriving with a Stampede over the Venomancer though, and Skem out in the open, isolated against all that magic damage, but no commitment.
Saxa was level 5. He did not have Lasso available. And also Chira Jr. Like you see, the never skip the leg day facet. Very, very good against all of these slows. Allows him to just run away for 2.5 seconds. Cannot be slowed. OG, they did manage to gain some net worth. It was 2k gold lead for Yandex at one point, and they did manage to get some. Now bringing in the numbers, bringing this Venomancer to the mid lane, playing with the Catapult and Dragonite. This is exactly what they need to do. Forcing out the Glyph from Yandex.
They need to crack open this map, because it's so easy for the TA right now, but the tier 1's still alive to farm very freely with the help of her teammates, TP reactively if needed. Not going to be able to go and finish it, though. Too much of a defense there from Yandex. OG can't walk past it. But there has been a quiet part on this map as well for OG, right? The Gyrocopter, not too far behind the TA, has also had a pretty free lane.
Yeah, didn't talk too much about him. Maybe we expected a rotation, try to backstab the enemy carry. Not the easiest hero to kill, even though they did grab that one kill. Now Chira Jr. making a move. Trying to take this tier 1 tower, knowing that there's going to be a lot of stacking going on. You have pretty much 3 cores on OG who love to play in the triangle. They love to get the stacks going, and then you could potentially invade, try to grab a kill there, and clear some of the stacks. Pretty good timing on Yopaj's Blink Dagger, considering the start that he did have 11.5 minutes in. Blink Dagger is coming, and we see that quite often in the last couple of days, that this newer build from Dragonite from the mid lane, it's something that Malrine started playing, is Blink Dagger into scaling either Armlet or Mask of Natus, or actually getting both, kind of having 3 carries, especially if the game slows down. It does allow you to get more items. It does allow you to have that extra bit of a carry instead of going for Mage Slayer or any items that are not going to be giving that extra bit of a scaling. Chira Jr. still very tanky, does have that Blink Dagger, but seems like OG, they want to be grabbing this tower.
Yeah, they need it desperately. I mean, it's so important to not have your Dragonite full flat, right? That topic came about the MOUZ mid, where it can be just, okay, we buy the Brace of the Soul Ring, the Blink Dagger, and then nothing happens. Doesn't really scale. Having this DK scale, super, super nice. And here comes a move from OG. Level 7 on their 2 supports. Ulti is ready. And Malady, she's going to step forward and be caught completely off guard by 4 of OG. A surprise move, which should allow them to grab that top tier 1 as well. And this is going to push the TA deeper and deeper into the map. Make sure she doesn't have unlimited access to all the jungle camps. And maybe even push her to the right-hand side where she wants to farm Ancients.
Let's see if Yandex can actually get a trade in this bottom lane, because Gyrocopter is still sticking around. Natsumi thinking maybe if there's going to be a couple of rotations, we could still be able to defend the tower. But notice Anchura Jr. immediately rotating to the bottom lane, plus the creep as well, making sure that they are getting something done on the map.
Even Saxa is lurking around in that bottom jungle.
It's not the fastest push.
Just slowly hitting it with these big weapons. 2 large lads destroying a tower together. So when that's done, they can group up with the Batrider, play back towards mid. But this is the nasty thing about Venomancer, right? He's not just jungling on his side of the map now. He's invading into yours, taking your slice of the pie, and also not allowing you to move through that area unseen.
That gives you a lot of information. Like, he's just moving in. He doesn't care whether he dies or not. His network's not that great. Eventually, he's going to start to scale because this hero is getting a lot of farm. As you said, on the enemy side of the map, you don't care too much about getting ganked, providing vision for the team, getting you all the info. Another XP shrine. Timothy will pick it up.
Every time he says Timothy, he looks at me and smiles. He loves it so much.
I love Timmy. Really glad that he's back on a team. Like, back on a team and they're owning.
Yeah, it's OG back on LAN. I mean, both of these teams kind of, new rosters on the big stage. Bit of new blood for Dota 2. It's lovely to see. Nice bird's eye view there through the Plague Ward, looking down. Yes, son. Everything the light touches belongs to you. It's Venomancer and his young Young Plague Wolf.
I believe that's...
Oh, no, Watson, no!
I believe that's Lion King, but it is what it is. Watson about to finish off his Deso, I believe. And on the other side, Natsumi, I really like the build that he's going for. Skipping BKB, prepping for that, no BKB rape. No, just kidding. I think this Manta style, this is something that Yatoro started to do. It gives you Dispel, it gives you a good amount of tankiness. You're coming online pretty much like 17, 20 minutes into the game. You're ready to take some of these fights as well because you have your Manta style, Falcon Blade, Dragonlance.
They're on him.
I just cursed him, Gary.
Damn it, Stampede into catch. He's got a lot of damage to push back, but with the numbers there, Yandex makes short work of the gyro.
And that Crimson that just got delivered, soaking up some of the right-click damage. But I do like the build because you don't necessarily need to commit too heavily with a BKB. You're not so cooldown dependent. It also gives you vision. Like if you maneuver those illusions in the middle of a fight, it gives you vision for your flat cannon.
There's just so many things you can do, right? Like Manta dodge a crush or get away from these spells. You're saying dispel them off. Move them into lanes and split push. Create a bit of an opening for yourself. Just a very versatile utility item for the gyro. Things do slow down now. From 2 to 5, that lead from Yandex is diminished. Dropped down to almost nothing. OG starting to scale with some of their big heroes here as we see the Dragon Knight well on his way to BKB. Noticed after finishing the Crimson, going back into more auras. Aura farming up. Fight should be next. The Hurricane up top from Nico drags Jakiro in towards him, but Shiro Jr. was here, ready to spring the trap. A macro fire and the damage in from the Slardar, and Jakiro will take him down a notch. He's probably going to lose his Wild Wing too.
Watson try to hit him with the side blades.
To secure it.
Through the catapult to get a kill, get a Deso charge. This is like, right now, the timing on Yandex looks pretty strong. Like, you have your Blink Dagger on Slardar, you have your Temporal Assassin who wants to join, one aura unnoticed, Stampede's also available. So you're going to be looking for these fights. Ideally, you would want to have Batrider with the Blink Dagger at this time of the game, but Saksa didn't have that good of an early game. Didn't die once, but also didn't get any of the kills, which is not something that usually we see on Saksa. Like, he gets to be very active on the hero, and then with the Stampede, I love that combo where you can lasso someone and then drag them further away from the team, further into your team as well.
Yeah, it feels like both teams have tightened up quite a lot. You know, we watched these guys through the group stage, and there was, you know, there was sloppiness, there was chaos, but they've absolutely found this rhythm now into the playoffs where they are not giving away sloppy kills, they're making crisp moves, and OG looking to make another one here into that northern jungle. They're smoked up, and they're angling to the top left corner. They've seen the Twin Gate move.
Radiant are scanning.
Yofaj gonna just bypass Nico there as Scam will TP bottom to play with Natsumi. So they are looking for this counter play to Chira Jr. But Yandex have given up on the go. He's backed up the farm jungle, but he's gonna get wrapped around on here. A short range blink into stun. Tim's with a scatter shot. And the follow through cookie should be good enough here to take down the Slardar, finish him off with Yopaj getting that killing spree.
Very nice move from OG. Even though they killed Saksa, he still managed to buy a Blink Dagger right before he died, so at least he didn't lose any of the value from it, but they are still getting the gold from it. I'm gonna see Yandex pair up. Like, they have been a little bit split up on the map. Temporal Assassin, she's ready to join. Blink Dagger, Dragonlance, Deso, available. Maybe he feels he needs a defensive item. You are playing against a lot of slows, a lot of magic damage, so going straight into Hurricane Pike, he wants to be able to reset the fight for himself.
There's only so much you can rely on with Blink Stun counter initiations or Stampede, right? If you get caught.
You have Stampede, that's the big one.
Yeah. So if you do get caught with a Dragon Tail into Call, into Homing Missile, the little stuns that OG has could chain together. We have had a couple of those big items pop into play. As Axe is very close to Crimson Guard. So Blink on that TA is there. And Batrider has the Blink as well. Saksa ready to go at the drop of a hat. And they've got this good vision in that top jungle. A couple of observer wards here for Yandex that sees the advance from OG, protecting this area for Watson to keep on farming. Might also give them an opportunity to start a fight. But look at OG, they feel it. They see the vision.
One team has traps, the other team does have snakes.
Yeah.
Very difficult to approach unless you are using the smoke. So whoever gets the pick off here pretty much gets the Tormentor. We've seen that quite a lot. We've seen a couple of games from OG where they kind of crumble in some of these 20-minute fights. With the positioning, they see Saksa, he's in.
And straight onto this Venno with a turnaround play. Gonna try and Stampede, drag back the Venno with Watson blowing him up. They'll get the one-for-one trade, but an ice path and a magnifies here, and Natsumi arrive. Call down is good, landing onto Malady. Jakiro's getting blasted, and the DK will follow through. A couple of kills and a buyback from Malady coming in. They want to continue this fight. Watson retreats, and Chiro Jr. doesn't go for the follow-through play. OG have held the line.
They did, pretty much using one big ulti for them. This is Stampede on Centaur. And then you have no Gale, no Dragon Form in 15 seconds. Let's see if Yandex can time it out. Notice the first point of contact. He wants to be the one
They've come in
to
behind.
take up everything.
They're going to jump on Chiro Jr., so Slaughter's out of the fight for now. Natsumi's opening up with a flat cannon. The damage towards Notice, but he's tanky. The Crimson, the Pipe, but he's still going to get blown up. Chiro with a two-man crush, holds them back. As Nico retreats, the Flamebreak is there. Axe should fall, but OG pushing forward still. Another Skem Gale, and Malady stuck between trees and Plague Ward. Well done by OG.
Both teams are very patient.
Is it
Let's
done?
see if Watson can get out of this one. He found the spot. I hope he's not going to go for the last hit on this Tormentor.
No way he's done that. That would be psychotic.
Blink Dagger's ready. He
sees Tim's.
He goes for the
bastard
kill.
Watson. No way he goes for that play. He just kills him and TP's out. He's gone.
What a play from Watson. Like, he was right there, and he's getting good amount of XP from that kill as well. They were very patient. Notice he pops both of these auras immediately. Pipe Crimson managed to get one-man stunned, but he's kind of isolated. Look at how OG is playing. They're immediately falling slightly more to the south, and then they're going to be able to reset the fight. Sure, Nico is going to drop here. I also like that Yandex was trying to play from fog, trying to attack them with the trees. You have this Dragon Lance on Templar Assassin, play off the traps, reset multiple times, but in the end, OG, they get the victory in that one. They are the ones that are also getting the Tormentor for themselves.
But it's a really good sign that both teams are playing very tight, very clean, not making any rash decisions and looking for these smooth plays. OG, though, as the panel was saying, they've got this early momentum. You know, minute 22, they've got the ability to play forward, and they're unnoticed again. The Chainstones just keep coming. Ice Path tries to force them back, but there's no way you sustain against all that magic damage, and Yopash just keeps going for more. Malady has left himself wide open for a play here forward to get Nico a double kill.
OG, they're on the roll. They are getting the kills. They're not overlapping any of the stuns. You can see them, like, very easy execution. Dragon Knight, he blinks in. Dragon Tail stun. Cookie into call. And now they're getting another objective on the map. This is pretty massive for OG. They are the ones that also got a shard on Skem in the previous one. Now they're going to get Aegis for themselves. Natsumi is going to be the one picking it up.
Yeah, so often we see the Roshan play and then the Tormentor steal, but this time it's Tormentor into Roche. Great for OG as Yandex kind of just have to sit back and say, next item. Try and get this TA as big as possible. Play for the next couple of minutes because this map is about to be overrun by OG. Yopash is getting pretty huge. 2,500 gold saved up. Start working on that Hurricane Pike himself.
Really love the itemization on Gyrocopter. Natsumi doing a very good job understanding that Dragon Knight is also going to be the secondary carry for the team. So he can also go for this bit of a cookie cutter build, going for Hurricane Pike, going for Manta style, and then his third item is going to be Butterfly. Like, once you get that timing, you don't care too much about carry-to-carry matchup, mid-matchup as well. It's mostly physical damage, and with that 35% evasion, it sways the matchup. Like, MKB, sure, TA can buy it, but Slaughter, he's not going to be buying into that item.
And it's a lot of stats and utility. Yeah, it's great. And Chiro Jr. on that Slaughter will pick up his BKB now. But Sax has been playing under vision for a while here, so Yopash and Tims, again, pairing up to
nice,
down
nice.
the Bat Rider. Nicely done by Tims, and zoning them with that artillery fire as well. While Malady goes for a Wisdom Shrine steal, and there's nobody here to stop him from doing it.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yandex able to get something out on the map as they are being run at by this four-man death squad. OG playing close to Natsumi as they pressure tier 2. Little wand recipe on the floor, the chop shop in action. Natsumi with Crystallis, and 3.5 minutes left on Aegis.
Okay, he's changing his mind about this butterfly. So one small item, again, this is something that Gyro does well, probably the best hero in the game, to invest into these smaller items, considering that he does have Chop Shop ability.
Yes.
And now going into Satanic, thinking that he needs to be slightly more survivable. I think Butterfly was also a very good option because you have your Aegis, and then it will allow you to get potentially one fight which you're going to be winning if you can find an opening. And then you can go back to your Satanic, go back to that survivability.
I guess the worry is always going to be that Lasso Stampede you were talking about.
Yeah.
Right? Having survivability against that, vitally important.
Batrider, he found one.
He does. There it is, Lasso Stampede, but Skem, the tanky Venomancer. Okay, down you go. Yandex going to push him out of this area of the map. He was all alone around here. No buddies. Blink, a little watcher. As DK finishes off his own Manta style.
A lot of things to this spell. I really like these Mantas. Panel did talk about the Lotus Orb on Axe. He did pick up Crimson Guard, playing into a lot of physical damage. Did pick up a Blink Dagger so that he can play with his Dragon Knight, and now going back for Lotus Orb. It's such a good Lotus Orb game. Like, you really can't skip it. There's so many things that you can dispel, put it on so Batrider can't get the jump, trap silence. Mostly, it's going to be used to remove Corrosive Haze. Have that second round of the spell, potentially third round of the spell for Yopaj, because he does have Manta and BKB.
Well, both teams playing into that natural ebb and flow of the map. Yandex get a kill, they push out 2 lanes, play towards enemy triangle, but they don't invade, knowing that the Gyro still has Aegis for 2 minutes. And then once that swell and the move forward has faded, OG going to reclaim some of that vacuum left open to them. Yopaj, on his own, just gonna start poking at them, saying, hey, who's here? Who's in our jungle? Please remove yourself. Well, the rest of his team still playing up top, wanting this tier 2 tower as they look for the last 2 outer buildings. Close the map in on Yandex. They're all grouped up as 5 in that mid lane. They found an opening on Skem again. The Venomancer wide in the open. Easy pickings for Yandex, but they've got a catch here on the Slardar, turned by Malady with a sick Ice Path Macropire. Chira Jr. chases forward. Saxon's dead to Tim's, but the TA coming in. Natsumi dropping low. Yopaj turning with the kisses onto Chira Jr., trying to blow him up. The Slardar just about slips away, while OG, they're turning on Notice, but they don't quite have enough damage to finish him off. The Ice Paths keep coming, and Watson's picked up a double kill. And now they've got the Aegis down. Yopaj is going to pull out all the stops here to keep his Gyro alive a second time. Noticed. Trying to cut him off at the pass as Natsumi got blocked in by his own illusions.
He's blocking himself.
He's stuck in the trees and dead.
Oh no, what have they done?
That's a tragedy for OG as Yopaj on the run. Tim's who brought back from this can't die again. Yandex have blown this game wide open.
Chira Jr. managing to live there on like 200 HP, and I like that Watson's jumping the support first, then they're going to be killing off Axe. This increased damage that he got from the recently purchased Daedalus allows him to jump the hero and pretty much insta-kill it, especially if you have that Corrosive Haze on you.
Getting blocked by the illusions definitely didn't help. But that extended team fight where you're just keeping people alive.
He had Hurricane Pike as well, and I think he either used it on one of the opponents or he pushed himself in the wrong direction.
Yeah, he went further deep. Watson, though, is going to get caught here by the Veno and the DK. Scatterblast misses as they'll force Watson a little further away. He doesn't have much left to play with, but a Refraction and a potential Stampede, there it is, will get them out of danger.
They have a lot of protection. He has Gale Guard, Force Staff from Saksa, Force Staff / Pike for himself, plus the Stampede to get him out of the trouble. And I like that he's not going for BKB straight away, like he did itemize for the damage. The jump looks really good. Saksa dies without getting the lasso off. He pretty much gets shredded by Timothy, and then they're going to be resetting the fight. Even through the kisses, even through everything, you see Yopaj, who's pretty much standing his ground, but on the other side, you see Watson. He's chasing the backlines. He's going to be killing off the Tims pretty much in one shot, and then they're going to be able to reset. With no BKB, he's not going to be ready to stand his ground as Dragonite anymore.
I mean, try as they might, Yopaj dancing in this fight to try and get in and out time and time again. But here, he's trying to juke with one of the illusions, then gets blocked, then he pikes the Centaur, gets a little too close to the rest of Yandex. And now we're looking for a 5k lead for this Dire team. the side, the plummet of that grab. My goodness.
We do call this Mariana Trench graph, which is not looking good. Natsumi, he knew, like, that Manta style, we did praise the item build. It did look good, but in this situation, not as good. He found the spot.
I mean, he tried to micro-juke with the Manta illusion. It's like, fair enough. It's a losing fight and a difficult spot to be in, so props to him for giving something a go. But here's a chance with a blink call. Nico and Natsumi, they're onto Chira Jr. Simple BKB TP out of there will be successful. No counterplay to that. At this point, Yandex can start playing through 2 lanes. And they've been on the back foot for a good 25 minutes this game. Now they're looking at taking tier 2 towers, utilizing this 23,000 net worth Templar Assassin with Daedalus. And 5.5 grand saved up, no biggie for Watson.
Seems like he wants to go for Silver Edge. He wants to be able to break Dragon Knight, break Axe, which is more than fine. And let's see if he does commit for it or if he's going to be going for MKB, because it's magical damage as well. Eventually, Gyrocopter will get of the butterfly. He actually does have it, so he should definitely commit with MKB. You kind of want both items, but MKB, you are getting the higher value out of it.
Yeah, against this butterfly, super important. Like Silver Edge we've seen is a great tool to allow you to play that guerrilla warfare back and forth, in and out, which has been Yandex's MO this game.
You keep talking about this guerrilla warfare, like we're going back to, you know, back in the days with some gorillas as well dying, unfortunately. Rest in peace, Harambe. But
it's spelled differently, Lacoste.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's guerrilla.
Oh, I see.
G-U-E-R-I-L-L-A.
I thought that guerrilla warfare was reference to people wanting to fight gorillas.
No! No, of course not.
The 100 men versus 1 gorilla meme.
No, it's you hide in the jungle. You don't engage in head-to-head warfare. There's no trenches. There's no fighting across the battlefield. You know, fight in the darkness, fight in the jungle. Attack when your opponents least expect it.
I see.
Dire's middle tower.
Now with Watson with Aegis, let's see. So far, Batrider didn't find too many successful openers. He was like using it on Venomancer a couple of times. In the previous fight, he jumps in, but once they go on a big target, if they can get maybe Nico, maybe Natsumi or Yopaj, one of the cores, and then kill him off immediately. Venomancer is also not bad of a pickoff, because he does have Shard, so if you dispel, you're going to be getting the damage. Sucks up. He's looking for someone.
They saw him. They pinged out the back coming over the trees. Watson's going to frontline this.
Just a poke. Amplified damage on Dragon Knight. Seems like Yandex will respect this, plus the Elden Dragon form.
High ground vision here for OG. The TA traps are everywhere. Yandex still have a good angle here. And they catch it. Oh, the blink into blink. Turn onto the Centaur, but notice it's tanky. Nico gonna back up. OG still gonna get jumped on by Watson though, as he opens up in the gyro. Stampede forward towards Tim.
They're committing.
And trying to commit onto Nico, and Tim's in the back on that. Sumi's being blasted by Watson. Macropire, the damage. Gyro's dropping low, but he's gonna get healed back up and safely back to Fountain, while Notice pops away with a cart. OG don't lose anything here, but maybe a jump in for this Axe. Takes down the Centaur. Nico, they've got the TA down the ones. Axe had to trade his life for this though. And
Chira Jr., he's dying.
With Natsumi, the damage from Watson is too much to handle. They've got the stuns though coming through again with the DK, finishing him off. And Yandex lose 4.
What a fight. I thought they were going to be able to reset and maybe take it a little bit slowly, but they commit with the Stampede, kind of driving the whole team into them. And OG, they're like, yeah, we're going to be taking this fight. We have Venomancer ulti, we have all the auras pretty much ready. And Dragon Knight, he was pumping in some serious damage in that previous fight. And this was pre-Daedalus that just arrived on him. Oh, this game is really back and forth.
I mean, that blink into blink is like a perfect example of how this game has been. And then we have the swing back of the graph as well, back to dead even. So difficult for Yandex to approach that Radiant base, playing up into high ground like that.
Yeah, playing into Vision against Gyrocopter, who gets the flag cannon pretty much on everybody in that fight multiple times. You gotta make sure that he doesn't have that high ground vision. This is pretty much the, not gonna say classic Gyrocopter ward, but this is something that he does like to use to get a lot of farm.
Slapped
Yopaj, he's on fire. He really is on fire this game.
And you were saying, you know, this itemization from Gyro, it might not be optimal in a Gyro vacuum, but in this game where the DK is able to pick up the slack, scale himself, and have this Daedalus and the damage output he does, an incredible spot to be in. And now a 4K lead with that swing of the map. That team fight has really given a lot of momentum back to OG, lit the fire under them as they play forward on 3 lanes.
And this carry-to-carry matchup, you see him going for Monkey King bar, he commits, and then suddenly you disassemble your butterfly. You get one of the components into Satanic, and then you're gonna be going for the upgraded Blink. So his MKB is kind of nullified. Sure, it's still gonna be doing the damage, but this is not the item that you wanted to buy in the first place, because you saw him toying with the idea of getting that Silver Edge. Maybe he's gonna be able to break the Dragon Knight, and they gonna be able to get the kill, but they couldn't even kill him once. Yopaj having a perfect game, 8-0 and 5.
Yeah, they had to heal him up with lotuses and stuff like that to keep him alive, but they got it done. And yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of the old days when we had people buy Talisman of Evasion, fake that they were buying Butterfly. You're like, okay, buy the MKB. And Talisman just gets sold. Not a care in the world. Got both teams tightening up again, though. Smoke from OG to go to the top left corner. Yandex wanting to reclaim a bit of that territory.
And now you have double Daedalus. This is going to be insane amount of damage coming up from the 2-4s on OG.
Crimson Guard can only protect you against so much. Nico did pick up that Blink Blade Mail, of course. We've seen that utilized to great effect.
Big fan of some of these later Blade Mails instead of just rushing the Blade Mail and then going for a Blink Dagger. Sometimes it is a good game for it when you're playing, for example, against Kez or similar heroes, Gyrocopter as well. But we're seeing a bit of a newer tech from Axe where they are getting the auras first. And now OG trying to potentially backstab Watson.
They found Watson. Start out with a Gale on the start, and the Templar Assassin Ninja just done. Can't escape from that. Yandex get picked apart. Saxa's in trouble too. TPing out, no more control though. And with that kill, quickly pivot out to the rest of the map.
More than enough. He just purchased a BKB, so he does not have buyback available. And seems like OG, they want to run it down through the bottom lane. Very quick reactions.
Blocking her up as well. Very fast, snappy play from OG. And there's no Roche or Torment or anything, but this could be poking at tier 3. You want to see, do you have buyback? And if the answer is no, they could just get a tier 3 tower here. Malady's gonna lay down the Macropire. The Yopaj blink in. Start out on this tower already. Prepping for the rest of the team as they're pushing in multiple lanes at the same time. A stun, hold Malady back, but your buildings collapse so damn quickly.
Crimson Guard trying to buy a little bit of time, but it's not really doing that much. Level 26 Dragon Knight with Overwhelming Blink. By Overwhelming, I mean Swift Blink, and you're going to be having 2 of those because Gyrocopter is ready to get one.
They've got a lasso. They're dragging DK back into the stomps and the control under tier 4 tower. Yopaj though has man to BKB to be able to turn
his ground.
Power through the damage. They've got a ton here to take down Notice, dunked into the ground.
And most importantly, Dragon Knight lives. TA's out in 7 seconds. They can still pump in some damage onto tier 3 towers, and they're going to force a glyph.
You have no Centaur.
Yeah, OG, they should be pretty fine with this. Maybe they could get some heals. They have Guardian Greaves. They have Spirit Vessel. Yopaj, next ulti in 35 seconds, and they're going all in. You see this Vlad's of Venomancer? They feel they can close it out.
Oh, it's huge. Natsumi's going to frontline this one. Step up to tier 3. You know there's no lasso, no Stampede. They've only got Blink Crush into Ice Path. So you're not worried about the chain stuns. Natsumi can just stand there hitting the barracks. There's the Blink Crush into Ice Path. Tim's Yopaj though, they can return fire, force them back. Nico dropping low though, the damage is substantial. And with Watson arriving, Natsumi's got the bail. Watson, full step back up to high ground, away from danger.
Kisses are coming.
They are landing in towards Malady. Might finish off the Jakiro with Tim's landing a few more, but he's fine on the Jakiro while Saxa went for a BKB play, but unavailable.
Yopaj back in.
He's back in with the damage. He's godlike.
Oh man, I love how aggressive he is. Like, rest of the team, they're super low. Nico sitting at 20% HP, Natsumi at half. They do have Guardian Greaves ready, I believe, again in 10 seconds.
And they do have buyback on Bat. something they didn't have with the TA or the Slardar. So maybe now with Saxa
They need to
potentially
find an
fighting back,
opening.
they've got to return fire here. Watson is in trouble, being called up and obliterated. You've got no TA for a minute and a half. This might just be game.
Yeah, G, they have no damage with no TA.
Are you okay? I don't think they are. They're looking at tier 4 towers now. The Poogie's fled. 2 of them are gone. And OG on the verge of game 1. Tier 4 towers looking pretty rough now as the Radiant creeps approach the Dire base. Yandex with one chance to try and hold. 3-man smoke. They've got the lasso and maybe a go here on the DK to drag him into the macro fire. Nico saves the day though with a blink call. BKB up. OG, they've done it. Game 1 is wrapped up.
Oh, so much about 2-0 coming up from Maladich. And this Bandig OG, they're showing up really strong at this one. Yopaj pretty much being the secondary carry from the mid lane turns to be the main carry of the team.
Huge DK performance under Yopaj. Especially when we think back to the opening seconds of the game where he drops to half HP and has to lane into that Slardar alone. The recovery in its own right. Incredible.
Yeah, we did praise the itemization from Natsumi as well. Scam Venomancer as well. This guy just doesn't lose on the hero.
He's too damn good. Just taking large swathes of map control away from Yandex. Their farm was diminished. OG, even without that early momentum, were able to pick themselves back up, hit a timing, and sweep through game 1 looking hot as we head back to the panel.
Yeah, it was a super impressive showing here from OG. You see the early days of that game and you sort of wonder, is this just heavily Yandex favored? Changes a lot with the Aegis fights though, I feel like, Misery. That's the big one there for both teams, what they were able to do with or without an Aegis.
Yeah, for sure. I also, just in general, I feel like OG really showed up this series. They played really well. They didn't crumble or make any big mistakes. They just played their game and played to their timings and really great smokes, right? Especially catching a bunch of people off guard in this game.
Yeah, I think OG just showed that kind of confidence that even though Yandex had this kind of window where they felt like they were doing slightly better, getting, you know, the Aegis, making them feel like they could make the moves, they're just like, you know what, don't worry. You can have all the objectives you want, because when you try to get close to our tier 2, we'll then kill you, we'll fight you. So yeah, I think for OG, yeah, it was just a good little fighting game from them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, also a massive, like, I think Yopaj played amazingly this game. I honestly, like, I just am not sure what to expect from him sometimes, because he's had great games and he's had mediocre games, and he played incredible this game. Genuinely standout player of the lobby by far, I think, and looked like straight up a tier 1 mid player. He played awesome. I was super impressed by him.
Yeah, he finished the game 11-0-8 on Dragon Knight, but how many times was he just making these moves like without the Dragon form, right? Like often with DKs, you're always like, you gotta wait for this, gotta wait for that. He was blinking in, he was just chopping people to bits, like he just didn't care. And yeah, I think just Yopaj's performance just elevated everyone else. Like when you think about other people in his team, right? It's a 2-2-14 gyrocopter, right? It's a 5-5-14 axe. Like these aren't amazing scorelines, but you look at Yopaj on the mid DK, you know, a hero to role combination that we've not been too excited about during Blast Slam. Yeah, he's just blown it out of the park.
Yeah, I will say massive props to OG as well for really bunkering down and taking so much of the map in that earlier part before they then went back to take Roshan. I think it's very easy to want to play the farm game. They have their half of the map, we have ours, but you're using your carry in a very different way, not necessarily unique, Quinn, but different. He's the one that's just pushing these towers with the gyrocopter. Others are around farming there, ready in case there is an engagement, but I loved that sort of movement. It was so confident coming out of them.
No, absolutely. I think it's a great adjustment for them. I think it's really easy to fall into the sludge, especially on stage matches of, oh, it's hard to make a move, so we're not going to make a move. And then it gets harder to make a move because you haven't made any. And it like snowballs and the game gets really stale. But they were pushing the tempo and they were taking these towers and they were speeding the game up. And I think it was really impressive by them.
I think they played really well around objectives as well, right? We saw them around the Tormenta. They were ready. I mean, so were Yandex, but OG were just a little bit more clutch at that moment, I think. And I think that maybe plays into the nature of their heroes, right? Playing the slow fight with the Venomancer, the call from Axe, these type of spells, they're so annoying at this phase of the game.
I mean, this was a scary fight as well because both the Centaur had Crimson and Pipe, right? And I think the Axe only had just a Crimson.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like you already have like the aura buffs going the way of Yandex. And for OGs, like they were just very clinical in this position. Sure, after this fight, Yandex then was able to get their own win and their own moments in the game, but I think both teams had these like elements of back and forth, but OG, they just had the better understanding of like how to actually win the game. Like Yandex was winning fights to make them feel happy, but they weren't like ever hitting a tier 3. They were doing nothing to go, this is my game. You know, it was just,
And I think that's the difference of what they did with their Aegis. Both of the teams took kind of rough fights to with the Aegis, but I think Yandex's one was even more detrimental.
Rougher, yeah.
Yeah, more rough, right? Because it's like the TA dies with Aegis, dies again, and then not soon after that is caught out trying to farm and dies again. So it's just like they don't really get a lot from the Aegis in objectives, and then from that as well, they're not doing much either.
Yeah, it's very easy, I think, to get carried away with an Aegis. You have kind of the Aegis confidence, and you know, in that moment, right, it's like they are chasing through, they're going for diving into the tier 2, and their fight formation originally was really beautiful, right? The Slados Centaur standing up front, they had then the Bat, the Jakira, and the TA playing on the right side. The issue is, after the fight started, it then went deeper and deeper and deeper. Why are they going to the tier 3? Why are they giving Nico this beautiful 3-man call to then set up for other heroes to connect in, right? If they just get the simple initiation, reset, keep playing the map with the Aegis, they're fine, but they don't. They overextend, and OG go, thank you very much for allowing us to win game 1, because that kill, that moment, Yandex just fall apart instantly after that one kind of chain of events.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you play 4 Protect 1 lineups. If you only have one hero really dealing out damage and the rest of your heroes are stunning and disabling and doing minor bits and pieces of damage, then whenever that one player makes any mistake or you die, the fight is completely over. And similarly, you can see it in that fight. They're kind of running away from him and they're splitting, you know, they're going too far. You really need to be very disciplined when you have one major damage dealer, because you need this guy to be in position to hit every hero. You turn, oh, he's focusing this guy. Okay, we cast spells on him. He's hitting that guy now. Like, you need to kill one guy down at a time. And you can see a lot of fights in this game, I think, where heroes are getting low, but nobody's really dying, and you can't have that.
You saw it in the replay as well. I think it's so punishing, the lineup of OG. Once you're in there, you can't get out. You're so slow. Sensor is moving with 100 move speed. We saw it throughout the game as well. Once Sensor has click Stampede and he's done with all his stuff, he's just kind of there. Moving, he can barely move. He doesn't do anything in the fight. And that's why Axe is a bit more versatile, right? Throwing out these battle hungers across and calls with low cooldown. So I think it was a rough game. Once they made those mistakes, it's really hard to come back at that point.
And then a massive props for the Venom pickup as well then, right? A hero that in the last lane, it got seen in mid, it got seen as carry, but this time around, it's sitting more in that support role. OG, second time around in this Blast Lane 5T that they're picking up a support Venom and having success with it.
I mean, they're making it work, right?
Yeah.
It's a Venom monster that, you know, he's happy to go jungle level 4, you know, he's going to be afraid. It helps that your Gyrocopter's in the carry role. Just, you know, I shove wave, my support can do literally anything. So he just farms up, he's chilling. He uses the Plague Walls to stop initiation from Batrider with the early Blink Daggers. He's throwing down the Noxious Plague on the Centaurs and the other heroes so they feel, like Misery's mentioned, all like gooed up in the fight. I wouldn't say that other teams should be rushing to play Veno, because if you have a bad draft and you don't understand the hero, you can feel lost. But the way that OG understands the hero, like they understand MOUZ and it's getting banned out, I feel like they understand Veno slightly better than other teams. So we actually can sit here and praise it. But again, I'm also ready to sit here and absolutely shit talk it from other teams because they're probably not going to do as well as it.
I mean, for me, this is like kind of hidden MVP in this game. I think his impact it doesn't show compared to like a Dragon Knight who's killing people in their base and solo killing supports and things like that. But this Venomancer, it must be incredibly annoying to play against. The amount of vision that you keep getting hit by the snakes, you can't blink. It's terrible to play against this hero.
Yeah, and I think if you're Yandex, it's a little worrying this game because I think they got everything they wanted. I think all of their heroes are heroes they won a lot, they've had a lot of success with, and then you still lose. And then you're like, okay, well that's a problem because we got everything we wanted. It should be an easy game, and it was not an easy game, right? We were doing well in lanes, and they still made more moves than us, and the game still sort of felt like it wasn't really cleanly in our control. And I don't really know what you do. I'm not sure what you go back and talk about after a game like this because, in a sense, you kind of just lost out of thin air, right? You mess up one fight we lost. Like, is that your takeaway? That's a weird takeaway to have.
Yeah, I mean, like, they get the Centaur, sorry, quickly, the Centaur, the TA for Watson, the Batrider, the Slaughter, and the Jakira. These are heroes that have been first phase banned, maybe outside of the TA and the Batrider, right? But they've been first phase banned multiple times through many different matchups, not just these two matchups either.
Yeah, I mean, I think 2 points is that I think the Centaur pick can be questioned. I think, like Quinn said, you have this one carry, right? Maybe if you picked another semi-carry, you could play in a different manner this game. I also think the fight that they won in the Dire jungle, I mean, I don't know if they will win that if the game is played again. I think if they kind of caught the Venomancer off guard, they did a nice smoke, a nice rev around. You see here, Jakiro's on the left, right? They're completely surrounding OG, and OG gets caught off guard here, but I don't know if this was maybe a little luck of the draw, because I think at this point they're really pressured on Yandex, right? They are playing into the Aegis Gyrocopter, the super strong timing for OG, so I think if they don't get this insane wraparound, and well done by them, but yeah, I feel like this game could have been even snowballed even harder for OG.
That's the thing, I think, when you look at Yandex's lineup, it's very like, you know what's going to do, right? You know the initiation style, you know how they're going to kill a hero. There's no kind of complexity to it. But, you know, when Yandex do get this big wipe, the net worth goes their way. You know, it's looking really spooky. We do love a graph. I just know what's happening next on the next slide, and that's all I want to see.
There's a next slide?
There is a, I think there is a next slide.
Just joking.
Yeah, the next slide. There we go. I mean, that's the thing, right?
These were the two Aegis fights, by the way.
Exactly.
The first dip down was OG losing their Aegis, and
the
then
second
the
one
big
up.
dip up
Yeah,
was Yandex losing
exactly.
theirs.
But no, I fully agree with Misery in the fact that I think OG had overcome the hurdle of the laning phase advantage TA had, shutting down the Axe. OG did really well the 20-minute Tormenta. They fumbled one fight with the Aegis. Yandex utilized that beautifully, and as we already saw, Yandex then with their Aegis, they fumble it themselves. So again, both teams aren't playing at 100%. There is a little bit of the nerves potentially between the two of them, but OG, I think they're showing the class that they've had to be able to get consistent top 6s recently. And yeah.
I like this clip a lot as well, because you're talking about how Yandex, Quinn, they're doing that 4 protect 1, and then you see a clip like that and you realize like Natsumi is getting run down because he's the carry, right? You would expect him to be the damage dealer. They go to the tier 3s because they're trying to get a kill on him. But when you look at the clip, it's Yopaj. When I think about it, he honestly could have still just won that fight even if Natsumi didn't come back into it towards the end.
Yeah, he was absolutely cleaning up. He made really clutch decisions. He went and bought the Manta, not something that you would just naturally buy. And while it's not the most complicated choice, you're playing against Slardar and TA, it's the foresight to be thinking about that and actually be, you can tell he's really in the moment. When you have these 0 death games where you're buying specific counter items, like you can tell he's in the zone, he's thinking. And when I see a player like this is very clearly in the zone when you make a choice like this, then I think that bodes very well for OG for next game, because this guy is locked in. Like, he is making conscious choices in the game that make sense. He's not just like playing to vibes. He's not being like, he's not doing things just because his team is doing it. He's like, I'm doing this because it's good for me in this moment. And that's a really good sign.
Well, then that begs the question, right? If you're coming up against a locked-in Yopaj, previously with a draft that should have been favored here, what is the direction for game number 2 on Yandex's side?
I mean, just look towards Chira Jr. You know, he's the mid laner. He was playing into him. You got a Slardar, right? You finished the game 4-4-7 on the Slardar. Didn't really feel much from him throughout the game. He was kind of like just another piece of the puzzle and hoping Yandex win. He wasn't like a standout statement player. So yeah, I think maybe looking towards the counterpart, the mid lane matchup, try and threaten Yopaj, because again, like what Quinn mentioned, a mid DK player identifying the fact that you go for a bit more farm, basically become the carry for your team. That can't happen. You need someone else to stop that. Because if he's shut down, then OG doesn't really have that kind of lifeline, right? So yeah, Chira Jr. from the laning phase, you need to try and stop a inform Yopaj.
No, I also think this early game, I think Yandex needs to get a little more out of it. Like, they won the lanes, but they didn't really make any moves out of it. And if I'm them, I'm like, yo, our Slaughter wasn't, for instance, you could try and fight the Wisdom Rune, right? You're safe lane 1 really hard. You can fight the enemy Wisdom Rune, or you can get the Slaughter involved in the game, give a support mid earlier. You know, you can combine your heroes. I'd look at, you know, that offlane tower to attack it. We've seen, I think, Tundra in a lot of games bring BZM and wrap behind this tower, and they attack with pure. I think we've seen this multiple times. So if I'm them, I'm like, yo, we have a gold lead in the early game. Why is the score 3-0 at 10 minutes, right? Shouldn't we be like doing more with this?
Yeah,
do something. That's it. TLDR, do something. There you go.
Yeah, because they did have those strong lanes, and then OG just able to clean up the map there. But that is a game number 1. It's single elimination, but it is still a best of 3. So Yandex are not out of it by any means. We're going to get to a break, and when we do come back, it's going to be game 2.
soon have the draft of Game 2 of OG versus Yandex. Game 1, the conversation was about MOUZ. Will it get respected? Will it get picked? It was a second phase ban. Now, the discussion I think has to move towards Dragon Knight. Is that a hero, do you think we'll see in the first phase? Bans or picks or any kind of contention?
It could. I also think that Yandex needs to consider this Venomancer hero a little bit, at least respected to some extent. I think they gave them a very good Venomancer pick.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure what they're gonna choose to do here, honestly. I think the DK, it's a hero he did own last game, but at the same time, you kind of know where you're at with the DK. You know what to expect. I think the draft order is also... Actually, the draft order is going to be the same as last game. So OG once again with the second pick.
Interesting. I mean, I think to me that means that Yandex took first pick game 1, and then OG's like, you know what, actually we like this better. We're going to run it back when they had choice the second game. Which is interesting. You'll see that sometimes, which is why sometimes it can be disadvantageous to pick first, because then if the enemy wins the first game, they can run it back, and you've now got to come up with a solution.
Yeah.
So there's some mind games that play into that. Somewhat interesting.
I think maybe there's also a world where OG just picks the MOUZ on 9 if the DK gets banned. Like, so I think it's very important for them when they're second pick to have these flex heroes and then pick these range supports behind them. And I think it honestly fits their style really well the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, again, to remind you guys, right, in game 1, Yandex, they banned the Chen, then the Abba, then the Naga Siren. So if there's going to be any changes from Yandex, it will be in the next 2 bans. As for now, OG is copying the same bans with the Timber and the Marcy, slightly different order, but they do ban out. They promote the DK to the first phase, which means Abba or Naga Siren will probably flood into the pool.
Why does Yandex not want to pick up the Dragon Knight, you think?
I think it's because Watson, like they don't think Watson is a DK player. He doesn't really want to play it that much. They played it one game, they lost. It's not a hero, it's not a specialty hero by any means.
Simply that.
And so if they pick it, they feel like it's just mid. And I think that's weird for them, that they're just first picking a hero that is only mid. The enemy can potentially exploit that, or they can force Watson to play it, and then it's going to make Yandex uncomfortable.
Yeah, like when I look at Yandex's philosophy and how they approach it, like it just feels too clunky, like in their draft style.
No, I mean, I think I'm somewhat interested by OG switching the bans. So clearly they thought the Jakiro first pick was too strong. I mean, they're also not doing this weird tiny ban that we question, like why this?
Again, so
Ooh,
at least,
Naga.
okay, they do get Naga floods into the pool. We know that. They actually did ban Abba as well on Yandex, so another hero available that wasn't in the last game. But no, I think at least with OG banging out the Jakiro, Nico didn't really have much of a game, right, in the early on stage, right? Sure, he got to his Crimson, but he was shut down. He was still 1,000, 2,000 gold behind the Templar Assassin, and that's pretty much because of the Jakiro. Like, you put any carry, a TA, a Drow, a Terrorblade, anything, you're still going to have the same effect at pressuring the axe. So yeah, get rid of the Jakiro, perfectly fine.
Yeah, and I think this is not as easy for OG to respond to. I think if you pick Mars here, Mars I think is pretty bad against Naga Siren. Generally, you're terrible at dealing with the illusions. And if you ever arena, Naga can just song and reset your arena. So I think there's some bad interactions there. So they go for Sanking, a bit off script, but it is an offlane hero that people were responding to Naga with at TI when Naga was let through, and just in general is a hero that's good against Naga. He can farm the stacks, and if an illusion runs in to mess with it, it does nothing.
But it's also a hero that they haven't played in the group stage, right? I think, if anything, XG...
Yandex played it a lot, actually.
Yandex played it, but also didn't XG and nothing to say, but he played it in the mid lane, right? So it's been other teams have been doing it, but OG haven't, so now they've used the time as they traveled to Chengdu to go, you know what? Let's throw Sanking into the mix. But mid, or what are we assuming mid?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think it's one of those heroes that, again, is a little bit of a question mark. You can put it on both positions, right? Like, similar to MOUZ, I just think in this game, it like Quinn was talking about, it just fits better against the Naga Siren. You can also imagine the Sanking Epicenter going off with the Sandstorm. You can song that, but if it's already in there, committed, it's still going to do the damage, right? So it's not necessarily that easy to play Naga into this hero.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of this like matchup also depends on how broken really is Naga and how comfortable is Yandex playing with it. Because we see some teams ignore this hero, and other teams like Falcons, they will always ban it or they will always first pick it. And so I think there's some variation there in how broken teams feel it is. Yandex also chose to pick Jakiro and ban Naga last game. So to me that says they're not the biggest Naga team ever if they're going to ban it last game and not just take it, right?
For sure.
I mean, to be fair, Yandex, when they have been first pick, have also been banning out Naga against themselves multiple times, like you already mentioned. So yeah, it really kind of sets a potentially awkward game 2 here from Yandex. But for OG, I always like against Naga Siren having skirmish. Don't lock yourself into that one fight against the Naga Siren. Be able to pivot and itemize in a way that you're tanky. If Naga Siren singing to heal up her team to reset the fight, enable your heroes to also have that same kind of survivability, be it through cookie heals or Greaves on a Snapfire, the Sand King having Shiva's BKB just standing his ground. Like, be ready to take that fight post-song.
I think that's a good point about the skirmishing, right? Because that's something that Sand King offers on top of the team fight, is just this quick little stun, you know, that sets up one kill. Is Naga now going to song that, or is he going to, you know, it puts him in an awkward position. Low cooldown stuns generally are pretty good against Naga as the game progresses.
Yeah, I think also with Sand King, the hero, as a necessity, he needs follow-up damage. So it's very important, OG, there, that they pick follow-up damage, and they do in the Snapfire. Something along those lines, Sky, whatever it may be, you need this follow-up damage. Otherwise, Sand King blinks in, presses Sandstorm, gets dusted, and immediately dies. So having, you know, that follow-up damage to actually get the kill is very important.
For Yandex, though, they're kind of screaming out, please just buy a pipe on your offlaner, right? Yeah. Like, they have simplified the draft. Like, OG's simplified it for Yandex, because when you pick Sand King Snap, you want magic resistance. Like, if this was another team, I'd be calling for, like, Ringmaster in the 4 position to have the escape act, a bit of magic resist. An offlaner, like a Tide, the Centaurs, all these lads, you buy pipe. Like, there is a very clear path Yandex can walk down, but OG already knows that, and I'm expecting them to probably pivot in the next 2 picks.
Ooh.
But they had to go for the classic combination, of course. Naga Siren into Shadow Fiend, Ice Song, then Requiem, you get deleted. It's, yeah, very, very simple. And of course, in the laning phase, Ensnare into Razors. Yeah, they are kind of a match made in heaven throughout the entire game.
Yeah, it's a nasty combo. There's a lot of synergy here, and when Naga Siren was getting picked more, / when Shadow Fiend was, you know, a better hero or a little more prevalent, these heroes were like picked all the time together.
This is kind of a little strange from Yandex. This is not a hero that they played in the groups, and yeah, Windrunner, is it probably going to be a support then, right? A Saxa, Windrunner, probably?
Yeah, I'd assume position 4. I don't think they're going to kind of try and steal OG's playbook of mid and kind of carry Windrunners. It kind of doesn't really fit the same bill, but I think it's just simplified. I see hero, I shackle, I set my team up to do damage. I don't really think we should overthink the Windrunner other than...
I mean, maybe criticize it a little bit, because I don't really see why this hero is here in this draft. Like, you're picking it with Naga, with Shadow Fiend. I don't think there's too much synergy here. Of course, there's the power shot damage with Naga is kind of nice, because Naga doesn't deal that much damage early on, but it seems like it's one of those Saxa. Again, he said it in an interview, right? Give me a hero, a different hero that's more fun to play, right? To mix it up a bit. It might be something like that.
Okay, but based on the heroes he played so far in the tournament, right? Like, what really fits the bill where ideally you'd be looking at the Shadow Demon. He hasn't played Ringmaster. We don't want to see him play probably like a Tiny or a Void Spirit in this game. You know, like his hero pool hasn't really aligned to the type of hero that we already mentioned. So I can see why he's going to, you know, a step to the right.
Yeah, it's interesting. Naga and Windanger, I wouldn't... Like, they're weird because they're both somewhat low damage. They're both about this shackle and this net, and you have, you know, it's a lot of like casual damage and control. So, like, compared to last game we saw from Yandex, where the cores were very much sort of placeholder heroes. They were like, we're just gonna stun, and it's all about Watson doing damage. I think this game, I think they cannot go that far into that, because the 2 supports are already low damage. You're playing against Darkster, who's gonna have auras. You're playing against a lot of team fight. Like, you cannot have a single Shadow Fiend core against Darkster, because this matchup is really bad as time passes. The Darkster auras just mitigate SF's damage, and you get walled and all this crap. So I think you definitely need more cores from Yandex.
There's a world where OG's going to have a mech on the Snapfire, plus 1 aura on Darkster. Like, post-laning phase, that kind of 15-minute mark, OG will be willing to pretty much bring 4, maybe 5 heroes, depending on what Natsumi's playing, to any engagement. And that low damage that you mentioned, that's a major problem with Naga Siren lineups, right? You need a lot of time to set into the game, and OG, they are not messing around. They want to keep the pace of the game. They are throwing even more heroes into the mix that are going to run you down. Like
this combo, I mean, classic Dota 2 combo. I also think the Spirit Break against Shadow Fiend, it used to be maybe one of the biggest counters, at least in the game, against Shadow Fiend. It just feels awful to play Shadow Fiend against this hero. Continuously getting charged, especially if it's mid. And I guess if you were to pick a combo against the Shadow Fiend Naga, Daxia might be one of them, right? You're not necessarily going to play into the Razors as much. You're going to just be cutting and trying to drag waves and pushing in the waves to the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. No, I think it makes a lot of sense. On the flip side, though, I think while Darkster, Sand King have some synergies together, we talked about the pipe earlier. Pipe has now been doubled down on that. Like, it is an omega pipe game for Yandex. Yeah, like auras and that generalized tankiness.
Tide. That's all. Like, every time, whatever you say right now, I'm just envisioning this hero, right? To stand in front of your team when the Spirit Breaker's charging in, you've got Dead in the Water, Gush slow, you just become such a big blob. But okay, they don't want to go for that. They still go for the pipe that you mentioned, right, through Bristle, but I wanted a bit more control and just presence, I think. But this time they're going to try and just run through with a bit more fight. So rather than team fight security, it's just let's try and get a bit of pacing ourselves.
Do we feel like this is a confirmed Natus hero, or would Watson ever play Bristle here?
Not in this situation. If there was an Enigma offlane or something, I think he played Bristle carry against Enigma, but against a Darkseer, I don't see a reason why he'd want to play Bristle here.
I mean, Yandex right now, they don't really have any team fight outside of that song, Shadowfiend Requiem, right? Yeah, it's a bit worrisome against so much team fight and stuns from OG. Again, are we going to have a similar game to last where Yandex has a really hard time fighting 5-on-5 into OG?
Yandex requires so much kind of skill to get their lineup across the line, right? You need to win the Bristle lane, you need to play through him, Shadowfiend gets his item, then you bring the Shadowfiend into the mix. It's like, there's so many little layers that need to go correctly. Yeah. If at any point that fails, OG's draft is so simple. It's I walk, I stun, I kill, go next.
I also fail to see the synergy. I mean, the Shadowfiend Naga is definitely there, but outside of that, I don't really see too much synergy between Windrunner, Bristleback, and the other two heroes, realistically.
But a carry Shadowfiend with an offlane Bristle, the Goo, the minus armor, if you win a fight, you will just feel like ethereal. You just kind of walk down any lane, do anything you want, right? So there is a world that Yandex just plays for that. And I think the bans from OG are pretty good here. The Ember, the Pango, big playmakers, right? Connect the aggression of the side lanes. You play through the mid's aggression, and then you just hope that one like 18, 19-minute fight, and then every objective just goes your way.
Yeah, I mean, Yandex have an interesting crossroads here to pick where do they try to pick some team fight of their own, right? Do they match OG in that, make their fighting a little bit easier, or do they double down? They actually banned the Ursa himself. I thought there was a chance they'd pick it. They can also do something like put Shadowfiend mid and play full for like lane stop and pick another carry.
Maybe some hero that doesn't die to Spirit Breaker mid, like an Invoker or a Puck or something like that, I think is not bad here. I feel like if you put Shadowfiend mid and pick another carry, I think there's too much farm. Like you're too slow. You rely too heavily on winning the lanes.
Oh.
What on earth? Okay, I guess it is.
It's the Watson Lina.
Carry Lina, yeah, and then Shadowfiend mid, so they are doing this, but again, I mean, if Spirit Breaker gets off to a good start this game, it's a very good Spirit Breaker game. Like if if he starts getting these charges off, these heroes do not want to show in lane.
But it does answer the question, or maybe the concern, right, of having one core into a Darkseer, like a Shadowfiend, is scary. So now they at least do have the kind of the two-pronged attack, but OG, they get the Nature's Prophet, a major comfort hero for them. Like Yandex's lineup, I feel like you pretty much, it's all independent lads that hope they get items, and at some point, when the game gets even mid-game, late game, it looks fine. But just the overlapping of OG, the natural synergies, I'm just concerned that Yandex has to really outperform in the lane to even survive this kind of early mid-game aggression OG has.
Yeah, I'm also a bit worried for them. I think they might have overcooked here. It's a Windrunner and a Lina in this game. I don't know. I think OG again got themselves such a nice draft, has so much synergy, so much damage and teamfight. The Nature's Prophet is great here on a carry. I like OG a lot more here.
No, I agree completely. I think Yandex very much is, they all need to individually pop off. Like, they all need to own all of these players. They all need to have great games, and they need to play super well. The Shadowfiend needs to do really well in lane and dodge these ganks, because you're right, there is going to be a Spirit Breaker and a Nature's Prophet chasing him around to the ends of the earth, right? And you have to be ready to dodge that. Same thing with Lina. Like, there is a Spirit Breaker and a Nature's Prophet coming for you. And both of these heroes hate that combo specifically. Like, there's some of the, when you think about heroes that hate getting ganked constantly, these two come to mind within the first 5. So it's a spicy game for Yandex.
But outside of the ganks of the lane, like Lina into Darkseer, that's a pretty decent lane for Lina to farm through, right? Outside of the ganks. Bristle into a Nature's Prophet, you should be able to farm that lane as well. Like, at least the side lane cores have a good path to farming. And then everything else, that's where our concern kind of kicks in.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to do well in their lanes, Yandex, and not start to die to these ganks, because it's very snowball line of OG. I also question what happens when OG jumps in with Sand King, stuns a hero. What's the counterplay of OG? There is not much. When you start dying on your first hero, you go kind of on retreat. How do you stand and fight? You're gonna need a lot of items on this Lina and the Shadowfiend to BKB and to stand there and right-click back, right?
Again, thank you very much, guys. Slacks is on the stage now with an interview of the coach of Yandex, Axel.
That's right, I am here with Axel. Sir, incredible draft here. Very interesting one, if you don't mind me saying. Now, let's talk about the first one, of course. We had Naga Siren come out. It was not banned for once in our lives. Did you feel like you just had to pick it because it was there, or did you have something cooking?
It wasn't banned first game as well. We just didn't pick it. we changed our minds. Now we take it. Let's see how it goes.
Okay. Any specific plan, or are you just comfortable with the hero?
SF Naga.
Okay. SF Naga is quite a good combo. Of course, helps that guy out a lot. But I did want to talk to you about combos, specifically the other team's combo. It's kind of global strat. You got the Spear Breaker, the Nature's Prophet, then you got Sand King. That is a lot of initiation. How do you think you're going to deal with that?
It's gonna be hard. I think it's really a good approach against our heroes. Like Lina and SF. So yeah, it's gonna be hard.
All right, I can't throw yet until I talk about this Lina. Is there any reason why Lina was picked up in this draft specifically that you could share?
I mean, it's Watson call. So yeah, he has something in mind. He thinks it's really good. So we just trust him.
All right, trust is the name of the game. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll see if that Lina pick works out as we head into Game 2.
A super important piece of information at the end there. A Watson call to grab his Lina, because this is a glass cannon draft from Yandex against a global strat from OG.
It really is, and I'm a little worried, Gary. I'm looking at Lina, I'm looking at Shadow Fiend, Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
This is not team fight. Like, sure, you have this big combo with Nagasarn plus Shadowfiend. They're not going to be laning together. The lane is still strong. You have Lina, you have Nagasarn as well, so you have ways of setting things up for yourself. It's just that once it comes down to breaking down lanes, 5-6 minutes in, OG, they're going to be constantly running at you. And I'm not sure who's going to be making that move. Like, Bristleback, he's not the type of a hero that can make an early move. Nagasarn doesn't provide you with damage. So I feel like Chura Jr. needs to be the one who can actually do stuff in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Yandex can outplay or if they get swarmed over by OG as we head into Game 2 between these two sides. And here we go, Game 2, Yandex against OG. A very delicate, nuanced draft out of Yandex. Some signature heroes, but a lot of outplay required to get them through the onslaught of aggression which OG have been bringing through this tournament.
Very simple, very easy to execute type of Dota from OG. In a BO3, when you're already 1-0, when you have that lead, it means a lot because you can have that little bit of less pressure coming into this second game, knowing that your draft is very easy to play. You charge a guy, you TP in, you're providing vision, blink stun coming out from the Sand King from the mid lane, maybe Snapfire with the follow-up stun. Very easy, very quick. I think this OG's lineup is going to be trying to break the lanes as fast as possible.
Oh, yeah.
And Sox, like, I think this draft from Yandex kind of took the very odd turn when they picked Wind Ranger, and then they also picked Bristleback. Like, Panel did talk about some other options, potentially. Yeah, Tidehunter Tide is also slow. Kind of same as Bristleback, where he wants to be farming his items. This is not a hero. He doesn't have that Stampede. He's not Mars that's going to be TPing in once he gets level 6. So we'll see how this one's going to end up going, because it has to also be Watson. I think he needs to be the one having the game, because he's the one who called for this Lina pick.
Super pivotal hero for him. Almost starting with a nightmare there as OG approached this bottom rune spot with 3 heroes already twisting the knife into this bottom lane. Bristleback gonna get sprouted. Does get the bounty rune, chases Nature's Prophet away. Watson being eyed up continually by this Tim's Nico duo. But Saxon's now here to return a bit of fire in towards Skem. Already down to half health. Light Strike Array comes in and Watson gets first blood. An important move, but maybe losing his own life in the trade. Nico gets the takedown on Lina, now chasing Malady back towards lane.
It's better to die than Timmy. He is going for the bash. Saxa.
He's got the bashes. Go on, let's see it. 17%, give us another one. Saxa, power shot level 1, so no wind run to evade from this nonsense.
This also leaves Bristleback solo in the top lane. Notice he's going to get a bit of a treatment from Snapfire with the Lil Shredder, so they need to TP to the top lane. Saxa down to half HP, only has 100 mana on this Wind Ranger. This is definitely not going to be an easy lane for them to play. I mean, this is NP. With the other facet, we talked about the facet that gives you gold. We saw it in action where players are not picking up the gold, so it's better to go for the other one. It gives you extra bit of a healing from your tangles. You're playing against Bristleback, which is going to be a lot of harassment. I also want to see how much Chura Jr. is going to be able to do in this lane against Sand King, because you are playing against mid matchup against the melee hero. I checked the win rate on Chura Jr. on his Shadow Fiend. It's almost 80%, but only played 14 games.
Still low. That's a good sign.
They wanted to use this as a flex, but I also had to double check the win rate coming out from Watson. He's sub 50% on Shadowfiend. Maybe they thought, they can surprise this because they knew that Sanking's going to go to the mid lane. And Yopaj, he's going to need a lot of stacking going on. So that also means that your Darkseer is not going to be getting the stacks, even though you can always play for the stacks. You can play for the outer ring because you have Spirit Breaker with the boots of speed. He can go there, just sit in the middle of a camp and get the farm, get the levels for himself.
Maybe even contest enemy stacks if they
potentially, yeah.
Yopaj has done a good job these first couple of waves. It's not easy against the Shadow Fiend, against these Razors. Getting himself 10 last hits, but being bullied a fair amount in this lane. When he's got his bottle, he'll get the water runes. It just doesn't get any easier from here on out. Chiro Jr. can keep applying that pressure. And Shadow Fiend, Lina, are we looking at a similar situation to what OG had in game 1? The dual core able to scale together?
Shadowfiend is going to be going for the magic damage, of course, from the mid lane. Lina, bit of a mixed damage, right-click with the Maelstrom, Hurricane Pike, BKB, maybe this time around. I think at one point you might need to pick up maybe even Linken's in this game. It really depends. Ooh. Oh, they caught him.
They've got the root into
the
stun.
Setup.
Nice setup onto Nico to get the kill. And it's a great way to stop the nonsense that's happening with the lane shenanigans happening. Spirit Breaker and Darkseer, they don't want to lane head-on into Naga and Lina. And want to push that wave with the Iron Shells, drag waves back with the Spirit Breaker, but they've been stopped in their tracks for now. And top lane, we've not really peered too much into. Noticed that 15 and 2. As Nature's Prophet grabs himself 17 last hits. It seems like Scam has done a good job trading back into that Wind Ranger. Sax are having a pretty rough early start to the game.
I think this might also be the reason why they picked Wind Ranger. They see Snapfire, he pops the Lil Shredder, you immediately use Wind Run, and you're kind of losing the value stun on both of them.
Done. The damage comes and
nice
the crowd
block.
is there. Natsumi comes in hot to take down Watson. It's just not going to be an easy game for Shadowfiend or Lina against all of this global prowess that can dogpile on you, even from what, minute 4?
Pretty much, we said that they need to break the lanes as fast as possible. This is NP, 3.5 minutes in, deep again, nice dodge from Malady.
They'll get away from the grasp of Tim's, at least for now. Spirit Breaker with the boots and the Wind Lay slow chasing this down as Saxa picks up Yopaj in the mid lane alongside that Shadow Fiend. Malady just trying to walk away. It's the slowest death ever. It's going to take, what, another 5 or 6 hits? Is it worth it for Tims to keep going here with a charge coming back up? He says no, just let the Naga disappear.
Just
she ever exists.
Keep him low. Like, he needs to either TP out, which he doesn't have mana for. Let's see if he's bringing stuff on the courier. He is bringing tangos and raindrops, so that's going to be extra bit of a mana sustain. We're going to see what happened in the mid lane. Oh! Saxa sniped him, actually. All right.
Beautiful shot. Nice. Set up by that Shadow Fiend in this lane domination situation. 28-11. A ton of denies there for SF. Sand King is never having an easy time here.
Yeah.
And the big question is, do they have stacks? Are they already building that up? Because they've got 2 heroes. Sand King Darkseer starting to drag behind.
No stacks in the triangle at the moment, so he will need to play for himself, which means that Yopaj is not going to be having that good of a game compared to the previous one. Maladich.
Good.
Again, with the dodge.
Well done. And that takes so much pressure off of your squishy glass cannon heroes now. Shadow Fiend can play more confidently through that mid lane. Watson, even though he's died a couple of times, still stick it out down south. Noticed, able to step up towards the small camp. Forced back by Scam. Just watching that mini-map and seeing Saxa's movement in towards mid again. Gonna send shivers down Yopaj's spine.
They want to punish him. They know that he can't lane in this one. Doesn't even have boots at the moment. Catapult did die, so at least that's something, but Chiro Jr. should still be able to pump in some damage into this tier 1 tower. Especially if he can pick up some big power rune, and it is the big one.
Perfect one. Charge into bottom though. Scam arriving with Natsumi. Again onto this Watson Lina, trying to punish Watson as much as they can. Saxa gets the power shot down, but Chiro Jr. is here with the amplified damage rune. Maladic has fallen, 2 for nothing so far for OG. They should find the Scam kill, but I think the rest of OG are out of here.
It does seem like they're going to be able to TP out. So not too bad. 2-for-1 trade again. Timmy will die. Chiro Jr., they don't have anything left. Try to go for a Requiem. That early point in Requiem does a lot, but this also relieves a lot of pressure. He got the perfect rune where he could have actually pressured the tower, but was forced to rotate to the bottom lane, and he didn't get too much value out of it. He only got maybe 100 gold out of this.
Yeah, drawing that attention away, super important for OG just to regain a bit of control on this map. It does mean, though, that Natus has been able to dip behind tower, grab the wave, kill a courier. Sprouted, a little shredded while being charged, though, and this Bristleback, he's going to get bonked up by Tims. Another hit from Natsumi gets him a killing spree. Already well on the way to Maelstrom. Yandex looking for any opportunity they can to slow the game down.
I thought that Natsumi might pick up Casual Earn. This is the build that I like on carry Nature's Prophet if nobody else is building it in your team. Just to have that extra bit of pressure, extra bit of sustain. You can get rid of that later, but you want to be active. As we've seen, he is deeping to the bottom lane 2 times already, 3-0 and 1, well, 4 out of 5 kills. Kind of expected from this carry Nature's Prophet to play this type of a game. And also something that we didn't talk too much about is the synergy between Darkseer and Spirit Breaker. I'll hold that thought for now.
Good shackle shot to hold Nico back. What was your thought?
I lost it. No, just kidding. So what Darkseer wants to have is extra levels. Like, he wants to be leveling up because of his innate ability where he's getting the heal. And then Spirit Breaker, he wants to be the lowest level on the team so that he's getting the herd mentality, his innate ability into the play where he's getting an extra bit of XP.
Catching up that way. And of course they can do this Ion Shell stacking and farming camps quite successfully. It's still kind of wild to me, though, even with all of this pressure onto Watson. He's 2-3-0, but top of the net worth. He's having a cracking time in terms of farm.
It's a hero that can farm extremely fast. Once you get to 4 points in Fiery Soul, it gets pretty crazy. He's gonna hit pretty good timing on that Maelstrom.
Cheeky from Malady here to come and contest the Sand King farming.
Oh,
as if he hadn't been bullied
has been
enough.
found.
Scamp. Ooh, over the Roche pit, gets past the walls, breaks free of Chira Jr.
That's a big move. He is a little bit under level for this point of the game. Level 4.5. 2 supports. They kind of need levels, but sure, you do have Spirit Breaker's innate ability, so you are getting that extra bit of XP. But you need level 6. You need to be able to pair it up. Like, you charge Shadow Fiend, you charge Lina with the kisses, that's a guaranteed kill. Nature's Prophet might just pop the ulti. He doesn't even need to come.
At this point, pressure on that mid-tier 1. Wrath of Nature bounces out.
They're being scouted. Observer ward behind enemy tower. Something that Chira Jr. did place when he picked up that amplified damage.
So far, so good for Yandex, though. A 3k lead, minute 10. Really stopping the aggression from OG where they can and keeping the farm rate up as Watson picks up his Maelstrom. This will be the Maelstrom into Boots of Travel. Feels classic. Jr. Shreds that Yashikaya. Trying to finish off the tower alongside Saxa. No immediate defense from OG, but Yopaj and Skem are in the vicinity. Maybe looking for a deny play. Saxa's there to take it, though.
Bringing both supports, making sure they are seeing them behind the tower as well. Saxa with the power shot, keeping them low. And then they grab the tower. OG, they need a little bit of extra time. They need to be able to maybe get a kill on the side lane. Chira Jr. picks up one of the best runes that he can get in this one with the haste rune. Can outrun pretty much any kind of damage they're going to be throwing on top of him. Like one Quelling Blade out of the Sprout, and he's going to be fine. So as long as he has that haste available, he's fine.
We're yet to see Yandex at their full power either. Naga Siren sitting at like level 5 would love to have the Song ready so we could start to have these Song Requiem or Song Light Strike array plays. Malady will try and get some of that experience given that bottom lane for now as he acts as a bodyguard in front of Watson who's farming.
Didn't talk too much about Notice. He's farming. This is basically, this could have been, I feel, any hero. It's more about pipe rather than the hero from the offlane, considering what they're going to be playing into, Snapfire, Sanking, and Darkseer, so you want to have that magic resistance. You want to have that barrier Yopaj, fake bumping it. Fake it till you make it. One time, it's going to connect.
Going to get blasted in the bottom lane. Watson going to keep the Fiery Soul stacks up.
Yandex went through the most difficult phase. Like, they managed to survive the first 10 minutes of the game while having a lead. Like, even if they were even with this kind of a draft, they would still be fine, I would say, where they just didn't need to, like, lose, get overran by this OG's lineup that couldn't find those openings. Like they found a couple of kills, but Yandex, they're continuing to farm up. Both of the cores on top of the network. See this lean up.
Do you think they've weathered the storm, or are they in the eye of the storm now?
They're in the eye of the storm
so
right
there's
now.
another wave to come with his blink on Sand King, the Darkseer potentially being ready.
Once the pipe is up, this lineup is going to feel extremely powerful. Sand King does have that blink dagger, so let's see if they can find something before that pipe comes online.
Well, Nico's trying to poke at Malady and Watson bottom. Drops the wall on them. Will regain control of his lane. But the rest of OG are pivoting up towards top, where Saxa is in a good position to smoke break. But with the wave crashing into his tier 1, he's got experience and gold to go and gather. So that allows OG to move back towards the Radiant Ancients. There's nobody there. Noticed is much deeper on that left-hand side. Chira Jr. has also tucked in behind tier 2 in that mid lane.
Even if they get Saxa here, they're fine. They're fine with this kind of a trade.
It's going to have to be. Jump in from Yopaj and Tims. A quick little blow up on the Wind Ranger. Didn't even need to TP the Nature's Prophet there, so he can actually go mid to continue farming.
And you did talk about build on Lina. She is going for Maelstrom into bots, which will allow her to match that little bit of carry-to-carry matchup where you need to be able to join some of these earlier fights, because you know that Natsumi, he already showed that he's going to be joining in most of these early fights.
Tims playing around that twin gate. He's being eyed up here with the Light Strike array, the slow, and the damage comes quickly. Chira Jr. is like, I came here again and got nothing, guys. Time to go back to farming.
OG, they need more time. They're not fight ready at the moment. They might be able to get a pick-off, try to slow things down, play for the side lanes. Maybe you get a kill, which is going to delay some of the timings from Yandex, but right now they feel super strong. Yashikaya about to be finished on Shadowfiend, another tower about to be killed. And items are starting to pile up. Like, you have very good scaling cores. We did talk about this pipe 1 Bristol, and it's online, 13.5 minutes in.
Super ready. OG bring a couple of heroes to that right-hand side to guard the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. Now, it looks like Yandex aren't going to go make any rash decisions. They did circle that bottom right-hand corner, though, so it feels like they want to tighten up and play alongside the Bristle, play as 5 somewhat. And they've got these big combos, and I guess knowing that OG are going to try recover through aggression, what better way to rebut that aggression by playing as 5? Chira Jr. Yeah. You want to come and contest this, do you? I've got a Requiem ready and waiting, Skem. Shield Rune for Saxa. They were a little bit worried the Sand King would come and grab it, but they were simply illusions. And you're right, OG very much on the back foot, farming their side of the river, not able to progress the map, which is always rough when you're playing the Spirit Breaker Darkseer, who minute 15 want to be getting on top of Shadowfiend and Lina over and over again.
Problem is you didn't kill any towers on the map, so they can always rotate. Ideally, you would want to have tier 1 towers killed, so you can plant down some deeper observer wards and then play with the Spirit Breaker, because the lane's going to be naturally pushing in, especially this bottom lane. You have NP in the team, he pops the ulti, lane pushes in, suddenly you are going for that kind of a play. We haven't seen Song being used yet, no big Requiem combo. This is something that you're always going to need to be aware of in this game. Smoke from OG. Doesn't seem like they're going to be finding anything. Maybe they find Maladich, but again, this is not the hero that they want.
Like you said, it's down to these tier 1 towers being alive. Not only offering protection, but rotation capabilities, but Watson, he's going to get jumped here.
Watson just walked in.
Was unable to protect his Lina this time, but the TPs will start coming in. Yandex want to turn this into some kind of trade, but Skem has
They have no
slipped away.
stuns. They have no real setup. It needs to be either Song or Ensnare.
They're trying to slow with the razors, trying to get there with a snare. Skem will be shackle shotted up, but Tims and Nico with a 3-man back into wall. Song of the Siren to reset, and Yandex, with low HP, having to retreat. No chance there to Song Requiem.
Beautifully executed, but if this Song doesn't hit, basically that's a triple kill. Like, you are creating illusions of Shadowfiend, so you're still getting the value out of his presence. Timmy, he's going in, thinking about it at least.
Drawing the attention here of Yandex. 1v3, but you're right, the lack of stuns here gives Spirit Breaker a very easy maneuver back towards this side of the map. And a lot of frantic drawing there from Saxa and Watson, saying that northern jungle, where we've got a bit of vision up there, Nature's Prophet is just free farm. There's a lot of room on this map that we are not taking advantage of as Yandex, and giving a little window back in for OG.
I'm really impressed that this Lina, who died 4 times, still has more network than Natsumi, who has global presence, has Wrath of Nature available.
AFK jungling.
Pretty much. He joined some of these early fights, but he's been mostly jungling, and Lina still has more.
Oh, that's the Watson call. That's the Watson hero. And that's his rise to fame.
Pretty much.
This Lina with a Gleipnir back in the day. Now more of the Mjolnir. Yopaj gonna have to blink away from that top spot. Nobody's nearby. And if there was just Sax up there or just Malady, maybe there's a Sanking into Nature's Prophet play. But OG are very focused on building up into these next items.
They just need to keep getting these pickups. Don't fully team fight into this pipe. They need pipe of their own, which Darkseer is very close to. Needs another 1,000 gold, and he will have it.
And the game plan here for OG is play wide map as wide a map as possible. Spread
Get a pick off,
in.
turn that into 1 tier 1 tower. It's a 3k gold lead, but definitely doesn't feel like it anymore, considering that your NP, he has a complete free farm. Mjolnir, Dragonlance, going into Pike. We'll still need a BKB, unless they can grab a kill here.
They're on Natsumi. Shackle shot into notice damage, and there's his Prophet. Looking to die here against the 2 from Tundra, but from Yandex. Sucks it here. Gonna turn and try and defeat the Sand King, but the quick TP's out, cancelled by Malady. Sand King's now caught up and pummeled down by Notice, the Bristleback and the Laguna Blade from Watson, trying to secure it. But it's the Bristle who is well deserving of the kill.
Yeah, we said don't fight into this fight. Like, first your NP gets found, and then you still take that fight. Suddenly 5k gold lead again for Yandex. These are the type of fights that they need to have. Like, they need to bring this pipe to every single engagement. And also Saksa, he's getting extra bit of a gold. They need that catch. We said that their catch is kind of lacking, so he's going for Road of Atos. That's going to be their setup. Shackle is now maxed out.
They found Malady, but there's a Requiem from Chira Jr. here. A turnaround, potentially? No, OG are too tanky. They save the Naga Siren, but wasting a big ulti there from the Shadow Fiend. Watson will just continue farming back in the Ancients, while the rest of the team pivot to try and play aggressively on these lanes, mid and bottom. It's been interesting to see how these teams really utilize the frontline capabilities of the Naga Siren, the Bristleback, the Darkseer, the Spirit Breaker to protect these glass cannon carries in behind. And Tim's, he's using his body here to make sure that the Sand King can farm. There's no effort
so
to
much
be.
damage.
Tim's kind of has to be out here doing wild stuff. Be chaotic on the map, give a chance for OG to catch up, because Darkseer is having a rough time. And a similar story for Skem. Playing out on the lanes, the dangerous areas, does leave him susceptible to getting blown up by Watson. Yandex, very good job finding these kills.
We expected OG to play this type of a game. Assassin on the one side of the map, punish the side lanes. It never really happened. Like, they got a couple of those kills. They used Epicenter, they killed Saksa. They're fine with that as long as the cores are not dying. And now 20 minutes in.
Great to Tormentor. A 10k lead for Yandex already. They are amassing an incredible amount of net worth here.
And another aura. Crimson on Bristleback. You are playing against Nature's Prophet with the right clicks. That's going to be a big one as well. Finally, they get the tower in the bottom lane, which is going to open up the map just slightly, but that's a lot of extra gold that you're bringing to the next fight.
Are we sure Watson's not playing Alchemist, reskinned as, as Lina here?
It does feel like it.
Where's he getting all his gold from? He's closing in on BKB already. An incredible game from Yandex. A very difficult early period. You said it, they've weathered that storm and got through it. Now in a prime position to play across the river. Having killed the Tormentor, they can lead into Roshan. And they can start shutting down this Darkseer and Sand King even more. They're sub 9k net worth apiece. No signs of them recovering. These are two heroes that would love to team fight, to fight back, recover through aggression. And as we've seen time and time again, it's down to Scam and Tim to play wide on the map, open things up, And give more time to their cause.
It's pretty much delay the game as much as possible.
Yeah.
Try to get stuff done, try to get XP, push for an extra wave.
Who do they
Don't
see?
take the fight right now, because
Charge got cancelled.
Natsumi, it's not the fastest Roche. Like, Lina needs to join, and now things are going to be easier.
They see Melody.
Nico, he's thinking about vacuum.
Jumping in, two-man stun. Age is taken by Watson though, and the song is there to turn things around. They'll get Watson out of the epicenter damage. Tim's on the outskirts looking for a re-entry, but Yopaj is stuck in the pit. Tim's in trouble to Laguna Blade and the stun out of Lina. The damage comes through thick and fast, and the shackle shot's there. Darkseer Sanking, both stunned up. Natsumi from the high ground, well, he's TP'd in. That's a dangerous spot to be in. Chiro Jr. will give chase.
Oh, he's slowed.
And the slow coming through, but the surge will get the Natsumi out. Nico and Skem retreating too.
Another one.
The BKB Shadow Fiend's here though. Another charge required from Tim's, but they've caught the Darkseer. Rooted and slain. Skem might be in trouble still. Watson's found another opening. Juking around the trees can only get you so
Saxa
far.
gets another two-man.
Another two-man stun, but they're lacking the follow-through this time. It's only noticed on the front line. Kira Jr. trying to rejoin. Natsumi standing his ground and fighting back. The high ground dive. Saxa, he's gonna win run. And they're gonna Requiem out. Natsumi's dead.
They're in. They would have kind of
Another snipe.
Look at
Notice. He's under tier 4
towers.
Tim's on the tier 4 towers. Finally gets himself away.
I love the aggression. Saxa also managing to get out. They're fully committing. I was a little surprised that they decided to take that fight because not every one of OG members were ready. Natsumi comes into a fight slightly later. Sure, Sanking deals good amount of damage because the damage from Epicenter still got to go through even if you use Song. But it's not enough. Like, you need both of them to connect. You need to catch this Nagasaran mid vacuum potentially into stun combo that we've seen him use before. But this time around, it just doesn't happen. And then they continue to chase. Maladich, he dies. But the fight after that second shackle from Saxa just gets very difficult. And look at Natsumi. He's coming into the fight super late, gets the pike, gets hit by power shot +1 raise, needs to use surge on him, and then Nico's in trouble.
I mean, Natsumi comes and hits Notice twice, realizes he did 0 damage, and oh boy, gotta get out here now. Great spot for Yandex. 14k lead, Aegis for this Watson Lina now. And a real rocky path ahead of OG.
Full dataless now on Lina.
Oh.
They don't have enough. They don't have enough damage at the moment. Sanking did finish off his Aghanim Scepter, but it's still not enough. They need to pull off the big Wombo combo. They need this Darkseer Vacuum to hit like 2-3 people with the stun, with the charge. Maybe then they have a chance. But other than that, they just don't have enough. This is basically extra 3k per hero that you are bringing into the fight. That's basically one item.
And you have to find Malady, right? You've got to find this Naga Siren somehow. Able to reset or set up team fights. Skem being looked at by the Naga, while over on the far side of the map, Natsumi, oh, he's been stunned up here. Caught on the wrong side of the river. Dismantled by Chiro Jr.
Oh, that's a big one. He's already 3,000 behind Lina, and with 40 seconds being dead, this is going to delay his BKB. He definitely needs it to stand his ground. Even though they have very limited amount of lockdown, you still need to have a BKB in this one, because there's still Requiem, there's LSA, like even a shackle shot is going to get you killed.
Even his bristleback is scaling. 16k net worth for him. Sanjin Yasha coming. Yandex on a hot streak now, 17k ahead. Playing aggressively onto enemy side of the map as they see Skem. Saxa tries to start with a shackle shot. Yandex have got to be a little careful to not throw away their lead. You're playing aggressively here through the Aegis and the Windrunner, knowing that OG is still trying to spread that map wide.
Thinking about maybe going on Chiro Jr. bottom, he did show, but now it does seem like he's reconnecting with the team. Unfortunately, NP was dead. If he shows on the lane, this is a big kill. Let's see how Chiro Jr. reads it.
He's got no Requiem, but he's got BKB, Link, and that Essence Ring.
Rest of the team is coming.
OG are out of here.
They saw them. This Observer Ward near the Roche pit saw the rotation immediately. They need to run away. Nico.
Oh. He's been scouted out here. Radiant Vision sees him. Easy pickings for Yandex. The illusions are kind of nasty though. They do quite a lot. But another opportunity for Yandex to play forward. Look at Malady. The confidence this Naga Siren is playing with.
Doesn't want to pop it. Does not want to sing that song.
Not on Tim's.
Saving it for the big team fight. Now with the Blink Dagger, it's going to be much easier for him to reset. He can really be in the back lines and then come into the fight. Try to scout things out. Maybe cancel a Blink Dagger on Sanking with one of the illusions and then reset the fight when he goes in.
Very quiet game for Natsumi. Trying to finish BKB around the mines. Constantly being trailed. Oh, the kisses come in. Yopaj set that one up to kill off the Naga Siren.
Not a bad kill.
The next move, though, what can you do? You've spent a bunch of spells, killed off the Naga, and the rest of Yandex are here to keep the pressure on.
Reset. Let's see if Yandex reads this and if they just decide to go for the high ground. No, there's no kisses, no NP ulti. Try to go for a little bit of a chip damage. Still, they gotta respect Sanking. When there's no Naga Siren, like the big combo can still kill you. 18,000 gold lead for Yandex. It's a little too much. Like maybe with the high ground defense, if Yandex somehow oversteps, they have a chance. But right now, OG, they need to keep getting these kills in the side lanes, try to get some extra bit of a gold, and then try to get to their next items. Because NP, he still needs a lot. Just finish off BKB. Nice blink.
OG are the ones who are scared. Very disciplined from Yandex. Come back down to keep these lanes out. Not allow OG to play that wide map. OG are preparing for something down here, though. They've got a kill on Jira Jr. He stuck around for far too long.
They found him finally. 1,500 gold total, and he's gone for a minute. Every single time they get a kill, they are just delaying as much as possible for what Yandex wants to do. They want to group up with this Crimson, with this pipe, and try to get something done. But the lanes, they're constantly pushed in. The lack of control on their side, you can really feel it. You don't have that guy that's going to be blink stunning in and making stuff happen on the map. It needs to be Saksa. Still, he has a pretty good game, and he's going for the Blink Dagger, so he is going to be the Blink initiator.
Someone's got to do it. Road of Atos, Blink Dagger, why not the Wind Ranger? There's the Atos. Dagger shot lined up. Damage from the Bristleback looks good as well. The Laguna Blade's thrown on the Skem. Trying to blow up the Snapfire in the back lines while Darkseer gets turned on. The hit from Watson. Destroy him. A double kill out of this Lina now. 2 down on the side of OG, and no signs of recovery.
You can't fight against this Lina. You need to dodge these fights. It looked good, and then they give away 2 kills. Like, you see the power of this Lina. Like, he didn't have that good of a game in terms of how many times he died. He did die like 3 or 4 times in the first 10 minutes. His network is insane. Same thing didn't happen when he was playing Templar Assassin in the previous game. Didn't have buyback this time around. He does have it pretty soon if necessary, but also they're gonna be the one controlling Roshan, so he will be having that extra bit of extra protection from the Aegis. And he also found very good neutral item. Found Turreted Shiv with Vampiric Enchantment, so extra bit of lifesteal.
That next Roche fight, though, super important. Yes, Yandex are going to have that ability to control the pit, maybe get the Aegis, but it's always scary playing Roche against a team fight composition like OG has.
It is. The thing is, if they use their combo and they don't get that fight, like if they manage to get the reset with Naga Siren, the fight is over. You need your epicenter, you need your wall to be able to get the kill, and if you don't, then you're allowing them to kill Roshan and run it down the mid lane or one of the side lanes and take your barracks, basically take your full set of barracks. 2 big items, Nullifier, that's a massive one. You're playing against Spirit Breaker, you're playing against this Darkseer as well, who does have Crimson, so Ion Shell, Surge, they're not gonna work. Even Hurricane Pike, that is dispellable nowadays. If you use it on enemies, you push yourself for like 50 maybe distance, but
yeah,
you get nullified anyway.
This move is super important, though.
It is.
Preparing for Roshan, smoking to find a kill, looking for high ground vision that you can play through. So now this is going to potentially lead OG to seeing the Naga Siren, watching for that setup or reset, fighting around the pit. They've got plenty of time. It's daytime for a while. Roshan is in that bottom pit. And Yandex, smoking themselves, are maneuvering into position, but OG are already here. They see Saksa, he blinks out. Neopash and Tim's decide it's not worth chasing right now. Shira Jr. will come in, though, with a couple of raises. 3 onto Tim's, nearly blows him up.
He's very slow.
5 seconds for charge, he's got no heals, and the damage keeps on coming, but he's got back up there. Yopaj doesn't, though. Dead for 70, and now you have no way of contesting Roshan.
Immediately into the Roche pit they go. They had good window of opportunity to maybe get a kill, and then Saksa manages to blink out.
Slap shot.
They were not falling for the bait. It was a nice move. It was a nice try from OG sitting in this area, and then they got sandwiched.
And now Watson. I mean, what's his kill line now? Because it was 2-3-0 in the laning stage where he got run at. 10, 4, and 6. Incredible recovery. I mean, that call to pick Lina at the end, even their coach was saying it was going to be a bit rough against all his global prowess. Yandex so far have outplayed themselves into this beautiful spot.
They're ready. They're ready for that high ground. Notice? Very tanky. Insane amount of damage coming out from this Lina. 7 stacks.
Power just disappears.
Yeah, this is Bristleback with 400 damage as well.
Tim's is charging forward, cancels it though, doesn't want to go too deep. And now that leaves your barracks exposed. A glyph there will delay things. As Nature's Prophet and Snapfire try and push out that top lane. It's not really going to draw the attention of Yandex away from the buildings. And Watson has spotted his man. Sees the Snapfire, goes for the damage, nearly blows Skem up. In fact, he does. Taken out of the game completely. Yopaj is there with a stun through Watson. Has Aegis on Lina though, so they'll go with the Requiem play to blow up the dogs here. Dead for 50. Nature's Prophet's gone as well. This might just be over.
That's Yandex. They don't have enough. They're ready to close it out. Still holding the Aegis. Let's see if they're going to be going for the second set of barracks.
Yeah. I mean, lane's pushed in by Saxo. They go for tier 3 into barracks here. Do we have any buybacks? Spirit Breaker can, but the others can't. It's over.
They really outplayed them.
Annihilation.
OG, they try to go for this strat. They're going to be punishing them at the early stages of the game, but the bid was lost way too heavily. Chera Jr. gets another dub on his Shadowfiend. We did say his win rate so far has been almost 80%. And Watson Lina, man, the way that they set him up for the success, even though he died a couple of times, he did continue to farm up multiple camps, staying on top of the network throughout the whole game.
Incredible as well. A very delicate draft. It seemed so risky at the time when we're looking at it through our perspective, knowing how much pressure that OG could bring. But the beautiful plays, the laning there, and the presence of mind to just keep putting Naga Siren up on the front lines to guard your Lina. Very well set up there in this defensive posture by Yandex to allow all of these glass cannon heroes to get to their items, hit their timings, become top 3 of the net worth. I mean, this Darkseer and Sand King got shut down completely. Incredible stuff as Yandex tie things up. It's one apiece here between them and OG as we head back to the panel.
So accurately put from Garrett there, I want to say. The fact that you're picking these 2 glass cannons, essentially, you're hoping that what you've drafted for yourself is enough not only to get to the point where they're doing damage, but that they're not going to die. Because these are the heroes, Quinn, that it feels like at any point, if you take a setback with them, it's going to be really tough to get back into the game.
No, absolutely. Like, it's a very interesting, I think, clash of styles between the 2 teams. OG very much going for this sort of gung-ho, we're going to run at you aggressive style. And Yandex is playing off, we're not going to make moves, right? We said maybe they should, change things up a little bit after they win the lanes, make more moves. They said, nah, we're not doing that. We're going to sit in lanes, and we're going to farm, and we're going to get to our timings. That is the way they've decided they're going to play the series. And clearly this game, it worked very well.
The lanes were just a complete disaster for OG, right? Sure, you get the odd kill on Lina here and there, but you could feel from just the trajectory of the laning phase, right? Shadowfiend was happy, Bristle was happy, Lina was happy, Darkseer had absolutely nothing. So we fast forward to some of the highlights that we've been seeing here. It was OG with none of their sweeping map plays that we saw them, right? Sand King ended the game 1-5, the Darkseer 1-5. It's like there was no statement of overlapping aggression that we often see from OG because Yandex just dominated the lanes and was so efficient in the first 15 minutes of this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes you lose the lane so hard that you don't really get to play Dota. I think this is one of those games. OG's lineup never really came online. We saw glimpses of it perhaps during the game, but yeah, not what you would expect, I guess. Big props to Watson for calling for that Lina, right? And recognizing that he can play Lina in this game, I think. And yeah, I guess the idea of sitting and farming, I mean, maybe their heroes, it fits better with their heroes this game, right? With the Shadowfiend, Lina, Bristle, they all just flash farm and they all got super far ahead. So impressive stuff from Yandex, honestly.
Yeah, this Lina being uncontested so far in Lost Land 5, you really wonder when it comes out, when it's that last pick, when it feels like it's in that position of, okay, you're putting a lot of eggs in this basket right now for your carry player to play. Yet again, I'm going to say it, an uncontested hero. You really wonder now, it's like, why? What was the call for? And now seeing the game play out a little bit more, Quinn, is there a clear path for that Lina?
Yeah, I think Watson likes his hero very much, in particular because he's very comfortable on it. He likes, I think these farming ranged heroes, but also because of this 15 talent. Not many people know about it, but it's very, very good against Sand King and Darkseer and these magic damage heroes in particular, because you have 7 stacks, you get the 5% per stack, which gives you 35% magic resistance. If you ult, it's even like way more than that. So you end up being this 60, 70% magic resistance hero before the pipe, and then on top of the pipe, you're like 80% magic resistance, meaning you do not take damage if you are not being right-clicked. And so in games like this, every once in a while, I think he'll call for that pick because he sees the Sand King. It's not actually something that people are aware of, but I think it's actually the core fundamental aspect of Lina that makes it good or not is, do they have a lot of magic damage? Because if they have physical damage, this talent is worthless and the hero is trash.
Don't forget as well that when the Shard, you have all damage barrier on Laguna. So not only is there magic resistance from your Fiery Souls, it's then you have all damage barriers. So when Watson enters the late game fights, just throw a Laguna down, get some barrier, you have magic resistance. We didn't even talk about that because it didn't get to the late game anyways. But yeah, Lina is deceptively tanky when you get all these little things just stacking up. But you need a Shard, you need 15, you need Tanic, Daedalus, like Pike, BKB. But when you get there, whew, you can be spooky.
Felt like he didn't even need it this game, though.
No, he didn't.
He barely took damage after the first 4 deaths.
He did.
So, I mean,
I
I
love
don't
that
know.
after the first 4 deaths, bro, he was unstoppable.
That's Lina. You will die. There's no way to stop it. You're going to die.
I wonder if he just saw the laning phase. He knew he would have a free game and beat top net worth and beat this Lina that he was this game, or if it was the magic resistance. Maybe a combination of both. But yeah, very good Lina pick. First of the tournament. Never see this hero anywhere really in high-level Dota nowadays. So very good stuff from him.
It's just like an old school Darkseer counter, right? Like when you think of how do I stop Darkseer, you want to play on range, you want to have good nuke. And especially with Naga Siren, Darkseer can never run away. How many times in the lane did we see him like surge and then suddenly you're now ensnared or LSA'd, right? It's just really toxic to play into. And Nico just having no game on the Darkseer kind of was like the first and biggest domino to OG having like no presence on the map.
Yeah, I also wonder if they should have lost the lane that hard. I think maybe the level 1 shenanigans, the first blood into Lina kill, that maybe hurt the lane more than it needed to. Like, Spirit Breaker starts with half HP, Darkseer uses a bit of mana here, but worse than everything, you give Lina first blood, you don't block the wave, you don't double shell the initial creep wave, right? It just becomes a bit awkward, and I think in a bad matchup like this, it really can snowball into a much worse lane that you might have expected when you were drafting.
The risk reward there is like, even if you get a kill, does it feel good? Because let's say you kill them, you don't lose anything. You're now all going to be half HP anyway from all the spam of power shots and stuns from Lina and then from, of course, Windrunner. So it's like, do you need to do it? Why not just chill? Play for the pool, get that early Hemodom on Darkseer. Now he's farming by himself. Like, you're not playing the lane. Like, take a page out of 33's book. Just don't play the lane. Just keep pull, get your farm, and overcome the Lina in a different way. But to be fair, you don't play against Lina often. So maybe they just weren't ready for what she can do because, yeah, they got reminded and now it's going to a game 3.
Yeah, there's also the other side to it, right? Where they put so much focus on shutting down this Lina early, making her have a more rough lane. I'm not going to say a rough lane, right? She still did really well there. The deaths obviously hinted that. But their eyes kind of turned away from the rest of the lanes. And I think talking about mid is pretty important here because in game 1, Yopaj was your MVP, Quinn. You were amazed and you were saying he's locked in. Now they open up with a Sand King. He ends up getting counted. It's obviously a much rougher lane for him. And now it feels like they don't get to play through Yopaj. There's that off lane that struggled because they put so much strategy there and emphasis, and now your mid lane is also really struggling.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think you have to go look back at the draft when you do this because Sand King is just not a hero that's very good right now, right? You think about who's the Sand King guy. It's Mallory. Mallory is the Sand King guy, and Falcons is not picking this hero. The hero has been nerfed a lot. We talked about this Ghost Scepter BKB nerf last season, and it's still the case. This nerf has massively impacted this hero, and while Sand King is better against Naga probably than Amarz is, Sand King I think is just a kind of a bad hero. And I think if you're OG, maybe you have to consider banning this Naga next game if this is your best answer. Because to be honest, I think this first phase is a real problem because you're going into second. Like the Sand King hero is just not good enough.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Sand King also struggles when your Darkseer Spirit Breaker loses the lane so hard.
Yeah.
Because he's in a bad matchup. Hero doesn't do much on his own, right? Like you need the other lanes to do better because then you just need a Blink Dagger and you can start killing heroes on the map. But yeah, nobody had a game on OG realistically.
Spirit Breaker also feels so rough, T, to play from behind. You're just like, okay, I'm charging in, and now I'm not really doing anything. I have no cause to really follow up. This Nature's Prophet can't even teleport in to help me either.
Yeah, we should buff it in 7.4. If you're listening,
That's
thank
exactly
you very
what
much.
I was leading you up.
Exactly,
Yeah.
love it. No, yeah, I mean, Spirit Breaker, he is the tempo here, right? Like, he wants to set up his lane, go kill another lane, keep finding kills. As soon as the game stabilizes, this isn't like previous TI Spirit Breakers where you delete every wave for free. You can't do that. You need to keep getting kills. So yeah, Spirit Breaker from behind in current patch, not a fun one. You really need someone else to actually have a game. And again, like we said, no one OG had a game. Lane's like really important in Dota.
But it feels easier for OG to reset from this game number 2 than necessarily did for Yandex in game number 1. We praised Yandex had that great draft. They just simply got outplayed. Now in a game number 2, OG kind of really dropped that ball when it comes to the draft. And now at game number 3, Quinn, it's like, okay, we can talk about this. Yeah, bad draft. We're not going to go near the Sand King anymore. We change up those first phase bans.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you ban Naga Siren, you simplify things, you accept, okay, they play this hero. You know, they called our bluff. We didn't ban it. They picked it. Okay, we're going to ban it next game. We're not going to play against this. And I think if you're OG, you can take solace in the fact that I think they're playing like the sort of the 5 to 10, 15-minute mark better. I think they're making more moves. They're being more aggressive. They're looking more proactively. And I think in tense series, the team that is playing more loose and is making those moves tends to come out on top. For me, the thing is, we just got to get out of lanes, because I think if you can get out of lanes, then I think OG has like a real position to take a big advantage.
But that's where I think we weren't as critical on OG during the draft. I think we were relatively PMA for them because, to open with the Sand King hero that has failed quite a lot throughout the group stage. Teams have played it, aren't here now in the playoffs. You also then have the open Darkseer pick where you give options to counter. Like, normally, I think in previous drafts, we would have been very critical on that. We kind of didn't do it this time around, and now with hindsight, like opening Darkseer to have a weak lane, picking the Sand King hero that they haven't played, suddenly they're going for it. Like, there's a lot of kind of weird things OG did, but it's also worked for them in the past. So I think that's maybe why we got baited a bit. But yeah, it wasn't their finest hour for kind of punishing Yandex.
I'm surprised you guys didn't go harder than the fact that they were more willing to go up against a Naga than a Jakira. I feel like if you're going to balance those scales a bit, the Naga Siren is not one ever.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Jakira actually has a pretty bad win rate considering how quote-unquote broken the hero is. But I also don't know why they don't just pick the MOUZ. Just pick this hero. They win every game with MOUZ. I really thought this series was going to be more about MOUZ.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to ban it, Yandex potentially, like they did in game 1. Here they had a chance to take it, but they chose Sand King instead. I think that was the real blunder. The Darkseer pick looked okay at the time. I think the fact that you put the Sand King mid now also makes Spirit Breaker's game a little bit worse, because he's playing into a Shadow Fiend, can't really kill the Shadow Fiend with the Sand King, so then you end up with Snap 5 as well. So actually, I think you're right. I think the draft became a little bit awkward and relied too heavily on doing well in lanes.
Yeah, I mean, I think, with Yopaj being, I think, such an instrumental player for them, so far in the series, you don't want to end up with him having a weird mid and support combination. Like, mid and 4, how those heroes synergize is very important for a draft. And Spirit Breaker, Sand King are atrocious together. They both low damage. They're both stunny guys. They both go in and start the fight. And when you have those two heroes together, they have massive redundancies. And so now you need weird hero pairings to make up for that. And it just becomes very crappy to play at some point.
Feels like you're speaking from personal experience.
No, definitely. I've definitely never had a melee 4 as a melee mid.
With 1,200 Spirit Breaker games, I can confirm that with Sand King on my team or other beefy boys, I'm a little bit, I'm just jealous, I want to be the beefy boy. I want to do the damage soak for my team, and then Sand King's there trying to steal my limelight. It's just too many people, doing the same thing. But yeah, game 3, MOUZ. What if OG picked it? That's kind of cool.
That was the debate.
Yeah, that's the debate. They're playing for the hype.
You ban in game 1.
Yeah.
We don't pick it in game. I'm just joking.
Are they out there debating themselves? Thinking, we can't pick MOUZ because that's what they expect us to do.
I mean,
if we pick MOUZ, we're walking into their hands.
No, but this is where in the coach talk, right? He comes in and he's looking at his notes. He just picks the MOUZ card now and he puts it down, and the team's like, "That's it, boys." They're just building up this story points, the hype. There's some co-streamers out there who want them to do well, right? But they need more stream time and ad revenue.
Let's see it, game 3.
Yeah, in the
let's
contract.
see the MOUZ.
We demand game 3, minimum, MOUZ game 3.
Well, look,
there you go.
You guys are potentially going to get, I can't promise the MOUZ by any means, but this is why the bracket is so enjoyable. It's a single elimination, a best of 3. Right now, it is 1 for OG, 1 for Yandex. So a lot riding on this game number 3. That'll happen just after this break.
Iconic plays throughout Dota 2 history. You love them, we got them.
And now we're ranking them.
Oh no, God! It always feels bad because we want to highlight the greatness of plays.
Right, but this is the KYXY denies the Aegis. I was thinking A because it's not exactly a positive moment. No, so I kind of want to start an A. 3-2-2.
This is another negative play,
but with a positive, a happy ending.
Is okay. We'll put it at C. C for 3-2-2 there. Yeah, it's not necessarily a play, more of a meme. I would say.
I would say so as well. All right, what do we got next?
Oh, $6 million Echo Slam. Yeah,
we're going to the top on this one. Finally, some positive news here.
I mean, this right here is maybe one that like really catapulted Dota even further. I mean, there was the 3 million, and then you get the 6 million.
That's bigger.
We'll put it in S for now, but we'll put it at the bottom of S.
That's top of S.
We'll put it at the top of S for the moment. Miracle Arc Warden Ancient Defense.
Oh, that's a legendary one.
I don't know if it was like iconic because it wasn't grand finals, and I kind of feel like that one maybe we put in like top of A.
Top of A.
Top of A for now.
Oh, I was close to B.
You were going B?
I was going to go
I'm
B.
down for B. We can go B.
Because I think it's just cheesy. Oh, you pressed a bunch of buttons. Like, congrats.
What do we have here? This is Fountain Hook.
Oh,
this is also very iconic. I think above $6 million.
Yeah, we got to move it.
Yeah, I think that the Fountain Hook is maybe like one of the plays that defines Dota as a whole, where it's like you have the send back, you have the hook going, it needs to be perfectly timed, and it probably shouldn't be in the game because it's so broken.
This one is Patience from Zoe.
I think it's above $6 million Echo Slam.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that. You know, this is a great play because it's, you know, as two casters.
Right.
This play is so elevated by the commentary.
Yes.
By LD. Like, it gets more credit than almost it deserves. Because like, the play itself is amazing and it's really, really good. But the commentary is just like, that's like his style of that legendary, like, it was like poetry. Look what they're doing it.
Speaking of, I think this goes lower though.
Yeah, I would agree.
You know, I'll put it in A tier because people bring it back so often because Liquid's still around and doing it.
Yep. All right, I agree. Let's throw him right there. I like it.
It's a disaster.
It's a disaster.
I'm trying to. That is $6 million Echo Slam, isn't it?
Is it the same one?
It's the same play. This is going bottom because it's not iconic. We're not remembering.
Oh, okay. Maybe it is a different one.
Yeah.
And then
the $1 million Dream Coil.
This finals for a long time was the most iconic finals, and a lot of it was because of this moment.
I'm looking at our tier list, and I'm also having regret about where we put a lot of different things.
We can move everything.
But for now, at least, I kind of feel like I want to put that in A, and I want to put KYXY in B.
Okay, I like it.
There we
Makes
go.
sense.
That's better.
It was our opener.
One last clip. What is it?
I can see this one through the paper. With the call of his life.
It's so good. I think similar again to the Patience from Zoe, elevated by Owen as well.
Yeah.
But it also was like an amazing moment in an amazing series.
It was TI3 and then this happened and you're like, okay, well that was the best.
So I'm kind of thinking top of S.
It's so S, it represents S as a whole.
S plus.
Yeah.
S. Get it?
Yeah, that was great.
OG versus Yandex Game 3. Both teams are vying for their chance to play up against Falcons in the semi-finals and a potential grand finals on Sunday. Of course, the lanes didn't go very well for OG this time around. Maybe some slight adjustments there to respect some of the kind of the specialty heroes that we just weren't ready for on the side of Yandex.
I'm not sure OG thinks about game one like this, but they also lost the lanes pretty drastically in game one. They managed to claw their way back and win that game, but lanes have been an issue in this series so far for OG.
Yeah, I think especially this off lane, I think that was the lane they lost the most significantly in both games. And now OG is their second pick again, so they're running back the same draft order. So I'm curious what bans they'll alter. I hope they ban Naga Siren instead of Jakiro.
And again, so far in regards to the bans, Yandex are copying the game 2 bans, ignoring game 1 now, and OG are still in the same 2 bans that they've done in all 3 games as of yet. The pivot will now be, will they ban Shadow Demon, Okay, they do. So last time it was Jakiro.
Okay,
and they now ban Naga Siren. Okay, cool.
Much better.
Again, the bluff was Yandex has been first pick multiple times in the tournament. They hadn't played Naga Siren. So I can see why OG was confident to try and let it into the pool.
Yeah.
But they get reminded they can play it. It's now a ban.
Yeah, the hero just does too many things that are not like normal Dota mechanics. And it's just like, whereas Jakiro's mechanic is like, he is a stupid laner. Whereas Naga does all this random crap that's just like not fair. Now we'll see what they want to play against. If they go for the Jakiro first pick again, or if they're, like maybe we take Centaur, but they had such a rough game on it game 1 that I don't know if they'll do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say they need to consider Abaddon once again, right? Because if they're taking Naga, you respect the Axe. This time around you want Jakiro, so you want to respect the Abaddon, right? They do like to play offlane Abaddon.
I do wonder if OG takes the Axe here, what Yannex's response will be.
If they do take the Axe though on OG, are they then banning out like Templar Assassin as their one ban in the next phase? Are you concerned that they're kind of pushing themselves down a very like specific line of draft? They do go for it, but yeah, the things to consider later on.
Yeah, it's very possible. The thing is, he may have lost the lane somewhat early, but eventually he was fine. He didn't even seem bad against the TA in the game. You stack so much armor, and he honestly, he rushes this Crimson. He had a ton of impact. And so I'm curious even if Yandex would want TA again against him, if they feel like there's a different carry in mind. Oh, we should have picked this instead, because you have those conversations after the game 1. Maybe that's still in Yandex's mind.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many layers to it, right? The Jar, the Veno, there was so many.
There's also I think the TA actually worked out fine that game. It was more so the other factors, perhaps, like the Venomans against the supports and things like that. But yeah, they might have lost a little bit of confidence regardless.
Either way, Yandex are respecting game 1 with the Gyrocopter ban. So we'll see if Yandex wants to use game 1 as any of their references for these 2 bans coming here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they should pick Batrider again on Yandex. I feel like that was
Tusk.
Yeah, I could see. I think I like Tusk a lot more.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, also, yeah, this is that's the respect ban, just straight up respect ban.
But then the Veno ban now opens up that they can still go back for the Batrider if they want to, right? Because the Veno is the counter. Still, again, Tusk. Like, there's a lot of options for Yandex, but I like the fact that they are just directly using this series to kind of dictate their bans.
I guess they also start to understand each other a little bit more, right? And what heroes are annoying to deal with.
And there's the Centaur.
Going for the snap again.
Yep. So snap to OG. We've already seen it played 5 and 4. It speaks for itself. Axe finds heroes, snap does the damage. Centaur is a really important ban, just for the fact that even though they lost game 1, when you looked at the Axe vs Centaur farm, Axe had a Crimson, Centaur had a Pipe and a Crimson, right? So in a stable game where the kind of no kills are really happening, Centaur will just naturally drift ahead in farm speed.
I do hope the Snapfire is 4, though. I think the heroes look much better on 4 than 5. On 5, it just, I don't know, something about the way the gameplay works, it just feels very underwhelming. So Yandex, they are opting to not go back for that Batrider, and I can kind of see why. Like, I don't know, to be honest, Sox was super owning in the Winranger last game, and the Bat just felt weird with the Jakiro. Like we talked about it, there was a lot of overlap in terms of getting stuff purged. I can see the rationale. Like I think Jakiro and Batrider have some weirdness to them.
Yes, also the slow damage, right? You have no real burst, whereas now you actually have both a stun and a burst. I think this support duo makes more sense. You also have nice follow-up into a potential stunner, which we're probably going to see in this pick or the next.
But we have to remember that the winner in the last game, after the lanes, you had a Shadow Fiend in one area of the map to get Requiems and Razors. If you're not playing there, you got a Lina with LSA Laguna and massive right clicks. It was kind of very easy for Saxa post lane to just walk around and go, Shackle, can you go kill this guy for me, please? So we'll see if Yandex want to have any of that type of damage to enable the Windrunner. They go for the Slaughter. So kind of running it back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good flex hero. Like, there's a reason they picked it in game 1, and it made sense. I think it still makes sense here, and I don't think Slaughter was really the reason they lost, but I do think don't go back for the Slaughter plus, I mean, Centaur's banned, but that type of hero. I think you don't want the double blobs. Like, Slaughter is already a hero that does not farm fast. He's not a scaler in the traditional sense. Like, he needs other heroes to help him.
Yeah.
And if you end up with double stun bros on cores, then it can be weird.
It can be, for sure. I agree.
But this is where OG needs to decide which hero they want to counter Slaughter from mid or the carry role. Lock it in now, so then when you get to that final pick, you know exactly where the Slaughter's going, and you can try and pick the best kind of hero there. Of course, a flex hero from OG would be quite useful, but they go for Enchantress. So they're answering the Slaughter through the 5 position, right? If it's Slaughter offlane, you have Enchantress just to slow him down. Dispel is very annoying. even into Windrunner as well. It's a very, very good enchant game. And there's that double flex that I was talking about. They find the Beastmaster, a hero that they'd like to play in both the carry and the mid lane. So they are kind of following the Slada to the end final pick for them.
I think also, again, OG staying sort of true to their style, their nature here, right? Going for the tempo once again, the early aggression. If they start winning their lanes, they can play extremely fast with these heroes.
I mean, surely, I say surely, but their heroes shouldn't lose lane this time around, right? Like, last game, you can kind of see, like, obviously Lina into Darkseer, Shadow Fiend into mid. Like, it makes sense that they could lose lanes here, but on paper, their lanes at worst should be going even.
I mean, if the OG ends up with the carry Beast against Slada, I think it was Amar playing Slada, pretty much free farmed in that lane actually, despite me thinking Beast was good against Slada. I guess the early levels are just weak, and then Slada gets 2 braces and doesn't care.
Doesn't the Enchantress change that slightly though?
Could be. I mean,
I'm not sure though. Enchantress is like mostly about right-click damage, and Slaughter is very high armor with good regen.
Hits like a kitten early on, right?
Yeah, I also feel like mid Beast against Slaughter is way worse for the Slaughter than Slaughter in the offlane against the Beast, because Beast is getting these levels slower. He's not getting the boars online as quickly, and Slaughter can abuse his good stats.
And then again, you also have the X Snapfire lane again against Jakiro, and now it's Ursa and not TA. I would argue that Ursa is even stronger than TA in lane early on at least. So there's also a world where they could lose that lane as well. It's definitely fragile, right? It can go both ways.
I mean, just a scary Ursa game. Once you get to Battle Fury, Blink, Ags, Basher, you're pretty much just soaking anything from OG. You will be the starting force, and then Slada, Winner, and Jakir will follow the Ursa's lead, right? Of course, until that point, they'll need to make all the moves, but yeah, Ursa, you put like a 20-minute timer on him, post that, he's happy to dictate any of the moves for Yandex.
Yeah, I think OG's last pick has to do a lot here, for sure, to make up for that.
I do think this Ench pick is pretty smart, though. I think it gives you like this sort of blobby hero that goes in first, so Snapfire can space and cast her spells. Also, I think the hero is traditionally one of the best 5s against Windranger because you can just purge or Windrun. If you ever get in like a skirmish or anything like that, Ench will outtrade you with the heal. Like, I think there's a lot of smart things about this, and also the Beastmaster, flexing and chasing the Slaughter wherever he goes. Like, I think OG they've made really logical decisions. I don't think anything they've done like looks wrong to me.
Yeah,
but Beast going to mid, I think, is the final part for their draft, right? Like, a new carry for Natsumi, putting like carry Beast into carry Ursa kind of feels like OG really has to do everything correctly, otherwise they would just fall off. Or do you think I'm missing something there?
No, I think that's a pretty good read. I mean, it depends a little bit on what mid hero Yandex go for, right? They've got to pick first, so maybe OG sees some really valuable counter pick, like they put the Nature's Prophet mid and they play super on tempo, and they have that sort of semi carry scaler from Yopaj. They're still thinking for now. They do ban the troll, which maybe lends itself to, okay, maybe Slaughter is off lane. It's also just a really good troll game. It's good against all their heroes. The Ags is really good, and we've seen Natsumi pop off on it before, so...
Is it like Terrorblade fits the bill then for OG? If they want to have like the chaos of the first 4 heroes, put themselves on that position of like, we can win the game. Like, Ursa can't out-carry a Terrorblade.
Yeah, I think Terrorblade is pretty good here. I agree. As for Yandex, I think they need to be careful they don't fall into similar problems they had in game 1, right? Make sure to pick a hero that can... They go for the Sanking. Okay, so they're actually doing a double flex in a way here, because they both play Sanking and Slaughter and mid and off lane.
They are.
They also have a hero now that can start the fight and play with the supports. But again, the laning phase last game was a big issue for the Sanking.
Yeah, I just sort of question the double jumpers. Like,
do they have triple jumpers?
Yeah, I mean, the Ursa to me is like okay because he's sort of a carry hero, but the Slaughter plus the Sand King together, like, I just don't overly see a reason for the Sand King necessarily.
It doesn't feel like it's the big like gotcha at the final end, right? And
I like that draft more this game than in game 1, to be honest. I think the Sand King has more variety of play than the Centaur, right? Like, you have more AoE, you have lower cooldown on your stuff, and maybe the laning is a little worse, especially if it goes offlane, but I do think that it's just mid-sanking a Slaughter off here, because they know that probably if OG picks Beastmaster as carry and picks like Shadow Fiend, for example, their draft is not going to be that good, right?
Yeah, it's like, OG has an issue. I think for Yandex though, when you look at OG's lineup, having all these jumpers, it's kind of fine. OG don't have this traditional hero that's like going to full soak the front line. There's not like a Tidehunter Centaur hero. Like, Axe can walk in with a pipe, but you jump over him. He's not as annoying in the teamfight department. He's just kind of like an aura bot right now. Ench and Snapfire, same thing, right? So for Yandex, if you have that good vision, maybe Windrunner's running up with Windrun with a Gale and a Ward, and now that guy, you see Beast, like, you triple jump him and just delete him. Like, I can see Yandex's design just looking so scary when they get the motions, the items, and kind of the map play unlocked.
Yeah, there's also this element of Yandex's heroes are not as easy to itemize against as they were in the game 1 when they had the double jumpers. They've got magic damage from Sand King. They have Ursa, who does giga physical damage. They've got Slaughter, who you want removal and armor against. Like, it's not that cut and dry what you're itemizing here.
And they're really tanky, right? Because Slaughter can go for a Lotus to try and manipulate the Beastmaster. He has Aghanim, so he sits in his puddle. Ursa has Ags to brush off the stun. Sand King has Sheevas and yours. And OG, mentioned it earlier, they do go for the Terrorblade on Natsumi. So, you know, a game 3, you win this game, you are playing against Falcons. Natsumi, he takes the big carry. He wants to be, you know, the raid boss of the game.
Yeah, it is definitely, I mean, it definitely has a great matchup against Ursa. The hero does not do super well against Sand King. He'll get to these Shivas and this massive AoE magic damage. You can kill the illusions, and you can have just one TP there, and you can kite him. While he does have, you know, like I said, great matchups against the Ursa, they do have lots of stuns and ways to move in and out. He can't really kill the Wind Ranger. Jakiro can sort of space him. And so it's not like an end-all, be-all Terrorblade game, but it is a good Terrorblade game for sure.
I think it sort of fixes their lane issue a little bit better as well. The fact that you have Terrorblade Ench now against the Slaughter, I think that should be Terrorblade Ench favored. You also have just the mid Beastmaster tempo, right? And I mean, the question mark then becomes, how do you do in your Axe Snapfire lane, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, the Terrorblade, I think there was not that many options left that made sense for that draft, that both had the hard carry potential and was good against the 5 heroes of Yandex. Maybe that's also part of the reason why they picked Sand King, to cover themselves against a hero like Terrorblade, at least a little bit, so you don't go all in on physical damage against high armor hero Terrorblade.
Again, we're going to have to wait and see, but of course, Slacks is ready on the stage with Adam for a coach interview.
Hey guys, yes, we're here with Adam from OG. Adam, so good to see you yet again. I gotta ask a little bit about your team. You know, you were at an online tournament before this, and now we're on the big stage. These guys have been on stage before, but not as a squad. How's it feel? How's the vibe for the guys playing in front of a crowd?
I think everyone's just trying to enjoy and like taking the energy from the crowd. It's a nice feeling for sure.
Oh, good to hear, my man. All right, let's talk a little bit about draft. Now, again, I don't want to flame you. Game 2, I thought you had a really good draft. You know, you got the global strat, you got all these initiators, but the lanes, kind of a bit of a disaster there. Did you know that could potentially happen? Did you guys have that on your mind, or just sort of went that way?
Yeah, I was thinking that they like picked this SF to follow the Sand King, so we already have like one losing lane. Then we picked this Darkseer Bara, which we needed to like kind of cheat the lane to win somehow. We had levels, and then we had some timings in the game, but it felt really hard to use. And I think the draft was really easy to fall apart. I think that was the issue there.
Okay. So do you guys feel like you adjusted enough for this draft? Do you feel pretty confident about what you picked out for Game 3?
Yeah, I like our heroes. I think for me, like what's important is that we have the ability to play like a 50-50 game, you know. And I think that's the situation we want to be in, and it's where we're happy to like see if we can get it done or not.
So you'd call this one a 50-50?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're a confident coach to be able to say that, so very well. Well, we'll see who will win this 50-50 Game 3 as we head over to our casters.
Well, it wasn't a 2-0, as Malady was saying in the pre-game trash talk. Now Adam's saying this is a 50-50 as we head into Game 3 of this best of 3 single elimination. So elimination on the line for one of these teams as we have 2 drafts. Kind of feeling the momentum building up. You know, OG can play the map pretty wide with Enchantress, Terrorblade, open things up for themselves, but Yandex have a lot of timings to hit. Yandex have a lot of timings to hit, don't they?
Yeah, they do. But I also like the flex that they did on side of Yandex, where they were able to like flex this Sand King, flex this Slaughter, knowing that potentially TB is going to come out, because I really like the magical plus the physical damage combination that they do have. And I think that they set this up, TB, like to be the overall last pick, but they do have the answers for it.
Let's get into it. Game 3 about to start. Let's see what they've got. Perfect timing with the Nico noises as well. Starting off Game 3 with and we'll see what happens in these lanes, because it should be a lot closer than Game 2 as OG fell apart a bit with some very difficult, challenging 1v1 lanes. Darkseer had some struggles. The Sand King didn't do too well, but this time around, Snapfire Axe much more potent, and Enchantress Terrorblade a lot more wiggle room to play with.
Yeah, for sure. The reason why I like the flex so much is because this Beastmaster, they kind of know, like this is the flex that OG likes to use between the mid and the safe lane, because they do play it from the carry role as well. But also against Slardar matchup, like Beastmaster is very, very good in the mid lane against Slardar, so they decided to put Slardar in the off lane, which I don't think he's going to be getting as much from that lane, but at least, you know, you're sanking, he's going to be fine. Like, especially if you're going to be putting, you know, this Beastmaster against sanking matchup from the mid lane, it does allow Chira Jr. to get the farm, and that's what actually matters. But the problem is, Slardar from the off lane, Gary, we've seen it time and time again.
Yeah.
Like, this hero just doesn't do as much. You're not getting that river buff. You're not getting the benefits from your innate ability. So you're going to need to figure out how you're going to be playing the game. At least you have someone to, like, start a fight with, because Sank is going to be buying the first Blink Dagger from the mid lane. So your Blink Dagger doesn't need to be as fast as maybe you would expect it to be.
Yeah, but he can't farm stacks either, though.
No, not really. That's for sanking.
That's a rough one for the Slardar in that regard, but we'll see how his lane goes and how he's able to get himself to those items. What he decides to line up for himself. 2 for 2 on the bounty runes.
DB's dead, Jakiro's hitting him.
Lane's over. Pops the illusion out. And Natsumi sits under tower, tucked away. It's a regen upper touch.
Yeah, we see this more often. Starting with 3 heroes, making sure that you are getting the block, especially in a lane where you don't want to be playing the lane, and then position 5 goes through the twin gates. That's why he summoned the illusion, made sure that he's getting the blocks, so the lane's still going to be in a good position for them.
Already. Just trying to drag the wave back to a more comfortable position. While up at top, lane has already been cleared out in that wave. Actually be in a better spot to hold that lane in front of his own tier 1. And in the mid spot, like you've been saying, double boars are up. Chira Jr. is already taking a fair amount of harassment there.
Sanking is going to do, I would say, slightly better than this Slardar from the mid lane, but it's still Beastmaster favored. Like, you're going to be putting a lot of pressure with the boars. They're not going to be dying easily. This is 300 HP boar level 1, and it's only going to get worse and worse for you. You can't really kill them unless you're going to be sitting in the creep wave. And from what I've seen from Yopaj, he does a pretty good job. It's also going to be a battle of sentries. Like, whenever you play Sanking, you need to have those sentries. We saw in the previous one where Sanking didn't have the sentry. Like, he didn't have that advantage in the mid lane, which allowed the Shadow Fiend to do whatever he wanted in that lane.
Yeah. There is the D-ward, so Chira Jr. does get that slight advantage to hide under a sandstorm. Better protection against the boars. Won't protect you against the axes, which Yopaj can also spam as well. But he's frozen the lane on top of the cliff, which is a very difficult position for the Sand King to approach. So a great spot for Beastmaster to continue this early lane domination. Tim's also going to harass back Malady. Sentry up the small camp. Nico a bit of room to play into in that top spot. It seems like non-stop Malady just has to hide in the tree line as he gets tagged up by the Battle Hunger in a few hits.
We've seen that lane before. Axe plus Snapfire, game number 1 when they were playing against Sekiro, where Malady, he can't really trade. Like, you're not going to be able to get extra bit of a train. Also, Ursa at some of these early levels, not the strongest hero by any means. So even using Battle Hunger early on in Ursa, you are getting the value. You can definitely try to burst Ursa. Does have Fairy Fire, does have a couple of stick charges, but once you get to that level 3 with 2 points in Battle Hunger, it lowers the cooldown by 5. It increases the damage. It gets pretty annoying for Ursa to play. So far, so good for OG in this top lane.
Oh, yeah. Vast difference compared to the Slardar in that other off-lane. The struggle has already begun. He was at 5 last hits a moment ago. He's picked up another couple. Mid lane, we see that Beastmaster just continue to be a few last hits ahead of the Sand King. About a wave or so.
Slardar in the bottom lane, every single CS does feel like a victory, and every single miss CS does feel like you basically didn't use your Hand of Midas. Like, you have 2 charges, you're not using it. It really feels bad. Like, so you have to fight for every single CS in this bottom lane. Validation is very low. Again, Axe is level 3. Those 2 points in Battle Hunger, the damage is going to start to add up. And also, naturally, you are building into these smaller items, 3 Ring of Protections.
A lot of damage onto Watson there. Not quite able to finish him off, and you mentioned he has that Fairy Fire to pop, but he doesn't use it. Decides to just die and come back to lane full HP.
they're not done.
They're gonna
Another
dive.
Battle Hunger, if he gets it off, Malder just in trouble.
Oh, absolutely. And under this wave, Tims and Nico, plenty of damage. They do chuck the blood grenade back at his axe though. Nico gets a double kill, but loses his life to the Jakiro.
Absolutely perfect. So he gets the kill before he dies. So Jakiro gets solo XP, Ursa didn't get any of that, and then they're going to be able to reset the lane. Lane is pushing in, Timothy can't drag the creep wave close to the tower, so nothing of value is pretty much lost.
Yeah, come back with full resources and keep the battle going.
Mid lane, also, you can see a little bit of a difference. He's not killing the boars, but he's using Burrow Strike to run away.
Yeah.
And I'm also looking at the stacks. There are no stacks being made in the triangle. So Jura Jr. will have to stack for himself. Bottom lane, we already talked about, it's going to be a bit of a disastrous one for Slardar. Playing into Enchantress, like even Wind Ranger, you have ways of dispelling things. It's a very good Enchantress game with the, like you have ways of dispelling two big abilities. Slardar is going to be the big one, where Guardian Sprint with leg day fast that you cannot be slowed, suddenly you are not moving. Same goes for the Wind Ranger. Even Ursa, to one extent, where you are dispelling overpower potentially in a fight, could be pretty big. This is where his damage comes from.
But overall, this is as intended, right? This is what both teams were expecting in terms of laning phase. Yandex going behind a little bit, having some of these challenging matchups, and OG with lane domineering heroes like the Enchantress and this Snapfire Axe duo.
Yeah, I think you kind of expected to lose the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Lose slightly mid lane, but top lane is a bit of a rough. Sure, he's still getting the farm on Watson, sitting at 27 CS. Axe is on 23, but Axe is getting the gold. That's what matters.
Rotated into mid here to try and play towards Yopaj. Epicenter after Burrow Strike. Yopaj is dead. Saxa coming in clutch there to find that kill, as Tims wasn't really able to turn the tide at all. And now they've brought the additional support along with a catapult wave to put even more pressure on the tier 1.
This is how you play against some unfavorable matchups. You have very good supports that can rotate to the mid lane. One setup with the Burrow Strike or with Shackle, which he doesn't even have at the moment, is going to be enough. This dual breath, Blood Grenade, a lot of slows. Beastmaster, he needs to come back to the lane. Level 5 still. Sanking is level 6.5. First epicenter usage, very good. You want to be either clearing the stacks in the triangle, which they don't have at the moment, or getting a kill, which they just did.
And Yandex kind of ahead of the curve there, right? Because you expect this Enchantress to be killing off enemy tier 1, but the move that OG are doing now comes in 30 seconds, a little too late. So they will still get that damage on the tower, leaving Nico alone up top in the meantime. It's going to be Yandex who want to try and react to this move mid. Yopaj forces the glyph out already. Catapult kept alive by the wave of boars. Chira Jr. Invis looking for some kind of way to weasel into this fight. Radiant have got a good idea of what's going on though. Tims is going to get attacked up by the dual breath, but they've defended that tower at least, Yandex, forcing OG back.
Timon manages to survive in this one. Level 4 though. We'll definitely need some extra bit of XP. On the other side, Nico could pick up the XP rune, who's already level 6, does have Helm. Very good start for Nico. I've been very impressed by some of the performances that he did have so far at Blast Slam 5. Most notably, I would say, his Primal Beast, his Mars. He looked insane on these heroes.
It's been a little surprising seeing him kind of shy away from the Pango in some of these games, but you're right, he has been posting some incredible performances on a number of other heroes. Wisdom Shrine is up there for Tims to meander back and grab, as we see a few neutral items being crafted. OG still wants to make that move in towards mid. Yopaj is level 6, has a roar, so there's that potential for kill into tower. Chira Jr. going to try and drag the wave and do what he can. Saxa also lurking on that right-hand side, but is under Radiant Vision if he gets a little too close. OG see the Wind Ranger there, and Skem's going to hold the line. While Yopaj and Tims on the left-hand side can deny up the regen rune. Not allow the Sand King to take it. So far, a reasonably good defense of that mid-tier 1. It's taken a fair amount of resources, but they've shut down this Beastmaster's early Giga pressure.
Yes, these are the heroes that are very good at defending the tower, Sanking with the Sandstorm underneath the tower, and they're going in again.
Burrow into Shackle. It's just perfectly set up. You can roar all you want, scream and shout, but you're dead.
Look at the name of his boars. I just noticed it.
Was it?
Bullfango. Not sure what that is, but always a big fan when we are changing the names of like lone druid bears and stuff like that.
You've got to name your pets. You can't just call your pet cat. Cat.
I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of cats out there. They're just called cats.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's the name of your Alsatian? Dog. Oh, Yopaj, a couple of deaths for him. Dipping a little lower in the net worth than he would have liked. And now we start to see some stacks being made. Shiro Jr. can come and clear these out, get a bit closer to that Blink Dagger. Yandex stretching their legs and getting ready to hit these timings. And it hasn't been a total disaster. The lanes haven't been good, but they've not been atrocious. And in fact, you look at the Terrorblade's net worth, and he's not where he feels like he should be.
Definitely not. And they have the answers for him. This is Sanking, Jakiro, Wind Ranger. Also, other heroes are dealing pretty well with other heroes on their side. Notice, Cookie.
It just slips away.
Somebody ate that cookie mid-air. Bunch of summons. Shiro Jr. thinking about using the Epi. Timothy, no cookie available.
A quick burrow strike in. Saxa can follow through with a shackle shot. Doesn't latch to the tree somehow, but a power shot is more than enough.
Even with just these two heroes, Sanking plus Wind Ranger, it's going to be enough to kill Terrorblade pretty much throughout the whole game, especially once Sanking gets to his second item with the power shot. You have control, you have ways of kiting on side of the Yandex, so definitely not a free TB game by any means. And this was overall 24-pick Terrorblade, which so far didn't do as much. Lowest net worth 4. Even Slardar has more farm. I think Notice did a pretty good job investing into these smaller items. Double Bracer, Soul Ring, Watson.
Big run out by Nico and Skem. A ton of summons here again. But now Chiro Jr.'s arrival should cease any further action around that top tier 1 tower. OG just have to relax a little bit. You don't want to get bogged down into this Yandex side, who have a ton of team fight available to them now. Unlocking the capability of this draft somewhat. And giving room for Watson to farm into that Battle Fury. That scaling and timing from Yandex is really fearsome. In the coming minutes, OG are going to have to do something to tip the scales back in their favor. That's going to come through the Beastmaster, the Axe, and of course the Enchantress, who is so vital at opening this map up. Scouting with summons, playing towards towers, creating opportunities near objectives.
Beastmaster's pretty much their playmaker, but he also got shut down. Those 2 ganks from the support of Yandex, that set him back quite heavily. And you're going to be missing out on your Aghanim Scepter timing. Like, ideally, you would want to have Aghanim Scepter on your Beast, Pipe and Axe, Manta Style on Terrorblade, so where you can group up and try to take the towers. Not being able to, fear. This is like the 4th move that they're trying to make on Watson. He only did die 1 time.
Well, they want another animal. They want a teddy bear to add to their zoo. They've got Wild Wings and Skeletons and Dark Troll Summoners, and Ursa would be perfect, but he does not want to be locked up. He breaks free of the Axe, doesn't get Hurricane back. OG will have to be happy getting the tier 1 tower and keeping the pressure up in this top lane to close out the map a little bit. But when you look back at Natsumi, he's not able to show his face on that lane at all.
Using illusions mostly to farm up the lane, and then he's farming in the outer ring. But also to go back to my point about Aghanim Scepter delayed on Beastmaster, he's supposed to have that in the next minute or so, ideally, but he's 0-2 and 0 2 times in a row. Yopaj not being able to replicate what he did in that game number 1. Pretty much having a perfect game on Dragon Knight, Sanking in the second game, not as successful, and now he also got shut down.
And he is absolutely a tempo hero out of this mid lane. You need to hit that timing with the Aghanim Scepter and then play with it. OG, their next moves are going to be quite telegraphed here. We'll see what Yandex will be able to do to stop it. They'll go for the Beastmaster again. Chiro Jr. and Saxa pairing up beautifully once more to find another takedown on Yopaj.
And that's what we said. These 2 heroes can pretty much kill any hero on the map. You have enough magic damage. This is why TB is also not showing. He's very low HP hero, sitting at 1200 HP. And this is also Epicenter with Arcane Rune, so they're going to have that again in another minute. So they can go for a kill. Right now, Saxa will pop that ulti, making sure that they're grabbing the tower before Beastmaster is respawning.
Yandex, they're firing on all cylinders.
Very crisp moves.
They're ahead now in terms of map state. Blink Dagger's coming out for the Slardar, so that only compounds the issues for OG. And we were looking at this OG draft as the ones who needed to get out on the map, play into enemy jungle, play forward, and shut down the Watson Ursa farm. They've not really been able to do that all that much. Axe is still the big man on campus, though. Top net worth, smoked up and looking for a play. Pivoting to bottom lane with Skem, kind of dangling Natsumi in front of them. Let's see if Yandex fall for the trap or if they're going to set up a trap of their own. Slardar is here. Metamorphosis is popped, though. Shiro Jr. looking for an angle, but he's been scouted by Nico. Blinks away from the initiation. OG should be able to claim this tower, but it's not going to be for free. Yandex sticking around here, making sure they have to bring the numbers as OG.
And now Nico going through the twin gate. He wants that pipe real badly. I liked back in the days when Nico was playing for Alliance, when he was called Nico Baby back in the days, but when he turned 18...
Shock!
Yeah, he removed the baby from his name. That's not the same player for people.
No, this is Force.
Yeah, that is Force indeed.
Also not to be confused with Niku or Navi.
Also not to be...
Or Nico, the CS player. I don't know where he is now, G2 or whatever. Tim's slain by Saxa and Noticed, and now we have these multiple pairings that Yandex can play with. It's not just the Wind Ranger and the Sand King going around and doing stuff. The Slardar can join in with his Blink Dagger.
Slardar is not a hero that will like solo carry the game by any means. This hero needs his allies. Like even Saxa plus Notice combined together with level 2 ulti, that extra bit of a minus armor, focus fire, you're still gonna have the damage. So combining extra bit of physical plus magical, they're always gonna have that 1-2 combo. And 15 minutes in, I could also see them go for earlier Roche. You have Ursa, you definitely want to be stealing the Aegis, taking it away potentially from TB's lineup, most likely from Beastmaster's lineup, because this is mid-beast with the Aghanim Scepter. This is the perfect timing for him.
Has he got it?
He's about to finish it. Needs another 40 gold.
Super close to it. And then we should have this pipe on Axe as well.
Yeah, this is the timing that we did mention. Manta style on your Terrorblade potentially, but Natsumi, he's been farming, but ideally not as much as you would like to. Didn't show in any of the fights. Sure, you killed the tower, but didn't get any of the kills. Didn't get 0-0-0 score.
Well, OG have done a good job slowing things down to get these item timings going. But this is where they have to hit their stride. Minute 17.
Many items on side of Yandex about to come. Blink Dagger on Ursa, Aghanim Scepter on Sanking in 800 gold. Slardar just picked up the shard. This is going to be his farming tool. Saxa, not the biggest kill. Like
Kisses as well. Make sure you kill off Saxa. 400 gold or so goes to Yopaj. Important they get themselves up on the board with this Beastmaster, though. Finishing the Ags, getting a kill immediately feels good.
I think this gives Yandex opportunity to potentially go for Roche, knowing that there is no Roar, there are no Kisses. 70 seconds for Roar. Kisses on slightly longer cooldown.
Well, they had a crack at the Sand King as well, but Shiro Jr. TP's back to Fountain. Just slip away from the Axe, while Notice gets free time down in the southern lane to continue farming.
And now, because they're playing the bottom part of the map, showing a couple of heroes, they are afraid. Maybe they're going for Roche with that Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster.
A long line drawn by Yandex. They're ready to pivot. A bit of dire vision here. Skem will de-ward it. Nico with Tims from the high ground come in with a bit of damage and control. Natsumi arrives and the sandwich is there. Slardar bang in the middle. Great to get Natsumi involved. Another bit of morale boost there from OG as well, as this game had felt like it was starting to slip out of their grasps.
They're making a comeback. Like, even though it wasn't a huge lead for Yandex by any means, they are making the right plays. Getting a kill in top lane, even though it's only on position 4. Now they grab the big one, making sure that they are not killing Roche. And again, using a scan. I would love to see a bit of a maneuver play from Yandex where they can, again, go with Saxa potentially with the Sanking, get a pick off on the side, and then have Ursa plus Slardar go for Roche while you're making that move. Because there's going to be some TP rotation. You can also go for a team fight as well. Like, this lineup is very good at team fighting. Ursa is ready, pretty much.
It's just hard to get across the map, right? With Axe, Helm of the Dominator dragging waves. He's pulling waves from top to farm them mid. Enchantress has creeps to shove out mid lane as well.
OG's been doing a good job shoving the waves, as you said.
They see Nico. Now Sumi's nearby, but Axe is the first point of contact. Down to half HP. Trying to tank through with a pipe and a big Lotus here. The epicenter trying to burn through the pipe, but it's a lot of tankiness. Notice though will bring in that final bit more. They turn with a roar, and Natsumi will finish him off for a 2-for-2 advantage OG.
Man, pipe, what an item. It just keeps the whole squad pretty much alive long enough so that they can actually pump in the damage coming out from Terrorblade. And Terrorblade, as we said, not the highest HP hero, but he is building into Manta. He's building into Scotty potentially later on, Dragonlance, and we're going to be seeing that again. Jura Jr. immediately gets the stun. Shackle didn't connect straight away. Maybe with the Shackle connecting, he wouldn't be able to get the pipe, and they would be able to maybe burst him from 100 to 0, but it's still a very difficult task to ask. And then Slardar, we've seen this time and time again. Every single time this hero goes in, pre-BKB, he either gets the spell, he gets stunned, suddenly he's dead. And this is the type of a move that I wanted to see, even though they just got like 2-3 big kills on OG. Roshan still belongs to Yandex, which will allow Ursa to fight much more actively in the next few fights. This is pre-BKB Ursa, he is going for the Basher. Will not need to care too much about that Sunder.
Now it can be way more involved.
Another big rune, Chura Jr. Again, getting Arcane rune.
That's a huge one. OG, they're going to tighten up and play towards that Tormentor, as we see time and time again. The Roche trade for the Tormi and the Shard. But this is a big signal here for Yandex, that OG are all in that top left corner. Watson's going to clear out the jungle on his retreat. Malady shows for a moment, will not get jumped. They are playing pretty spread across the map here, Yandex. Slardar and Windranger down south, playing as that pairing, while the other three are up towards top. Seems like OG not really going to be forcing the issue, playing into Aegis. They just want to wear that timeout, farm into their next few items.
Pretty much. Love what I see on Nico. He's going for Yule Scepter as his next item, which is going to give him mana regen. Great against Ursa, of course. Not affected by status resistance. It also could give him survivability. Like if he pops that in the previous fight, maybe extra bit of a heal can come out. There's also going to be 2 big items for the next fight. Mech on Timothy, plus the shard that he got from that Tormi.
The mechanism.
Mechanism, yeah, exactly.
Say it, but say his full name. You say Timothy, come on.
It's Timothy John, I don't remember the last name. But Timmy, he's been owning. Timmy has been like very active. Kind of playing the sacrificial role for the team, but still doing quite a lot. Now he's on top of the network between all the supports because he got that shard, but he doesn't get that much farm priority. We've seen Skem, even when he was playing Venomancer, getting that farm priority. Now playing Enchantress, Drums, Solar Crest. It's a lot of items that you want to be buying whenever you have TV in the team.
And the Roar to jump onto the Sand King. Chira Jr., he's getting away with a Burrow TP, and Watson's in on Nico. Don't land the Shackle Shot though, so Watson's a little isolated now. Noticed in trouble in the river though, as Yopaj and Tim will turn on the Slardar, blowing him up to Natsumi. Chase is on now. Can they follow through? There's no more Blink initiation tools, so OG will let the rest of them slip away.
OG having a very good read. What they can do, how much they can push.
Once again, he's been caught here.
Cookie.
A bash in the Shackle Shot. Cookie back to the high ground. He's being healed up a ton, but the Burrow Strike is there from Chira Jr. Now Nico exposed. They'll turn on him in a 4v1. The Axe is bloody tanky though. Unfortunately, the Fury Swipes start to add up.
Maybe I said it too early. Nico sacrificing himself to try to save his position 5. Like even Tim's was relatively close by. Mech, Shard, that's a lot of heal coming out, but still not enough. And we see the power of Ursa. I think OG has shown in the last 2 tournaments that they really love this Enchantress and they played really well. How many times have you seen Skem just baiting the whole squad in and then they don't have enough to kill it? Ursa, one of the overall better heroes to be able to deal with Enchantress.
And this is also a hero that Watson and Yandex have used through that group stage. We saw them kind of wait through the difficult laning stage, that early game, and then play to this mid-game timing where he's got 3-4 items and he bullies people. OG with a lot on their plate now. Rushing towards BKB on the Beastmaster. Looking to finish off another a couple of key items here before they're ready to go and face off against Yandex. A minute left on Aegis, of course, something that OG have got in the back of their heads.
DB starting to get scarier. Didn't die a single time. Natsumi had a bit of a slower entry to the game.
Yeah.
Wasn't joining in some of these early fights. There weren't much fights happening anyway. Their playmaker got shut down. But he is having a good time now. Hurricane Pike, Manta style, going into Scotty. Even the raindrop, 24 minutes in, making sure that maybe that's going to push him over the damage that they do have, like this Epicenter coming in with the Wind Ranger, with Slardar, and if he can get the ulti off, it's gonna pretty much turn the whole fight around. I also see that Ursa is going for Aghanim Scepter. Ooh. I kind of like that, but also it could be tricky playing in the TB without BKB. Sure, his next item probably just gonna be a BKB afterwards anyway, but you're playing against Beast. It's very, very good. You just want to be able to get out of trouble for free.
TB out. Successful. A little lane push there from Malady. Skem doesn't have the same luxury of TPing away from this Watson Ursa. And Saxa Wind Ranger, and it's been so funny going from our and panel's confusion, why is it being picked, what's going on here, and seeing Saxa really pop off these last couple of games. In lane against Snapfire and in game being this playmaker, finding openings.
Feels very comfortable on the hero, provides him with a lot.
Nico, being stunned up here. There's a cookie and a heal, a Yule Scepter into the sky. Roaring up the Sand King now, Yopaj arrives. Natsumi with the damage, that Metamorphosis starts to shred into Noticed, but he's slipped away with his BKB going. Another move from the Ursa into the backlines onto the Axe. Shiro Jr. again with a Bro Strike back. Yandex come in and out, find the kills they want, and don't lose a single soul.
They have good kiting, especially if they can kite around this Beastmaster ulti. If nobody's going to be dying, then making sure that Axe is also going to be dead. They don't have enough control. Like, Cookie is not going to be the control. This is something that Terrorblade needs to have around him. Like, he wants to be fighting around the team, someone that can lock them down. And without those two heroes, he can't really do as much.
It's just so crisp, isn't it? The way they enter the fight, force OG to retreat, baiting out some spells as defensive tools here. And like, Yopaj was so sure he could get in there and find a kill, but I mean, Notice with the BKB just bullies them back.
And then Watson, he finds the angle. He finds the angle, goes for the target immediately, gets the bash, they get the kill, and immediately they decide to disengage. Like, this is a very crisp move, knowing that they don't necessarily need to take the fight during meta.
Super clean as we head into that next Roshan as well. A minute 20 until the fast spawn. Yandex building a 2K lead now. Watson's Ursa, top of the pops, 17 grand in terms of net worth, on his way to Abyssal Blade, which could be that tool to bring down the Terrorblade.
Could be the big one. We saw the BKB from Beastmaster.
Junior, a little exposed there. Skem will be the trade, not too far away.
Ursa just loves to play against Enchantress. Every single time she shows up, once you start to get more items, especially with Aghanim Scepter lowering the cooldown, she might dispel you, but you remove that slow immediately, get another overpower, and then chase her down. Or Staff on Timothy. Very valuable item. You're playing against Sand King, against Ursa, even Slardar. If you can push somebody out of trouble, that's going to be pretty big. Knowing that also he needs to itemize both of the supports, going for armor items. So Mech, Guardian Greaves, and then you have Solar Crest on Enchantress. Still doesn't seem like it's enough, because in the last two fights, Yandex did a pretty good job kiting the fight and also understanding like how far they can push it.
It feels like you need Ghost Scepters and all sorts of business here to try and defend yourself. But then you've got a Ghost Scepter against the Sand King, against the Jakiro. That's something the panel brought up. It's very, I think Quinn said, it's very difficult to itemize against this set of 5 heroes with a split and spread damage.
Yeah, because you have kind of even physical and magical damage on the side.
A roar onto Notice. This could be good for OG here as the kisses come on in. Damage looks good, but he pops the BKB, turns and fights alongside Watson. Nico cooking a little further back, and Macropie will zone them out. Wisdom Shrine belongs to Yandex now, as OG, they've got to relinquish control of this one.
That Macropie is zoning them.
There's no way
plus
past
the Gale
it.
Force. It's a lot of damage between these two, and this is pre-Aghanim Scepter on Jakiro. He is about to finish it off.
And that's Metamorphosis used. OG desperately scrambling to make another play here. They come out ahead with that kill on Slardar, which is nice for them, and a tier 2 tower to take as well. Yandex the ones with tail between legs retreating to Fountain. Not an ideal fight for OG, but overall, decent outcome. And now we know 2 minutes until Roche. Daytime Roche is coming. We'll see how these teams prepare with vision, with their setup around the pit. OG, very good at individual pickoffs to find a snipe on someone. But if you're in an enclosed area, choke points, yeah, that's Yandex's domain.
It really is. Fighting into Sanking, Slardart, Jakiro now with Aghanim Scepter, even Galeforce. You saw how much work it did in that previous fight, just pushing them away, keeping them inside of that
macro pipe.
Now with the Aghanim Scepter, if they use this combo between the two heroes, it's going to be a nasty one.
Oh, for sure. And Yandex, the ones on the front foot. TB finished his Skadi. Another 20 seconds for Metamorphosis, though. A bit of time here. OG, fortunate, honestly, that Roshan's taking so long to respawn. If it was a fast one, Yandex would be in and done. But they've got a little bit of time. Some wiggle room to push out the lanes. Get these next items. Just need to make sure you don't get caught with your pants down. Yandex went for this twin gate play to bottom right corner into their vision, while OG, they need an observer ward somewhere.
Yeah, they need to fight underneath vision. Skem, he doesn't have an obs, neither does Tims.
Just need a little glimpse. They saw Jakiro with that deeper ward past the tier 2 mid. Natsumi's going to come in and cut the wave. But while you're playing 5 in his middle lane, you're being outpushed on the side lanes. And Yandex still has this chance to return to defend around the Roche pit in the next minute. It's been a decent setup by OG, but again, they have very limited intel.
They also have very limited ways of starting the fight. It needs to be Beastmaster, and then if he gets counter-initiated by Ursa, who has Abyssal Blade, even Slardart, he's gonna die. Two supports also, I like the synergy more than what OG has at the moment, because it's a lot of save coming out from Tims, coming out from the Enchantress, but in terms of damage output, Yandex, they feel pretty comfortable scaling this into the late game, because this Jakiro, he's massive. This is 10,000 gold we're talking about on a position 5 with Mech Aghanim Scepter drums, and he's also holding on to Greedy Enchantment, which is extra 100 GPM on him.
He's a monster. A standoff around the Roche pit, though. OG losing out in terms of map control. Mid lane is on their tier 2. Bottom's going to get shoved out by Chiro Jr. on the right-hand side. OG do have Enchantress and Terrorblade here to cut waves with summons and illusions and things like that. It just hasn't been as effective as they would have liked. And this is Yandex's moment to strike. Clear out one more of those waves mid.
Yeah, this time the fight for Notice is going to be much easier. He does have status assistance once he initiates with Aghanim Scepter. We'll be getting all of those benefits. Level 19 as well on him.
Skem will deny that amplified damage rune up at top. Dire had a touch of vision over there. They're playing into a pretty dark map for both sides. They know where each other are. They're playing from high ground to high ground. It's a matter of carving this map open a little bit better.
It's pre-gem as well. Nobody has gem at the moment, but there's not that much vision on map anyway. Gotta have it a good read what needs to be dewarded from both teams.
But we finally see the ability of Enchantress, Beastmaster, Axe with a Helm, Terrorblade Illusions. All of that pushing that Yandex did to try and set up for this Roche pit take has been undone. The thread has been pulled. The cardigan is starting to unravel a little bit here, and Yandex starting to feel like they're going to be forced into a move. OG pretty comfortable to sit back and continue farming. Nico just standing there, a statue, watching over the Roche pit, seeing Yandex go in. They'll start to step forward, deward the sentry, get a little bit of vision towards the pit. Nico's gonna get jumped on though. A lot of damage comes his way. He gets blown up completely. Skem shackle shot into a boar in the back as well, but
Nico
now
has buyback.
Now Sumi can open up with the help of the kisses. Malady dropping low. They've got a turnaround on the Beastmaster though. Yopaj is blown up. And Chandra's gonna get poked at by Saxa unnoticed, while OG with his Metamorphosis. Keep holding their ground.
That's the plan for Yandex. Keep resetting. No Epicenter has been used. Watson has another Abyssal and another ulti in 10 seconds.
It's 5v4. There is no Beast. We know there's no buyback, but Yandex being very disciplined here, holding just to make sure. Natsumi, a rush move into the pit.
They can't really just go into that Roche pit.
Trying as they might to find an opening. Ice Path to start though, and Notice can move in with Watson. The chain stunts come through, Burst strike forward. They've got Natsumi out of there though with the Thunder to turn it. Nico's blown up completely, and Natsumi can't do a damn thing.
Natsumi's dying.
Watson and Notice on the TB, take him out of the game. A double kill for the Ursa, another quick one on the edge.
And that's Roshan. This is dieback from your axe. He's not gonna be having the game anymore. He pretty much has 2 items. What a disastrous fight for OG. They were unable, like, immediately removing Beastmaster. This is something that we said. If he's gonna be jumping in, using Roar, he's gonna get the Abyssal Blade by Ursa, and he's just gonna be dying from there. Yandex very patient with using their BKBs, especially the one on Slardar, and then Sankey, he gets a really good stun. OG, they have a lot of kiting, but it's not enough. At one point, you're gonna need to stand your ground and take that fight.
That Gale Force dragging the Terrorblade all the way back into the midst of battle. Very difficult for OG to reset from a fight like that. And you've hit the nail on the head there. The ability for Yandex to play back and forth, in and out, as they wish.
They take one hero out, and they're able to reset. They don't have any long cooldowns other than Epicenter. Like, we can consider Macropyre as well a big team fighting ulti now with the Aghanim Scepter. It's on 70-second cooldown, so you might still, you know, have a standoff where nobody wants to go in. The cooldowns are going to reset, which is going to be in favor of Yandex.
And now we're looking at a 10k lead with Aegis on Watson.
6,000 gold in the bank. He is going for MKB. He sees Butterfly on TB, or at least that he wants to buy a Butterfly. Talisman of Evasion has been purchased, but still, long way until he gets it. Did invest into Crystal. It's just a casual Talisman for now.
Watson gonna go and solo the Tormentor. Objective after objective for Yandex. Now with a Monkey King Bar and a Nullifier on Ursa and Slardar, respectively.
Shiva's Guard as well. This is going to be reducing the damage from Natsumi quite heavily.
And Shakira just buys boots of travel, hey? Maladich is like, okay, right. I'm going to be TPing around the map. I am a core hero now. Bow down to me, peasants. Look at him. Absolute god. That's amplified damage up at top spot as well. Ready for Yandex to claim.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tough one for Yopaj. Like, he blinks in, he's gonna get counter-initiated by Ursa every single time. They do not want to have that extra bit of a damage that he can bring in a longer fight with Drums of Slum. Slardar as well. They've been using these BKBs slightly later into the fight. They don't want to pop them immediately. This seems to be the only thing Nico can do right now, unfortunately. Spam Suns fans' voice lines. Don't you think it's odd that with the rise of like ChatGPT and stuff like that, suddenly Suns fan is the best talent? Like, he is like the funniest, the smartest talent in game.
That's where he gets it from.
Yeah, I can see the correlation.
Keep an eye out for that. Maybe he uses 3 words in a row. Yeah. He puts an M dash into his casting. OG very much in catch-up mode.
I saw that Nico had Ogre Axe purchased. He was toying with the idea of going Octarine Core, lower the cooldown on his pipe, on his call, because they have limited amount of lockdown. Now thinking, we still need that second initiation, because if Beastmaster goes in, if he dies from Ursa, somebody still needs to keep him in place, and it needs to be me, otherwise Terrorblade can't deal damage.
Yeah, but, I mean, 3 Daedalus, Terrorblade is not a fast damage hero. He needs time, needs lockdown, control to allow the Terrorblade to do damage.
And something that you said, Gary, that was a thing back in like Dota 1 days or early Dota 2 days, is buy Talisman of Evasion and then sell it. Exactly what Natsumi did.
Bait out the MKB.
Ursa's still fine having that MKB, because you're playing against high armor hero, you're getting the value out of it.
I don't think that was the intention for Natsumi this time around either.
Joke's on you. It was pretty much that.
Axe. Oh, Beastmaster. Two of them caught out. Yopaj breaks free. Terrorblade trying to open up on the Sand King. They blow him up. Ursa the next target to go for. Slowed up by the Skadi slow. And OG have found a way here to isolate some of these Yandex heroes. Kiss is coming into Watson. No enrage, but he does have Aegis. First life not popped yet though, as he's stuck around 300 health. Yandex retreat. Sand King dead with buyback available. Another round of spells here. A flurry to move back in. Watson down once. And Terrorblade starting to open up. Let's see if they can find this Ursa again. Slowing of the Skadi, but they're afraid. OG don't want to give chase. They're respecting the potential turn from Yandex there.
Yeah, they know meta's running out. Notice he wants the angle. He wants to find something.
Oh, he's lined
wants
up.
the big one.
He's got in with his BKB, aiming for
He's
Tim.
got it alone.
1v4. Backup is coming though. Watson from the right-hand side. Look at Natsumi. They're going to try and catch him, but a Yule Scepter buys time. Noticed, healed up. Ice Path looks good. And Natsumi, the Abyssal, straight through the BKB. A monster kill for the Watson Ursa. And this Slardar, who just slides into the fight 1v4.
He found a really good angle. He went through the river, got that extra bit of a movement speed, finds a blind two-man stun. They don't have vision there. He was blinking in, looking for something, and he finds two really big ones. They reset the fight again. We talked about Yandex being able to reset the fight, kind of around meta. And it's going to be a longer one, where they almost immediately kill off the Beastmaster. They basically needed one extra hit. And then Yopaj manages to blink out. Ursa was kiting, like he was doing quite a good job. Like the force staff that you're seeing from the supports as well, and then notice. This was just a beautiful crush coming out from him.
So confident for him to just get into that position,
He
slide
killed
in
him with
alone.
Pyrrhic, Cloak. I was wondering what happened there, but it was just a good old Pyrrhic.
Ah, a classic. Lovely little neutral item. And then once this confidence is shown on the Slardar, the rest of the pieces slot into place.
Not sure if Timmy noticed, but you know, you can still dispel that. He does have two ways of dispelling things with Guardian Trees, with the Yule Scepter, and they caught him.
Into the Gale Force. Dragged into the Macro Pyre.
Big
Gets
combo.
burning alive. It's Bambi for dinner here as Chira Jr. comes in to clear out the Enchantress.
Oh dear, he's gone.
Finished off dead with buyback, but Yandex have found an opening on the barracks. They could go multiple lanes. There's no tier 2s. Chira Jr. pumping up. Slapping the ground with his big old tail, looking for the Stinger and Epicenter to go in. OG. They've got Metamorphosis back up.
Chira Jr. also found the Zune Bloodright as his neutral item.
They start on Ursa.
That's gonna be
Yopaj
big
to the back.
AoE.
Looking at the Jakiro. Watson's the focal point, but Yopaj is just annihilated. They turn on the axe, they heal him up a touch. Chira Jr.'s back in to blow him up. Another move from Yandex, netting a couple of kills and forcing a buyback.
I can hear them yelling, Gary, reset, reset, every single time they grab a kill. And it was pretty clean. Again, they go in, they go out, and now Refresher available on Chira Jr. So he can come in with another surprise Epicenter potentially, because they did not see his item.
There's also another Metamorphosis wasted. That's a timing now. Yandex have a pretty big window. 80 seconds for them to get back out on the map as all the lanes trend in towards the OG base. A 30k lead now seems almost insurmountable for OG.
It's been quite difficult for them to lock onto a target and kill it. Beastmaster, he goes in with the roar, but after he uses that roar, he's kind of dead. Multiple BKB piercing tools that they do have, like these multiple bashes, it's way too much for him to deal with.
They don't have that burst damage.
No, not really. The damage is coming in slow. There is no, like, blade mail on Axe, but you are playing against Ursa. Maybe this could have been a good game for it. To try to go in and try to snipe him. We saw Pyrrhic Cloak, basically a blade mail, how effective it is. It is an upgraded blade mail, but killing off this two support. One support first, and then they managed to kill him one afterwards. Skem is a tanky. He's very annoying, but still showing that they can deal with him. Ursa, multiple instances, like pure damage coming up from Jakiro. Seems like they have all the tools to deal with what OG has right now.
Well, OG back to the game plan of pushing waves and trying to delay this as much as possible. Buy time to get some more big damage items on the Terrorblade as best you can. but you can feel the pressure mounting now. Yandex have the wind in their sails. Mid lane pushed in. Bottom lane set up by the Ursa too. And look at this positioning from Chira Jr. With the level 25 talent, he's ready to strike alongside Natus.
Twice.
If OG show, someone's dying here. That's a TB illusion. That's a real Enchantress. Nico, Skem. Oh, they're all lined up for it. Spooky moment for OG.
Waiting for Rosh. They wanted to get maybe a pickoff, but now Roshan is alive. Let's see how they're gonna be approaching this.
Can you?
I think you have to. I don't think you can give them that Roshan, but it's gonna die so quickly.
It's far too late now.
Your high ground defense is also not that great. You don't have that big wombo combo. You don't have that surprise other than maybe Axe jump, maybe Beastmaster jump, but there's also a Force Staff, Glimmer Cape, Lotus Orb that can come from the Wind Ranger.
There's a flipping Gleipnir on the Jakiro now.
He is the core.
Oh, it's monumental. Well, this is something that OG are going to have to really play their hearts out.
Jakoro, he's ready. He's ready to strike level 23 with Glippity Gloppity. Imagine if he found these as his neutral item as well.
Yandex. Here comes Yandex, in onto the Axe. Nico blown out of the water completely, and Tim's into the grave alongside him. No buyback on Axe. And Yandex looking for another lane.
They also have double Lotus, double big Lotus on Jakiro. Plus the Refresher on Ursa, plus Refresher on your Sanking. She's available on Wind Ranger. There's way too much tankiness to go through.
There's no buyback on OG at all. They are in an all-in situation. Gonna have to give up this lane of barracks and say we defend tier 4s, wait for Nico to respawn in 40 seconds, giving all the room in the world here for Yandex to maneuver into the Radiant base and clear out the buildings.
The question is, do you pop the meta and try to defend this one? Because they can reset. Without Axe, you have one stun. You basically have Beastmaster who can blink in and maybe get that roar. Now Yandex resetting a little bit.
OG an opportunity to try and push out these lanes. Just try and stem the flow of bleeding. But Yopaj has lost his courier, while Slardar gets a new item delivered. Overwhelming blink. Tentative moment though from Yandex, not wanting to overextend. They need that little bit of information, and the power shot gives it. They find the Terrorblade, he's gone! No buyback! Oh dear! OG might just be out of it here. Yandex have found every opening they dreamed of. Crisp execution and GG calls. Yandex take the series.
Oh man, they just couldn't team fight every single time. They go in, they go out cleanly. They lose maybe one hero, but that one big fight where Chira Jr., where Natus actually managed to get the two-man stun.
It was so good.
Yeah, it was so good. It was also like showing what's gonna be happening in the couple of next fights as well.
And it was so difficult with that Beastmaster going behind, not able to hit his Aghanims timing, not able to find these openings to start fights off. A very challenging game for OG to unlock their heroes against such a strong showing of prowess from Team Yandex.
Yeah, two support duo from Yandex. They were all over the place. As you said, managing to shut down, Sanking in the mid lane, making the moves. Chira Jr. plus Zaxa getting multiple kills on the sides every single time, shutting him down, not allowing him to get to that Beastmaster Aghanims timing. They are the ones controlling Roshan as well. Very clean execution from Team Yandex in this third game.
Well, it wasn't a 2-0 as Malady was saying, and I doubt there'll be a disband in sight. The trash talk might have worked though to get under the skin of OG a little bit as Yandex take this one 2-1. Getting the handshakes out at the end as well. Disappointment in the OG camp for sure. To go out with a bit of a whimper in that game 3. They played their hearts out and tried their best to get this Natsumi Terrorblade in the air, off the ground, but it comes down with a thud. That Metamorphosis too long of a cooldown to play around. Skem's Enchantress not able to scale into that mid game, and a severe lack of damage from OG.
Lack of lockdown as well. They just didn't have it. Every single time they were getting kited. And some of these like early skirmishes as well, Yandex, they were winning them by resetting the fight again. Longest cooldown they had was pretty much epicenter, but even without it, they're still ready to take the fight afterwards. They know that they have enough with all this lockdown, with the insane amount of stuns. Yopaj, he blinks in every single time. Watson is on his ass. He's ready with the Abyssal Blade, he's ready with the Bash, and Natus ready to follow it up, making sure that they are going to be killing him from 100 to 0.
Well, there we go. Yandex 2-1 over OG, taking the series as we head to Dove with an interview.
欢迎来到赛后的胜者采访 ，Welcome to the winner interview, Watson。哇，刚刚那场比赛非常的精彩，3场都打满了，特别是第一局他们在输了的情况下连翻2盘。我们想来先问一下他，觉得第一局为什么会输掉了？后面又做了哪些调整呢 ？Congratulations, 3 games. This is like single elimination. Did you get sweat after the first game?
No, because we always lose first game.
我问他说，第一场比赛输了之后有没有觉得有一点点紧张和出汗？他说没有啊，反正我们第一场比赛总是会输，看起来对他们来说应该是家常便饭了。但是他们总能够再次2场翻盘赢下这场比赛。我们来问一下他们是解决了什么问题 ？But you managed to come back after the second game and the third game. What did you fix after the first game? You think?
We talked about heroes a bit and like our gameplay, and just chill, go toilet, and yeah, refresh.
我们其实就聊了一下关于英雄的选择和一些在沟通战术方面游戏当中发生的一些问题。其实我们也没有说特别的在意，我们其实还是比较放松的。就这样，我们第2场和第3场就能够连翻2盘打回来了。我们来问一下他会不会觉得英雄的问题是 TA 这个英雄的问题吗？那后面选择丽娜嘛 ？Do you think TA is a questionable hero?
TA? No, my team griefed, so I lost.
我觉得 TA 不是我们输掉这个比赛的问题啊，是我的队友，他们稍微有一点送了。OK， 看来他们的气氛确实非常的好啊。我们来问一下 ，Watson 其实是加入 Yandex 没有太长的时间，但是他加入之后 ，Yandex 的成绩可以说是非常的好，大腿级别的 carry 了。来问一下 Watson 加入这个队伍之后，为队伍带来了一些什么改变吧 ？Since you joined Yandex, it's like 2 months ago. You guys play really well. What did you bring to the team?
TI winner. TI winner.
Win?
Saxa.
Saxa.
Yeah, we got Saxa.
Oh, you're too humble. 他说跟我其实没太大关系，就是 Saxa 了。Saxa 是大腿，跟我没什么关系。哇，如此谦虚、实力又强的选手，谁不喜欢呢？再一次感谢 Watson 接受我们的采访。Thank you so much, Watson. Good luck tomorrow. 让我们结束这场比赛的胜者采访，期待后面的比赛吧。
Well, look, Yandex got Saxa, and Watson saying that was their key for success here. And so is our panel, actually. We've gotten Saxa joining us here, and hopefully we can have a bit of success too. But I was going to kind of be mean a little bit, because Watson said the TA game, you guys griefed him. Do you agree? Did you guys grief him, or was that his TA shit, you know?
Yeah, we did grief him.
Okay. You're more than willing to cop that.
I mean, Watson TA is kind of a free win, but we know we kind of griefed in the end, so.
Yeah, it was a tough one. It felt like you guys could have won that game 1, but you get it done in the end. You end up going all the way to game number 3. Does it feel one of those things where you're happy to get more experience on stage? You're happy to go to that game 3, even though it's single elimination?
Yeah, I think especially for a new team, it's nice to get the games in. For some reason, every series we end up losing game 1, and then we kind of end up winning game 2 and 3 most of the time. So I don't know why it's happening, but it's a nice experience at least.
Well, we could see a trend. Maybe that continues tomorrow, but.
Yeah, I was curious if like what percentage of the ideas on the team now are yours? Like how much do you think you've changed the team compared to how much have you adapted?
I think I'm changing a lot. I think I try to bring like a lot of experience, and I think I'll try to bring ideas from my previous teams, from Tundra mostly when we won TI. I think we had some good habits, and I'm trying to implement it in this team.
Okay. Do you feel like they're generally pretty good at taking them, or is it like, you know, is it hard to make change the way they play, or do they generally just agree with what you're doing?
They agree with it, but sometimes it's not so easy to end up getting it done on the first tries. So it takes a bit of time for these things to work, but they are all very open-minded, and I think we're on a good path.
Cool.
Can you put your mic a little bit up?
Yeah.
The Twitch chat is molding right now. Okay.
All right, we're gonna run it back.
Might be better. I'm curious about the Windrunner. Where's that coming from? Out of nowhere.
I think I don't know, played some pops, played some scrims on it, and for some reason I keep winning. I don't even know. It's like it's supposed to be a bad hero, but you end up winning most of the time, so I'm like, sure, let's just keep playing it.
Okay, what about the other kind of Void Spirits, and like, is it just like kind of spontaneously in the draft, or you're like, I kind of want to play Void Spirit this game, or is it more like prepared beforehand?
I think, I mean, in scrims it's spontaneous, and you know, if you get the W's, then you feel more confident to go into the games. Some of the officials we end up picking like these heroes on the first try, but I don't know. It's from pubs and from what I feel is a good hero, and we just end up doing it. I don't really care if it's not like meta or anything.
Yeah, of course it was. And that's cool.
Do you have, sorry, I just want to ask a bit more. Do you have like specific kind of criteria that a hero has to meet for you to want to try as a position 4 to keep things a little bit fresh, trying new things? Is it like, oh, as long as he has good vision or good mobility, I think this hero can work?
Yeah, usually the hero needs to check off a few boxes.
Okay.
Most of the time it needs to be like catch from my position, maybe like a map hero to be able to take more space. I think those are the two, and also like not being able to grief the lane too much. You know, like a little bit is fine, but too much is too much.
10% grief is good, 20% that's too much.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it.
I was also curious if like how like goobery the team is, because I know Watson is like massive TikTok fiend, like always swiping and like he's kind of a clown. And but I don't know if Cheer Jr. noticed it all, so I don't know like how clown town the team is.
It's a very clown town. I don't know.
Okay.
Sometimes we need to keep it like a bit more disciplined and structured, but it's a bit hard to be honest. But I don't know. We're getting there.
Is that the main difference between this team and perhaps Tundra you played with before, or what would you say is the biggest difference going from Tundra to now Yandex?
I think Tundra was like more stressful. It was like the expectations were higher to win, and people kind of felt it upon them. I feel like on this team, there's like we're playing like with no expectation. We just don't care if we win, don't care if we lose so much, and yeah, I would say it's less stressful than Tundra. It made a difference.
That makes sense. Yeah.
You were also talking about in best of 3s or in series, you guys kind of lose game 1 and then go on to win it. Do you then prefer playing best of 3s, or did you actually really enjoy playing the best of 1 group stage as well because it allowed you to try new things, come up against so many opponents?
I think best of 3s is better for us for sure. I think we kind of need to learn. I think some of the times in best of 1s we end up being unprepared. And yeah, I think it helps us a lot to be playing best of 3s.
Okay. And of course with this win, it does mean you're playing another best of 3 tomorrow. It's going to be up against Falcons though. So any insight how you guys are preparing for it, how you feel now knowing that's your next opponent?
I don't know, no preparation. Falcons are kind of bots. We just need to end up playing like a bit better than them, not be complete bots. So we'll see.
Okay, and then I'll let you guys, any last questions as well before we say goodbye to Saksa?
No, good luck beating the bots. I wish you the best.
Thank you.
So when you beat Falcons, are you also going to beat Tundra in the finals then? Or?
I mean, hopefully.
That's a spicy match.
That's the route.
All right, that's all right. Well, Saksa, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again on the win today. It was an absolute pleasure to watch. Thank you so much. And while Saksa's leaving us and T is going to be rejoining us, we can talk about the game a bit more, break it down, because a game number 3 is always so hype in a single elimination, getting to see it go the distance. OG came out swinging in a game number 1, but here, ending the series, Quinn, it's just not what we really expected. The lineup felt a little bit stronger, and lanes went a little bit better too. It felt like they could have had a game.
Yeah, in some ways it was sort of the inverse of the other games. Yandex on the back foot for a lot of the game, finding little kills here and there. I think they made more moves than they did the other games. It was honestly quite a flip of pace. But I honestly think Yandex, they team fought really well, and there were a couple key kills they got. There were a couple of these fights where they're very much kiting in and out, and they're spacing, and they're not letting this TB consistently hit. And I think they honestly played the game very well. It was a lot of composure from them.
I agree. I think the key fights towards the end, they kind of identified that all the damage came through the Terrorblade and start getting 4-star, start making sure to kite out the roar and the initial go from OG, and then it kind of felt like OG had no damage at that point. So I think, I don't know if they identified that throughout the game, but that's kind of how it looked, at least, yeah.
Yes.
Hey, thanks for coming back.
Thank you.
You're going to shower us with your insight for game number 3 here.
No, I just felt awkward. Like, in the history of Dota, like, has there ever been a height change on the panel that drastic?
Yeah, I thought that. I felt bad for Misery. We kind of did him
neck hurt. Like,
yeah,
I was like...
It's impressive, bless him. But no, of course. What were we talking about? Sorry.
The game number 3, just how
that game
that OG could have had more of a game, and unfortunately, Yandex was playing a little bit better.
Terrorblade, 1v9 hero, you play around meta. Sure, OG, they put all their eggs in Natsumi's basket, but as you already mentioned, at Yandex, they identified kite the meta, play for Roshan, they get the first Aegis, they get the second Aegis. I think MVP was noticed in this game.
Okay.
Hot take, maybe it's not, who knows. Slardar, excellent performance. Like his confidence of jumping in these fights. Some Slardar players will just feed. I've seen this throughout the group stage. They jump in, die, but the way that he just kept identifying the way the fight was taking, he'd jump in, disengage, wait for the fight to breathe a little bit, then go in again. Like he was just an absolute menace. So yeah, I think that alone was a big reason why. And like even in this clip, look at the mini map, by the way. Look how far away Yandex is in this initiation. But with the Ferret Cloak, hitting the killing off the Snapfire, forcing out the fight. Then his team's like, wow, this is a great engagement. They collapse on in. So yeah, for me, Natus is the MVP in this game 3 for just creating these epic moments.
Especially this replay that we're watching there. It feels like they're all ready to disengage from Yandex, and I'm like, oh, okay, maybe Natus is just gonna go for a pick off on the edge, and then you see him blink over the edge, and I'm just like, that's the makings of someone with that foresight, you know?
Yeah, I think it's a great sign and really important for an offlaner. Like, you need someone in a team that's okay to just YOLO in and jump. Like, you think about the teams that always play these blink stun heroes, you're always going to think about Spirit, you're going to think about Collapse, and like his ability to be clutch in these moments. And I think like building that skill set and getting to the point where you can be that clutch guy who always, you know, shows up in those key moments, who stuns the right heroes, who goes in and out, like, it's so valuable.
Yeah, and we're going to get a little bit more time to talk about Yandex because they get the win here. They're going to be advancing to tomorrow where they're going to be playing up against Falcons, but that does mean, unfortunately, we are saying goodbye to OG right now, and Slax is standing by with Nico for an interview.
Thanks so much. Yes, I'm here with Nico. Thank you so much for doing this. I know it's always a bummer to get knocked out of these things. Just want to ask you first up, I mean, you know, really hard-fought series from you guys. What do you think went wrong in that one?
I think what went wrong was probably our idea on how to play the game with hero combination, and that kind of messed up our timing a lot. Like, we didn't fully utilize our Terror Blade and my pipe. So I think that from that point, when we lost one fight at top, and especially the Roche fight, I think at that point it was already over for us.
Oh.
Like, the game is very hard, but it's still winnable. Well, I mean, we tried our best, but yeah, we just couldn't really fight back.
Absolutely, Game 3, it was a pretty brutal one, and that is a true bummer. Game 1, very exciting, though. I mean, a lot of energy coming back with that big comeback. Obviously, not the end of OG, but where do you guys go from here? I mean, how do we recover from this?
Rough. I guess we just have to learn from our mistakes and be better. Yeah, and be better for sure.
Well, unfortunate placing, obviously. Is there anything else that maybe specifically might want to work on? I mean, you guys have a very unique style. You're incredible. You've been growing fans tournament after tournament. Maybe drafts? Is it gameplay? What do you think is the lesson to be learned here today?
I guess it's more of a gameplay. Yeah. Not much, just gameplay.
Absolutely. Well, hey, thank you so much for taking time out. It is honestly a pleasure to always watch you guys play. You're incredible. And yeah, any words for the fans out there, for all those guys that are following the OG brand now?
I'm sorry we disappointed you guys. Like, you already reached top 6 again. And yeah, I hope you'll keep on supporting us. And yeah.
There's a lot of people that are still going to be supporting these OG boys for sure. And it's a different twist. He says, oh, top 6 again. A different lens is you guys are consistently top 6. That is an amazing position to be in, to go 2 events back-to-back after being orgless to now being a top 6, getting to play in a LAN in an arena in China. It's just such a different way that you can look at it, and I hope that that's more of the lesson and the takeaway here.
Yeah, they of course, you know, can see Nico, the emotions on him, right? But he shouldn't beat himself too much up, because it's like, they are relatively fresh in the scene, right? And the competitive season, there's so many more tournaments to go that they are a consistent top 6 team, like you mentioned. And I feel like it's inevitable that we are going to see them break into a top 4 at some point, maybe contest for a top 3. It is just a matter of taking those little lessons. And again, if their conclusion is just gameplay, watch the replays, find that bit of discipline, and then, yeah, they're going to be able to make that stride at some point.
I mean, I think you also see how much it means to this man and the team as well. How much, I don't know, it's almost rare you see this type of emotion from players nowadays. So I think it almost tells you that they are going to be successful later on, just because they care so deeply about this game and they work so hard towards it. So, yeah, mad props to him.
No, I think it's a great point, and I think, like, I honestly haven't seen an interview like that in a while, where you really can tell, like, he is like really, really bummed out they lost, and he's also like kind of pissed at himself, and he's mad at his team, and like I think that's what it takes to get better and win. When you take some loser interview, like, yeah, whatever, we lost, it happens. It's like, you're not going to get any better from this.
There's
But
not the drive. There's not the competitiveness.
yeah, exactly. But like you can see he cares and he's mad and he's going to go watch these replays and he's going to get better, and mad respect to him. That was great.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be consistency coming out from OG. And while we have said goodbye to one team today and had our third team joining our top 4, we do still have another best of 3 to decide who is going to be our top 4 and another team going home. But that's going to be after this break.
Every player carries 2 sides within them. One is calm, one is fire. One is balance, one is chaos.
And today we're gonna find out which side he is more prone to.
Here, they're gonna confront to us who truly are.
Today is your judgment day, ladies. Sir, I believe that you're a man who only cares about the results. How you get there doesn't matter, okay? It's about how many things are on the Liquipedia page.
No, I think you care about how people see you.
I care maybe more about how people see me, but it also depends on the result I get. So maybe if I win tournament, maybe you can do some things that not so good.
It can't be half and half on this. You have to choose. And I think, above all else, even if people loved you, even if you were the best, most beloved, most followers on Twitter guy, wouldn't mean shit to you if you weren't the champ.
I choose the devil.
No.
Really?
Yeah, it's true. I play Dota for results, not for other opinions. It's to proving to myself, not to anyone else.
I feel like you're a risk taker. You're all about that adrenaline. That's what motivates you to do big plays in your games.
No, I think you only take calculated risks.
I'm not a risk taker. I'm a chill guy. I just play for my team, so no risks.
I think you're a guy who tilts, and I don't think that's a bad thing, okay? I think you tilt because you demand perfection.
I think you rarely tilt because you trust the process.
You know, when I tilt, I usually stay silent. I would much rather suffer in silent than scream on my guys.
I think you like to play Dota because you hate losing. It's not about winning for you. It's about making sure you don't lose. What do you think?
I think you just love the game, genuinely.
Do I even love the game, to be honest? Because last few months, I don't know, these pubs make you crazy.
So you do tilt?
No. He just hates the patch. I mean, it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time. No, I don't care about enemies. As I said, it's only about me and how I improve. So I'm with Angel again on this one.
You're a new guy. You're one of the fresh guys in the scene. And what is holding you back is a little bit of discipline, okay?
I think your discipline is what sets you apart.
I try to be as disciplined as I can because it's the most important thing in sports. And as we know, Dota is a sport.
Well, I first don't believe that. Tell me what that discipline means, okay? What is your definition of I'm so disciplined?
I mean, you always play the amount of pubs you set it for your day. Maybe sometimes I fuck up with it, but I try my best. So yeah, I'm with Angel again.
I mean, that is discipline to sit there and be like, I'm not really been enjoying the game lately, but I'm still grinding out the pubs. You're still making it top 6, still making it to a LAN. You gotta respect the hustle.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you wake up and do not want to play those pubs, and sometimes that day is every day, but you do it anyway because you want to get better and you want to win. That is the grind.
I'm just thankful Slacks is never in my pubs. I feel like anytime he talks to you in Dota, he's trying to eat at your soul.
You could have
and
just said
break
anytime
you
he
down.
talks to you.
Yeah, also fair. Yeah, true. Yeah, true.
Well, look, before we get into that next series, which is going to include Na'Vi, we're going to have a little bit of fun. I personally have no idea what is installed, so Quinn has made a PowerPoint in conjunction with Dota 2 PowerPoints from YouTube.
Well, right? I haven't made the PowerPoint, but
Okay.
I will be the one
You're
bestowing
presenting it on behalf of.
Yes,
I see.
exactly.
Okay.
And it is about one of our favorite people, an incredible figure in the scene, someone we all appreciate, someone that we've worked with and maybe are working with now. And I think they deserve gratitude. And that person is Misery.
Nice.
Bigger, better, and balder. We can see his different iterations here. Him with sort of animals and nature, something we know he loves to do out on the farm, on his four-wheeler, but also the great depth. We see suave, handsome Misery down in the corner was honestly looking amazing down in the corner there.
Can we ask questions at any point, by the way?
Of course, chip in.
Okay. Are you actually the most bold talent, Misery?
I think, yeah.
Okay. And secondly,
Tomorrow I will challenge that.
Okay.
I just didn't shave my head today,
Okay.
but today's the day.
secondly,
Tomorrow.
where is that bottom right photo from?
It's actually from China. It's from
what?
LTD International somewhere, maybe Shanghai. I want to say.
That was pre-boldness.
It's a great picture.
Yeah.
You look like a model. And then on the top we have focused competitor Misery surrounded by 2 flying ninja Miseries. I haven't seen these before, but I like.
Have you guys seen the movie Karate Kid?
Yes.
This is the crane.
Ah, Misery the Crane. Misery the Crane. So this is sort of giving us a general picture of Misery, but now we're going to dig in a little deeper to who is Misery. Well, he is a former pro and analyst. He's obviously been around Dota forever, and he is a literal Dota millionaire. We can see his various lookalikes here. We've got Jeffy B. As we know, Misery is the owner of Amazon and multi-billionaire. He is also Terrence Fletcher from the movie Whiplash. Now, there may have been an incident off stage where a chair was hurled at him. We don't talk about that, but that is, the occurrence there. I don't want to talk about the bottom left, but memers will know who bottom left is. And then we've got, he is Misery, right? At his core, he is Misery. He's a competitor. He's a panelist. He's a friend. But he's also Agent 47 of the Hitman franchise. Killed many, many people.
I have one question, Quinn.
What's that?
When you say lookalikes, there's many pictures of me bald. Why do I have hair here? How do I look like?
That's pretty funny.
I think it's somewhat selfish for you to ask a question about yourself and to think about Misery. I think we should be appreciating.
No, because I feel like I'm just saying that Misery. This is devaluing Misery by showing a bad picture. I want Misery to be leveled up for his baldness and beauty.
That's the heckin' dude from. Was it X-Men? Oh, the corner. That's
No, the
Wings.
bottom right.
I'm not sure why Wings.
Oh,
is the
that's
corner
Wings.
gen-
Oh my God.
Unlucky, brother.
That's painful.
I think that's PTSD.
Yeah, sorry for the
right
jump scare. I didn't mean to. I wasn't gonna go over that, and that brought up a little.
Sorry.
Anyway, I think we can move on to the next to see more of his facets. Misery comes from humble origins. From a Counter-Strike country. Now he's part of the Mets. We see sort of a team cycle here, going from a pastry to a dumpling to a hamburger, and then to I don't know what is it, a muffin, and back to a pastry. So we call this the Mets cycle, as he went from MYM, a 2008 Dota Team of the Year, absolutely legendary. But I was curious, what did Met stand for?
Mom equals toilet.
What?
Yeah, that's the team name.
What is the backstory on that?
That's a good question. I think it's just you need to take it at face
leave it
value.
there?
Face value.
All right, fair enough. We see here Misery arm wrestling Pycat in an anime showdown. Was he on one of these teams, or was he a competitor back then? What's the context on this?
I mean, we played together for like 5 years, I think, in various teams. I think he wasn't on any of these teams, but we definitely played it together for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also played with both of you for a few months. As we'll go past the origins to, sort of different phase of Misery's career, but nonetheless, it obviously had a top-tier career. 1.5 million in prize pool. Rank number 108 in the global earnings.
Esports earnings?
Esports
player earnings, yeah.
Shanghai Major Champion, TI6 Silver. I resonate with the silver. A pro in all roles. We see him essentially Ronnie Coleman on NYM, just an absolutely dominant team, top of the charts. Some anime character on some team I don't know. I don't know that logo or the anime character. What team is it?
Counter Logic Gaming.
I've heard that name.
It's like a league org, I think.
I see. Were you on that team?
Yeah, TI 2.
Okay.
Your history, brother.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
40 years ago,
I would just like to take note of the cat ears. I do remember explicitly Misery strongly disliking the cat ears headset.
When did you wear them?
Have you worn cat ears?
Dude, I don't even know this thing. You guys know me better. Whoever made this know me better than
a
me.
week ago, and you're like, I hate those fucking.
Yeah, I
bet
don't know.
he actually has them at home. He just doesn't ever have like camera
He
and
was
doesn't
making
stream.
fun of the Gengar ones
I
as
know,
well.
exactly. Projecting. That's the issue. Ugh.
In addition to this, we have, sort of like Titanic Misery on Team Secret, a dominant roster that did amazing at a lot of lands, and also did win the Shanghai Major as this sumo dude. I'm not sorry, sir. I'm not sure what your name is. In addition to a few other teams like DC, EG, and even ones that aren't here, like Planet Odd and other legendary rosters of fan fame.
Hellbear Smashers and 5 Men, like the big one. Yeah, you like those ones?
Good one.
Not to mention Optic Gaming.
Can I ask, why is Ramses up there with blue hair? Where's my keyboard?
I mean, there was that thing where Ramses got his keyboard stolen. I don't know if he's alleging that you did that. I don't.
Did you steal the keyboard?
Is this what we find out the history?
You didn't steal it?
You took it.
Misery did have some points
I don't
in
know
his
why-
career where,
That's,
times are rough.
that's
we did,
new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was before the prize money,
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, we've closed out these allegations. Misery did not steal the keyboard, but we do have a couple more slides. Post-retirement, he
hell are you
coached some
doing?
North Americans to a major final in TSM. And incredible. I don't know why I picture me as though he didn't coach. You didn't coach me, did you?
Wouldn't you remember?
I don't think you did. But you did coach TSM.
Ah, yeah, you were standing in the
Well,
first group stage the games or something.
You were coaching me for 2 games.
Yeah.
I didn't even think. Yeah,
Yeah, that was
that's right. That's right.
I remember that.
His last pub was 8 months
you
ago.
gave it
That's not true.
That's
not
a
true.
lie. That's the I'll protect you, Misery. All right, of course, with the Dota buff and ranked games, high MMR games disappearing, I feel like that is a disservice to my man Misery, who's grinding out the pubs. I'll protect you, boss. Don't worry.
And as T just showed, he is also beloved by the people, a fan favorite and a figure of great renown. We can see him here lifting the massively heavy stone of North America, something that very few people can do. And also cracking the whip on Saberlight. Saberlight's a little lazy, doing a little too many bing bong, suck it. Misery's like, wah, back to the pubs you go.
I don't think, by the way, that's not whipping. He's lassoing. He's wrangling him in.
Okay, same thing.
Well, Quinn wanted it to be that.
I'm
so.
just saying. That's a bit...
Whatever, it's my eyesight. Sorry, that's why I'm wearing glasses. See this? Show me, show me.
See
glasses. That's
Okay.
why I need the 4. Anyway, and this is we can
No,
see
that's fine.
Misery's entire, legion of fans all cheering him on as soon as his face enters the screen. Wow, they can't help
If
but
you
cheer
look
him on.
really closely under the
looking.
exit sign, actually, that's me right there.
Oh, really?
I know,
Yeah.
that is
leaving
true.
the building?
Yep.
Why are
There's-
you
No,
leaving the building?
walking in. I'm just late to the party.
Is that
I
you
see.
in the crowd as well, Quinn? There.
Where am I?
Yeah, there
Oh
in the
no,
middle.
yeah, you're right. I was there too. I forgot about that.
You. It seems like you have hence the highest up.
I mean,
didn't know
of
about
course.
that.
He is
Yeah,
the
I mean,
number
I've
one
been-
misery lover.
I've been in
appreciate
your
that.
corner for a long time, and now to close it out with our last slide. In conclusion, Misery is a Dota god. Better coach than Quinn? Absolutely. We can see this is here an unedited photo of him. This actually happened. And is him, sort of carrying his boys on Team Secret to a photo finish, no relation to any of our panelists whatsoever. And with all that being said, show some love to our boy, the fans and the Twitch chat and everyone for being an incredible panelist and a figure of the community. Thank you, Misery.
One to chat for misery.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for doing our bald brothers proud.
Yes,
Thank you.
appreciate it.
One of the best bold bros. That was so nice, Quinn.
nice.
And Dota 2 PowerPoints over at YouTube.
It was nice. It was a very good PowerPoint. It was very, very fun, very enjoyable to look at when I saw it backstage. Like, whoo, that's a good one. And yeah, pleased to present it.
Why are you working if you have $1.6 million, man?
For the love of the game and for fun and for my fans. For Quinn.
That's right. For us,
I heard Quinn was going to be on panel, and I was like, I got to be on there.
That's true. That's the only reason why Misery went into talent. He was preemptively predicting Quinn's retirement into talent work.
Do it for him.
Do it for him. He missed those 2 games that he got to coach you for in TSM.
I appreciate that very deeply.
Oh, of course.
I do.
Oh, well, it was so nice. It was a lot of fun. And to a longer career as talent, Misery. Although, how many years were you playing exactly?
I don't know. I don't count them anymore. They are lost in my memory.
Okay. I don't
Let's
know. I
say
thought maybe you had a range, and then
when-
we could see how far that would have to take you to talent work.
How old is Dota 2?
That's a great question.
15?
And then add another 6, 7 years of Dota 1 to that, maybe. So it's probably around 20 at this point.
Well, look, I have a better game instead. How much longer until we get to see our next best of 3? And it's not long at all. We got Na'Vi up against MOUZ.
Natus Vincere arrive with pride, expectation, and the weight of a name that has shaped competitive history. They know what it means to perform under pressure, and they carry the confidence of players who refuse to be counted out. MOUZ come in with sharp focus. Their style is aggressive, relentless, and dangerous. When they strike with purpose. When they commit with precision. This is old glory meeting a rising force. A battle between identity and reinvention. A clash where every decision has consequences. Na'Vi wants to reclaim their place among the elite. MOUZ want to seize it for themselves. It is ambition, discipline, and determination. It is Na'Vi against MOUZ.
MOUZ and Na'Vi, definitely an interesting matchup. MOUZ have made it to the LAN portion of a Blast Slam before. It wasn't that long ago that they were at Singapore and they had their first stage against Spirit. And so now we're pitting them against Na'Vi. It feels like 2 sides of the same coin almost, where you're not really sure what's going to show up on the day. Na'Vi is a team that at any one point could just come in and wallop you essentially, Quinn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think their teams with 2 slightly different styles, but both teams have young players, both teams have players that haven't been sort of in that tier 1 space for a very long time. So I think it's really exciting to get to see them not only play on stage but also play against each other. Like you said, you see that clash of some inexperienced players and who can control the nerves and come out on top.
Yeah, I think this series is going to be interesting also because Na'Vi hasn't had the best results post-TI, but now they have a chance here at the main stage. They have CY with them, who won many majors and has a lot of experience in this, in this very situation. So I think he might play a key role in this series.
I feel like MOUZ kind of stole Na'Vi's post-TI storyline. All right. So we got Na'Vi.
Oh, okay.
We're praising them. We're hyping them up. They don't do so well at TI, but post-TI, that's when they're meant to shine. MOUZ come in with this random little roster, ex-secret. They start winning tournaments, getting these big runs. I feel like this was meant to be Na'Vi. Like, in this position, I thought I'd be talking about how epic Na'Vi's year has been so far. MOUZ the contender, maybe they can do it. But no, it's a complete role reverse where MOUZ are the ones who have kind of done everything.
In saying that, this is only the 4th event of the season, so there's still a lot of room to growth for Na'Vi, and I think a lot is going to come from this match right now. Getting to be on stage coming up against MOUZ, who is having that great story right now, but just being so young, like this has to be one of the youngest average ages for a Dota team in quite some time.
Yeah, it's honestly crazy the fact that Niku is 16.
You have 16, 19, 19, and 23? 22?
Something like that.
It's super young.
It's genuinely crazy that he is that good while being 16 playing mid. When I was 16, I was like, terrible. Holy cow. So he's got a really bright future.
What's your excuse now?
I mean, well, let's not talk about that. But he also has a really bright now. And I think he's like somewhat of an inconsistent player. But I think he's someone with like a lot of potential.
Yeah, we saw as well from the kind of lower third there, right? Na'Vi, the last time they were winning a tier 1 event, was it 2016? Like, it had been such a long time. So when you talk about the current version of Na'Vi, what they're playing for, it is, the pride of a legacy organization that just hasn't really achieved success yet. Over 3,421 days. Like, to say that for Na'Vi, when you think about like a lot of Dota like viewers right now, when you talk about Dota back in the day, you're talking about like Na'Vi, IG, like such a legacy orgs. Where are they? They've been trying, just haven't been able to achieve anything. So I think for Na'Vi being 2 best of 3s and a best of 5 away, like this is probably the closest they've been in for some time. It is, a lot of pressure on them.
They've also had a team for all these years, right?
True. It's not like they came in, kind of disappeared, and that's why this stat is skewed. They have been present, and we also have to remember that this was the Na'Vi junior roster, actually, that ended up getting promoted for TI. That's where we talk about we were expecting so much for them, having that promotion for themselves, but they're here on LAN. They're looking great. And you thought that was something pretty interesting about that carry player that not a lot of people would have the information on.
This is a very redundant, yet very good statistic, okay? We had a little deep dive at the pings, all right? You know when your teammate's really happy with you and they want to show what item build you're doing? That's exactly what we're looking at here. So average pings per game so far in the Blast Slam 5 group stage, Got the Juice is averaging 204 pings per game. Second place, 100, all right? Got the Juice is just ping, 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 the entire game, all right? Because my guy, he's like a commander, He knows what he wants in the game, and, as much as it's a meme, this number, this statistic, it does feel like he's authoritative. He knows what he wants, because when you ping in Dota and competitively, you're kind of leading your team. It's not some toxic pub thing. It literally is, go here, do that, care for this. So it really is proof that Got the Juice doubling the second place pings is because he is just so active in trying to communicate for the team.
I'm actually kind of surprised this is so like tangential right now is how far up Tundra are, because they have played a 1 best of 3 less. So technically 2/3 games less than the other people who are up there.
Just for context, the leaderboard of pings, total games, the top 6 games, Got the Juice won all of them. Like he literally, there's not even a single player close to him. Like that's how much he uses it as a tool to communicate. But again, to try and link this into real analysis, it is because in Na'Vi, he is very vocal as a carry player. He's kind of like a Nightfall-esque carry, where it's like he knows what he wants. He's actually kind of, again, like I said, he is a kind of very talkative player in that sense. So if he's having a bad game, that can hurt Na'Vi a lot, because he clearly is very instrumental if we try and, link it into the ping analysis.
Sure, well, we could do a little bit more analysis, if you want, of some Dota heroes and what Na'Vi lacks to pick up for themselves, especially in Riddy's hero pool. I feel like that's a good conversation to have, because some of their successes have also really strongly come out of consistent pickups. The Warlock being one. 12-7 here is pretty impressive. 13-5 on the Ringmaster too.
I think especially the Warlock has been very key for this team, and they kind of went away from it a little bit in the last group stage and sort of turned back to it when it mattered the most in the last best of 3, started picking up that Warlock, securing that massive team fight and lane winner for themselves. And I do think that it is, at least to me, it's really his signature hero. So it's kind of a nice comeback for this hero and team combination, I think.
No, I totally agree. And I think you saw them, like, stylistically, they sort of shifted to become this sort of giga snowball, we're going to run you over type team. They're picking heroes that don't scale. They're picking heroes with overlapping synergies. And I think now they've gone back, like Misery said, somewhat to, they're picking team fight. They're picking scale. They're playing a little bit slower. And I think it suits this team better. I don't think by nature they are the fastest team ever. And I think it's difficult to make them play fast or for them to play fast if that's not their natural state. And so I think picking a little more late game suits them much better.
Just for continuity.
Sure.
On that graphic, we saw Dazzle. Please, no Dazzle, okay?
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was about to bring it up. I was like, that's a positive win rate on Dazzle. Surely you guys like him going back for that.
No, big no. I despise support Dazzle. There's the niche game where it might work, but I don't know. It feels like you're putting all your eggs in this basket of, we're going to win by this time, and it's going to be great, and we're going to snowball like Quinn's mentioning. I hate this hero with a passion. Please, for the sake of this integrity of this best of 3, for competitiveness, do not pick this hero.
Just remove it from your mind is what you're kind of saying to Navi right now.
Yeah, what the? Oh, sorry. I just said God and just gave you a little side swipe. My bad.
That's how much you hate Dazzle.
I would never do that.
In every frame there. But we could also talk about the counterpart of this best of 3 here. We've spoken a lot about Navi, but it's also time that we talk about MOUZ a little bit here, because you're saying, T, we're giving them massive props to their Cinderella story here and how they've been able to overcome the fact that they played 70-something games in qualifiers post-TI into attending every event that has happened and even winning the most previous event.
Yeah, they have been forged through the fires of having to do everything, right? Not only is it open qualifiers, closed qualifiers, then playing out the lands, playing with stand-ins in different tournaments. I think that is just testament that MOUZ has got such a strong foundation that if you do change out a player, they know what they need to do, how to kind of operate. So I think that is just proof that they should be consistent throughout the entire year. Unless a patch, of course, comes in and now you have to relearn everything.
Different story.
Right now, in this moment, they have just got such a deep just respect for each other, and also, you know, they're friends. They I think a lot of top teams nowadays, they kind of break past this whole we're competing. It's more they just, you know, blend well together.
I think it's also going to be interesting to see if they can keep up the consistency, right? Once they start revealing more of their key strategies, which is already happening, and people start to ban out these heroes, like, can they come up with something else? Can they stay consistent, similar to how Falcons does it and Tundra does it? Or are they going to fall through a little bit more and become this middle-of-the-pack team? I think that's the main thing for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is honestly a pivotal point, right? Because we've seen them, you know, they had a lot of success with Kaori last time they won their first series and then fell a little bit short to sort of the big dogs. And so to me, it's like, okay, you can lose to the big dogs for a while, but eventually, you know, the honeymoon period has sort of ended and this is just your team now. And you need to prove that you can actually beat these teams if you want to be a contender for, you know, for the top slot on a consistent basis.
Yeah. I would say that I feel like they are maybe tilting slightly based on the best of ones in Slam 5 group stage, but I think it's best of ones. You could kind of argue that can hurt any team, right? I think going back to best of 3s, even potential best of 5s is when you kind of see the true team's colors shine once again. But yeah, they've done enough to be a top 6 consistent team now.
Yeah.
It's can they actually win events when Falcons rock up and, you know, showcase what they can do?
Yeah, and something that you're pointing out there, Misery, is being able to have heroes banned out, still find yourselves win. It was a similar story when we saw them in Singapore, except it was more about who they were playing through. It felt like mid-one was their win condition. It felt like if he was having a good game, they could come back from almost anything. Now, though, in Blast Slam 5, we're seeing a different sort of MOUZ. He isn't that end-all, be-all in terms of a win condition.
Yes, but I do think that mid-one is the type of player that will actually shine again when the main stage arrives, and he will actually...
Another 7-minute rampage is what you're saying.
Yeah, potentially. I think this guy does look better when it matters the most. I will say, though, that I think both Boom and Crystal is... We've talked a lot about mid-one, but both of the other 2 cores in the has been playing so solidly the last 3 months, and they often get unnoticed because mid-one is so flashy. So I think these guys can carry that weight as well. So I don't think they necessarily need to rely on mid-one. Another player, I think Yamich we played a lot of Podge and looked kind of unstoppable as well. But I think his Podge has fallen off a cliff in the group stage of Blast, and they might look to move away from this hero a little bit because it does look too risky.
Yeah, I think, again, I have no idea where I heard this from. I can't even remember if it was a tweet from his stream, whatever, from mid-one, but I know, maybe I dreamt it. Who knows? Let's go. Anyway,
he's making things up now.
I'm going to make things up. But anyway, mid-one basically said that he hasn't been grinding as much and he doesn't feel like he's playing at the same level. And it's, you know what, I think that's a repercussion of playing so much Dota. And as soon as you realize that kicks you into another gear to go again. So I think that's a pretty good excuse for the group stage performance. But they still survived. They got to the playoffs. that wake-up call. You get to China, you get some more scrims and you get the repetitions in. But again, I have no idea where I actually got that from. So maybe I dreamt
tweet it. You're right.
I made it up.
He did tweet it.
He tweeted it?
Well,
there we go.
I was about
Thanks,
to say,
Quinn.
before we let T make up any more things, all right, and before we talk any more on MOUZ, we actually got to catch up with Celery just before this matchup too.
Well, for us, the player we play the most around is probably mid one, because he has the biggest hero pool in our team, so we try to give him the space that he needs and to set up the draft in a way that he can pick whatever he feels that day. We don't even know what's happening. Yesterday in Scrim, a new hero appeared again. So I think we play around him the most in that sense. But it depends a bit how you look at it, because you could also say we play a lot around Crystallis, we play his heroes, but we kind of play around everyone their strengths. So I'm not sure. I think you could probably say mid one the most, because he's just the most unique for us.
Well, Celery said a lot of nice things about his teammates and the fact they play around people's powers and yada yada. What I really care about is the fact that a new hero showed up in scrims yesterday and could potentially show up today, Quinn.
Yeah, that is what scrims are for. They're to get things warmed up, test the waters a little bit. He didn't say if they won the scrim. If they won the scrim, we might see it today. If they lost, it's dead for another 6 months until mid one decides there's another game for it.
It did kind of feel like on Saturday that was kind of interesting development
like
of
it
the
was.
scrim. It was kind of a nice, interesting hero showed up.
I've got an idea, all right?
Okay.
So MOUZ, I think he's only played like one competitive game on it, okay?
Mid one, you're specifically talking about?
Yeah. Mid one. You see OG playing well with it.
Okay.
Sure, they just got eliminated, but they didn't play it. So maybe that's like inspiration from the group stage. He just randomly wants to try the mid MOUZ out. I'm predicting here. That's my
So it's
job.
not necessarily a new hero for us, but a new hero for the
him.
team.
Yeah, exactly. If you want a new hero for him, then he's playing like Techies mid or Ogre mid, unplayed competitive heroes for him.
OD mid, please.
You already got a sniper and a Husker. Can you not be so...
You're so greedy, Quinn.
Good things come in threes.
I want to see the mid one slag mid.
Ooh.
Okay, that's hype.
That's pretty
I
cool.
want to see that.
Yeah, that's hype.
Okay, well, is there anything you want to see? Because we're getting what Quinn wants and what Misery wants. You may as well say yours as well, T.
Mid Phoenix.
That's hype too.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that one. Everyone's had their wishes. Now we're going to go to my wish, and that's going to be going to a break, because when we come back, it's going to be our players coming out on stage, and of course, one step closer to our series.
Ni hao again, Chengdu. How y'all doing? And everybody at home. We are here after our first series. And what a banger it was. That was pretty cool. We got to see some new heroes, a little bit of Lena, you know, finally a Naga Siren for once. What'd you like about that series, Dub?
Well, if you ask me what do I like about the first series， 刚刚 Slacks 问我说，比较喜欢刚刚结束这场比赛当中发生的一些，有很多来回的碰撞，有新选出来的英雄，有丽娜，有小娜迦。他问我最喜欢什么，那他既然都把新英雄最近没有选的新英雄说出来了，那我只能说，我比较喜欢的就是在 Yandex 输掉第一场之后，他们能够有能力在一个单淘的赛制下连翻2场，并且拿下了 BO3的胜利。兄弟们，这是个单淘赛制啊！ 要知道这个赛制在我们淘汰赛当中其实并不常见。如果有这样的心理能力，在输掉第一盘的情况下连续翻盘，其实是非常难得。而且在这样的舞台上，在我们热情的观众面前啊，说实话，这场比赛看得我实在是太尽兴了。You already have.
我听得懂 Yeah, I got it. But first stream, please.
你听得懂
What? That's what I said. 我听得懂。
你听得懂
Hey, you messing me up? Okay, go ahead, please, if you could.
Well, you already mentioned the hero they pick about Lina, about Naga Siren.
Yes.
Of course, I'm excited to see more and more the hero haven't been picked on the stage. But what do I like about the first series? I would say that I like how Yandex managed to come back after they lost the first game. Remember, this is single elimination.
That's right.
You're gonna be really strong. Like after you lost the first game and you can manage it to flip it over. I like that. I think this is why we watch this playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you do have to be strong after you watch OG get eliminated. It's so sad. But we have so many cool new teams coming up in the world of Dota 2. OG, of course, on their rise back up. Team Yandex, too. Super cool to see them do so well, I have to say. Yeah.
没有错，刚刚 Sax 也提到了，说我们现在其实，在 Dota 2职业赛场上能够看到更多新鲜的血液，包括我们刚才看到的 Yandex， 包括这支新组的 OG， 以及即将登场的这两支队伍，也相信大家非常期待我们第2场的比赛，对不对？
There we go. All right, good. Well, I hope you guys are ready to talk about our next series today. Again, we're talking about new teams coming up in Dota, and we've got some good ones coming up here. Team Na'Vi, this classic in Dota, but a new squad of some cool, fresh faces. And of course, MOUZ Sports, who have just been doing so incredibly over the last couple tournaments, and we'll see if we see it here again.
没有错，希望大家收拾好心情。我们接下来的第2场比赛也马上就要开始了。这2支队伍，相信大家一定不陌生吧 ？Na'Vi 这支老牌强队，我们可以说是耳熟能详了。虽然他们换了很多新鲜的血液，现在他们的选手都非常的年轻。而 MOUZ 这支队伍，如果你是双休玩家的话，你一定知道这个战队了。那 MOUZ 呢，他们也是最近刚刚拿到了一个比赛的冠军，他们的势力也可以说是非常的强劲。那么这2支队伍的对决，你们比较期待哪支队伍会获胜呢？无论哪支队伍会获胜，我相信它会是一场非常精彩的比赛。
Now I gotta know from the audience, since we have a little bit of time, who here thinks that Na'Vi is gonna be taking this one?
既然我们现在还有一点点时间可以来讨论接下来的比赛，那么我们来问一下现场的观众朋友们吗？你们认为谁将会拿下这场比赛的胜利 ？Na'Vi 吗？
Oh yeah! We got a guy in yellow right there cheering his lights out there for Na'Vi. There we go. Represent.
Color of Na'Vi.
That's it. All right. And then really quick, who thinks it's going to be MOUZ? Anybody?
认为 MOUZ 将赢下这场比赛胜利的观众有吗？
Oh, okay. Well, it sounds like they're ready. But for everybody in the stadium and everybody at home, are you ready for our second series of the day?
I think they're ready.
I think they're ready. Well, let's bring out those teams then. Get them out here.
Support 5号位 Salary versus Reedies. Soft Support 4号位 Yamage versus Zayak. Offlane 3号位 MOUZ versus PMA. Mid 2号位 Mid One versus Niku. the juice.
Na'Vi and MOUZ, again, having these players walk out on stage. For MOUZ, of course, having done it in Singapore, now they get to do it in Chengdu. For Na'Vi, the first time a lot of these youngsters are going to be taking a stage in front of a crowd like that, and I could only imagine the energy levels, the hype that's running through them right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Nuku with big smiles walking in. I'm honestly really excited for them. It's honestly a great experience to get to play on stage with, you know, lots of people watching, the pressure, but also it's more fun and it's special and you remember those things. So I'm really happy for them, and I hope we get a great series between these teams.
Yeah, I agree. I hope Na'Vi shows up today. I think MOUZ has a little bit more experience hands-on with this type of thing. But yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be a good one.
I just want to know what Nico and Midway were talking about.
Me too, they were yapping a lot.
They're the first walkout that we've had between the four teams that actually had two players talking during the walkout. So is it like a little matchup situation where it's like, don't pick Queen of Pain, bro, please, you know, chill. Like, is it that, or is it just, you know, meaningless stuff? Who knows?
It could be just friendly. Midway being like, how you feeling, bro? You know, having such a big walkout here. But I kind of want to ask you that question, Quinn, because I know that you're still talking to CY. And whilst we always give a lot of focus to the players, some very impactful moments within Dota series and games is drafts, right? And that's a lot down to coaches, preps, and it's been a while since we've gotten to see him on land now as well. So have you been talking to him? How is he feeling? How do you vibe for Na'Vi?
Yeah, I have been talking to CY. I think he's very optimistic about this team because they are so young. They have so much potential, and I think a lot of, you know, what they've been doing is him integrating with the team and trying to mesh, you know, CY's ideas and, you know, them learning things with their style and combining those two things. And I think they're starting to find a good spot, and I think that they feel confident. I think they also feel relaxed and that they're just happy they made it here. They get to play in front of the crowd, and that I think my understanding is that they're not really feeling pressured, that they just want to play, and they're not like scared or feel like they need to do well.
I love that. And whilst we're talking about coaches, CY obviously being with Na'Vi for a while, you will notice, T, that is not Immortal Faith standing behind MOUZ right now.
Yeah, so for this event, of course, Immortal Faith isn't here. They are currently using their analyst, which is DPM. So he's kind of standing in for the role. And honestly, it's a big change-up, right? When you think about Immortal Faith and the type of coaching he is, he's like a systems kind of guy. Like, come and play my Dota. I'm going to do my drafts. I'm going to build. Like, he's very, like, he follows his formula. So him not being here, it is going to be a complete change of maybe just pacing in that regards. Because what happens if DPM has a bit more of like a, you know, oh, you want to play it? Yeah, let's go for it. You know, maybe he bends to the players more. Of course, I would think a team like MOUZ, who has played so much, they are just going to follow this script that they've been doing. So maybe it's not as obvious, but in the smaller moments, in the pivotal, like, do we really want to pick this when they got 20 seconds of reserve time? Immortal Faith probably has a clean idea. Maybe DPMs won't be as authoritative, and that's where the players will have to step up. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this dynamic works, because we just haven't really seen this kind of combination before.
I mean, I'm sure that Imagine Celery is just going to be doing drafting now.
Yeah.
I guess we don't know yet, but I mean, the Immortal Faith was sitting always in a chair doing the drafting, right? So that at least is going to be a big difference. But they have played so many games together. They have their hero pool, right? I think it's almost like a routine for them, perhaps, drafting. I don't know if it's necessarily gonna matter that much. Maybe the post game in the middle of the series, you know, stuff like this, breaking down why we lost, things like that, it can also have an influence.
Well, the thing is, the more I talk to Quinn and realizing, you know, how, you know, against ideas he was on gaming, you know, here at CY and these creative players, like, that could be the same thing, right? What if one of the players had a little creative idea? You know, we're talking about Mid1 trying a new hero in the script. Maybe that's a hero that he was never allowed to play with Immortal Faith, and now it's like, you know what, guys, it's a cheeky scrim. The boss ain't here. Can we give it a go? You know, like, there could be like a little moment, one pick, one ban, something that is, but on surface level, it probably won't be too different. It's the really little intricate moments that will be able to shine potentially, or maybe not shine.
Yeah, I mean, I think the people clicking the buttons and drafting is interesting because every team drafts as a team for the most part. People give their inputs on their heroes and bans and things like that. When you have something to say, you say. I think that's how most teams work. But the person clicking the buttons, it can mess with them depending who's doing it because you're now thinking in a different way. You can think more like grandiose as opposed to thinking just about your heroes. And so we had experiences where we'd swap people around drafting, and certain people were really bad at it, not because their ideas about Dota were bad, but because it altered the way they played. And so
Too
maybe
distracted almost.
Yeah, exactly. And since maybe since Sully hasn't drafted for a while, he drafted the first year for us, but not past that. So maybe, you know, there's a little bit of, it's unusual for him and it can alter him potentially.
The post games really hurt, right? Because as soon as you're the drafter, in the game when mistakes happen, you think, if I did this ban or if I did this differently, like hindsight sometimes hits you where it can really impact. So even in the post game, that's where DPMs or someone who maybe isn't traditionally in the role of coach is going to have to try and cushion the blow potentially if the players are not able to utilize Immortal Faith in that sense. But yeah, the draft could be slightly different. The post game, we could be seeing a different MOUZ, but again, at the end of the day, they're also just playing their 200 billionth bajillion
We'll
game
probably
of the
just see a
tournament,
Dragon Knight on the task and a Park Knight and the MOUZ draft. It's going to be similar.
The archetype of how the team's playing also won't really change up too much despite what we might see swapped in and out of the heroes. And so before we do get into the draft and talk about that, it would be nice to take that step back and realize, how are these two teams playing? Is it very different, or are they also looking to go through and have similar lane priorities through mid?
I mean, I think after these last few games Na'Vi played that best of 3, I think they, we talked about it, but I think they shifted more back to the way they were playing, which is a little bit slower, a little bit more late game. And MOUZ is not really as concerned with that, right? We've seen the way they played, the way they won. Wallachia was playing insanely aggressive, right? They pick a lot of melee heroes, they run at people, they pick stuns, they want to fight. And I don't think that's really how Na'Vi is right now. I think they're adjusting more toward this slower play style, and so I think it is somewhat of a clash of different styles.
Yeah, MOUZ has the team fight and the pacing and the fear. Na'Vi has the team fight, which they've only recently adopted, but no pacing at all, right? So I think at least if Na'Vi has fixed that, they could maybe even blend into being the same team potentially if Na'Vi's trying to emulate MOUZ, because it feels like day one Na'Vi, nowhere near MOUZ. End of Blast group stage play-ins, they've kind of like halfway got to trying to copy MOUZ, right, in the playbook. So big waves,
The cameraman waiting back for us. You could just run up there, Quinn. Just give him a good old wave.
I think I'll pass.
Okay.
The last time Quinn tried to take the headset off to then leave the panel didn't go so well.
No, I'm not going to do that again.
Alright, that's true. I won't put that idea back in your head there. But look, the draft will be underway very soon between Na'Vi and MOUZ. Trust me, it's not too far off the horizon at all. But we've talked about the stylistic changes of potentially not having your coach, having a coach that's been with you for a while, the play styles of these two teams as well. But what about heroes specifically? Outside of the meta, is there anything else that could be overlapping for these two teams that they love to uniquely pick up?
We could see the Shadow Fiend, I think, potentially. It's a hero that we've seen both teams dabble in. Mid one is very good on the hero, and I look forward to seeing that.
That's a very good question.
Well, Misery, you're saved by the bell. You don't actually have to answer me because the answer in itself might end up popping up in a draft for this best of 3.
So I'm looking forward to playing Na'Vi. I know their coach knows me very well, and I know him very well as well, so it's going to be easy draft. I haven't drafted in a while. But I don't know, man. In gaming, when I drafted, we won a lot of tournaments. When you drafted CY, we won 1, I think. So, yeah, I think I'm trying to add 1, and I'll see you at the next tournament.
Okay, before the match, I think we're gonna show a good game. I hope it's gonna be a wide game as we played with MOUZ always. It's or one game or we lose in 20 minutes. So, hope one game and hope I won. So, yeah.
I hope you guys are ready for us, because we're gonna smash you.
Game 1 draft of Na'Vi MOUZ will start shortly, but Quinn, I have a very important question for you.
What's that?
MOUZ.celery or Na'Vi.cy? Who is the better drafter?
Well, we're about to find out. I mean, okay, to be honest, it's like a bit of a cop-out answer, but also like we always drafted as a team. And the person clicking the buttons was like only sort of drafting. Like they're, in a lot of ways, it was like we decide on something together and then they just clicked. Like when I say button clicker, in a very literal sense, that like, I don't even think they were leading the draft oftentimes.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's usually how it is. It's rare that the guy with the button has that much power, realistically, right?
Maybe he's got like 22% and the other people have, 18 or, it's like...
Yeah, and you're also most of the time deciding so much outside the actual draft, right? In the practice room or whatever. But yeah, I mean, teams function differently, so... We have, actually, yeah, CY is drafting. Was he always drafting online as well and stuff like this? It's more difficult, right?
That. Yeah, I'm not, I guess, I mean, online you can't really.
Yeah.
You kind of just have, so it's, I think the dynamics change a little bit. I think whenever he joined the team, Navi wanted him to draft. And so it was, that this is the ideal for them.
Yeah.
I think. I can't remember if their coach prior, the Heartless King was his name? Nameless King, something like that. Anyway, I think was he drafting for them?
I don't think he was in the seat, but he was like behind, he was like talking with Zayats, right? So
okay, so Zayats was clicking before, and I think they wanted someone to click.
Yeah, because you can see how Zayats obviously took a step back there. Of course, at the moment, guys, there is currently a PC getting replaced, so that is why there is a short delay. Now, in regards to that, how do you guys, in your careers, would you manage, like, you're mentally prepared for the game, you think the draft's about to start, and then one guy's, downloaded something, and now his PC's crashing, he's got to fix it. Like, how would you normally manage the kind of pre-hype into now stalling out?
I mean, I think a lot of it is, like, it's annoying. This situation is frustrating. It's, but I think you have to also understand that the enemy has all the same things you do. If, maybe they have to pee, or they want to get up and move around, or they want the game to get started. And if you just, like, realize that, okay, they're frustrated too, that's okay, and you accept that, and you sort of go with the flow, then I think you can build an advantage in that you're not as frustrated as they are.
I think sometimes I've talked through the draft segments even more, like imagining what's gonna happen. I think other times I've kind of just sat in the zone more as well, and just waited, but not really thinking about anything, right? Just being focused. So yeah, I'm not really sure. Or you can just do like Crystal is, just talk a bit in the chat and just meme a bit with the enemy team, while the lobby's not starting.
That is a lot of people. I'm curious, do you feel like these kind of breaks, do you feel like they were just neutral for you, or did you like feel they were better for you or worse for you? Like, what did you think you got out of them?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have a clear answer on that, honestly. How about you? Do you have a...
I guess it depends on the teammates, right? Like if you have a kind of a clown on the teammate, right? And like they start using the kind of the dead time to start cracking jokes, and it breaks your kind of focus, it probably can hurt, right? But if your team's quite serious and everything's very chill and you're relaxed...
It can also loosen the atmosphere, right? It can also be a positive thing. I don't think there's one clear answer to this question, realistically.
Yeah, that hype speech they did like 10 minutes ago is fading right now. Like they are clinging on to whatever hype words they had before the walkouts.
Yeah, it depends a lot from team to team. Like, I know it helped me sometimes. Sometimes I liked when the game was delayed, or if I was playing after a series, going to a third game would be nice. If I was, like, particularly stressed that day, it would give me, like, more time to calm down. And so I could see, maybe that's just a me thing, but I could also see that potentially being the case for a team like Navi, where, they're walking on stage for the first time in forever, and now they have a little more time to, like, actually acclimate to the stage, get used to it. Like, I could see it helping them, maybe.
So I can see that. Legal reasons, you weren't actively wanting to play 3 games in every best of 3.
Oh no, I wasn't wanting to play 3. I would like to be the team playing after a best of 3. If I was after best of 3, I would like to go to 3 games.
I don't know why, but for some reason, all I heard was I really love playing 3 games in a best of 3.
It's possible I misspoke, but I did not mean that.
No, that's fine. Maybe I just misheard, but I was like, that sounds kind of sus, Quinn, I'll be honest, brother.
No, 2-0 people feels way better.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially if like the first game kind of close, and that second game, just a little 25-minute.
Yeah.
That's a specialty.
No, it's good. I mean, everybody remembers the long games, right? You remember the epic moments, the awesome stuff, and for viewers, that is the best stuff. But when you're playing, those games are stressful, and like they are great memories if you win. But if you lose those games, then it just sucks. And so it's way nicer to just have control of the game.
It's also like winning them gives you more energy almost, whereas losing them it's exhausting.
It's unreal how bad it feels when you lose the long games.
Yeah, completely unrelated to what we're talking about, by the way. I feel like we do need to have, how in Formula 1 you have like the pit stops? We need to have the little timer and have the little blast admins, what's their pit stop for changing out a PC? Again, I'm not hoping we see another one, but we can yeah. No, PC out, PC in, HDMI in. I don't know what ports you use anyway, but maybe we can keep that tracking for all events, and then we can compete against all the TOs, like who's the quickest admin at replacing a PC. But that's mid one, he's focused.
I mean, I want to see a type racer tournament of the pros because I think typing speed is really interesting because I think most Dota players type very fast, like 120 words per minute plus. I feel like is what most Dota players type, but maybe because there are people out there that can type like 200. And I want to know, like, are any Dota players, is there one Dota player who's the sleeper goat of typing?
I feel like if you're a legacy key user, surely you're better at typing because you use more of the keyboard, right? There's some just cursed people, like, maybe myself. We're like QWERTY. Our left hand is still holding true to that little quarter of the keyboard, right? But
isn't there, I feel like I remember in the breaks some people doing some of those browser games where you can type really fast. You have to type words to get your hands warmed up.
That's
stuff
the
like this.
game that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, type racer. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
This pause is affecting you too.
Oh, I didn't catch that. That was what you were talking about. In general. But yeah. How did you usually warm up? Do you buy click invoker spells or?
No, I always last hit. So like almost everybody on my team, like Ace would like practice buying items and like being tanky. I don't know. And then
oh, look at me!
Yeah, he would like theory craft items or item builds or whatever before the game.
Ah, sure. Okay.
And then Celery and Tofu would both play Invoker and cast spells.
Yeah, that's a classic.
And I would pick a random hero, not a random. I'd pick like Puck or Lina or Death Prophet or something, and I would just last hit.
Would it be in like the demo mode, like the little lobby?
Yeah,
where
the demo mode, and I would just buy normal items, and I just last hit practice. And then like I would do it until I felt the perfect CS, and I was like, okay, I'm good, and I stopped.
The perfect CS. There's such a thing.
Like the timing was perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
Like as in like I can almost like attack, and I can almost close my eyes, and I know it's got it.
Yeah.
And I hear the noise, and I'm like, okay, that's good.
But you said it's on a random hero, right? You wouldn't sync it to like your prep and go, you know what, I want to practice this hero on the stage.
Sometimes I did that, but not always.
Okay. Do you think that's anything we can learn then if we ever see the camera shots of players if they're demoing heroes? Like, what's the likelihood it's actually relevant compared to just the fun of doing it?
I mean, during a pause, I don't think it's relevant at all.
Yeah.
I think beforehand, I think it's somewhat interesting to see what people choose to do. Are they spellcasters? Are they last hitters? I think most people are probably spellcasters and they're like just warming up their fingers or whatever.
Other than Ace, who's literally just there pressing one. Ooh!
No, he's not like that.
Yay! I did it, guys.
I would do Earthspirit. Casting spells in the demo. Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's kind of nice.
You like roll through.
I mean, doing all the like roll into kick in the same stone, like stuff like this, doing the more quote-unquote advanced.
Do you miss the fact that Earthspirit just really isn't viable in the support role? Like we've seen like the odd niche player be able to pick it up, like Zayats, right? An absolute gem on Earthspirit. Don't really see it at all.
Yeah, I kind of
wish that's a future
It's been too long. It feels like because some heroes fall out of meta, they were too broken, they get nerfed. Okay, it's fine, you deal with it, but Earthspirit hasn't been a thing for a very long time.
It's been like 10 years since Earthspirit 4 has been a thing.
Has it actually been that long?
Like, because the last time I remember was like Jerix was playing it, and that was like...
Crit has been playing it a bit here and there as well, but I don't know when that it was.
But never like a statement, like, as of course.
Maybe it is that long ago. Maybe like 8 years.
Something like that, because it was like Jerix before OG, which means it was like liquid Jerix.
But to be fair, 4 position has shifted from like the flashy plays, the big moves, to more just like map setup and doing kind of these like clunkier things. Like when you look at 4 players, you're not going, wow, look at this epic. It's more just like, he's just doing his he's part of a system, right? So maybe in future we can kind of recraft the beauty of 4 position, get to see some of them shine. But again, it's not. I mean, again, I'm hoping it's soon. The draft will start. I do see that the admin stood up, got the juice, is back on his PC.
That's good.
I mean, I think also the longer the pause, continues, the different outcomes kind of has, right? Or like effect it has on players, right?
Yeah.
The initial one we already talked about, but if it extends to like 10, 15, 20 minutes, then it's more about who's actually able to reset into the mindset of focusing again and, paying attention to the series.
Yeah, sometimes there are some extreme...
Okay, this is not looking good for MOUZ, all right? When we talk about, Na'Vi versus MOUZ, how does the pause affect them? We see Na'Vi, they're kind of talking, they're chilling. Other than that, we got some... mid one looks a little bit kind of zen. We got, what was it? Boom, kind of bored. What if, from this, the game starts post-draft, Boom dies first blood? Like, that's the start of just therapy, basically. He needs to, pick it up. Okay, what would you do if you saw your teammate doing this in a pause? Would you be confident that he's resting, or would you be kind of like concerned that he's zoning out? Okay, he's smiling. He's back.
In a pause, I would be worried. If it was before draft,
during the game,
during the game,
I'd be like, oh, yeah, wow.
The laning phase.
Yeah.
No, I've had. I mean, okay. Did you ever have people like have outbursts in game? Because I'm not gonna name names, but throughout my career, I've had people get upset in games, like to a degree where I was like, oh, we lost.
Sure.
That should never be allowed in any comms. Like to say we lost.
I mean, no, not people saying we lost, but like internally, the comms like get so heated that the thought or the feeling is like, oh, this is rough.
I can speak on this one. In my time coaching Chaos in the beautiful South America, there was multiple times where you could feel like the vibe just absolutely shit. Like when the game, you see the kill score like down 20, you're like, okay, these boys are not talking to win. These guys are talking just to.
I feel like that was a lot more common back in the day.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know exactly what happened. I think people just figured out this is not good. Let's just keep trying to win the game, you know? But there was definitely a thing back in the day where, yeah, a lot more drama doing the game as well.
But you can learn that, guys. When you play your pubs, treat them like it's, if some guy's trying to give up, you don't give up, you try. Try and win the 4v5. That is my guilty pleasure in Dota. When some guy tries to hold the game hostage and does what his thing, like trying to win it 4v5, like that is such a big moment. And rarely people want to do it. I think it's just like a nice little mini game. I already know that I'm probably going to lose my 25 MMR. Why not try and 4v5 whilst brother's been living in the jungle with an amulet or whatever?
To each their own, brother. To each their own.
People say, you know, oh, wasting my time, you know? Who cares?
Who cares?
Who cares? Time, whatever. I'm gonna keep trying, because if I win, that was the best time of my life.
You're also wasting the enemy's time.
Exactly.
And the asshole's time.
Yeah, exactly. We're all in it together. We're all binding in this moment. So just like Got the Juice is wasting our time because he can't get a PC to work, but it's fine.
He's fixing settings, I think, because he looks, okay, now he's not. Now I'm not sure what tech is happening, because he was locked in a second ago. It looked like he was doing something with his settings.
He's got to do, you know, little PC switch up. You never know. Of course, that could also mean new SSD, because all the players, of course, have the custom ones. So we don't know. Maybe he's having to do an extra little bit of, you know, shenanigans.
You need to watch out you don't fall behind there.
Oh my God, that is. I mean, that is a great sponsorship for the chair, right?
That is impressive.
Legit,
that is very impressive. You can lean very far back in that black chair.
You basically don't have to get up. You can basically sleep and you just
play.
stay in
you
your
live
chair.
in the chair.
Live in it.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Did you all ever have any teammates fall out of a chair?
Of course.
Oh, sorry.
Really?
I panicked.
That seems like, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
I mean, it
but I
seems
know
like,
how common it was.
When was the last time
I
you fell
can't
out of a chair?
remember specifically who it was or whatever, but it just seems like people just falling behind on that chair, you know? Like, it seems like a classic. I don't know.
Dude, I had both Duracho and Ace. It happened to at the same boot camp. It was the funniest crap ever. Oh my
Different
gosh.
game? Same game?
No, it was separate. I think it was like a day apart or whatever. Oh, so good. Oh, it's the funniest crap. I mean, the best one is always when EE fell forward.
Wait, forward?
Do you remember this one?
Wait, is that when the chair also falls with you? And
Yes,
you kind of get
the chair falls with him.
pressed?
And the best part, he was on NP at the time. And MSS and AUI are at the other side of the room. And they NP just falls forward in the most insane, klutzy way imaginable. And then MSS and AUI look over and they look back like nothing happened. They don't smile because it's like so run of the mill every day EE. They don't even like take note. They literally just look over and then look back.
I'm happy for MOUZ at least that they are in sync, right? The offlane duo, they're doing the same thing. If I saw that lack of synergy right there, I'd be worried. But both the 4 and 3, they're doing the same thing.
Do you think this is like something they talked about? Let's just relax a bit. Let's like chill. Or do you think?
Honestly, mate, I have
monkey
no
do,
idea.
or what's
you want me to just like make it up on the spot? But no, realistically, they're probably just all doing their own thing, right? Yeah, they're all just.
They got really hyped with the walk-ins. All the fans are here. You know, they're ready to play some Dots, and now, now they're bored.
Yeah, they're bored.
It's fair.
And again, don't worry, guys, because if you're bored in chat, I believe the draft should be starting soon. I'm getting word that we are getting much closer. We aren't in this like ambiguous pause of forever.
Also, the players have written like the War and Peace in chat. There has been so much text. It's insane. They've just been going back and forth the entire time. They've been talking about all kinds. Now they're talking about taxes. It's like it's everything in there.
That's interesting. Yeah. Well,
yeah. By the way, welcome to the podcast.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
right. This is all chat.
Yeah, Captain Absolute Shambles, by the way, because we're taking over. We've stole Quinn from his podcast. He's now joining the Two Bald Men podcast.
Oh, look who's in the lobby.
Yeah, except the new podcast is Bald Chat.
There we go. Would you go bald for the podcast?
No, I'm the guest. It's it's y'all's
but
podcast.
We want you to be in it as well.
But I don't want to shave my head.
No, but come on, man. It's like,
but come on,
please.
That's your best.
Okay, no, all right. If I see at least like 100 balds in chat, I'm sure Quinn will do it. What do you mean? How can I see them? I have Twitch chat open.
How do you know if they're bald?
No, like they just can type it. They can say they are. Like if you just claim that you're bored,
Dude, Twitch can just lie.
No, what do you mean? Like if they're
Twitch chat never lies.
They would never lie. But they said if there's enough of them, I'm sure you'll join them, Quinn. Right? You want to be one with chat?
Surely.
There we go. But luckily, we don't need any ball talk anymore because guess what, guys? There's a draft.
Holy cow.
I don't even know what to say anymore. I feel like we spoke about absolutely everything. Okay, don't forget, guys, quick summary, okay? MOUZ, they currently don't have their coach on site. They're using their analyst instead as a kind of temporary solution. We don't think that it will change too much in MOUZ other than maybe the odd niche pick. And MOUZ and Na'Vi, you could argue troublesome group stages, but did enough to get here. So this is kind of like the whoever wins this, that will regain their confidence to go up against an absolute Goliath in the next round, which will be Tundra.
Yeah, those are the big dogs. But for now, they're two very good teams playing against each other. I think I like the Tusk and Huskar bans.
Yeah.
They make very much sense. Huskar, it's Huskar on 9. I think if MOUZ is on first pick, you can consider giving the Huskar, and we'll see that for next game potentially. But for when the enemy is second pick, Huskar having that flex to mid and carry is a bit too nasty, and I think it's a good ban.
Look at MOUZ banning out their own quote-unquote Dragon Knight here. That's a hero that they were basically first picking every single game in group stage, and now banning it out themselves. And I think this is partly why Na'Vi ends up banning the Pudge, because they pretty much, I think, get a free ban there.
In regards to banning the Pudge, though, we already know that from the group stage it was quite 50-50, like hit or miss as the Pudge goes. Like, did it need to be banned?
I mean, I'm just surprised they didn't ban something like a Bat and a hero that Na'Vi likes a lot, that MOUZ really likes. Like, you know, we've seen Crystallis pick his hero very early a lot of the time. That is somewhat surprising to me, or hit Chen.
Because like when you look at the qualification game from MOUZ where they beat Yakult 2-1, it was Clockwork, it was Gyrocopter, it was Tusk, it was some of the other heroes that we've seen been played. Pudge wasn't really that important for MOUZ in that series, but either way, we do see Jakiro into a Chen.
Yeah, I'm curious what route MOUZ will go now. It's not that often we see a support picked on 9, because will just have to pick another hero on 13 anyway, and you only have one ban to cover that. The enemy can ban 2 heroes and potentially ban your flexes if they've done their research. Most teams only have a few flexes, so you can choose to ban them. So it's a bit strange to me they go for Chen there, and I wonder, are they going to pick a double support and wait till they see a core, or are they going to pick some flex or a hero they're confident in?
The thing with MOUZ and their lineups, right, it's very scary if Celery is aura buying on 5 and then you have Boom playing the Tidehunter or a Timbersaw off lane, even the Primal Beast. I feel like just the synergy of off lane to 5 comboing in that way, where like big tanky frontline plus auras behind, is really scary. Like even though Jakiro is a lane winner, it doesn't matter, because when you get to 15 minutes, if the auras come online, you need more damage. So yeah, I'm looking now at what does Boom pick to amplify this Chen from Celery.
Yeah, I mean, I do like this Tide ban though. Like, I think, for instance, MOUZ could have potentially taken the Tide on 9. You could do something like ban the Ursa, and then you can, you could go from there. But now Tide is banned, one of the best heroes against Jakiro. They're gonna need to take some offlaner, right? Like, they've got to pick something.
I like the Tide ban as well. A lot of teams just don't end up banning it second phase, and then no matter what, MOUZ just ends up picking it later in the phase. So they actually had Tide in so many of their games as well, and just getting rid of that is definitely, I think, a good choice against MOUZ. What about a hero like Pangolier? I feel like this hero is really strong, and we didn't see it last series because neither of the teams really prioritized this hero. I think it's maybe a bit different for these guys here. I feel like this could be a key hero for this series, and it's also a hero that sort of falls into the category of teamfight and flexibility in the draft.
It is an interesting hero though, because both PMA and Boom are the ones that normally play it for MOUZ and Na'Vi, right, into the offlane role. It's not really a mid-1 pickup. It's not really a Niku pickup.
Yeah.
So in regards to flexibility, they don't do it as frequently as other teams.
Oh,
holy misery is Lisa Nagaib.
I think, I mean, I guess the reason why I actually thought of it is because of the 9 Chen, that you need to follow that up with something that's
you can't reveal your hand that early, right?
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's also something that Falcons do all the time, right? It's like literally just Chen Pangolier. It's just strong.
Yeah, you need something aggressive that does damage. Like Chen is a hero that gives you a bunch of tank abilities. So you need someone that does a bunch of damage so we can use that tankiness and make moves. Like Chen has a lot of creeps, but he has no kill threat, and Pango gives you kill threat and also damage. Like it's a great pairing. I remember we picked this all the time.
It's also nice against, I think, PMA, right? PMA is one of the kind of last traditional offlaners out there where he's always playing the lads to amplify other people's games, right? So you get a Diffusal buying Pangolier into the mix. a lot of the archetype of PMA's heroes aren't going to enjoy that type of game. Let's go. Quite an early Ursa pick.
Yeah, kind of taking a book out of something that Tundra has been doing quite a lot, right? Just the sort of blind Ursa. And I think that Pangolin is pretty good against Ursa in the lane. You can spam him out. You can also escape 2 different ways away from the Ursa, right? So, but I mean, it's not all about the lane, of course. Ursa just being very stable carry nowadays, so it's fair.
But what are your thoughts on the Bane, right? The fact that Zayat normally plays the Bane in the 4 position, but he's now laning into a Chen. Chen just going to throw out the mana burn, stop him from eventually brain slapping just constantly, right? It doesn't feel like it's that big statement Bane pick where you're trying to threaten anything.
That's pretty surprising, to be honest. And
Yeah.
I'm also a bit surprised that they're going to pick the Troll blind like this. Like, we've seen them, you know, they obviously like Troll very much, but there's a Doom and Axe in the pool, which are the 2 most stereotypical offlane counter picks to Troll, and they're okay playing against both. That's somewhat surprising to me because I think both fit Navi's lineup pretty well. They have 2 range supports. You probably want another melee core. You don't want too many range heroes in your team. So
Isn't this where you fall into the trap, though, for MOUZ, where you see Chrysalis' hero, you then pick up a Doom or an Axe, and you feel like you're countering Chrysalis, and mid one then uses this information to go, your carry does this, and your mid lane's been exposed. Like, I feel like that is kind of the way that MOUZ wins games, is by going for the most obvious counters to an early Chrysalis pick.
No, I think that's basically why the Troll pick comes out here, is that because exactly what Celery said in the interview, right? That the mid one is the, you know, he gets the priority basically in the draft, and I think that leaves Boom on the Pangolier as well, like almost always here.
Yeah. I did double check though. Mid one has played 26 games of competitive Pangolier, but it was in 2024, end of the year, that he last played it. So of course he can play it. It's just not a hero that he's, you know, constantly been trying to pick up, especially on the recent, you know, grind that MOUZ has been on.
What do you guys think of this Bristleback hero is right now? Because I don't really have a strong opinion when this hero gets picked. I don't really know why and when this hero when is it a good Bristleback pick? You know what I mean? Like, they had it last series too, and
I think my read would be, can it get through the lane and buy an aura to then enable the team's aggression? If that's good enough, then they go for it. The problem is Na'Vi need that, and that's it, right? It's like Bristle has to get that aura, otherwise where's your team fight? You're going to lack that from your offlaner. It's kind of emulating Yandex's concept of win lanes and just snowball the entire game, but I don't know if I'm a fan of it.
I mean, I guess if you think about it right now, for MOUZ, it's not that obvious how the Bristleback dies early on. Like, eventually when Troll gets items, sure, but for now, there's not that much damage between these heroes. It's pretty much all on Pangolier, right, to kill this Bristleback. And if that doesn't happen, he pretty much has a free game the first 20 minutes, right? And we've seen players with playing Bristleback with free games, 20 minutes, it's very much net worth, right? It's a lot of auras, it's a lot of annoying items to deal with, so maybe that's part of the reason that just the damage output is just not that high.
My concern though for Na'Vi is they're now putting a lot of eggs in also the Niku basket, right? Like, can he from the mid lane make these heroes feel good? Like, you want to play into the Bristle, you want to play into the Ursa, buy time, and mid one's going to counter pick him.
Yeah.
You will. But I think they're, like, they have 2 bans for it. They're already banning the Veno, which opens up maybe a couple options. You do have to pick something that is somewhat strong in lane. We've seen a couple times this tournament where Niku picks something and then gets, you know, massively slapped around in lane. Like, there were definitely some lanes throughout the group stage where he had a really rough time. And so I think you have to be really careful and really precise with your bans. If you're Na'Vi, you can't let that happen, right? Because you don't want to give mid one this free game. You don't want to give MOUZ this snowball. You even heard Niku talk about in his interview, either, you know, when they play against MOUZ, they either get crushed in 20 minutes or the game goes long, and then they can win.
There's the Puck, right?
I'd say Puck and Storm are the 2 that come into mind for me for Niku.
Yeah, I like Puck more than Storm. Storm against Chen, you can have some serious... I mean, Puck can have damage issues too, but Puck is just, I would say, probably a better hero a little bit than Storm right now.
I think their draft also would benefit from one more way of catching people, so you don't just rely on the Bane, right? I think that's a bit too much to ask for this hero.
No, for sure.
Good ban.
They just have to think about the ban they want for that Puck.
Yeah, that's true.
There's something like, I don't know what mid one's been cooking. There's stuff like Broodmother if you feel like that's a problem for your heroes. There's Monkey Kings. There's, you know.
There's also a rare hero that we don't see at all, but there's Necrophos in this game as well, right? Like, if you can see a mid lane where you just free farm, he's played it a couple times in the last month. Like, there's some very niche picks that you need to respect. And that's often where MOUZ, when you have this clean looking lineup of you know, team fighting off lane, a carry that is going to create moments in the early game because Chrysalis will just run around with the troll if he needs to. It can put a lot of time for, and just room, sorry, that's the better way of wording it, for mid one to shine.
Yeah, I mean, MOUZ's lineup is a very core-centric lineup in that their supports are sort of helpers. You know, it's a Clockwork, he's a little bit of Sable, and Chen is auras and tank ability. It's very much about this Pangolier to be in fights. Troll is going to be farming, and whatever this mid hero is. So, you know, mid one having a good game and playing through him, their lineup relies on it quite a bit.
So that's why First Wisdom in this game is going to be really, really important, right? Because a Chen and a Clock without early levels, feeling like they're playing from behind will hurt, and they do go for the puck. So, yeah, Niku not really breaking from his script of what type of heroes he wants to play. It does tie the draft quite nicely. Coil into Pangolier is great. The lockdown of Clock and Chen, you cannot really hurt the puck. You can take his tower if you overwhelm with the catapult waves, but yeah, pretty good puck game.
Yeah, I think it's also really nice that he gets a comfort hero on first game main stage in a long time.
But is it comfortable?
Because it is one of his best heroes.
But is it comfortable though when you have exposed a puck into potential counters of like Monkey and Sniper and like all of like the annoying heroes that you sometimes would respect are kind of in the pool?
The thing is I think Puck cares much more about game counters than he does lane mid counters, because I think you can skate by a lot of matchups with Puck if you're good at abusing the dodging the hits and spamming the HP.
I think some of these counters, they, like you said, in the game, they're just not that scary, right? Like Monkey King in the game here, you have the Ursa to chop him down, you have the Bristleback, but the gold Leshrac. So not really a counter pick per se, but good Lesh game overall, maybe? What do you think?
It's an okay Lesh game. I wouldn't say it's that great against Navi's heroes, but it is good with MOUZ's heroes.
Yeah,
they want a damage dealer, right? Clock and Lesh are very naturally good together. It's good with Chen. Like MOUZ has sort of picked a lineup that they like together.
It balances their lineup really well, the Lesh.
For sure. Whereas I think Navi has, in some ways, picked, like they've done more counter picking in a way.
I mean, it's counter picking, but it's enabling Navi a bit more towards comfort, right? Like once they get onto their items, they'll have that overlapping. My fear for Navi is, will they get online rather than having to play combat? Because when you have a Leshrac backed up by a Chen, throwing out the big magic damage, a little bit of pure, then when he stops, you got Crystalus coming with the physical. Like, it feels like there's a really nice mix of damage and tempo from MOUZ that they could maybe break Navi's farm before they get online.
I mean, I think if I'm Puck and I'm looking at this game, I think it looks really nice. I think it's very hard to play. I think if you get some early kills and you get the ball rolling, it becomes really hard to deal with this hero for quite some time. Like, the only way you're killing him is if Pango like blink rolls him from fog. Otherwise, he will never die.
Yeah.
Like, he needs shard too to kill him. Like, you need Pango and another core.
It's like blink hex on Lesh is the next timing, right? And it's at that point it's so late in the game.
Yeah.
I'm kind of looking at Niku just to step up then for Na'Vi, right? Like, if he can make these performances, get through the mid lane, counterplay mid one, where mid one wants to be aggressive on Leshrac. On any hero he plays, he wants to be diving towers. So if Niku counterplays that, he stops that aggression from Lesh, it opens up the game for him. So yes, I think that kind of that 5 to 12 minute window, if he can track mid one onto the map and just stop him, or even kill, set the pace, then in Na'Vi they do have a good shot. But yeah, again, it's like mid versus mid is the story of this early game.
Sometimes you have the really strong timing from MOUZ, right? The 5-man with the Chen, with the Blink Lash, you know, Troll taking out the Roshan, Pangolier with his Diffusal Blade, right? Like, they have a really strong timing where it's going to be hard to stop the ball, and it's going to be up to Na'Vi to either, you know, feed some Bane kills and then just dodge, or take the fight smartly, or, you know, split the map. Yeah, they definitely have to come up with a way to play the game.
And we haven't really spoke about Bristle in this game at all, but in regards to auras, are we expecting auras like more like Yules and kiting, or do you want to see more Amar and the carry style?
I mean, Pipe is not that good this game. Pipe is terrible this game, to be honest.
No Blade Mail Crimson type stuff?
I feel like it's Blade Mail. Maybe you could do a Crimson. Maybe you should do a Lotus. Like, Crimson's not even that good either. It's only for Troll. It's not good against the other heroes. So I could see something like a Blade Mail Lotus into, you know, SNY and more core heroes. But I don't know. Honestly, I like what Na'Vi has done. I think they have good chances, and I believe in them for this game one. You know, I want to see them step up. I want to see them play well, and if they do, then I think they can get through this, you know, sort of tough damage issue period and get online.
Thank you very much. And before the game starts, let's get some final thoughts from both Slacks and Dove on the stage.
Thank you so much, T. Yes, we're here on the stage. Pretty standard, but cool draft. MOUZ playing their MOUZ heroes. You know, you got Na'Vi playing their Na'Vi heroes, and especially Jakiro. What do you think about this Jakiro hero, by the way, Dove?
两边其实都选出了他们自己比较舒服的阵容 ，MOUZ 选到他们舒服的阵容，而 Na'Vi 也选出了比较现在版本常规的阵容。那 Sax 问我对于 Jakiro 这个英雄有什么看法？这个英雄需要一点点操作吗？我的天哪，那些好的英雄去哪儿了？海民呢？拉比克呢？土猫呢 ？Valve 能不能把他们带回来？我真的很希望这些英雄登场啊！ I love Jakiro. Got picked first game in this game. Yeah, Jakiro's such a good hero.
I could tell you really do love Jakiro. Okay, great. Well, we're excited to see how this draft goes out. I know you guys are excited there. So I think we're ready. Let's get this game started and head into the game.
Oh, we are ready indeed. There is some energy in the crowd. And Trent, while there is not a Chinese team here, the crowds begin to adopt a couple of these squads, and one of them you got to watch out for, of course, in this one is going to be MOUZ.
MOUZ, indeed. Yes, so certainly some cheers there for mid one, I think. You know, coming out of the crowd, they're pretty excited as he did his little walk in there. And what an adorable walk in, too, there with Nico. That was nice, huh?
There's a lot of smiles.
He's 16.
It's crazy.
He's 16!
I think that it's one of those things, too, where when you get to see these guys play up on the MOUZ stage, there's just a little bit something special in the air. And, of course, they're facing off against each other in this one. So we did see this draft. The panel talked about a couple of things that they were a little bit concerned about, damage issues. Is there anything that you also spotted that you're particularly watching for in the laning phase?
For the laning stage, I mean, one hero that came up, of course, once again, it's the Jakiro. And guess what? It's you know, it's a fairly good game for the hero. You know, do you think Dove was translating accurately? Because you could really see the passion in that Valve.
That was
the fist to the sky pulled down.
I know. There was definitely some just like reverence that I was hearing.
I think, judging by some things I've heard in the green room, I don't think she actually likes Jakiro. I'm starting to piece things together here, Lyrical.
Well, we'll see. Regardless, though, they're heading out across the map, and it does look like it should be a trade-off there of runes 2 apiece. Maybe they're able to sneak one up on the top side. I don't know. It's going to be easy peasy, done. And the Chen already sending that creep away. We'll see if he decides to stick it mid to give his mid laner a little bit of an easier time.
Oh, no, don't. It's just so unfair.
It's really annoying.
Yeah, it is a truly obnoxious maneuver here.
He blocked him. Oh, no, his creep went by. It's all right. Well, it's okay.
He'll be all right. I don't know where his creep's going.
Well, nonetheless, it is going to be the puck. Talked about as a pretty good answer in general in this game. Kun was saying that it feels like a pretty free one if he can get his way there. Yeah. But, you know, mid laners, they only talk about the mid lane. There's other lanes that are going on too. And that's where I'm a little bit worried to see what happens and how they deal with this Bristleback.
Yeah, the Bristleback's going to be an interesting question here, right? Because, you know, this is classic MOUZ. They just shove Troll at you. And Troll is pretty notorious for being a guy who just, like, can't lose a lane. There's not many counter picks, particularly none that are particularly meta right now. You tend to go towards like some of these more like ranged offlaners, but a lot of them aren't looking too hot right now. So they're going to just shove the Bristle in here instead. And I think it was a pretty good choice. Yeah, it does cause some damage issues because obviously you kind of have to make some mistakes to get the most damage out of a Bristleback, right? Your opponents have to be kind of do either like falling to a blade mail play or just remaining in the stacks for too long when it comes to the quills.
Right.
So he's going to be counting on his allies a lot in this puck and this Ursa to deliver all the damage to his system.
Can see already Celery just being super annoying up there on the top side of the map. We also did see Zayats putting some pretty good work onto Yamich, who missed a couple cogs. So far, that's all adding up to MOUZ having still a decent start to this laning stage. Has got the juices just getting planked and plunked. Very annoying facing off against this Chen that keeps harassing you back.
Yeah, really the two of them. Kind of as Misery mentioned on the panel, like you got a couple tools versus the Ursa as that Pangolier. So Ursa these days, he's a better hero than he was before because he doesn't rely on crushing his lane. You know, he's not purely being picked to just bully some Tidehunter or Underlord out of the game.
Goodness, Crystal is getting 4 stacks up there. And I mean, you talked about the difference. Ursa Troll here, Troll supposed to be a little bit stronger in the lane, but you're seeing just the pressure that's being mounted onto him. It's hard for him to stay freely in this one against PMA.
Yeah, he'll start getting his levels up. Maybe he'll be all right. Yamich will figure it out with the poles. Maybe a couple of cogs whacked over towards Zayats.
Well, so far, so good. Steps on over, gets the water rune. Mid one, very comfortable on this hero. We've seen some pretty strong performances from him throughout the group stage. And now, as Nico is keeping that pressure on,
see how he decides to play this one, if he's going to try and rotate a lot earlier or just sort of focus on that farm more. But across all the lanes, MOUZ getting a little bit better out of it.
Yeah, Nico's trying really, really hard to get as much pressure as possible onto the Slasher, right? As you have to try and win the trade through the power of the puckish.
Look at Boom, 17-4 right now versus 10-0 on Got the Juice.
Yeah, he's absolutely crushing at the moment.
I mean, that can't be good. That can't be good for old Navi right there. But of course, there's the chance for those rotations to come in a little bit later on.
What's really disappointing is when you have a Jakiro when this is happening.
Yeah.
Because you're just thinking like, all right, we did it. We picked the big number 5. This is his time to shine. And you still can't really secure things here. And I guess there is an opportunity for a rotation if he can get a little bit of space here for Zayats, though, because it is a Bane, right? He's a pretty good twin gate hero in that regard.
Now, Riddy's lower and lower, goes down. Celery gonna draw first blood. He is gonna get chased down by Got the Juice, but Boom, still a lot of resources here. It's just going to force back that Ursa. This top lane, not the way that Navi drew it up, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at least the first blood didn't go to the Pango.
All right,
That's the positive we're gonna find here, or else things would really be snowballing out of control.
I mean, also mid, you know, 24-5 versus 16-1. This is not what we were anticipating here out of Navi. A team that, you know, has focused many times on their laning and trying to get the most out of it that they can.
Yeah, I thought that was a good thing to bring up on the panel as well, this idea of them trying to like shift their identity, because they have been so known. Like you and I were just discussing earlier about how like it feels like if they have to win their lanes to like keep things going, and that's something that CY and them have kind of been like working on here. Nico,
you're in the corner, buddy. Get out of there.
That was a quick jump. Nicely done.
Holy moly.
Not a good trade. Okay, Puck working on the puckish trades. His trade's been pretty good so far this game. That one,
a little bit of a whiff.
Bad deal.
Oh, Celery, that's a better trade for him. Got the Juice, able to beat down the Chen. So the second death for the Chen up there on the top lane.
I mean, he is recovering on the Ursa just purely from that. Even though the last hits don't look great, the net worth is actually like dead, like neck and neck. It's totally fine. So Got the Juice officially recovered right now. Don't even worry about it.
Well, a very interesting back and forth start up there in the top lane as Lesh is going to pull this.
Oh, he spelled the spells on Boom too, so he gets some slaps.
Riddies. Yeah, keep the harassment on, trying to force him back a bit. But yeah, that's the thing that I kind of want to see too, is as this game goes later and later. Oh, that's so annoying.
It really is.
Oh, you just get to farm up the cogs, send them away.
You don't even get to punch one. I thought you'd at least get one by the end of it. Jeez, just 2 points Nightmare. That's such a good counter.
That's super annoying. Well, Yamich, not doing a whole lot with cogs yet, but they're moving over for that 6-minute rune to try and secure it for Navi if they can. They'll throw out that curbing orb. Scouts a bit.
Everybody's coming mid.
Yeah, you know what's going on here.
A little 3v3 action.
Already level 6 on mid one. They're actually going to Nightmare to pull him in closer. Did he not know? No, he feels safe. Now the damage out, mid one low, and he's going to be gifted a haste rune.
You know, and that's those little micro differences in the lane. Like if there's a coil there,
yeah,
you know, only a little bit of health left, pretty good chance they're able to get him.
Well, no such luck. Mid one instead is going to make the move up top here. You'd imagine this might have been known, but now they spot him as he comes through, finds Got the Juice, does not stand a chance.
I'm guessing they just didn't see the rune.
Yeah, that must have been it.
I thought maybe they got envisioned with the Jakiro, but might not have been in time as the one was actually spawning, so pretty rough on that one. A little free pick up there for mid one, looking more like his Nature's Prophet with the just immediate early rotation.
Yeah, and in the meantime, you know, Yamich, he holds on to the mid lane. He's getting a little bit of experience there as the creeps die out. Should be able to sort of reset again after the fact. So he's taking a walk, not sure where he's going. It's just going to be the tier 1 tower going down. Yeah, they brought enough people. It's fine. It's out of there.
This is really painful when you have no counterplay either. Like they're just getting nothing.
Well, Celery goes down to Riddies.
Yeah, you got something. That is the one thing. You know, you're not getting anything else on the map, but you pick up 1 kill.
Chasing, looking for some more. Maybe he's got him on the Jakiro. He's gone. And Got the Juice is going to get slowed as well. He goes down now. Good rotation. The coil to stop the damage, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get anything more. Yeah, they just got to back out.
Yeah. Defensive coil to try and save your carry, but I'm going to call it necessary. All right, team morale, necessary movement here from the mid laner. And to thank him, Got the Juice is going to throw up a pause.
Man, well, you can see just the intensity, how strong they are right now. All of the levels into the favor of MOUZ. 2,000 gold lead at 7.5 minutes. They're going to have to find some ways to reset themselves here. As, yeah, I mean, 1,000 gold ahead of the puck right now on mid one. That's what those rotations get you.
Yeah, he's so terrifying in that regard too. And even when you're being busy, like maybe some stacks perhaps have been done.
Well, this would be big if they can find him here. And yeah, mid one just all alone is going to get ran down and killed. So Riddies is the one that picks that up. Zayat backs away from Yemich, and they're fine. A very good kill.
That's just a great post-pause move right there, and they're forced to just deny the amplified damage rune.
Boom. Taking the move, rolling in. Will find the Bane there. And they get more after. They're still bringing in those Chen creeps, but yeah, I think that's a Rolling Thunder that was a bit of a miss.
A little bit of a disappointing one there. All right, and you know, things were looking so smooth for MOUZ. Everything's going right, and 2 whiffs. You lose your mid, and you lose the ulti on your offlaner. So this is one of those moments that you really need to take advantage of as Na'Vi and try and find something as this coil comes back up here in a couple seconds. There is a smoke on Riddies. They look like they're prepping for it, but do they even have a good target?
I mean, the other thing here is that if you do go for one of these targets, the turnaround potential with a puck is famously really hard to deal with. So it's something that they got to be careful about on MOUZ if it's an overextension from Na'Vi as well, with the mid one being so strong. We'll see. Looks like no, Niku's just going to feel comfortable getting into that Witchblade.
And constantly getting flared by Yemich. Make sure they know where this puck is. Certainly the most likely hero to be making a move across the map. You kind of know Ursa's just going to chill until he gets his Battle Fury. And the Bristle is mostly going to be in rage unless he is farming some stacks or something. You're going to know where he is.
Grabs the wave. Mid one, waiting to see where all these heroes are going to. Will now spot Niku. He saw the orb was used, but the jump away gets the puck out of danger.
Yeah, Yemich just really wants to leech those 6, you know. Chrysalis found out here by the Ancients. I don't think there's a punish, though. Zayat's just truly being annoying. Gonna brain sap the dragon from him, too. Thank you very much.
Very frustrating. I mean, it's still, you know, the troll a little bit ahead of the Ursa. Got the Juice is not having a great time either. Both carries a little bit hampered in this one. It's really the Pango that's feels like he's had the best start to this.
Yeah, he's being a real bully right now with the help of Celery, taking over some of that space and denying it away from the Ursa. So got the Juice is going to be slower on that Battle Fury for himself. And now they're going to bring that pressure here mid. Got 4 points in the Edict, but pretty low on the mana at the moment. Does have an Illusion Rune to burn, so he's feeling confident about a potential turnaround play from the puck. And a double jump from Boom lands right on Niku.
Oh my god! Just did not respect it, I guess. The really rare flub from Niku.
Jeez, all the pauses and his buttons still don't work. Like, what are we? You gotta check during those things, man.
Yeah, that was just all him pretty much. I don't know. That was really a rare one. And now Zayat is going to go down too. Suddenly, MOUZ are really picking up steam here.
Oh, geez. I mean, this was not a mystery. This was a very telegraphed maneuver that they were coming here mid, and maybe there was just so much discussion, but one of the worst things that can happen for you right now in this patch with Leshrac is if he just gets a free blink right like this, and you're still split up in farming.
Yeah. Because then it's just easy pickings. You jump from person to person to person, find those kills, keep your momentum rolling. And Celery having a mech done. You've got Pango that's working towards an Orchid, actually. So he wants to have that early answer and just ruin Niku's life. That's a cool build.
Yeah, this is the kind that you do this to say that, like, the game is just over. Now, it is a risk, right? You're trying to win more right now. Speaking of which, Yemich manages to get a Cogs bounce on Niku there that might save him, but
does have level 6 if he wants to try and jump away. He goes back in, kind of, and then there's the hook shot out.
Oh, Lyrical, surely no. He's not supposed to live there.
I mean, it was
Hand of God, I guess, but
yeah.
But still, that's a rough one.
Does not feel great when you can't even stop this from happening. And now coming in to D-Ward / block out camps. Meanwhile, mid one is just ready to jump if he finds a good target, and it could be mid, where Niku has already used Orb. Are they going to get him to jaunt?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he's on him. The chase down is there. PMA also shows up, so that splits some of this damage. Now mid one, he needs to back out. So PMA with this Blade Mail is kind of holding this draft together right now for Na'Vi.
This Orchid is done for Boom at 12 minutes. I want to see him kill Niku so bad with this. Like, This is a truly, you're just done. I mean, it's not even just Nico. There's an Ursa, there's a Bane. Like, this is so useful, this game.
I will say, and you talked about this, it's a risk. Like, if they do not find those kills, how bad is that? As another jump comes out, Zayat's in some trouble. PMA does not have much to keep him alive right now. Does have the blade mail if he wants it. Gonna pop it now. The stun is out. The roll through. He's still very, very tanky on this bristleback, turning his back to all of them. Mid one hurting, and is gonna be able to live through it.
That was a great turn. He got the exact right moment for this able to also bounce back a ton of that damage.
So mid one back up to full, ready to jump again. If that Orchid had been completed, I think that's probably PMA dead.
Yeah, good chance. And I mean, now it does come into the courier, so got a solution there. And oh, mid one.
What?
He tried to go for a little play versus the bristleback, and that's a blade mail.
Oh man. That, I mean, so this is the thing, right? If you're making these couple of big moves, these swingy heroes and the Leshrac and the Orchid on the Pango, do you start to lose out on some of that momentum? As Na'Vi, can they seize that?
Yeah, and it's a question of, do you want to use these Orchids as solo plays? Oh, it catches them. Oh,
yeah, that's
buddy.
the problem, and this is...
Oh, it's so free. It's never been so free.
Yeah, that's a problem. Is he still? I'm sure he's still going for a Witchblade.
He has.
You have to.
It's 65 gold away. Like, he'll finish the Witchblade, but he's probably gonna have to. I don't even know. He really can't afford to go Yules first, can he?
I don't. I feel like no. I feel like you've just got to be better. I don't know.
Yeah,
you got to be better than him. That's it.
I think, unfortunately, that's the issue.
Well, they jump in, find the kill onto Zayat, while Chrysalis takes the Shrine. You can't even really chase the image there. I mean, the big benefit that they've gotten is mid one dying to the bristleback when he jumped on him. That's the best thing that's gone on so far.
Positive stuff there.
Exactly.
Mid one, he's not even going to use this Invis rune aggressively. He just like runs back to his own shrine. Just going to hang out a little bit.
Yeah.
Now they're thinking about setup. Maybe chasing got the juice here, perhaps with an Invis Leshrac.
Yeah, with Pango having Orchid, that would be a nice move. And I think that they are setting up on him while that smoke is going down the other side. Yeah, Pango's hunting with mid one right behind. They have the damage and the silence. If he gets found here, he's dead. And, well, mid one found him.
It's not looking good.
Does he manage to see this
coming? It's sad when they don't even know it.
Yeah, they got him. Immediately enraged. No, he's dead. Soul burn. Too much. Boom.
Now you see what you are up against.
This is terrifying. What a cool pick for an item.
I mean, the item and also synergizing with your Leshrac. I think these two need to play together to make this Orchid work. Get a hook shot mid.
Pretty's again in trouble, gonna just drop down the macro pyre. Throws out an ice path, not gonna connect. Yimich takes him down, and into Roche they will go. Celery's got a whole host of creeps, and they're gonna start taking this guy down here.
That's a lot of rallied right now with the trolls.
Yeah.
You know, this got nerfed a lot, but it's still a ton of damage if you have this many skellies out.
That's a lot. Yeah, and Troll just goes down almost instantly. The pendants and everything else coming together with it. 6,000 gold lead, 10-6. And again, for Na'Vi, like, what is your move that you make?
Yeah.
Like, we haven't seen a Fiend's Grip, can't really get one.
So typically in this situation, we tend to think like, you know, well, sometimes there's a 6K lead, but you can like kind of envision the way back. Unfortunately, it's going to come through probably the Blink Dagger first on Puck. I mean, he's still queuing up on Niku. I think it's the right idea. And he's just going to have to count on PMA finishing this Lotus to try and protect him.
And needing to find like good vision in their favor that sets up for stuff, because they're ready to jump. This would be big if they can get it. Orchid is out, but do they have enough damage to bring him down? He's still leashed up, but he's gonna get the roll off. He's way too tanky. Chen doing everything for this Pango. And instead it's the two supports that go down. They just do not have the damage.
Yeah, it's becoming pretty clear pretty quick that is the case. And at some point, they're going to have to try and figure out some sort of an idea to push these waves.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have to. You've got to cut waves. You've got to try and stall this game out as much as possible. Get towards the items that deal with the Orchid.
And that's why you need this Blink Dagger, right? Like, you can't afford to go Yule's deal, have no way out. And, man, this is a ridiculous amount of heal and barrier and save that he gets off in this moment.
Yes.
I mean, just lives through everything.
Look at that. 250 the physical barrier, still at 572 all damage barrier. Like, he's just way too strong.
And I mean, for MOUZ, this is their bread and butter. This is what they want to do. Sanjin Yasha, Battle Fury done on Troll Warlord, hitting the tier 2 tower. This one's going to go down. MOUZ picking up where they left off in the group stage. This team, scary. 8,000 gold lead.
And there goes the Lotus.
Oh, no, not that. That was the answer to everything. They had it.
It's just another 2 minutes away.
Okay.
You know.
We'll see what happens in those 2 minutes, but nothing good unless maybe you can make something happen here. The jump on the image, got him under control. They do have an Orchid connecting. Oh, Nightmare, is it going to be enough to save? Got the juice, he gets the rage off and backs away. PMA getting hit by Chrysalis, though. He's got to get out of there. There's no way away. So they get the kill on the image. It comes at the cost of PMA, but they at least got the juice alive.
That was a pretty sick save by Zayats, yeah. Desperately needed that one. Niku trying to like stalk around and throw some orbs onto this, but I don't think it's going to dissuade Chrysalis.
No, it's really not. He is not afraid of anything right now in this game. They're thinking about going freaking high ground, man. They're coming over here. It's sub 20 minutes. And to be honest, I don't know what you do to stop them. Like, they're walking up, they're gonna take the tier 3 tower. This is gone before anybody can react.
I'm trying to see Celery's face there. It looks like some smirks.
Yeah. He's very, very good right now, as this is gonna be a full set of racks done at 19.5 minutes, unless they can stop this here somehow, but he's just tanking through it. The hits keep on coming, the Nightmare walk. Okay, they do have grip available if they want to use it. Still have Aegis, of course. There's going to be the Orchid onto the puck.
Okay,
backs away, grip used, jump forward, boom. On top of now, Yamich hooks in. You take the fight. It might just be another Rex gone. As Na'Vi are trying to stop this. PMA is big, but is he big enough? Is he strong enough? The roll through comes. It hits now onto Riddy's buyback from Zion.
Where's my Ursa?
They're keeping on going, ready to dive the fountain. Nowhere feels safe right now.
Come home, Ursa.
Ursa is farming. He doesn't want to be here anymore.
He needs you.
PMA is the only one who's going to be coming to try and stop this action. The coil onto Clockwork, end up breaking it. Now got the juice, moves back in, has to run away immediately as there is nothing else left in the tank. Niku is gone. PMA also has to run. Mid one decides, yeah, now I'm going to jump into Blade Mail. No problem. Who cares? Move in. Kill the Bristleback. Utter domination from MOUZ here in this game number 1.
Oh, we're going for tier 4?
Let's just go for the tier 4. End the freaking game, why don't you, Chrysalis? He's tired of playing in it. They've been waiting for the game to start. There was that technical pause, and they were ready to go.
I mean, this is an admirable way to try and get us back on schedule, but it seems needlessly risky.
You know what? Tier 4 towers are not even that strong. It's fine.
They don't hit for like 172.
Got the Juice is about to deny this if he can. They're trying to stop the inevitability. They'll take one tier 4 for no reason, and then go back for the tier 2 mid.
Well, Aegis has expired. If, you know, that gives them any ideas.
What a disgusting bunch of picks they took here. This draft, domination. And now gonna go for the last tier 2 tower up top if they want. Oh yeah, there's bounty runes everywhere. I'm sure down bottom there's like 4 of them or something. Oh, okay, it's just 1. Never mind. We could have just stayed up here. In my head, it's 4. It's fine.
Yeah, it's okay. We don't need to see reality. Don't worry about that too much.
We are in MOUZ's reality, Trent. That's where we are.
Oh, right. We took that whole racks in tier 4. There's a Tormentor. Okay. Regular objectives.
So now having the shard for Yamich. And Na'Vi, I mean, they smoked out to like maybe try and do something about this, but now it's down, and do you really want to fight into this now? I mean, okay. They only lost 1 Rax, Trent.
Right.
You know?
Just 1.
That's a thing.
1's nothing.
We'll see what they decide to do. It looks like it's actually queuing up an MKB for the Ursa. So feeling like he needs that right away to deal the damage in this one, which makes sense.
Yeah, this is a troll. We got mischance. It's just like try and find some way to actually contribute during the fight. It's pretty simple, you know.
Pango almost an Agnum Scepter. If you manage to win a fight, it is going to be massive gold.
Dude,
oh God,
dude,
no, oh jeez. Yep, and there's a hook shot. They find Zayats. He's going to try and nightmare himself out. Not going to happen. Boom now. Orchid, connection, Jakiro gone. Niku, invis. That's not going to save you, buddy. It won't save your buildings. Eventually, you need to face your demons here. The demons of MOUZ as they take the second Tier 3 tower.
Yeah, I mean, they're just itemizing to win 2 games at once.
Yes.
Because like the Orchid, the Scythe, this is complete devastation.
They find him.
Like,
done.
I'm not playing game 2.
Niku is out of here. Yamich catches onto PMA, draining some of that mana. They're focusing down this building too. I mean, Na'Vi just got punched in the face. And MOUZ continuing the beating. As they hit the range racks up top, mid one, they jump, they spotted him to the side.
Okay.
Gotta just he can do anything. GG is called. They are done. MOUZ looking strong.
I mean, we're here in Chengdu. I saw pandas fiercer than that Ursa yesterday, okay?
Babies.
The little babies crawling around being hand-fed bamboo were more frightening than got the juice in this game because he was not allowed to come online. He couldn't even exist in this match because nobody on Na'Vi could. And they just got trounced.
Like starting from the beginning of the laning stage, finding a couple of those pickoffs here and there. It felt like everything that MOUZ wanted to do, they were able to accomplish it. And obviously, like, shout outs to Boom. The Orchid pick was exactly what they needed. And mid one played with him perfectly.
Yeah, like immediately syncing up after that, like quick little death there in the Roche and not getting the kill with the Orchid. Things were instantly fine after that once they linked together. Took over the dire side of the map, and Na'Vi were donezo.
Donezo indeed, as we head on back to the desk, let them break down the action of MOUZ's dominance in game 1.
Yeah, the thing is, with a dominance, it's kind of hard to really break it down too much because really, we could either say it's a draft. That's normally a key point number 1 here, Quinn. Maybe not so much in this matchup specifically because it felt like the safe lane just couldn't really get anything going. The way that Boom was playing this Pango off lane, I don't even know if there is a word to describe how amazing it looked.
Yeah, I mean, Misery mentioned it, I don't know, I can't remember when it was before the draft or when it was exactly, but Pangolier is pretty good against Ursa in a lot of ways. Pangolier is just a broken laner, and Ursa is a hero that doesn't have the most HP regen and relies on consistently hitting you. Pango can space you, he can slow you, he can spam you. He has a lot of tools, and after he gets ganked a couple times in this Ursa, that hero is not known for joining fights very well.
Please.
You both are speechless, it appears, of this game 1 performance.
This is like the hardest. Okay, let's be honest. This is one of the hardest panels to do because you just look at MOUZ play against Na'Vi and it just feels like they are the better team, right?
Sure.
Like Na'Vi after this game has to do so much in this like 15-minute break to try and dissect how they just got absolutely smashed in the first game because you got like the 1-2 punch, right? The mid one Leshrac with Boom on the Pangolier, itemizing in such an aggressive way. Chrysalis just chilling, hitting creeps. Yamich and Seri enabling everyone, just buffing up other people to do well. It's like it is just a complete team diff in that first game. So I'm just speechless because I'm like, okay, how does Na'Vi fix that in like 15-20 minutes?
I mean, yeah, it's a rough one. I think you got to go for the new draft. I think we talked a bit about it, how this timing of MOUZ is just too strong, right? The 5-man timing with Chen, Pangolier, Troll, and then this Leshrac snowball. I think it's just that's it, It's just they couldn't stop it. They couldn't get to that phase of the game where Niku can pop off and they have their items on the Ursa and the Bristleback, right? They just fell apart too early.
Yeah, you're referencing like this Lesh snowball as well,
Yeah.
and it wasn't just what was happening in the mid lane. Yes, of course he was having a great lane for himself, but also sometimes there's the factor of the RNG rune that comes into play, right? The fact that he gets a haste rune.
I mean, this moment here, right? There's this 50-50 with the rune. Na'Vi gets bottom, MOUZ goes top. There's some I don't know, have 4 runes or whatever, another percentage there, and he gets the haste rune. The only rune that can do this. Run top, kill the Ursa, boom, dead, right? And then it goes straight into a tower kill as well. They cannot defend. They don't have the heroes or the tools to defend, so he gets a kill on the Ursa and the tower.
By 7 minutes.
And there's the snowball, right? And if it's a different rune, or imagine Na'Vi gets the rune on Puck, some double damage or who knows what, then suddenly the game is a lot slower. They can play the game. It's different. Everything is different.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not everything, but it definitely.
It's at least going to slow MOUZ's pace a little bit.
It's very, very impactful. It's I haven't seen such an impactful rune in quite a while, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think, Quinn? For the like.
I mean, haste is super broken. Not only because you can go and kill any place, but also if anyone ever ganks somewhere, you can TP and turn it around, and you also can't be ganked because you're hasted. Like the rune just does.
See ya.
It just does everything. It's insanely imbalanced, and I think for me one of the most worrying things about Na'Vi, and I think the thing that they need to fix the most is I think the nerves. I think you can see it from Niku in this moment. He kind of has his spells up, and he just doesn't press his spells. He can silence away there and ends up feeding another kill here, and they die and they lose mid tower from this. There's moments like these that if Puck doesn't die here and he's farming, sure he's still behind a little bit, but he's still building his net worth up and things are okay. But it's like little plays like these that it's like he cast Orb instead of silencing over the ledge, and maybe he used wasted phase shift in some way, or because phase shift's on cooldown for some reason, randomly, like they know Pango's walking in the woods, that's not communicated. There's these little things that add up, and those things come from comms, right? Misery mentioned it in the green room, or maybe it was on panel, I'm losing my mind. But anyway, he said that the haste rune is not called, right? Like there's little things like that. Like you should know there's a top rune, and it should be called that this can potentially be a haste, right? Like or God, that you should have this idea in his head. Like you can't just pretend like, oh, it's not a haste. Surely he can't get a haste. He has the rune. The fact that Ursa even stands there until Leshrac throws, like he's missing. This is a very basic thing, right? Like they're making misplays they shouldn't be making.
I mean, the ironic thing is in the clip that Misery showed, Godly just actually draws a circle on the top rune. Like he's actually going, oh yeah, he's got the top rune, but he's still in the lane, right? So yeah, it's an intriguing way. Okay, we are going to watch the clip again. You're going to see, once they actually go top, here's the proof. I'm bringing the receipts, Quinn. You talk about the communication, all right? Not yet.
He's not even clicking it yet.
Hold, wait, look, wait, 5, 4, there, see? He drew on the minimap. He evens himself. Knew it was there.
In some ways, even if it was a different rune, he would have died there.
Based on how
is crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
If it's any other rune, Lesh is actually there already.
Yeah, he just waddles in.
Yeah, it's kind of true.
But that's the thing, right? When Mid1 is able to make these moves, get these kills, he then activates Boom. Boom then goes, thank you so much, Mid1, for making my game. He buys this early Orchid and then goes, all right, now I'm going to go slaughter Niku. Mid1, you help my lane, I go help elsewhere. And right, when you pick up the Orchid here, he goes naked Orchid. Like it's just straight into the Orchid. He kills off Niku. And we said in the draft how it is so pivotal for Na'Vi in their performance for Puck to have a game. And Boom was like, wait a second. I can just itemize to kill this, right? And when I say naked Orchid, I mean like you don't go for blink and other items, right? Of course, he's still going to have the Treads wand and these items, but
Boots never really count as a first item. Let's be real.
Yeah, okay, all right, that's fair, that's fair. But you see here, right? I think we're like because of Mid1's aggression, having that haste rune, positioning of the Ursa, you then get the Orchid on the Pango, and between two of them, it's like, of course you're going to win the game in like 25 minutes, right? MOUZ are a tournament-winning team. You give them this good of a start, you're not meant to get back into the game. Like they are disciplined to close out these types of games.
Yeah, I think MOUZ looked unstoppable this game because of that sort of shakiness from Na'Vi. Not to take anything away from MOUZ. I think they played a great game. I think they played individually well. They enabled each other. I think what T said is very true, that the heroes were, combining in good ways and they're making plays happen. But also, like, you can feel it when you're playing that you play a game like this and it feels like you got completely, like, they're just 100 times better than you in every way. But really, you look at that gank, right? Maybe this gank doesn't happen. Now Lesh isn't as rich and Puck is chilling and the game is totally different, right? Dota is such a snowbally game that if I'm Na'Vi, or if I'm CY and I talked in the backstage, yo, don't worry about it, guys. We made some mistakes early game. It's okay. And then if Na'Vi can actually believe that and buy into it themselves and believe this and just sort of lock in and play their own game, then I think they have great chances, but they just made too many individual mistakes this game.
And outside of that, though, not to harp on draft too much, but I do feel like Na'Vi, their fixation on Bane might also complicate things, right? Opening up with Bane, Jakiro, kind of revealing your support duo. Chris has kind of just chilled, right? He had free farm. We haven't even spoke about the troll really at any point in this game, but multiple clips that we've shown, he's top net worth, he's having like no real pressure put on him, but yeah, I think the way that Na'Vi drafts, I think they are kind of offering up a lot of opportunities for MOUZ to kind of punish it, and that's when we create these moments. So sure, the gameplay, we're seeing some nerves hit, but also the drafts just aren't connecting.
Not to dwell too much into this game,
dwell on it, brother.
But I think if you look back on the last BO3 they had against Tightbound, they also were playing really slow. Yeah. They had Warlock Void, Puck mid, Slaughter off lane, and they were just chilling and just farming. And I don't know if it's also just a problem that is they are facing now a really fast team that does not make mistakes, that play very clean in laning phase. And I don't know. We'll see, I guess, next game. If they get stomped again in 20 minutes, you know, there's probably something that needs to work on conceptually that they're just playing to and picking to slow heroes.
Yeah, there's a lot that can still be learned even from a domination like this. But I like the fact that you were bringing up heroes that we haven't really talked about too much. And a player that we got to talk to before this series brought up that exact hero. I believe Celery had a chat to us about Chen.
What do I like about playing Chen and Enchantress? It's nice that they have the same letters, first of all. Same 4 letters in different order. I'm not sure. I always really enjoyed just the micro aspect. They're so different from all the heroes. You get to play around with the creeps. Maybe it's because I'm vegan, or maybe it's just because I like the micro. I'm not sure. But I really enjoy them.
Well, then I am sure Celery was having a very fun time in this game with his Chen. Maybe not so much in the lane, because he did die twice, so kind of trying to even it out a little bit, but he loves his Chens and his Ursas. And what were you saying about the numbers thing? I feel like ex-teammate Quinn here explaining more for us on the Celery lore?
He just likes, like he notices number patterns or whatever. He's a smart guy, but like in scores or whatever, like when you say, oh, this person had 1 kill and 3 deaths and he had, you know, 31 damage and building like just
that's numerology. Then he just likes those things where the numbers add up. Or
I never thought about Chen and Ench.
Me neither.
Are the 4 same letters just in different order?
Yeah, I also never thought about that.
My brain,
because Ench is a nickname to Enchantress, so normally I may probably thinking of the full name when you see her.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's true.
I mean, Chen is a super powerful hero, though, and there's a reason they first pick it. Like the people, I mean, Falcon sort of pioneered it, but this ability for this hero to go in either side lane, the hero is so incredibly broken because of this laning that you just burn their mana. Mana burn is such a fundamentally broken concept, and whenever heroes are able to apply it in a way that is strong, like Chen can, he just spawns this little dude, and if the enemy kills the dude, they get like 5 gold and 2 XP. Congrats, man. And then 30 seconds later, he's back burning your mana again. Like, there's no counterplay.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not just side lanes that get affected by it. Like, yes, Chen as the hero could go into either lane, but we've also seen that Satyr run mid and just absolutely destroy mid matchups too, where it's like, yeah, you kill it, you get that gold and XP you're talking about, but it's like, you don't have mana for the rest of the game, and now you have to spend money to bring out Clarities and Mingos and...
It's basically the biggest anti-lane hero you can find, right? If you have a bad lane matchup anywhere, you just send the creep there and, well, it doesn't happen anymore. It's just nullified.
Just to remind you, after everything you've just said, Na'Vi decided to ban Pudge over that.
They did do that.
All of this, you know, the creeps, the aura, the mechanic, the pressure, the map play, the laning advantage. 1 hook. That's it. That's what they banned.
There's definitely a conversation to be had about the first phase bans, right? Tusk, yes, I'm fully on board for that one. A Husker and a Pudge, that's where I'm a little bit more like, the Pudge definitely question mark, and the Husker is what does it have to be first phase? Are they really going to be a team?
I mean, MOUZ is the team that can do it. And we've
They
seen it
can,
from the
but
group
would
stage.
they do it?
Yes, they would. If in the first phase, if they're second pick, they will do it. If they're first pick, maybe not so much, but from second pick, you have to respect both Crystallis and Mid-One being able to do it. So yeah, Husker I'm fine with. Tusk, honestly, I'm fine with. The Pudge, come on.
I think Na'Vi needs to just ban the heroes that can cheese them in 20 minutes right now. I think the Husker is fair. Ban out the Chen. Maybe just ignore the Tusk as well. If there's a third hero that's gonna do a similar thing to you, get rid of that as well. And then play some Dota. And maybe, you know, worry a little bit more about the, I don't know, just don't get rolled over in 20 minutes, you know?
Yeah.
Get to play some Dotes.
They might even potentially get a 4th ban for themselves, depending all on pick order, of course. But that's going to be happening in a game number 2. It's a best of 3, single elimination. Game 1 was rough for Na'Vi. They're going to have to find the strength to bounce back. And after this break, it will be that game 2 draft.
Every player carries 2 sides within them. The fire and the balance, the chaos and the calm.
And today we're gonna find out what really drives them. No hiding, no excuses. Are they evil or are they as good as Dota players can be?
They're gonna sit here and confront who they truly are.
Today is Judgment Day. For you, Yopaj!
You push, you compete because you love to challenge.
You compete because you want to prove something, right? You want people to say, when Yopaj is in that game, he's gonna win. It's about you, right?
Actually, my heart said, I like the challenge.
BS, Yopaj, come on. Don't lie to me. You want people to say that Yopaj guy is good. It's about what other people think about you, right?
I grew up from competition, so for me it gave me a routine. Especially you always have to wake up with excitement.
Everyone make mistakes, right? But when you make mistakes, do you learn and you move on?
No. When you make mistakes, Yopaj, they haunt you, you know? They stick with you, you think about them all the time, but that motivates you to be better, right?
I think mistakes is making you more strong, make you improve as well. Yeah, I learn from the past and move on.
All right, let's talk about your emotional control. Yopaj, you strike me as a guy who likes to bottle up his emotions and then they explode and it makes you a better player, you know? Using your emotions as a vehicle for your carnage, is that correct?
No. I think you manage your emotions very well under pressure.
I think you freak out. I think you get emotional, you flame, you go crazy, but that makes you good, Yopaj. Which one?
I'm a positive guy, for sure. I think because of from my last teams, I think we do meditate a lot, and I think it made me more relaxed and more calm.
Well, now I'm curious, what is your dark side then?
What do you do that's evil here?
If I keep losing, maybe sometimes I'm kind of become lazy for a bit.
Lazy? Tilted?
A little bit. Just not a lot, but not always. But yeah, it's happened.
Yopaj guy is very good. He is very, very your side, Dove. Not a single evil thing about him, except if he loses a bunch of times, he gets tired. Great. Okay, you win this one, Dove. Congratulations. Yopaj, new GH. Talk to your boy. Congratulate him on his angelic nature.
Game 2 of MOUZ versus Na'Vi. The draft will be starting shortly, but of course, Na'Vi, a lot of improvements are going to need to be made as we enter the second one. Where do you want to start, lads?
I mean, I want to start at not banning Pudge. This hero is not that good. We've seen almost every other team leave it, and I also think it doesn't make any sense to just ban 2 of Yamash's heroes because he can pick a third. Like, he has backup heroes. It's Tusk, tier 1, and then everything else is tier Shmeep Shmop, and don't ban the Shmeep Shmops.
I agree with that. It doesn't make sense. I mean, to Tusk maybe because it's broken for him, but yeah, I mean, I couldn't have said it better. But don't ban the Shmeep Shmops.
No Shmeep Shmops.
Amen.
Yeah.
So what happens right now then if Na'Vi coming into this game use one of their 4 bans on Pudge? How are we going to be able to cope?
It would be unfortunate.
Yeah.
It would be highly unfortunate.
We gotta give them the benefit of the doubt as well, right? And believe that they also have it in them to adjust without listening to us bald men here on panel.
I mean, to be fair, they would have had a better draft if they did in game 1. If they didn't ban Pudge. Let's go. Anyway, moving on, we got Na'Vi with the Timber and the Marcy ban. We got MOUZ going with the Pangolin and the TA.
TAs.
Yeah.
A little interesting.
I mean, to be fair, like, it does
provoke some Centaur. Is it like a Centaur thing?
Say it leads in
protecting
about
boom.
Centaur.
Yeah. Are they trying to bait the Centaur ban potentially, right? Because when you're first picking, you have this middle ban. You can kind of force certain bans because you use it in that way, right? So.
I mean, I like the DK ban for Na'Vi here. I think it's been a really powerful hero for MOUZ, and it falls into that category of heroes that play very fast and can potentially trample you.
I agree.
Right, we talked about it before. Na'Vi needs to ban the stuff that will run them over because they've shown they're going to ban the Tusk.
They're going to give away DK.
So they're going to play against the DK. I'm a little worried about that.
Same.
A little worried.
The fear as well is because MOUZ run Na'Vi over without needing to really use Crystallis, right? So when you have a DK carry, the biggest thing for DK carry is you want your 4 other heroes to create this chaos in the map. So when you enter the game, you have the BKB, the Crystallis, or the Blink, whatever, right? So like, Daedalus, sorry, not Christus. But the point is, you kind of want to, be ready for it. So again, we'll see if MOUZ do want to just take up the DK as is available.
Do you think they're going to ban out the Centaur, take the DK maybe? Now, since they also banned the TA themselves, maybe they expect that the DK to get banned out so they could take the Centaur.
Maybe.
Oh, Huskar.
Oh, Huskar. Okay.
All right.
I forgot about that.
Well, then...
Surprise. Yeah. Well,
okay.
there it is.
There it is.
So then, now we've got the choice. What is your anti-Huskar?
You got a Brood.
I also...
You got an insta-Brood.
Brood web right now.
You got to
webs.
Got to choose Brood.
PMA plays it too.
PMA plays it too.
Here it is.
There it is.
There
it is.
Okay.
There we go. That's a proper Huskar.
Huskar has his bluff has been called.
Done.
Right now there's the Brood problems of this hero kind of sucks in lane. So you need to construct a situation in which this hero can lane. You need a really boss 5.
Yep.
I have a wild thing here. I'm thinking.
Huskar goes to
I saw Yamich smile earlier.
Yamich takes
Yeah, they were saying we pick Huskar.
They pick Brood.
What if they Brood?
Yeah.
Fine, I'll play it. Ha 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 ha. That was what happened.
That's the thing.
Maybe
right?
that's
Because we've seen in previous slams, we've seen the Brood against the Huskar, right? Because of course, in necrotic webs, the regen reduction, Huskar can't play, as already mentioned. There is a world, like you said, surely every Huskar team should be mentally prepared for the Brood. It is one of the known counters, right, competitively. So I would like to think if MOUZ are this confident, it should go to support. Because now for Na'Vi, they've kind of fell into this trap. They followed this obvious script.
Then
you can't flex a Brood outside of core roles.
In the Huskar support is also. Oh, it's
bad.
It's very greedy.
No, but the trade-off is then like you're picking a safe lane that will absolutely demolish a Brood. You have like catch and this, and now off-lane Brood.
I think there is a world where it's pretty good. I just think that. What about the other alternative here? You keep the Huskar on Crystallis, and then how do you make up for the fact that you're now playing against necrotic webs? Is there heroes in the game that can sort of get past that problem? You know, I know with BKB it doesn't work, right? If you get an Aegis, it's also, you can still play the game, right?
It's really smart then from Na'Vi, banning out the Tusk, of course, with the Agnims and a 4-star. You'll kick the Brood out of the webs and force them out the webs, stopping the necrotic regen reduction. So very smart thinking from Na'Vi there.
I mean, realistically, the best Huskar teams, Falcons, MOUZ, they should be theory crafting. How do we play the game against this Brood hero, right?
Yeah. I like the Sekiro pick a lot, not only because the hero is obviously good, but even though it's bad against Huskar because you can just purge all of Jakiro stuff, it's super strong in lane, and Brood is a terrible early game hero, so you need something that gets her through the lane so she can get her spiders online and go play Dota.
Yep, I agree. I mean, this lane is pretty strong. I think it's hard to pressure Brood.
It's a lot of slows, and also I think of all the teams that they could do this against, for instance, I think if you did the Brood against Falcons, it's a little bit scarier because I think their offlane can be more oppressive. Whereas I think MOUZ, they wave pull a lot more, and they kind of give you the start of the lane, and so maybe Brood can actually get by because they're going to pick double melee and they're going to pull waves.
Are going to have to reveal their hand a little bit here, right? If there is going to be...
Okay, so you go Huskar, Dazzle.
So that's a safe lane.
Yeah.
Okay.
So rather than trying to do all this shenanigans of changing Huskar role, it's sure, we don't have any regen, but we'll play during the time of Grave.
You can armlet toggle, so that's
This
nice.
might be a stupid question, but does it negate heal or HP regen? It's HP regen.
Just regen, yeah.
So the Dazzle heal is still powerful against Brood.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Correct.
I believe it is just. I believe it is just regen. I believe it is just regen.
Yeah. I think so too.
I mean, also it means you can still armlet toggle. Obviously, it doesn't affect armlet toggle.
Yeah.
So in the grave, you can
It's
hit
good
really
against
fast
Dwarf,
the whole
it's
time.
good against Huskar, Necrophos, whatever, you know, but it's not necessarily good against flat heals.
T is doing the research.
But I kind of like the Dazzle approach. I mean, it's definitely one of the ways where the Huskar can still play Dota. I mean, if you think about it, he's gonna be 1 HP in this Brood web. He's gonna hit really hard and really fast, right?
Just to confirm, it is health restore reduction. 10% up to 25%.
Is that regen or is that all heals?
It says restore reduction. I am reading what Wikipedia says, my friend.
Okay.
Reduces the value of health restoration, sources of all affected enemy units within the spin web radius. Health restoration.
But I mean, 25%.
Restoration,
This is wrong. It's 70%.
Yeah, yep. That goes up elsewhere. I'm scrolling. Ah, well.
Anyway,
it's pretty big.
We'll find out.
We'll find out, yeah.
Wikipedia, please can you update your page, lads? There is some numbers missing.
So they've committed to offlane Brood. I don't know about that because I feel like offlane Brood cannot lane against Huskar Dazzle. Like,
yeah.
they have to pull waves because Brood cannot enter this lane for like 1 second.
I mean, the offlane Brood that's really sacked is kind of worthless, honestly. This hero needs a good start, I think, to be effective.
I will say though, once Brood is 6, Huskar has to leave the lane. Like either that or you need to play on a Mars TP to turn it around because you just can't be there. Once Brood is 6, you will die.
Yeah, but like you're playing as Huskar Dazzle. What's stopping MOUZ from going into Roshan Pit with a free farm Huskar, killing that Aegis, going high ground once again? And then this Brood is sitting somewhere in a different lane. Like, how are you gonna defend, right? You're playing as the Dazzle that can... I don't know. I feel like this could be another game where Na'Vi struggles to survive, you know,
But if the Brood does take over that side of the map, then their map play is really strong, right? I feel like this is the type of lineup that I used to see from like Shopify Rebellion when they were back in NA, right? It's like you have Brood, Terrorblade, same game, Spiderlings pushing out one side, Illusion pushing out the other. Like it's so much map play. That Hoodwink will set up for engagements. You got Nico in the last pick from mid lane. Like if they break into the map, then MOUZ, they have to protect that wave. Sure, they'll run down and be chaotic, but Na'Vi can make a lot of these little shenanigans.
No, absolutely. I also think, like, we saw a Terrorblade game earlier from Natsumi, and that game I think was a mixed bag because the other team had so many stuns and so many ways to kite. You look at MOUZ's game, there's no kiting. There's no in and out. These heroes are in or they're out. And if you go, like, Huskar is super bad against Terrorblade. Like, if Terrorblade is fat and Huskar, especially against something like a Broodmother, like, you have limited things you can do. You can't be this tanky raid boss. You're playing against... So if they just kite the Grave, this Terrorblade will be the boss of this game with items. Like, he will own them.
He's good against Leshrac too, right? So
yes, it's very good against Leshrac.
Yeah, like Manta Pite Skadi, and then your game is pretty free.
I mean, I don't think MOUZ has any plan of going late game here.
No, they do not.
But I agree that if Na'Vi, it's once again the same thing, right? If they get their items online and they get their core items, I do think that... Yeah, you banned all the Schmeeps mobs, but there's still a Nyx in the pool, so they're gonna go with Nyx.
I mean, this is whatever to me though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it's just there.
He's a stun.
He's a guy.
I mean, he's gonna be able to hunt the Broodmother, right? That's the main thing, right? When the map develops, we go run around. Nice. You get a blink on Leshrac. Vendetta, I find Brood, he dead. Game continues, right? But Nyx and Lesh, that will be the partnership this game. Last game, it was the Lesh and the Pangolier. This time around, that partnership is moving to the 4th position to enable mid one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Those two heroes can kill Brood for sure.
Does Nico play Brood?
I don't believe he does.
So Nico's hero is pretty much confirmed last year. So what are we looking at for him?
I mean, there is something like the Invoker, but it's very low catch. I mean, I think Ember should be pretty good here. The only thing is then maybe there's some tricky stuff where they put Huskar mid and put Lesh safe lane. But I think it's honestly okay to tank it.
Then your safe lane is weaker, right? And gives Brood a game.
Yes, exactly. And then it's Huskar mid in the worst Huskar game ever. So you've promoted him. They picked Nature's Prophet. I mean, this is not bad, but they do have this thing where none of their heroes, their core heroes, start fights. They don't have any like jumpers.
No stuns.
Yeah.
It's entire map play, right? You've just got wave push on all 3 cores. They want to see creep wave, delete creep wave, and then hope someone else does stuff. But I just wouldn't really want to be kind of Chikura in this game because like you want to go do things and your team's just farming. So yeah, Na'Vi, they're pretty much just buying time. The entire philosophy of their draft will be try and get the lane set up, get Brood to take an early tower with the Prophet rotation, the Liquid Fire of Jakiro, and once that happens, rinse, repeat. Find wave, skip wave. Don't allow MOUZ to just walk down the lane with a 20-minute Aegis and try and stop the game.
I do think though, like I think Na'Vi has the potential to get aggressive and active early this game. Like they have really strong supports at fighting, super strong. They're stronger than MOUZ supports for sure at fighting. And on top of that, they have Nature's Prophet who can TP in. So if I'm Niku, I want to play super aggressive this game. I want to TP on any kill and share the XP around. You want to share the love, I think, this game because they don't have any of those, you know, super clear jumpers. It's not like a draft integrity lineup. It's we have better late game. And they pick Furion because they want to have aggression so they can get through the early game.
I mean, let's see about if they have the better late game. Of course, I think we do, but let's see if Slacks can find out from CY.
Absolutely, here with CY, and you know, let's not even talk about last game. Nothing happened, right?
I don't know what game you're talking about.
All right, great.
I don't even know.
Well, let's move on, because this is a really interesting draft that I want to dig into. I saw a lot of smiling coming out from you in the booth, especially towards the end of the draft. Everyone seems to be in pretty good spirits. What was going on in there?
I mean, I don't think the last game like took us that hard. Like, obviously, there needs to be some adjustments, and like when you get run over, you're always a bit like, what the fuck happened, you know? And then you try to adjust a bit, but I mean, we're just talking like now we last pick some Nature's Prophet, like which can also be quite play quite fast sometimes. So we're like, maybe it's our time to fuck them, and then like just small jokes here and there.
That's what I like to hear. All right. Well, we saw that Huskar coming out, and then the Insta Brood pick, and not only that, but I mean the Hoodwink, that Terrorblade thing were just coming out. I mean, you guys seem pretty well prepared for these heroes.
Yeah, funnily enough, we had a scrim with very similar heroes recently, so I mean, in theory, I think Brood should be very good. Like in GG, we also thought so with the Necrotic Webs. He cannot really regen, so even if the game goes late, like he can buy BKB and he can fight on that, and then he cannot play anymore. So hopefully we get to that.
All right, absolutely. I think you guys definitely will be getting there by the end of this one. I did want to ask, though, about this Pudge. This is something that you guys have done a lot of value in your bandings here for. Is there a reason in particular that the Pudge is really that scary compared to the other heroes that he plays?
Like, I think, like to me personally, I think the Tusk is like the one that stands out. I think like if you're good at playing Tusk, it's a bit like more probably broken if you're good at it. But the Pudge is a bit more random because you also need to land your hooks and stuff, and it's like a bit feel thing for. But I think when we have Jakiro, sometimes Pudge can be good because he can press his Z and like not take so much damage. So it's more for that, I think.
All right, well, thank you so much. Very helpful insight. Appreciate your time as always. And it looks like we are ready to jump into the game.
Thank you so much, Slacks. You heard CY. It's our turn to beat them. That's what he said, Trent.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's the plan right there. Family-friendly version, I believe, in that one here. Yeah, we have a very set out game here, I guess, right? We got Huskar, we got Brood.
Oh,
these are the two things that we're going to talk about for probably the majority of this game, because they're two heroes that we don't get to see all too much, but at the same time, they're two heroes that everyone comes to think of when they think of Dota. Because they've all had moments with a Huskar and a Brood, wouldn't you say?
Oh my God! And with the
are they
dazzle
happy?
behind them,
I mean, moments.
Yeah, I know. Are you pleased what you're doing to us? Is this what you want to see in the world right now, MOUZ? Well, they're already getting ready to pop into this game, and I will say that as much as we talked about them, to me, the panel was talking about it, and I kind of agree. The hero that's going to decide this game in a lot of ways is going to be Niku on that Nature's Prophet, because if he can get aggressive, if he can follow up those initiations from that man right there on Zayat's Hoodwink, can they actually set the tempo the way they want it to?
Yeah, it's a pretty big pressure putting on him for sure. But you know, that's okay. Game one didn't go so great. Now he's gonna try and bounce back and fix it all for game two, which we're gonna be bringing to you in just a moment.
Absolutely. I mean, mid one on that Leshrac in the last game had a couple of flubs in terms of his movements and the way that stuff was going. We'll see if it ends up working out for him here. That's right, and here we are into the game now as we head out across the map on the Broodmother. What we've been anticipating and waiting to see right there. Can the Spider do it? Does he got the juice on PMA?
I mean, he's got the voice lines. Keeps talking about his palps are palping or something. I don't know. It's just he's mashing them all down on his keyboard. So, well, a Broodmother game. Can't wait.
And the other one, the last pick that came out there, Yamich going to be playing on the Nyx Assassin. I think that, you know, the panel was talking about the ability to hunt Brood off in the trees and stuff, but it's also going to be the Terrorblade. I mean, Got the Juice is going to run into some issues in this one when he's countered out both by the Leshrac and the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, especially if they are going to wind up into sort of a like map gameplay style while they're trying to delay things. Like you can imagine MOUZ maybe getting a bit of an edge, kind of like last game, and then you try and split. You try and spread across the map as Na'Vi, and there's a little bug hunting you the whole time.
Dangerous stuff indeed. So, smoked out, seeing if they can find an avenue into this one. It's Zayat's up on the hill. Image could run up if he wants, but yeah, smoke breaks and is just going to take a punch and then run away.
I think going into this as well, you know, we've talked so much about Brood and Huskar and stuff, but for me, it's Boom. Like,
He crushed last game on this Pangolier, and when we have been casting these MOUZ games, he's done so incredibly well, especially on this Mars. Like, I think he's looked amazing on this hero. So I'm looking forward to more arenas, more spears, and lots of setup from him to kind of get the ball rolling here.
See if Mars can do it indeed. And this time around, like we talked about, mid one playing the same hero. Niku instead going to be running on that Nature's Prophet and trying to do everything that he can to slow down that ball-up potential that we know MOUZ can make happen. And it's weird, right? Because the panel was talking about, you got all these freaking heroes that don't want to initiate.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's kind of all Zayats when this game gets a little bit later.
Yeah, you gotta like hit a random ice path to set up for a TP or just some slows with a dual breath, something like that. So it won't be quite as easy on that level 3 for the Nature's Prophet to just appear and suddenly be really active. It's gonna be a little bit more precise.
And you can see here, Yamich going to try and dodge away from the Jakiro, who's grabbing the wave. Boom has one creep left over. And this is the type of shenanigans that you get yourself into. And Yamich realizes, hey, maybe I can just run out here and try and kill this courier. So that's the second courier going down. Does not connect the waves, though. And I don't know what the hell's going to happen now. The waves are all over the place.
Yeah, a little hard to get back into that one as the old Nyx Assassin, so Yamich just kind of has to hang around with his boots.
Oh, nice. And Boom manages to grab that other one instead. Interesting. Okay, so they are battling for these waves here, recognizing the danger of like running into Terrablade Jakiro.
Bottom lane, they got a lot of damage out here. Blood Grenade hit onto Zayats, and they're trying to take advantage of the fact that PMA is still level 1 with the health restoration reduction. And as the panel was talking about, like there's been so many changes to how this works. Like the numbers have been tweaked, the fact that it's regeneration and restoration has been tweaked. So at this point, it is enemy restoration is reduced. It starts at a mere 10%. Oh, how sad and pathetic. That's why he's getting bullied right now. But it quickly grows to 30, 50, 70%. That is really rough for a Huskar's game here. And that's really rough for Mars's game.
Finds him there in the mid-kill solo. Mid one taking down Nico, and Riddies goes down. They're falling apart. It's everything all across the map.
Yeah, that one was just Riddies running it down to the tower there before Boom came back, so he could get a respawn. So,
I mean, it happens so quickly right there. You can see mid one goes in, just finds an easy burst. And Niku, I mean, I don't know, man. This could just happen again if he's not careful here.
Yeah, this has been a mid one specialty. He's been playing a lot of the Leshrac, obviously, as you just saw. And he's really, really good at spotting the moment where you're just dead. And he will dive your tower every time.
Niku shows up to try and make something happen. He's not going to be able to do enough here. It looks like, although the slowdown, the boom kill would be good.
Oh, the walk of shame.
And now Riddies is going to be able to clean up that one a second time. Niku now gets the latch onto Yamich. He's just going to eat through the trees there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the happiest moment as a support player, especially on Nyx Assassin, a hero who's pretty greedy, likes all that XP. Oh no, my offlaner died twice and there's a wave coming. Oh, what am I going to do? Oh, I guess I'll get the XP first, guys.
Well, he needs to make sure he stays alive is the only thing.
He's not getting the XP, Lyrical.
Yeah,
this is not good.
is coming in, and I mean, if he gets another hit, this could be it. Underneath the tower getting dove, this Jakiro is a menace.
Yeah, that wave is just getting sucked up by the tower. Unfortunately, the towers don't gain the XP, so Boom is slowly making his way over there. He's got the juice, tries to keep zoning him out there, just trying to end this top lane.
I mean, this is what you need to do. If you get solo killed mid, run over to the other side, make some other things happen on the map.
Well, here comes Leshrac.
They're bringing
he
heroes.
cancels.
I mean,
I like this. Put the game off kilter here, you know?
Yeah, do what you can. I mean, he's still ready to dive if Niku's not careful. This could very easily, with 3 points Edict, he's got to run. He's at level 4 now to the level 5 of mid one, and mid one will not dive any further, but does get 2 denies in his face.
Good sprout. Yeah, that next creep wave coming, keeping him alive.
Yes.
All right, well, I mean, for all the talk earlier as well, bottom lane been relatively quiet. Part of it is, again, just they're splitting things up, right? Like, we heard the panel talking about this idea of, like, you can't just stand toe-to-toe versus Dazzle Huskar, right? This is not going to be a laning issue. I think there was more concerns about putting in the same lane by sending the Brood to the offlane, and you can see why, right? Like, 7 lasted so far for the Brood.
Yeah.
Not great. Brood is a hero who can catch up, but of course, in the modern day Brood, you gotta wait till you're level 6 before the spiders start to come out. And ideally, you're supposed to hit 6 and kill the guy in your lane and take the tower. I don't know if that's happening here. Maybe with the help of a Nature's Prophet.
Right, there's going to need to be some type of a rotation that comes in if they want to have any hope of that happening. But it could also just be like try and farm up territory as well. You know, killing Huskar, definitely not an easy thing to make happen, particularly when there's a Dazzle in the game. But this is where a lot of things are starting to go good for Na'Vi. You're getting Terrorblade very farmed, has had a free time, it feels like, and some of that has got to be those lane pull shenanigans and Riddy's being able to disrupt it with the Nyx Assassin. He stopped that pull from happening and turned it into just sort of a regular laning scenario a little bit. This is not a regular lane scenario.
No, it's not. You know what? I need to switch off the winter map. Because I'm trying to find the brood webs and figure out why this Huskar is getting regen when he's not, and it's because I can't see them.
Well, nonetheless, Nico trying to soak whatever experience he can, but is getting surrounded by dual cores coming mid. Hoodwink is also making the rotation over, and I think that Zayats realizes you can't do much more there. It's going to get the regen rune secured for mid 1, as Nico able to pull the creep wave through. And they're actually going to force out the glyph. I mean, with his regen, I think he stays here until this dies.
Yeah, keep that catapult up. Some things are more important than yourself.
So the regen enables the tower to be taken very early. And yeah, there's just no contesting this. Anybody that comes mid right now will die to mid 1.
Dude, he's just sprouting a Warpine Raider. I don't even know if he's going to kill this thing if they start moving forward. This is not, yeah, he can't even farm a Warpine Raider.
Well, 7-minute mark. This is where maybe you can find something for Na'Vi again, because mid has gone so horribly.
Yeah, I mean, they are hoping Boom walks up here, and here he comes.
Looking for it, jumps, meta, out, spear, gets him away, but now you've got Zayats with the control. If they bring in mid 1 too early, this could be bad for him. Although with Yamich nearby, they try and get the slow. Oh, he doesn't quite get it. It's Yamich that manages to find it, but the mid 1 hit, and there's the grave. They needed that one right at that moment. Got the juice still right on top and finding the finish onto mid 1. Now Celery also in trouble. Na'Vi, they found their tempo and managed to find a great fight win here.
Oh man, nice try there with the grave, but Yamich he does manage to get in there and get the shrine at the very least, but so needed from Na'Vi, and what positioning, right? From Got the Juice and Riddies, they found a really rare situation where you could try and turn this game back around by just camping there for so long and counting on Boom coming up the stairs.
Got the Juice, definitely the one that's carrying the hopes and dreams of Na'Vi right now on his back. The scary thing about this is that as much as that fight looks great, you're still a Terrorblade going against a Leshrac. There's elements of this that got me very worried for what ends up happening in the next couple of minutes once mid 1 gets that Blink Dagger. We'll see how they handle it.
Jeez, they need to get this Brood gold though, man. Brood is below Jakiro right now. He is like 1v1ing a creep trying to hit 6. And yeah, this positioning, perfect way to set it up. And I like the idea. I would say, right, from MOUZ to contest seems logical to me. Seems like a good idea, but it's just not quite up. They can't quite get Riddies. They can't quite get Science. The damage is just a little bit too spread. And then everyone thinking like, oh, we got the grave. Maybe we can actually turn this around. With the help of Niku, it's just a total wipe.
You can see the cleanup there at the end. Very good stuff overall. Chrysalis in his happy place on this Huskar.
Yeah, we got to get a web down here. Can't be having this.
Working towards that armlet.
I mean, PMA is like just getting 6 at the tower right now.
Yeah.
And there it is. So what can you do? I mean, you have Wrath of Nature, you have a TP, you got a Bushwhack. All right, there's the ingredients. What can we cook up here?
I mean, if they can make it work, I think it is scary though to like make a big move across the map at this point to try and kill the Huskar, because he's still like, I mean, you've got to get farm on everybody first.
Yeah,
You've got to get where you need to be.
I just want to kill someone near Brood.
That's
you know,
fair.
I just want to get PMA something.
Get him involved, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about the switch during the panel to the support Huskar. It's feeling a little bit like the support Brood right now. And we'll get away with those spiders. Soul Ring done. They're working on it. It's happening. But yeah, this is the catch-up play that you're going to need them to see. And maybe he gets lucky. Yeah, he gets the Ripper's Lash. All right.
That is very important. Yeah, you know, if you're trying to think of like some way to get back into it, that is something for you.
A little bit of an injection of farming speed for the Brood.
Oh yeah, we have one on the TV as well. Okay, so much value. Real gamers take the dormant curio though, of course, like Riddies.
gotta go for it every time. Dormant greedy.
Yep.
That armlet.
How on earth did Celery just... I mean, he's dead. I don't know if that was worth it. In theory, maybe your Huskar dies to a DD, I guess. But I think probably just don't throw your body for that one.
Trying to move in to defend against this. Are you really showing up for this, MOUZ? Looks for the jump, finds Niku, TP away, not gonna happen. So they bring numbers and shut down that push from Na'Vi. It is a lot of heroes mid, which is buying some space for the Brood right now. But getting that kill is good.
Yeah, a little lash there onto Yamich. He'll just walk it off. And PMA not wanting to lose the entire army, he's just gonna back up. Well, I mean, Huskar's got Armlet and Treads. Crystal's heading towards the S and Y. This is just looking like a Huskar game. The good news is that is a giant TB on Got the Juice. Is that enough, though?
That's a tough one. I mean, he's coming back in, gonna pressure this tower, and I think take it out now. So, in spite of MOUZ TPing a lot in, they were able to shut down that Nature's Prophet. I mean, it really is Got the Juice versus the world. Like, they're so broke. Somehow Jakiro's getting gold, so that's something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about it, though, isn't it?
A tough time, as still Chrysalis farms. And looking to get that BKB done, a Spear of Vessel completed for Niku.
Okay, that's kind of interesting. I mean, you have a Terrorblade who's vacuuming up everything, right? So if you go for this Mjolnir on the Prophet, it's probably, you're not gonna be able to actually get the full benefit out of it.
Yeah. Mid one farms up a nice ancient stack for himself here with Celery. And now with Blink Dagger done, we'll see where he decides to go. I do want to see something happening fight-wise, as down bottom, they run and actually catch and kill Yamich. Chrysalis, is he in trouble now too, under the webs? PMA on him, all of the bugs, they do manage to get that grave, tries to TP out, is there anything to break it? Yes!
Nice.
They managed to find him, Zayat's right on time, and now Celery also gonna go down. This is exactly what Na'Vi needed.
Oh, so badly. So badly did they need this maneuver. It's like, you picked the right thing, you got the Broodmother, but it was like a little sketchy. You might not get that exact answer that you were hoping for, and now the climb, you know? The itsy bitsy spider, I sing it all the time to my daughter. That you're climbing back up the water spout right now. The rain is over, Lyrical, okay? The sun is out, surely it won't rain again. Don't listen to the rest of the song, okay? This is gonna be a nice, happy spider going all the way up. It's all sunshine from here.
I believe it. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? No, I'm a little. I'm feeling a lot better for Na'Vi at this point. They've sort of weathered that first part, but the Blink Lesh rotations, particularly with Yamich getting level 6, is going to be where they try and find things back. And right now they're hunting in the jungle, seeing if they can find that Terrorblade. But TB wisely in his safe space up there at the top of the mat, as it's going to be a smoke up now.
Yeah, it's hunt time.
Riddy's, I feel like, is not good enough.
Dude, they're so scared. Yeah. I don't want them to go. They're probably going to take it, honestly. I mean, it's Blink Leshrac, right?
Yeah.
It's so free. You can actually keep the Vendetta, and you can still even sync up with someone else on your team here, maybe.
Yamich hunt, but at least for now, not going to find anybody easily. An interesting ward there, too. Zayat's getting some good vision down.
Yeah, some Obs Sentry combos probably as well, right? Like he's got the Sentry nearby and trying to keep that Obs up so that he can maybe catch where the Nyx is moving through, trying to find the Brood. It's likely the idea.
Yamich still in Vendetta with mid one. I mean, this is the combo that you want to play together with. It's just, can they find the right target? It's the other thing we need to see. It's an illusion rune top, so that will be helpful here as well. Does Yamich find him? I mean, TB is right over there. If they spot him, I think that they just kill him. Niku instead is the one that's showing on the tower. So likely going to make an attempt. There it is. Immediately tries to TP. Wasn't ever going to work. They find the kill.
A lot of attempted TP so far this game.
Yeah.
Not going too well. Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, you're pretty cool.
Still, got the juice dodging. Will he be able to dodge this?
Yeah, I mean, he's under the observer.
Oh, good ice path. The slowdown, but mid one is there. Oh, he didn't quite dodge that. And now Yamich shows up. Easy peasy.
Talk about overkill, man. Yamich just running in there with Vendetta. I'm involved. I want to get in here too. And the bright lights will be dim for the next 24 seconds on Na'Vi, as Akaya now comes out here onto mid one. And Boom is just working straight towards the Shard, just wants to keep up this full aggression here with this blinking Mars.
Yeah, this is the scary time right here, for sure, for Na'Vi, with that Blink Dagger on Lesh and Blink for Mars. There's so much kill potential, and I mean, Brood is right nearby. They're gonna see the spiders head through. We'll have to watch if PMA can keep himself safe, but
I really like the idea here too of Chrysalis to go back for the BKB on the Huskar, because typically, of course, you want to get like a couple items, get an Aegis, not maybe get the BKB so early, but because of the health restoration, he has to get the BKB in order to win the fight at the Roche pit, because if you're just stuck in the webs, you can't play the hero for longer than a shallow grave.
that is not feeling like it's going to be enough now, particularly considering we just got the pipe done on the Brood. So more things that can help try and deal with this like massive amounts of damage that's coming out. But that all depends upon like if it's a full 5-on-5 fight, which it doesn't really feel like we're going to be having. It's more of these like little skirmishy pickoff things that MOUZ is making happen.
Yeah, I think Niku, I mean, he picks up the Blade Mail for like their own skirmishes as well to go with the Spirit Vessel. It's a little tough. The Huskar obviously has the very frustrating facet, and why he's good right now of the Cauterize, where you're just constantly being able to dispel yourself. So he can try and target down mid one as well with the Spirit Vessel, but he doesn't, again, we talked about it a lot during the draft stuff, and the panel brought up, but like he can't get good fights to use the Spirit Vessel. Like, this is the team starting fights, right?
Yeah.
MOUZ, it's so easy to just go for these picks.
They just bought a third Blink Dagger.
Oh, good.
I mean, yeah, this is really scary stuff.
Wait, he's not going Ags Harpoon build on Nyx?
Not this time.
What?
Maybe next time, you know? All right. It is a fun one, though.
It is the funnest way to play Nyx right now. I mean, that's just factual.
Chrysalis getting bashed a few times by Roche. Will armlet toggle and be perfectly fine through it. Let's see if I can jinx him here. No, not today. But it is an Aegis.
Now, if your Huskar got bashed and was going to die, would you save him as Dazzle, or do you think it's just like kind of deserved?
You're trying to like build good habits going forward?
Yeah, I feel like I think you shouldn't grave them there. Like as a parent, you know?
Yeah.
You can't reward that behavior, or else the next time, you know, they're going to be expecting the grave.
I feel like this is how you get reported. I feel like this is not
child
a good
services?
No, that's not good either.
Okay.
It's all bad. Everything about that is really bad. Oh, jeez. Oh, speaking... I'm not going to try and make that transition.
Perfect. Yeah.
We're moving on.
That's for the best.
Boom down bottom. We'll get jumped. Get a couple of TP rotations, mid one there, but it's all just a feint. See if they can get these reactions, although the Brood is coming down now.
They're getting a reaction out of Yamich.
Yeah, they definitely are.
He saw that, eh? Seeing the little like foot shake, the little tiny little misstep from Na'Vi. He's like, oh, they see me.
Yeah, they know what's going on here. Dazzle and Huskar are going through the gate though up top, so they might try and do a wraparound here. And with Terrorblade still in the area, yeah, this could go south very quickly.
Oh, if they go, well, literally, if they go south right now, got the juice would be in a big, troublesome time. And instead, they're somehow gonna miss everyone.
That's so.
Oh, there we go. Never mind.
Radies goes down. And now Terrorblade, he's looking to maybe fight this. They thought about moving in off to the side, got the juice, tries to dodge. And actually with Nico coming in, they force out the Grave on mid one. Doing good damage, but will it be enough to find that finish? The heal up is there. PMA can't do enough. Back up so healthy, and the pipe and the chase down, they're all caught to the side. Yamich, he needs to keep the rest of his cores alive, but they've already lost one there. Chrysalis doing a lot of damage, but against PMA, it might not be enough. The Grave is there. A second Grave for the save. And the rest back away. Unreal. They managed to win that fight.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, when you die, you're no longer in the web.
Yeah.
So the big heals are still going to come back out for the Huskar right after that, huh? And he's immediately on the move again.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that was brutal. It looked like it could have worked there for a moment, but ended up falling apart. 11-10, 4K gold lead. And yeah, we'll see this replay.
It was messy, you know? They lost to Jakiro first, but then they're still trying to find this fight because I think Na'Vi can feel it, right? Like, they have to find something here, but it's just one by one. The arena is splitting them up. People are stuck on the outside. People are getting zoned. Celery's barely surviving. Like, everyone was kind of on their own mission on Na'Vi, and unfortunately, none of those missions were accomplished.
And Celery is just free casting. You know, he got like multiple rounds of Shadow Wave, 2 Graves off. Like, if the Dazzle is that free in these fights, they're not going to win. You've got to find a way to catch them.
Oh, Niku's barely going to get out of this one. Nearly spotted, thanks to that ward that they've got. And it's another game where MOUZ are just closing the map right now.
Right. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that, in a way, a lot of the itemization has been to deal with the Huskar, to deal with the Leshrac, to try and stop them from, you know, just being free to do whatever they want. But they have not really itemized to catch and kill Celery. And I think that if this Dazzle is playing this unhampered in the game, it's just going to be a win.
Yeah, in a typical game, I feel like that would be the Hoodwink's job, you know? But Hoodwink can't afford to do that because they have no other catch, because you're a Hoodwink playing with 3 cores that don't start fights.
Right, you need to bushwhack like somebody else for your Terrorblade to do the damage.
Yeah, if you bushwhack the Dazzle, it doesn't even feel that great. I mean, yeah, sure, if you can instantly burst them down and your whole team is next to each other, maybe there's a play there, but just it doesn't feel like the natural way most fights are going to occur.
It is a game of delays for Na'Vi. Stop the pressure from coming in. Try and slow down the temperature a little bit. And right now, it's just not feeling like that's going to happen because they're going high ground.
Two games in a row? 20 minutes high ground?
I mean, yeah, if they don't have an answer to you, why not? MOUZ.
We need some webs in the top lane stat.
Get up there. You got to stop this.
There is a Huskar in the face.
They're moving in, but the arena is down, and now the jump in from both. How much do they have? They need to stop this, but it's not going to happen.
Why did anyone else
on
think
the
this?
Brood.
Just kill the Brood.
Easy peasy. And now Chrysalis, he's caught in the webs, but they've got Grave ready if they need to. They also still have the Aegis. Boom, taking some good damage, broken and killed. So they managed to get something off of the heavy extension from MOUZ.
I mean, that is, I suppose, net positive.
Yeah.
You know? Silver linings.
I mean, not for PMA, but...
No, certainly not. But, I mean, this lead is not massive.
No.
I mean, what were we at last game? Like 14K at this point? Like, we could add a digit on there, I'm pretty sure.
Right. I mean, being able to stop the push for any amount of time is incredibly valuable, because the danger of this lead is not like if it keeps going 10 minutes and it's still there.
Yeah.
If that's happening, Na'Vi wins. The danger is that they could just, like, build it up to 10K by taking a whole set of racks.
Yeah. And mid one is buying wise items in this one. No fun little scythe.
No.
Just gonna get a BKB, snooze.
Boring.
Oh, that's more fun though. Dagon for Yamich next.
Yeah.
Correct itemization.
Well, Sanjin Yasha for Chrysalis is going to be the next one out.
Get some break there on the Nyx Assassin as well. Not very useful this game.
That's got to feel so bad.
Is the restoration breakable? I guess it probably is.
Well, we can look.
We can't. We have the technology, don't we?
I believe in you.
Yeah?
I was just saying, though, it's got to feel so bad when you just, like, see a Nyx Assassin run up to you as Terrorblade. Like, for all intents and purposes, you got him, right? But then it ends up falling apart because you can't actually keep a hold of him anymore. Very annoying stuff. So, 6,000 gold lead, and it is going to be Got the Juice building towards the Scotty, and he's getting closer. It's still about 2,000 gold away. The most farmed hero in the game. We've seen what Terrorblade can do, and particularly in this tournament, there have been some of these games where he looks amazing. If they can get to the late stage, they should be able to come away with the victory on Na'Vi. Just as long as it's not the late stage game with a 20K gold deficit. Jump, stun, control, down low. Niku TP's into this. All the mech in the world, and the pipe too, trying to keep him alive. Chrysalis BKB out, PMA, the first target, starting to fall down, but the Glimmer Cape keeping him alive, which means that the reduction is going to be there as soon as he comes out of this. PMA still living, trying to take him down. It's not going to happen. Now Got the Juice. He gets the Sunder off, but will it be enough? Great stun from Yamich. Finds them both again. What a play from the Nyx Assassin. Do they have enough? No. Mid one will fall, but they got what they came for there. The Brood trying to play it out. Will it work? You guys managed to get the TP out. So it actually was a full-on wipe on the cores. What a fight.
keeping that alive there, I mean, that's got to be pretty favorable, right? Near the end, 2,600 gold there, and most of it heading towards the Jakiro and the Hoodwink, so supports are winning at the very least here for Na'Vi, and they're going to go get out on the map and try and find something to turn this around here. What do we got? Zayats is close to Shard. That could be a really big item for them.
So insatiable hunger heal back up was basically how they were able to reset that.
Yeah.
They spent everything else on the Terrorblade, and Brood actually came through with the damage.
And that, I mean, that's so necessary at this point too, right? Because
yeah.
I mean, look where Brood is on the chart right now. Bottom of the cores. And so as MOUZ, you're just like, all right, well, we got one guy we got to focus. And they're just beating into Got the Juice right now as hard as they can. But they kind of lose track of him there. Chris is kind of like hitting some illusions, can't get it on.
And look at PMA, like, what, 200 HP or something like that? And then he just heals back up after this jump, able to survive through it this whole time. And obviously, good couple of hits there that Got the Juice got off.
They deserve the gold on Riddies and Zayats there. What a beautiful Bushwhack and Ice Path there, because mid one was just full going nuts right there.
He was insane. Well, they salvaged this. And again, another couple of minutes. Like I said, at the 30-minute mark, if it's still around 4 to 5K, things are starting to feel really good for Na'Vi.
I mean, Niku's got a BKB as well here at the Nature's Prophet. He's having a... His fights are so weird.
Yes.
Like, he's got Spirit Vessel, he's got Blade Mail, now he's got a BKB. He's basically just, like, jumping in and cursing to try and give vision for the TB. That's his most important thing. Curse the Old Growth is insanely crazy. Very, very good for getting vision on everyone, and that's going to help set up the TV and the Broodmother to try and get as much damage out as they can. Like, he kind of knew he doesn't get to be the big scaler of this game.
Yes.
And I think his items reflect that.
And I mean, all these little things along the way, too. Like, Riddy's getting those early kills means that he's set up for a mech now. That Glimmer Cape on Hoodwink was clutch to keeping the Broodmother alive. And now a smoke up. The other benefit that you get from this Broodmother is the ability to send out spiders, see where people are, and more importantly, in this instance, see where people are not. It's probably signals, and you can see Na'Vi grouped together and not getting caught out by this as Scotty is completed. PMA, mid one, ready to jump. They see him. The spiders, they showed it. BKB reaction just in time. And now the turnaround, PMA starting to take a ton of damage. Do they have to save there for him? No, PMA is gone. BKB, mid one, they just chunked him. Taking down that spider.
I mean, that is pre-level 20 Leshrac. I had to double check. I mean, that's just absurd how much damage was hitting everybody right there. And obviously the vast majority of it just pumping into PMA. Like, that was all BKB.
Yeah.
And he just got totally chunked. Meanwhile, yeah, the Broodmother torn up as well. Ooh, that is not great.
Yeah, this is taken back a little bit. They managed to cut down that tree. Of course, no BKB at the moment on Chrysalis, but without Brood, the 10 seconds away. Yeah, the fights are strange. It's hard to figure out how it works for now, because even that last fight where things went well, that was MOUZ initiating into them.
Yeah. All right, so some slight happy moments now instantly fading away as they hear that Roshan has roared. They're going to smoke up and make their way over there, but, I mean, the Radiant are scanning. Surely they know this is coming.
There is no BKB for 24 more seconds on Chrysalis. If they can make it work, he TP's right in! What? Nico, get out of there! He's got TP out and now trying to escape. It's not gonna happen! He's down so low, there's no BKB left on Chrysalis. He's taking a lot of damage, Got the Juice, doing what he can. Broken dead! They got him! And now the Aegis on Yemen! She was able to steal that one away. But recognition that BKB timing, you have to have it up and online, and they punish when it's down.
Wow, beautiful play there again from Zayats.
Dude, that was Niku seeing Shaquille O'Neal run down for a dunk, and he just put his body on the line for a charge. He's like, I'm just gonna run in there and die. It's just gonna happen.
You know, I guess we know that's what he's trying to do. You know, he knows his item builds. He knows who's doing the damage on his team. He respects it. I don't know, maybe could have BKB'd a little earlier, but he figured this is what's gonna work. It did work. They obviously get the Aegis and the kill after. So how is that? I mean, insta-spear.
Yes.
First off, somehow survives long enough to that TP. They spam some more spells, and then back in the real game, though, we got more action.
Trying to find somebody there, not quite able to get him in time, though. And the Boomerang is online, so the damage amplification is even more intense. mean, again, like, that fight doesn't happen that way if they wait a couple more seconds.
No, yeah, with the BKB for Chrysalis, and then, it was just way, way easier when he doesn't have that to play with, obviously.
Yes.
Pretty simple on that one.
18-16, much more back and forth than game number 1. That is for damn sure.
Man, they are close to an Aghanim Scepter on Riddies. It's only 1,000 gold away, and I also saw some high hopes there as well on Zayats, who's thinking about going all the way for Scythe. I don't know if he'll be lucky enough to get that far. I feel like he might need a more impactful item before then, but I think he's just hoping, like, hey, I get one more decent pick. I can maybe farm to this. And Scythe would obviously be very, very massive because you're going to be relying on this BKB for so much of the game as Chrysalis, and he's not going to have a good way to itemize against it.
Randomly sprouts Yamich. Now trying to TP away. It's going to get stunned right as the completion was going to happen, and they do kill off Niku. So this is the sort of weird little pick-off stuff that you hope to get out of an Nyx Assassin pick.
Just keeps on happening. You know?
Yeah.
They win a fight. Things are looking good for Na'Vi. You kind of feel like, okay, we got this. We can spread it on the map, and we can actually get something done. And then suddenly you just get blown up by a Nyx Assassin. But I did like the random sprout.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it was just all in his head, you know? Understanding exactly what's happening here. And mid one, he does want to get a Scythe again, because that also looked pretty fun. So let's just grab that one more time.
And working towards the shield drone. And this is also, even without the Aegis, probably the play that you need to make on MOUZ. Group around Chrysalis, let him push towers. And Na'Vi, have they bought enough time? Are they in a position where they can kind of defend against this high ground push that might be coming now?
And items.
Yes.
You know, those would also be pretty good right now.
Very important.
I mean, Scotty's up on the TV. There's the fresh BKB. It's really the Aghanims, I guess, right? That's the last big one you're going to get in time for the Jakiro when you think about a high ground defense.
Still a 900, 800 gold away.
Okay, all right. Hey, they're not coming up. That's
okay,
good.
All right,
everyone back away. These are my creeps. PMA, please.
This is for Riddies.
You got most of them.
He's working on it there. But yeah, I guess for now on MOUZ, if you're not rolling them over at the 20-minute mark, which would have been like the really big benefit, you can still try and play for little picks here and there. But look at all these spiders. Like, it sees all of this stuff. Super annoying to play against. And eventually, well, it's pulling creep waves everywhere too. This is bot time for the rest of them.
Yeah, they're getting some solid ideas here. On the side of Na'Vi, recognize the situation, but mid one's getting tired of it. Okay, he's going for the boots of travel. He doesn't want to get caught outnumbered again here and say jump.
Glimmer, back, Yamich in trouble, Arena down to try and protect, but that's already Yamich dead. Can they get more? Chrysalis, he's trying to get down to the low ground, force staff to get out of trouble. Riddies on the hunt. Seeing if he can find Celery, but with no Ice Path connection, that's a back away.
Unless Niku feels like TPing in again, I don't think they're going to catch up. If he wants to run that one more time, perhaps, but I don't think that one's going to get you very far here. Because, again, they're still lacking catch. This is just going to be a non-stop issue here for Na'Vi. But, you know, they're also not super hesitant to cross the river. Most things have not gone well for them on the other side of the river. Most of their wins are on this side of the map. And there it is. The Aghanims is done. It's a force staff. Okay. Instead, for Zayats here, he had the Yules queued up for a while. We'll see what cheeky plays he can make happen with that instead.
Well, MOUZ going to try and keep this momentum going, objective to objective, as they will take down the Tormentor here. And a Shiva's just now completed 2 for the Brood. It's really interesting because, like, you see these items like Pipe, BKB, Shivas, and you think she can't possibly do that much damage, but it's a Brood Mother, so she still is hitting so hard. And that Ripper Slash, it's not leaving.
No, still very, very solid on this hero, and of course got the juice. He's there for the real damage.
The hunt can't quite connect.
Carapace helping out there big time for the blink. Tier 3 neutral flame.
Still a 9,000 gold lead. As Na'Vi on the hunt do not currently have eyes on any of their targets. If they continue to go to the north, they'll run into a Mars Huskar Dazzle, which they're starting to go that direction. PMA picks up a shield drone, still smoked. Walks up high ground. This could be good for him. They find Chrysalis right at the start. Now the arena down. Riddy's caught. There's Macro Pyre as well. Connection. Bushwhack onto 2. Do they want to go over to the side? He still has a shield rune. This is an okay fight for them if they can get in range with everybody else to the side. Iku shows up, doing good damage indeed, but he can't be out in the walkaway on the Brood. He take through so much in that fight. Chrysalis tries to back away, but they're coming. Navi's moving this way, and they will find and kill off Boom. Can they get more? This Broodmother has tanked so much damage in this fight.
Another blink out there from Yamich. Again, the chase not quite there, but who cares? They're playing it nice and slow. They're getting their big kills. They managed to take down that that Dazzle another time here, forcing the buyback. And I mean, it's a sacrifice there from Boom, right? He throws up the shield. He allows Chrysalis to get out there with the use of the BKB, but that's no BKB right now.
True enough.
And they're still lurking around here a little bit.
If they find somebody again, as BKBs are down, this could be a great window for them. Mid one's killing the mid wave.
This is so, are they just trying to kill the wave to stop the push here with no BKB? It looks like.
Hex completed for the Lesh. Roche.
So he finished bots and man. Oh my gosh, he's huge.
Yeah, he is now the most
bots
farmed.
into the site.
Showing on mid is just the illusions. The real Terrorblade.
Okay. So they
find him. Stun is there. Where's mid one?
Did you believe? I mean, there was a creep wave, to be fair, so,
yeah,
you know, might not have gone too well.
Not deciding to go.
There's not that many sentry combos, or like obs and sentries all around the map. I think they have a gem still rocking on the Dire, but like, this could be pretty risky. Yeah, Zayat's, oh, and PMA, 2 gems, even better.
The Daedalus completed, forgot the juice. And as it is a very quick Roche respawn, 5 seconds.
Okay.
Now,
gotta get some webs down here.
Yeah, we gotta see if the spiders go in. If they check it right now on Yamich, this would be such a big win for them. Because I don't know if Na'Vi would go in. They're not checking it. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
One little bit of vision from a spider.
Yep.
1 ward, 1 sentry, and the problem is the ability.
They're sending the spider in.
It's about who can capitalize on the vision, though.
Yeah, they know now, though.
Like, how do you get the jump as Na'Vi? Like, you just need to put all your faith in Zayat's here.
Zayat throws it out, finds Dazzle. That's a good one to get. Broken, but now the jump in from Boom. Control onto Zayat. Zayat's in trouble. PMA, BKB turn onto Chrysalis, but the Grave is there and got the juice. He's in a lot of trouble, but he gets it. The sudden turnaround. Oh, he was right there. Got the juice. He's going to die to this one, DOT, but they find the follow-up kill to take down the Huskar. Now onto the side. It's going to be mid one controlled. PMA needs to back out Yamich, trying to finish him off, but do they have enough damage? It's enough to kill the Jakiro. I mean, he is doing a lot on this Nyx, but eventually he's going to run out of mana, and he is going to fall.
Man, Yamich was going crazy that fight, but he couldn't get enough damage there in the combination with mid one. They knocked down Boom, they knocked down Chrysalis, and once the Edict runs out, like, you kind of see mid one, he just kind of like sinks to the back, and he left Yamich all alone in there.
Look at
what
that.
An insane Sunder.
2,500 damage done. Where's the Lotus? Get this man a Lotus. That item's still busted. Well, I don't know. I think we're really starting to turn now. Na'Vi weathering that storm. As you can see a replay of this. A good find on the Dazzle at the start. It looked like it was going to be amazing, but then this turnaround here, and it would have been amazing if not for this Sunder.
That was so close. And then Chrysalis just melts, by the way. Like, no BKB, he is just gone in this game right now.
So important the way that all ended up working out for Na'Vi. Just to keep their heroes alive a little bit longer and then turn it all around. And again, this Roche still going to be that major point of contention here.
Yeah, everyone's setting up, prepping around it. We got our spider webs down here, but we got some big new items. Huge for Nico. I feel like his build has finally come together now with a Satanic.
Okay.
Right? Now we can actually kind of stand there. Oh, double Pyrrhic Cloak. Oh, jeez.
Jump.
That's a big zap. That was the Brood. Did every time, Na'Vi, every time you win these fights and then one of you just blows up. Every time.
He's
it's like
gonna
4
buy
in
back.
a row.
I mean, yeah, you got to buy back here. You can't afford to give this up.
We know Dazzle is no buy, right?
They're just going for it.
Okay.
I mean, they want to try and do this.
Hey, Niku, you want to hop in again there, bud?
I mean, they need to get in here quick. I don't know if they're going to come quickly enough. In towards the pit, they're heading. Zayat throws it out. They see how low it is. Now the ice path, the macro pyre. It's really good. PMA runs in, and he dashes it. PMA gets there just in time. BKB walk out. He's going to die, but he's up on the high ground. And Chrysalis, where's the rest of your team? You're gone. They were far away on the Dazzle. Nobody can get in there to help him, and it's going to be dead on Celery as well.
Niku waited. He waited till they find the Dazzle, then he TP'd in. I was a little worried. He was kind of taking his time, right? But he forces the pressure onto Celery, and the Notha Bloom comes out, and he can't follow up and give his help over to that Huskar. Doesn't get the job done this time, and also the pure damage just ridiculous from the Jakiro.
No buyback on either of these heroes, and what, 50 seconds gone still on the Huskar. Na'Vi have kept this lead manageable over these past 20 minutes, it feels like, and now are in a situation where they're the ones sieging high ground. Yamich jumps in, tries to find the stun. Where's the control? It's not there. The BKB out was in perfect time. And they just back out for the moment on Na'Vi. They're still not able to take down the banner. That one range creep that could, it's still there.
A deny on the banner from Riddies, all right.
Interesting stuff as they take down the tower. Got the juice, spamming out against Boom. Ice Path, Macro Pyre again. A stun connects. Do they have the damage to kill off the Terabyte in time yet? Oh, where was the heal? It wasn't there. Mid one, going ham. PMA needs to take him down himself, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to. Now the turn, trying to hit another great Ice Path coming in from Riddies. And mid one, he's done. Yamich is going to try and do what he can. Chrysalis now also in the mood as they BKB and back out on PMA. Thinking about throwing some more stuns as Chrysalis is still on the hunt.
Oh, they want to chase this so bad, but oh, the blink, the stun doesn't hit.
Oh,
okay.
The Oblivion. Very nice. Dodge coming from Riddies, and the TP out. Do they have a way to break it? Yeah, they just kill him.
I mean, he kind of deserved to get out there, don't you think?
I feel like, whoa, where are you at, Chrysalis? That's a fun animation.
Yeah. Okay, so that was, I think that Nick stun was not supposed to kill Got the Juice. Like, yeah. I feel like he was just protecting Boom, and then suddenly like, oh wait, is he dead? Like, can we actually kill this guy? And then he just explodes.
Look at that damage.
Yeah, midway, it kind of got delayed enough that mid one got in, and they're able to kill him. It was so unexpected.
An insane amount of damage. And it is still just a range racks. Like, here's the thing. Yeah. I feel like Na'Vi have been able to keep themselves in this game so strongly and just like right on the edge of everything falling apart. But now we're also in this situation where if they lose a fight, you can run down mid, you can take buildings, and I feel like every bit of Na'Vi's heroes needs to be there. So if there's a pick-off at this stage of the game, I'm incredibly worried for Na'Vi.
Well, I mean, that has been the name of the game, right? Na'Vi getting picked off into disadvantage. And even just that Roche fight, like PMA, like how crazy was that?
Oh, yeah.
He ran his face in there off that buyback. Like, if he had have died trying to snatch that Aegis,
that could have been it.
It could have just been over right now.
And you saw there, too, in answer to the burst, they do go for the Aeon Disc on the Broodmother. Wanting to have an answer if there is that initial jump that comes in.
Thought of a TP there from Niku.
Nyx Assassin still scooting around the map, trying to find himself anybody. 15 seconds till they're going to have Vendetta back up again. And a smoke up from the rest of the side of MOUZ. Spiders moving in. Not seeing anybody, but not seeing somebody is also good information.
The Blink Dagger here from Got the Juice heading in towards that Swift Blink. Blink, you know, obviously very, very good on TB, but it's especially for that really clutch Sunder, you know?
Na'Vi are so ready for this. I feel like this is going to go poorly for MOUZ if they overextend here. Chrysalis, they walk forward, spot everybody, got him under control, but there's the Aeon Disc. First point of contact and then the back out.
Do you want to chase this though? No Aeon?
It's a little scary.
Dazzle's already ready.
Slightly dicey. Dazzle gets force staffed away for the moment. BKB out. They're committed now. Chrysalis controlled with the bushwhack, there's the arena. Come from Boom onto both of them. The damage, the Macro Pyre's down, but they're gone.
Boom, the
one exploded. Oh, they both fall apart. PMA needs to get out of there. does manage to heal back up some as they try and get out. Oh, the spear connects, and now Mid1's right on top of him.
It's all boom, baby.
He did it.
It's all boom.
That was so sick.
Oh, he ends the bushwhack with the arena, immediately frees Chrysalis. Celery with the early jump out there as well to stay safe on the Dazzle, jumping to the Nothal projection, so that they were trying to pressure the Dazzle, but they couldn't find it. They had no way to really stop Celery from making his moves. They came in a little too deep from that, and then the stun on the Chrysalis just immediately gets ended, and then they're just dying.
It is a problem if your main initiation can be countered by one ability.
Bushwhack, oh, hello. I'm free.
That's their control. That is their control in this game for Na'Vi, is a Bushwhack trying to start the fight off, and immediately just gets canceled by the ulti.
Boom. He's just a beautiful lumberjack, that man. You know, get him a plaid shirt. I'll find him a flannel. I got one in my room. I can bring it tomorrow. He can have it. He's a better lumberjack than I'll ever be.
They need flannel jerseys. That's what we're hearing. Well, Chrysalis, he is big and bad and out of control, and MOUZ, like we said, if one fight goes bad suddenly, it could be base.
What is this? What is this disco pony dancing around my base?
He's a monster.
Why is no one home? Where are you?
They're not trying to take this fight. They are not wanting to get caught out here.
The amount of gold that they are just sponging onto these heroes right now is actually insane. They're all just sucking up a lane individually.
This is gonna be freaking megas. They don't have Brood for 30. Oh no, he has to be KBTP out. And now, I don't think there's much of a reason you leave at all. Yimich, stun, not gonna connect, but this is 2 lanes, about to be a 3rd. Now they've got Refresher on Mars. Oh no, Yimich going in. You gotta stop the bleeding. Na'Vi, this is it. This is everything. This is your life on the line. What do they have in the tank? They're waiting for PMA to come back in, but they do not have enough right now.
He's making shapes of the trees here.
That is mega creeps. At 46 minutes, MOUZ are gonna keep this going, it looks like.
We first came high ground 26 minutes ago.
That's right.
But we're ready to end things now.
And even queuing up the Refresher, trying to finish that off if he can. Mid1 jumps into all of them. Riddy's caught. Got the juice in trouble. Got the juice. He's gone. Has to buy back, and they've already blown up Riddy's too. So much of their control is gone. There's the Hex now to PMA. They do try and jump, but do they have the damage that they need? The stun is there. He's already down to half HP. Sunder comes out. Will it be enough though? Mid1 is low. Mid1 goes down, but so too is Terrorblade. That is a dieback. Now they buy back, come back into this fight. They're gonna kill off the Spider. Riddy's is gone. That is feeling like just about it, as Niku cannot stop the pain. This is gonna be GG as they walk on forward. He has one more buyback here. Chrysalis not dissuaded at all from this one.
Trust in the power of the Pyrrhic Cloak. Maybe if they try and kill you, you can kill them. No, he's chain stun. No.
GG is called as they take the win. MOUZ, a marvel to behold, as this team has just looked so hard to beat. Even when they don't get the early game that they want, they do this.
Yeah, Na'Vi made some really nice plays. They managed to try and disrupt these plans that they had, and it started to look like the turn was there. And it was like, all right, well, you had your fun, but your Huskar game is over. We snatched your Aegis, you got outplayed. But no, they weren't quite done yet, unfortunately, because you still had to be very clean and play pretty perfectly versus this Huskar Dazzle, and they weren't able to do it.
An impressive showing indeed. And again, this team, they've got the momentum going for them right here. They're playing through. And at the back of 2 Leshrac performances, you gotta start to wonder, are they gonna ban this guy?
Yeah, it's just, Mid1 looks so good on any of these glass cannons. I mean, we've said it time and time again, like casting Mid1 now here on MOUZ, he looks amazing.
Yes.
He is a real treat to watch. He looks totally back in his full form, and the way that he's enabled by MOUZ, they give him so much space in the draft to give him these crazy glass cannon heroes, and he makes them look much more survivable than many other players do, right? I mean, I'm a Leshrac hater a lot of the times. Thankfully, Quinn stopped playing, so I don't have to watch it so much, but now Mid1's winning with it, and he's looking good doing it.
Absolutely. An incredibly impressive performance, and from all of them. I mean, we called it out at various points. Boom, good stuff as well, but it was the man of the match, the man of the series. We're going to hear from him out on the main stage. We got Dove with mid one.
好的，那我们现在在舞台上就是跟 Mid One 在一起了。Mid One 这边 MOUZ 刚刚拿下这场比赛2-0，非常的精彩。我们先来问他一下，现在感觉怎么样吧？重新回到中国，我们国内的粉丝已经很久没有见到他了。Congratulations, that was a clean. Oh, the first game is very clean. Second game is kind of clean. 2-0, and you have no idea how much the Chinese fans miss you. How do you feel? Come back to China, play tournaments in front of the crowd here.
Great. I mean, it's been years.
How many years?
5 to 6, maybe. I don't know.
他说感觉非常的好，已经过了很多年了。然后我问他说，你还记得有多少年吗？他说5年、6年，确实很久了，而且我们也非常的想念他。我们来问一下他关于这场比赛当中发生的一些事情。第一场其实就是一个比较干净的一个碾压局了。第二场其实 TB 和蜘蛛给他们带来了一些困难，他们在对局当中有来有回。那么他们是怎么样去调整自己的战术的呢 ？All right, let's back to the game. So the first game is kind of one-sided, but the second game, Terrorblade and the Brute Mother kind of give you some hard problems that you have to fix. How did you adjust your communicate or your strategy during the game?
I mean, I basically just told my teammate, like, guys, your off lane just need level, so don't care about him and play with me, that's it.
其实我们在比赛当中也没有说是太怎么样去针对我们，主要就是我们的这个劣势路3号位啊，他需要一些时间，我们需要配合他，但是也需要配合我，他的节奏相对比较慢，那么所以我们在比赛当中就是一点一点，中间可能打的稍微有一点点黏，但是后面呢还是打回来了。那最后我们再来问他一下吧，这个比赛 MOUZ 其实一直在拿出一些不同于其他队伍拿出来的战术体系，他们是额外的喜欢他们这样的打法吗？当然很适合他们一路赢到现在，那他们觉得他们的体系是不是优先于这个版本强势的英雄和体系呢 ？So speaking of MOUZ, you guys play your special strategy, your special draft. You're picking different heroes than most of the teams in this tournament. Do you feel your pick? Do you feel your heroes, even though they're not even though they're not like popular, do you feel they're better than the standard heroes? Of course, they fit you well.
I mean, I don't know if it's better, but if it's our identity, I guess, like all the players get their favorite heroes and we just play and we know our shit. That's it.
其实很难讲哪些英雄更强，哪一个是更好的选择。但是呢，我们选出的这些英雄、这些阵容是更适合我们的。我们大家都对于自己的选择非常的有信心，这样我们也会打得更好，我们整个队伍的成绩也就越来越好了，就是这么简单。All right, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations again. 谢谢 Mid One， 我们的胜者采访到这里就结束了。
Nice to get a few brief words from both Dove and Mid One there, but we're going to have a longer chat with another player of MOUZ. Crystal is joining us here. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
How you 2-0, bit of a run for your money in that game number 2 there?
I mean, it was like a little difficult, you know. My offlane was kind of choking. I'm kind of choking in fights. But in the end, all good. Mid one and damage, having a good game. So, no problem.
Recipe for success there. You didn't get dissuaded at all from playing the Husker when Brood came out as a counter response?
I mean, like, I've done it before, you know. I've done it into Falcons where they picked A. Done. I done into Doom. Done. Now the Brood. Done. So I just keep them coming. Keep the counters coming.
Any more counters? That
Viper is gonna come. Also gonna be done by the time it does. So we'll see.
All right, we'll see.
I was gonna ask about the Viper. Do you think it's as bad as A, or do you think it's like slightly tiered down?
Close.
Like, you think it's close?
Like A makes you like play with like schizophrenia in the entire game the whole time. Like you're super scared. What if they have a ward here? Oh no, the post 5 Bane is gonna sleep me brain sap into AOT. I'm dead. So like it's like super scary. But if they have like a Viper, you have like this 200 movement speed hero like slithering around the map, and then you're kind of fine. It's not like scary.
But you beat the Brood, you beat the Doom, right? Why not beat the AA? Why not now send the message to everyone? Like, we don't need to
What
ban
do you mean
anything.
beat the AA?
Yeah, just beat the AA.
Yes,
I beat Falcons
Yeah,
AA.
but you just banned it. Why are you scared of it then?
Well,
I want you to
it's still
beat it. Come on, are you scared of it? Like, if you,
No,
I
but
want you to overcome it. You know what I'm saying?
there's a power play going on if you do it against Falcons, you know. Like against another team, it doesn't feel like you're like really like pissed them off.
Sure.
But if you do it against Falcons and you win, they'll get mad.
I see.
That's like
That is some good bait as well.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the game too, though, a little bit more like further down into it. It was hard for you guys around the 35 minute mark. They ended up, taking quite a good fight. What happened in that moment that made it so difficult for you, and how did you kind of bring yourselves back into the game again?
I literally don't remember what happened at minute 30.
How did I know you were going to say that?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of.
Just make it up. Just make it up. We'll believe you.
What? I mean, like, I think, like, in the end, we just kept saying the same thing. Mid was like, guys, I can get the TP. I'm like, guys, I can bait the fight. And then we just fuck it up 4 times in a row. But then one time it works. Done. TP out.
That's all you needed. It was just one hit wonder.
I was wondering about the what the heck was I gonna say? T, you go.
Okay, all right.
awesome.
Anyway, I was going to ask you, why is it MOUZ does so well when you're not in full like roster form? All right, you've got tournament wins for Kiori. Immortal Faith now not here. I hope he's doing okay. I don't know why he's not here. Anyway, not asking. But the point is, you now got like you're an analyst doing that. You're doing well. Like, when's MOUZ with 5 players, their coach and their analyst, going to rock up to an event?
No idea.
And do it?
No idea. I think hopefully Dream Leaguers are all at home, so like no one really has like an excuse, you know.
Okay.
I'd be impressed if they found an excuse when they're at home.
So if you win this one though, are you then going to start tactically thinking, which player are we not going to bring to this event so we can win it?
No, I think I'm going to be kicked.
Oh.
Oh my god.
It is about that time.
Yeah, it's kind of late already.
Yeah,
like, we're dragging
I'm a bit
it out.
surprised, if I'm being honest.
Me
Every day
too.
I check Twitter, I'm like, not today? All right.
Yeah,
Because they'd already signed contracts
also
that they were going to play Blast with him.
Do you have a player in
I'm
mind?
on loan, you know, so.
That's
We'll
true.
see.
You're just counting your days at this point.
Yep.
If you were to list 3 carry players that you would want to be kicked for MOUZ, do you know 3 carries that you'd rather have on the team?
Dude, I feel like Vitun would slap on this roster.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay. And just Vitun?
I think
What
Adam
if he's
matter.
busy?
What?
What if he's busy, unavailable?
I mean, Vitun is always ready.
That is
I feel
true.
like
My guy is always ready. Yep.
For sure.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I was what is wrong with my brain?
I don't know. That's
Go
all
on,
right.
buddy, you got this,
know,
you got
you know,
this.
you know,
Oh yeah,
you're-
sorry. Do you feel like you just kind of skill gap them? Because if I'm being honest, watching these games, I feel like they're like. Did you feel like they were choking a bit? Because it felt like they were way more anxious, and y'all were kind of just playing your normal Dota.
I don't think it's easy for them to win, you know? I feel like, unless like you're looking at like they're just not high enough net worth because they're choking a bit, but I don't think they really were. I feel like they were playing pretty decently, but it's still like, it's not an easy game. We're also in like all our comfort. We have our MOUZ, we have our Lash, we have our Huskar. We know exactly what to do and how to make it work. So, you know, one hiccup from them and it'll go downhill a little bit. I feel like it's not because they played bad. I think they played pretty well.
Okay, so you think both games are draft? Because game 1 is like after like lanes is bad.
I mean, game 1, you could say a little bit maybe skill gap more because you should never be able to finish a game this fast. But it's just because they have like one bad death into the Roche, into my SNY, into every tower, gangs, whatever, into 70-minute high ground. You know, it's just like one like snowball mistake. And then you have like a Chen and a troll and it just goes ham.
Yeah.
And the second game was just close. It was close.
Yeah, the second game was definitely close. I do have to ask, though, what it could potentially be a close matchup is your game or your series tomorrow against Tundra. How would you rate the chances of this best of 3 going in favor of you guys?
They're going to ban my Huskar. Like, it's kind of a problem. I'm not sure, you know. But going in for the win.
Okay, all right. You're full confident. You're like, even if I don't get that Husker,
I mean, you know, I'm still going to try my best.
I have faith.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good old
Ban
Hardy
Timbersaw,
try.
please, for us all of us.
Yeah, please.
Ban
Okay.
Timbersaw.
The last Blast Slam. All right, we had this
Ban
issue.
Timbersaw?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
ban Timbersaw.
We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, well,
Some teams have made the mistakes before when they picked Timber into me for a very specific reason. We will see if they make the same mistake. But, you know, only time will tell.
Okay, well, I feel like that's a nice note to end it on. Chrysalis, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck tomorrow. Congratulations again. All of that. I do want to give you any words for the fans, actually. They could be watching.
Thanks for watching.
What about your subs on Twitch?
Sorry.
Got him.
He's too busy winning a tournament. All right, Chrysalis, I'll let you go. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. And it's been so much fun getting to watch this best of 3 unfold in front of us. And Chrysalis even said himself that game number 2 was a close one. Had them on their ropes for a while, messed up a couple of team fights, but in the end, able to clutch it out, get a 2-0 over Na'Vi. Give them massive props for the gameplay here as well. But maybe my analysts have a different answer than what Chrysalis was saying about why that game stalled out towards that 30-35 minute mark.
I mean, to be honest, I think while he's right, and Navi did some things really well. I think they also played really slow in some aspects. I think there were a lot of points in the game where they could have done a lot more, and they're clearly just not super comfortable playing at a really high speed. Because I think after these moves they made at this top tower and this Mars dying a couple of times, I think they're in, honestly, pole position to speed up the game and keep making moves and keep snowballing. But there's so many periods of downtime, I think, that really bite them.
Yeah, and you can see, right, it's like they have these moments, like, and as soon as they do that, they go to the bottom tier 2. They're making moves, but you can see a little bit of frustration, right, between Zayat and how he's delivering maybe some feedback post game, right? But I think for Na'Vi, they had a really decent position in this game to show that they can win it. But unfortunately for Niku, he just didn't have the best time on the mid lane. They didn't really convert. And again, if you want to talk about draft, like once they make some mistakes and they don't have that map control, it's only like a bushwhack to their name, right, in regards to their big team fight. An ice path, right? It does struggle just a little bit. But yeah, for Na'Vi, they just made too many mistakes and got the juice. He had a pretty good time on the Terrorblade, right? He was like the lifeline, but again, just not cut out to make progress in the tournament.
Hello.
I was wondering if you're going to jump in, give some input here.
Right now, when there's space.
Yeah.
So I was just gonna add on top of the
please.
The Quinn's point about them snowballing the top lane, right? I feel like the issue there was the fact that they had this really poor broodmother, right? And Niku's game was also kind of bad at that point, so it was kind of hard to like both offlaners kind of had to catch up, which gave room for MOUZ to also catch up. I think, mid one also, I don't know, his game was just better as well than Niku, right?
I mean, he solo killed him, and that alters the game drastically. Like, we saw Niku have a couple of rough deaths in the first game. We see him get solo killed in game 2. This kind of stuff can't happen, to be honest. And I think if you're him, I think you got to figure out why you're getting stressed in these games, right? Because we know he's a better player than that. He's very high rank. He's clearly got like the talent and potential, but there's something going on mentally for him as a player that is causing him to have these deaths. Because it's not normal. Furion doesn't lose lane to Lesh like this. He's playing worse than he should.
Yeah, I mean, a lot can be boiled down to experience, the fact that they don't have a lot of it. They're a young roster as well, and I don't just mean their own individual ages, but when it comes to them playing together and making it into a lot of these tournaments, so it is tough to see them go, but a top 6 result is by no means a defeat. I guess you could say that. It's definitely by no means a defeat, but unfortunately we are going to be saying goodbye to them, and Slack's got to have a couple of words with one of the players before they left.
Thank you so much. Yep, here was Zayax. Sir, watching that second game was hard as a fan. There's so much drive in you guys. You guys came back so hard. It really hurt to see just watching. I assume it must have been pretty rough to play.
Yeah. That game, I mean, that series was kind of rough because first game it was hard to play after laning stage already. Like they had a lot of kills and it's kind of good and fast team, And if you let them go on you, so they will take you. In second game we had I'm sure we could win this game. We just fucked up in some moments and didn't press our timings, and after in late game they just had a better team fight. I guess they just had like more stuns and overall just more damage. But yeah, it happens. We're trying to grow up. We're trying to find our gameplay and see our next tournaments.
I mean, you could definitely see that improvement in the series. You could definitely see that improvement in your guys' team. And this is a very hard team to crack. There's a lot of teams that have had a lot of trouble with them. Is there any insight you can give us on why MOUZ seems to be such a hard team to beat these days?
I mean, as I said, they one of the fastest team. They really like to play around mid. And they have some cheesy heroes also, like Huskar, and as you see, they're doing well with that hero. So, yeah, they have some cheese heroes, and they're playing really fast. So that's why it's hard to. I mean, if you can beat them on laning on early game, it's much easier to play. But overall, yeah, they're trying to play fast, and sometimes it's very hard. So.
Absolutely. Well, you guys had some great ideas coming in. You guys had some great plays coming in. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot more coming up from you guys. You guys are obviously improving so much in between events. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans out there as you exit the tournament?
Yeah. Anyways, I'm happy to be here. At least we get in playoffs. I'm feeling sorry for our fans because I'm sure we could beat them and go further, but it happens. We'll try harder and see you next tournament. So.
Yeah, I fully believe that we will be seeing them at many more lands, many more top 6 finishes as well, already having such a deep insight and reflection onto this series and that unfortunate loss for themselves. And so today we said goodbye to Na'Vi and OG, but that did leave Yandex advancing to go and face up against Falcons and MOUZ to face down the barrel that is Tundra here, Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, those are 2 scary teams to play. I think you look at both of those series, you have to feel like those teams are the underdogs. I do feel like MOUZ is a better shot against Tundra. I think Tundra, while obviously is a very strong team, I think MOUZ has the early game potential that can match them. And Mid1 honestly looked amazing in this series. He was super locked in. We saw him shaky in the group stage, and we talked about him potentially bouncing back and being someone who thrives off of that pressure. And he did, absolutely. He played amazing today. And so I think if he locks in and they're in good shape tomorrow, I think they absolutely have chances against
We just need them to show up the same way again tomorrow, team.
Yeah, I mean, we can't forget that MOUZ in Slam 4, they beat Spirit 2-1 to then go against Tundra. Sure, they lost 2-1, but then Tundra went on to win the entire thing, right? Like, it's a game difference of MOUZ getting to the finals. What happens if tomorrow they learn from that? They get there. So, yeah, I think MOUZ Tundra is going to be pretty damn close.
I think so, too. Was there any thoughts about the matchups? Maybe a question about when we're going to get to see them?
Looking forward to see Yandex Falcons as well. Hey, that's also
no
a good
one's
match.
talking about that one.
Yeah.
You're both just going on the MOUZ Tundra train, but that's a whole nother best of 3 tomorrow, guys.
Well, there's a reason for that.
There's a slight reason for that, but that's where Yandex, they're going to wake up, have a great breakfast, and then, whoo, they're going to have to make sure they are on their A game against Falcons at 14 CST.
I was going to say, maybe not so much a good breakfast, but at least definitely a hearty lunch, because it is going to be that 2 p.m. local time start for our very first best of 3. And whilst it is a rolling schedule, you could estimate roughly that our second best of 3 will start at around that 6 p.m. But yeah, you're excited for Falcons, Yandex. Any last hyping words here for us, Misery, as to why we should be excited and tune in early tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, we get to watch the best team in the world, Falcons, play some good Dotes. And it's up to Yandex if they can, match it or take a game off Falcons. I don't think they can. But we get
Brother, we have to hype them up,
no,
right?
No,
we have to hype them up. You got this.
I am just a speaker for great Dota. And Falcons plays it the best. So I'm looking forward to see some great Dota from Falcons. That's all.
Well, look, that is one way that you could definitely hype up the series. Excited to see some great Dota from Falcons. Yandex as well will definitely be there. You guys have already heard all of this. Today we got to celebrate our top 4. And tomorrow we're going to have so much more fun with a lot more best of 3s. And those 2 teams advancing to grand finals. But for now, we're going to say goodbye. We're going to continue our day tomorrow in Chengdu.